Something unbearably heavy was pressing down on him, leaving him short of breath. All at once Lin Xuan sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman sprawled across his body, her figure graceful, her features exquisitely delicate, skin fair as porcelain. Luxurious jet black hair cascaded loosely and her thin lips soft as rose petals looked so dewy and enticing that one could hardly resist the urge to steal a fierce kiss. What is going on? Why am I sleeping with a woman? His mind spun. This is Li Mengyao, the pure campus belle of Jinghai University. Lin Xuan recalled the dorm gathering last night. Some bastard had suggested going to a bar and then made sure the entire tab was put on him. Not good with alcohol, Lin Xuan soon drank himself senseless. He vaguely remembered a woman throwing herself into his arms. Damn. Lost my virtue after drinking, Lin Xuan muttered helplessly. Just then the beauty in his arms stirred, her eyes gently fluttering. A pair of elegant eyes framed by long eyelashes slowly opened. Their gazes collided and an awkward silence descended. A moment later the woman let out a shrill scream. Li Mengyao scrambled upright, glaring furiously at Lin Xuan. Seeing him still staring at her, she finally realized the situation and, flushed with anger and shame, snatched up a pillow and hurled it at him. You're still looking? Turn around, don't look. Only then did Lin Xuan wrench his mind away from the indescribable images that had just flashed through it. His nose nearly started spurting blood. Alright, I won't look. He hesitated, then added softly, I'll take responsibility for you. Li Mengyao hurriedly snatched up her clothes and dressed in a fluster, then walked out of the room without so much as a backward glance. She did not leave a single word for Lin Xuan. Just left just like that. Forget it. After all, they were adults. Lin Xuan wanted to explain, but she refused to give him the slightest chance. Resigned, he got up to tidy the room, only to discover a striking streak of crimson on the bedsheet. 2 months later. June 2024, at Jinghai City People's Hospital. Number 696. Lin Xuan, please proceed to consulting room 6. The impersonal, mechanical voice of the hospital announcement echoed through the hall. A tall, well-built man, 182 centimeters in height, with a handsome face and lean frame, rose to his feet and walked forward at an unhurried pace. A young nurse nearby stared wide-eyed, nudging another nurse lightly with her elbow. Look, there's a super handsome guy. Hurry, secretly snap a photo with your phone. Wow, he really is too handsome. Cover me. I'm going to take a candid shot. Should we go ask for his contact? Such a fair and tender pretty boy. Come on, let's go together. With that, the two nurses walked up to stand before Lin Xuan. Although their whispers were already very soft, Lin Xuan still heard every word. He was used to it by now. He had often been confessed to in public back in university, leaving him endlessly embarrassed. Hello, could we add you on social media? One nurse asked. Lin Xuan looked at the two nurses with clear, deep eyes and smiled. I'm sorry, I like men. With that, Lin Xuan sidestepped them and strode quickly into consulting room 6. Hello, young man. Where are you feeling? A middle-aged man in a white coat sporting a Mediterranean-style balding haircut looked up at Lin Xuan. Hello, doctor. My liver has been hurting a bit lately, Lin Xuan replied. I'll take your pulse. All right. Lin Xuan obediently extended his arm. The doctor placed fingers on his wrist, then suddenly furrowed his brows and let out a soft sigh. Sigh. Lin Xuan's heart jolted. No way. Did he have some terminal illness? If he had known, he wouldn't have stayed up so late gaming recently. Doctor, why did you sigh? Is there some serious problem? The doctor rubbed his eyes. No, I'm just tired from work. Young man, you've definitely been staying up late a lot recently and not resting properly. That's what's causing the liver pain. Yes, I've been going to bed pretty late lately. I constantly feel weak. I'll prescribe you a few doses of herbal medicine. Go home, regulate your schedule, and take the medicine on time. Young people shouldn't stay up all night. It's bad for your health. All right, thank you, doctor. After saying goodbye, Lin Xuan took the prescription and headed toward the pharmacy window. He couldn't help thinking that he might have taken on too many projects recently. By day, he was constantly typing code and writing programs, while at night his 3 good sons in the dorm kept shouting, Dad, carry me to victory in the canyon tonight. Dad, I want to go godlike today. Dad, I want to climb big ranks. When they won, he was the good dad. Oh, when they lost, he was a worthless dog. There was nothing he could do. As the strongest king tier player, Lin Xuan naturally had to spoil his sons. So every night he galloped through Summoner's Rift carrying the entire team. It seemed he really needed to accept fewer projects in the future. After all, his sons and his own life were more important. As he passed the obstetrics department, Lin Xuan cast an inadvertent glance inside. Suddenly a figure both unfamiliar and familiar appeared in his field of vision. Li Mengyao was wearing an off-white dress paired with white canvas shoes. At a golden height of 168 centimeters, her glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she stared at the physical examination report in her hands, her expression frozen in shock. It's her. Why would she appear in obstetrics? Could it be? Lin Xuan's mind flashed back to that night 2 months ago, and a sense of impending doom washed over him. He hurriedly stepped forward. On the ultrasound report, the words, pregnant for 8 weeks, were written in bold. Li Mengyao pressed her pink lips with trembling fingers and murmured, how could this be? Pregnant from just once. Clearly the stunned Li Mengyao had not yet noticed Lin Xuan. Excuse me. Is this child mine? Lin Xuan asked, face filled with disbelief. It's you. Li Mengyao flinched in fright, her body involuntarily leaning back. After 2 months, that face still left a deep, unforgettable impression. A wave of grievance surged up inside her, tears gathered at the rims of her eyes as she began to sob softly. Lin Xuan could not bear to see a girl cry in front of him. Meanwhile, many people in the hospital were watching them silently sighing that yet another scumbag had appeared. Lin Xuan could clearly feel the way everyone was looking at him, as though he were some kind of monkey on display. Don't cry, okay? Everyone will think I bullied you. Lin Xuan panicked instantly. Tears streamed down like rain from Li Mengyao's reddened eyes, her hands clenched tightly together. You did bully me. This child is yours. I've become a dad just like that. One shot straight to the soul. Lin Xuan was utterly stunned. As Li Mengyao continued to sob quietly, a strange voice suddenly echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding, God-tier daddy system is now connecting. Connection successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the God-tier daddy system. Do not doubt it. The child before you is indeed your masterpiece, and they are Dragon Phoenix twins. Congratulations to the host on first activation of the God-tier daddy system. Newcomer gift pack issued. Reward 1000 yuan parenting startup funds. Please check your account. Reward complete encyclopedia of pregnancy knowledge. Please accept. Reward 100 enhancement of physical attributes. Please accept. System. What do you mean a system? Having never read web novels on Tomato, Lin Xuan naturally had no idea what a so-called system was. Ding dong. Lin Xuan glanced down at his phone and saw that 1000 yuan had just arrived in his Alipay account. Immediately after, the most comprehensive knowledge of pregnancy in the world suddenly surged into his mind. In an instant, Lin Xuan had become an accomplished expert on pregnancy. Wait, something felt wrong with his body as well. An invisible force poured into him, as if his Ren and Du meridians were being forcefully opened. His entire body brimmed with power. In his current state, he felt he could knock down a bull with a single punch. This, it seems to be real. A transfer of 1000 yuan via Alipay could still be some elaborate setup, but the encyclopedic pregnancy knowledge and his enhanced physique could not be faked. How could such an incredible system fall into my lap? Could it be that I'm the chosen one? While Lin Xuan was still secretly basking in his self-satisfaction, Li Mengyao saw him frowning in silence, and choked up as she said, "DDO, you not believe me. If you don't believe it, we can do a paternity test." Only then did Lin Xuan snap back to his senses. Looking at the campus belle before him, her face streaked with tears like pear blossoms in the rain, he quickly took a packet of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. Don't cry yet. Wipe your tears first. I will shoulder what I've done. If the child is mine, I will definitely take full responsibility. Although Lin Xuan was amazed by this miraculous system, he still could not be 100% sure that the campus belle was carrying his child. In these times, there was no shortage of men ending up as unwitting stepfathers. Lin Xuan's firm answer stunned Li Mengyao for a moment. She raised her delicate jade-like hand, took the tissues, and gently dabbed away her tears. All right, let's go right now. After a long 3-hour wait, the doctor finally announced unhurriedly, Mr. Lin, the match rate between you and Ms. Li's baby is as high as 99%. The parent-child relationship is confirmed. So young and already preparing to become parents. Young people nowadays really are quite open. The doctor could not help but sigh. Yet if that was the case, why had they still come for a paternity test? Could it be that? The doctor shot Lin Xuan a strange probing look. Pretending to be calm, Lin Xuan gripped the test report, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. It's over. I've really made a huge mess. I'm actually going to be a dad. He turned back to look at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were swollen and red, and guilt surged even more fiercely in his heart. All right, thank you, doctor. When Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out of the hospital, it was already close to noon. Mengyao, what do you plan to? Grr. Her stomach let out an ill-timed growl. She had skipped breakfast in order to rush to the hospital that morning. Li Mengyao clasped her hands together, her cheeks flushing red. Mengyao, let's find a place to eat first. Li Mengyao nodded. Lin Xuan took out his phone and ordered a ride. In less than 5 minutes, the car pulled up at the hospital entrance. With great courtesy, Lin Xuan opened the car door for Li Mengyao. After she was seated, he carefully closed the door, then walked around to the other side and got in himself. Master, please go to the Heping restaurant. Young man, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Through the rearview mirror, the driver glanced back at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sitting in the back seat, and instantly guessed the general situation. He started the engine and could not resist saying with a smile, "Speaking as someone with experience, kid, you need to coax your girlfriend more." Lin Xuan's face stiffened awkwardly. "Old bro, you're absolutely right. That's why I'm coaxing her out for a meal now." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Mengyao. Her graceful eyes fluttered slightly. She turned her pretty head toward the window, a rosy blush spreading across her flawless face. Looking at her, Lin Xuan could not help but reveal a faint smile. "We're here. Kid, remember to give me a good rating, all right?" "No problem at all," Lin Xuan replied readily. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got out of the car and quickly walked into the Heping restaurant. This place has great food, tasty, affordable, and very clean. I used to come here all the time during my 4 years of university, he said. Lin Xuan found a table by the window and had Li Mengyao sit down first. "Oh, thank you." He picked up the menu and handed it to her with a smile. "You must be starving. Order whatever you like, but you can't have anything raw." Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes blinked once. She raised her small hand and quickly marked a few dishes on the menu. "I'm done ordering. See if there's anything else you want." Lin Xuan glanced at the menu and sighed inwardly. No wonder the campus belle had such a great figure. She had skipped breakfast yet still ordered so little. Hello, we'll have one braised beef brisket with tomato shrimp tofu stir-fried beef, with sweet pepper steamed perch, and an egg custard. The waiter took the menu and smiled. All right, please wait a moment. Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the delicate Li Mengyao. Mengyao, I'll take responsibility. Are you willing to give birth to the baby? Li Mengyao smoothed a strand of her soft hair. How exactly do you plan to take responsibility? We haven't even graduated yet. We have no jobs, no stable source of income. Lin Xuan was a top student in the computer science school of Jinghai University, a former gold medalist in the ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest, and also strikingly handsome. Li Mengyao studied Chinese language and literature and was the acknowledged campus belle of Jinghai University. Both of them were seniors on the verge of graduation. From freshman to junior year, I always did part-time jobs, and I've received all kinds of scholarships. I've already saved. From now on, I'll work even harder to earn money and give you and the baby a warm, loving home. Lin Xuan said a great deal with a gentle smile, an unwavering tone, afraid that Li Mengyao might turn him down. Hearing him rattle on like that, Li Mengyao suddenly burst into a giggle, her large, glistening eyes shimmering with, "This is what you said yourself. I've decided to keep the baby." Li Mengyao gently caressed her belly, a faint smile appearing on. Of course, blockhead Lin Xuan had no idea that Li Mengyao had liked him ever since freshman year. Not only was he handsome and striking, but he was also exceptionally capable. Otherwise, she would never have let her roommate drag her out drinking for the first time, and then, after getting drunk, thrown herself into his arms. What happened afterwards was something that could not be easily described in words. The dishes are here. The waiter finally arrived. During the meal, Lin Xuan kept placing food into Li Mengyao's bowl. Her small bowl was always filled to the brim. After lunch, the two of them took a ride back to Jinghai University. Lin Xuan walked Li Mengyao to the dormitory building and said gently, "You've had a hard day. Go back and rest. I'll take you to the hospital for a full checkup tomorrow." A trace of joy flashed across Li Mengyao's face. All right. With a faint smile on his lips, Lin Xuan hummed a tune all the way back to his own dorm. Back at dorm 622, just as he pushed the door open, three heads popped up in unison. "Lin Xuan, where did you go on a date with some junior girl? And you didn't even invite me." Lin Xuan reached out and ruffled his obedient sons on their heads. "This is grown-ups business. Don't pry. Hey, you're getting cocky now, huh? Brothers, get him." Thus began a round of friendly roughhousing in the dorm. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan continued working on his previous project and finished the deliverables ahead of schedule, earning another 100 yuan on the side. Together with the 100 from the system earlier, his private stash had already exceeded 200. I'll have to find time to rent a place outside. With Li Mengyao pregnant, she could not keep living in the dorm. It would be far too inconvenient. That night, Lin Xuan led his sons to wreak havoc in Summoner's Rift once more. They suffered 5 consecutive defeats. Just as the unwilling Lin Xuan was about to lie down and rest, the crisp voice of the system rang out again. "Ding dong, it has been detected that the host needs to take the baby for a full medical checkup. To facilitate the host's travel, a top configuration Xiaomi SU7 has been awarded. It has been parked in parking lot C of Jinghai University. This system is quite user-friendly, unexpectedly aware of what the host currently needs. Tomorrow we'll go check out the parking lot." The next day, after Lin Xuan got up, he found a delicate car key on the table. Without thinking much, he picked up the key and headed straight for the school parking lot. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xuan discovered a purple Xiaomi SU7. I must say the appearance is quite stunning, with smooth lines and a simple yet elegant design, giving it a sense of fashion and technology. The purple hue added a unique charm. It truly deserves the title of cost performance king. Lin Xuan excitedly opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, casually taking out his phone and pressing the call button. "Hello, Lin Xuan." Li Mengyao's voice was soft and gentle, as if she had just woken up. "Mengyao, are you awake? Then let's go to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup later. The first 3 months are the most critical period. He'll pick you up downstairs at the dormitory. Okay, just wait for me for a few minutes. He'll get ready." Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart, very happy, indicating that Lin Xuan still cared about her and the baby in her womb. Lin Xuan drove the Xiaomi SU7 directly to Li Mengyao's dormitory. Along the way, many students took out their phones and snapped photos of the Xiaomi SU7. Although the top configuration of the Xiaomi SU7 only costs 300, its attractive appearance captured the attention of many students. Before long, Li Mengyao rushed down from the dormitory dressed in a light blue dress with a pure-colored belt tied around her waist adorned with a few crystals, beautiful yet elegant. Seeing this, Lin Xuan hurriedly stepped forward to grab Li Mengyao, reminding her, "Slow down, don't fall." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "It's fine, I'm careful. Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Xuan gazed at Li Mengyao, smiling. "You look really beautiful today." Li Mengyao's little face flushed slightly, whispering, "What about yesterday? You look better every day." Sweet talker, let's go quickly." "All right." Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi SU7, opened the car door, and gently said, "Wife, please get in the car." Li Mengyao's face instantly turned red as she murmured, Who is your wife?" Yet she obediently sat, and at that moment a layer of shy blush appeared on her delicate face, resembling a blooming peach blossom, enchanting and charming. After Lin Xuan sat in the driver's seat, Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask, "Lin Xuan, is this car newly bought by you?" "Yes, Mengyao, you must have a driver's license, right?" "I do." Li Mengyao nodded. "Then this car will be for you to drive from now on, or it will be convenient for you and the baby." "Huh? No need. I'm not good at driving, and if I take it away you won't have a car to drive, so you should drive it yourself." Li Mengyao gently shook her head. I have other cars but settled then, and I'll teach you later. After saying that, Lin Xuan started the car and headed towards the People's Hospital of Jinghai City. The other car Lin Xuan mentioned was actually the little electric scooter that had accompanied him for over 3 years. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xuan accompanied Li Mengyao for the pregnancy checkup. At around 8 weeks pregnant, there was no need for special examinations. First, an ultrasound examination was done to check if the size of the gestational sac in the uterine cavity matched the gestational age and whether there were any signs of embryo development and heartbeat. Then routine tests such as blood tests, urine tests, hepatitis B, 3 system tests, blood sugar levels, and liver function were conducted. Soon the examination report came out confirming that the embryo was developing normally. Just as Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Xiangu, what are you doing? Zhou Quan looked at the two curiously. Zhou Quan was Lin Xuan's roommate who happened to come for a checkup today and unexpectedly ran into Lin Xuan, especially in the obstetrics and gynecology department. He'll be over in a moment. Lin Xuan smiled at Li Mengyao. Okay, Li Mengyao softly replied. Quina, what are you doing? Lin Xuan slowly walked toward Zhou Quan. Wow, buddy, you secretly got close to the school beauty. No wonder you've been running out a lot lately. Now you're even in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Spill it. Zhou Quan said with a mischievous grin. Tonight find a place. He'll treat you. Also, you have to call her sister-in-law. You said it, watch us feast on you later for being so secretive about big matters. Go on with your business. He'll talk to you when I get back tonight. Before leaving, Zhou Quan shouted to Li Mengyao not far away. Then he vanished in a flash. Lin Xuan returned to Li Mengyao's side and noticed her cheeks turning red. He's my roommate, but it's getting late. Let's go back. Okay. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host is taking the baby for the first pregnancy checkup. Reward a luxurious suite in Building A of Jinghai Mansion 1601A. All procedures have been handled by the system, and you can move in directly. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host has gifted the Xiaomi Su7 to Li Mengyao, receiving a hidden reward from the system. Reward a Maybach S680, parked in the parking lot of Jinghai Mansion. Please collect. Host, as long as you ensure Li Mengyao and the babies are happy, the system will continually provide generous rewards. Lin Xuan heard the crisp voice of the system resounding in his mind. The system is just too amazing. Not to mention rewarding him with a Maybach S680 worth over 3 million. Jinghai Mansion is also a high-end community in Jinghai City, and this luxurious suite costs over 8 million. Lin Xuan's net worth has nearly reached 10 million, instantly stepping into the ranks of the wealthy, and he felt a thrill in his heart. This is all thanks to Li Mengyao. If she hadn't agreed to have the baby, Lin Xuan wouldn't have received the system's favor. Mengyao, let's go. Lin Xuan returned to reality, speaking to the somewhat drowsy Li Mengyao. She must not have slept enough this morning. Pregnant women usually tend to sleep a lot. Lin Xuan extended his hand, gently holding her fair little hand, smiling at her. It was the first time holding Li Mengyao's little hand, soft and tender. Li Mengyao was startled awake by the sudden hand holding. Her face flushed with a rosy glow and a hint of happiness flashed across her eyes. Let's go. The two returned to the Xiaomi Su7. Lin Xuan started the car, and Li Mengyao fell asleep directly in the car. If Li Mengyao had not fallen asleep, she would have noticed that Lin Xuan had already bypassed Jinghai University, speeding down the streets of Jinghai City, without exceeding the speed limit. Dear owner of Jinghai Mansion, welcome home. A clear voice awakened Li Mengyao. Where is this? Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes with her jade-like hands, and upon seeing the tall buildings in front of her, she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. This isn't school, it's Jinghai Mansion, our future home. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Future home? Did you buy a house? Li Mengyao's mouth slightly opened in shock. Yes, you're pregnant. Living in the dormitory is definitely not feasible, and we are about to graduate. So, I bought a suite. This way it will be convenient for me to take care of you both on a daily basis. Lin Xuan looked at her. It must have cost quite a bit. Where did you get so much money? Li Mengyao bit her lip. I forgot to mention earlier, I started investing in my freshman year, and this is all money earned from investments. Lin Xuan spoke confidently. So let's find time to move in later. Li Mengyao's charming face turned crimson. Does this mean we're living together? Isn't this a bit too fast? This is only the second time we've met, and we're already living together. Just as Li Mengyao was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xuan had already parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. Seeing Li Mengyao looking worried and adorable, Lin Xuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her soft fair cheek. Wife, what are you so lost in thought about? Lin Xuan said tenderly. Who's your wife? Still. Not yet. Li Mengyao's little face turned instantly crimson as she swatted away the offending hand, raising her other hand to pinch Lin Xuan's love handles. Ouch, that hurts. Please go easy on me, wife. You're still calling me that. Li Mengyao pretended to want to exert more force. Lin Xuan, however, seized her soft little hand and smiled. Stop fooling around, let's go check out the house. Li Mengyao pouted slightly, but then relented. As they got out of the car, Li Mengyao quickly noticed a long-bodied Maybach S680 parked not far away. Indeed, this was an upscale community, and just a glance revealed it was a luxury vehicle. Lin Xuan naturally saw it too, but he said nothing as he took Li Mengyao's little hand and walked towards the elevator. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their apartment in Jinghai Mansion. It was a spacious flat with an interior area of 200 square meters featuring a modern minimalist style with a gray and white color scheme. There were 5 rooms and 2 living areas, all furnished perfectly. Li Mengyao walked to the wide balcony, and at a glance, she saw the river view bathed in the afterglow draping a golden veil over the water. The gentle June breeze caressed the young girl's face, making the entire scene warm and romantic. Seeing such a beautiful sight, Lin Xuan could no longer hold back, and stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was initially startled, but did not struggle. Instead, her exquisite face flushed again as she softly asked, "This house must have cost quite a bit, right?" "Yes, over 8 million." Lin Xuan savored the fragrance of the girl. "You bought both a car and a house, and I can't offer anything. I feel so useless." Li Mengyao murmured as she lowered. Lin Xuan gently turned Li Mengyao around, looking into her deep bright eyes, and said firmly, "Who says you are useless? You and the baby in your belly are the greatest gifts. Wife, you are the one who gave me a home. I will do my utmost to protect this home." In the heat of the moment, Lin Xuan gazed at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were misty and full of affection. He slowly lowered his head, inching closer to her enticing cherry lips. Li Mengyao suddenly panicked, her heart racing like a startled deer. She tightly closed her eyes and surrendered to Lin Xuan's advances. Suddenly a phone ring interrupted them. Li Mengyao instantly regained her composure, gently pushing Lin Xuan away, and said urgently, "I need to take this call." She hurriedly opened her phone. It was her mother Huang Shifang calling. She pressed the answer button. "Hello Yao, what have you been busy with lately?" "Oh, Mom. I haven't been busy with anything recently." Li Mengyao. "Why do you sound so flustered? Are you hiding something from me?" A mother knows her daughter best, and she could tell something was off from it. "Is someone bullying you?" "No." Lin Xuan was close enough to hear their conversation clearly. Seeing Li Mengyao's nervousness, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Li Mengyao shot him a glare, raising her hand and pinching his waist again. "Ouch. Has Yao Yao found a boyfriend?" Hearing a boy's voice beside her daughter, Li's mother had already guessed the general. Li Mengyao's face turned bright red as she hesitated. "Well, it's time for college girls to have boyfriends. He's really nice. Then if you have time next week, bring him home, so I can take a good look at him." As a mother, Li's mother couldn't help but worry when her daughter suddenly had a boyfriend while studying far away. "He'll ask him later." "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore." After hanging up, Li Mengyao cast a fierce glare at Lin Xuan. "It's all your fault. My mom found out. It was only a matter of time. I've already prepared myself for a leg-breaking," Lin Xuan shamelessly replied. "Are you coming back with me next week?" Li Mengyao clasped her hands tightly together. "Of course, if we've taken someone's precious daughter, we must personally pay a visit." "Let's prepare to move in tomorrow then," Lin Xuan said gently. "All right." Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. After that, the two prepared to drive to a nearby mall for dinner. When they reached the parking lot downstairs, Li Mengyao was about to take out the car keys, but Lin Xuan stopped her. "Let's leave this Xiaomi SU7 in the community parking lot, and take my car. Do you have other cars?" Li Mengyao asked. "Yes, look, this one is mine." Lin Xuan pointed to the Maybach S680 not far away, took out the car keys to unlock it, and the car started, its headlights casting unique beams like a dazzling meteor shower. "This Maybach is yours." Li Mengyao slightly widened her lips, her big round almond-shaped eyes blinking. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's little hand, walked to the passenger side, made sure she was settled comfortably, then sat in the driver's seat, starting the car and driving towards the mall. Upon arrival at their destination, Li Mengyao finally couldn't help but ask, Do you have anything else you're hiding from me?" "Not at all. Didn't I mention I have other cars?" Lin Xuan said gently. "But this car looks brand new." "I just washed it yesterday," Lin Xuan replied firmly, as he couldn't say it was given by a system. "I'll take your word for it. I don't like being lied to, especially by those close to me," Li Mengyao said softly, lowering. "Why, from now on I will definitely consult you about any matters, okay?" Because Li Mengyao loved eating fish, the two walked hand in hand into a grilled fish restaurant in the mall. After finishing lunch, Li Mengyao was already feeling drowsy. Lin Xuan drove her back to the school dormitory, and he returned to his doghouse, where he had lived for over 3 years during college. "Children, Daddy is back." Lin Xuan kicked the door open and said with a smile, "It's him, the one who kidnapped the school beauty." Zhou Quan pretended to be angry, pointing at Lin Xuan. "Good lad, you dare to do big things behind your father's back." Zhong Zixing chimed in. "Come clean, and we might go easy on you," Chen Jinming said with a sly grin. Then Lin Xuan was surrounded by the three. Lin Xuan recounted the entire situation truthfully, as they had been brothers living together for nearly 4 years, knowing each other inside out, without any concealment. Of course, he didn't mention the system. The key point is that no one would believe it. "That's the situation," Lin Xuan shrugged. "Huh, did I hear that right?" Zhong Zixing exclaimed in shock. "So that's why I saw you with the campus beauty in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the People's Hospital. Wow, you're firing on all cylinders. It's so fast. My girlfriend and I have been dating for 2 years, and we haven't reached that." Chen Jinming placed a hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Keep it a secret for me, I don't want to become the enemy of all the boys in school. Tomorrow Mengyao and I plan to move out, and I'll cover the bill tonight." Lin Xuan smiled. "Let's get started. I'll treat you well tonight." The fact that fourth-year students were moving out was quite normal, so no one questioned where Lin Xuan was moving to, thinking he was just looking for a rental nearby. "Quainer, save your big moves for the new year. You don't understand. Oh, I'm waiting for the right moment." That night, the 622 dormitory group took action. Zhou Quan was about to open his phone to call a ride, but was stopped by Lin Xuan. "We're driving there." "Where did we get a car?" Zhou Quan asked in confusion. "I just bought one. You all stay here, I'll be right back." Just as the three were curious about what kind of car Lin Xuan had bought, a sleek Maybach slowly drove up, rolling down the window to reveal a handsome face. Get in. Isn't this a Maybach? A luxury car worth over 3 million. Xiango, are you that rich? I always thought you were frugal, hiding your wealth. The three were bewildered. My family just bought it. It'll be convenient for taking the baby around, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. He then drove to the restaurant where they often gathered for meals. You're here? Sit down. Oh, I reserved a private room for you. Are you about to graduate from university? The owner's wife warmly welcomed them. Yes, even after graduation we'll come often. Zhou Quan smiled. Just don't forget when the time comes. Oh, I'll give you a discount, the owner's wife said with a smile. This restaurant had a unique flavor, and the owner often gave discounts to Lin Xuan and his friends, so they frequently gathered here. After the owner's wife left, Lin Xuan asked the three, University is about to end. Oh, what are your plans next? I've already signed up for the civil service exam, joining the ranks of civil servants, aiming to become a small bureaucrat. Zhou Quan stated firmly. My girlfriend and I have both applied for graduate school, and will continue at Jinghai University. Qin Jingming smiled. I want to start a business, but unfortunately I lack the platform and funds. Oh, I'll head to a company first. Zhong Zixing said helplessly. Xiango, what about you? What are your plans after graduation? Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xuan. First I'll be a full-time dad. Lin Xuan said with a smile. You really should stop. There you go with that ostentatious talk again, Zhou Quan retorted. In fact, Lin Xuan initially wanted to start a business with Zhong Zixing, as they were both top-notch talents in the computer science department at Jinghai University. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Now Lin Xuan just wanted to wholeheartedly take care of Li Mengyao and their baby on the way. He could only wait for future opportunities. The dishes are coming. The four of them devoured the food. The next day, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao agreed to move their luggage to Jinghai Mansion at 10 a.m. Lin Xuan drove the Maybach slowly towards the girls' dormitory, soon spotting a familiar figure under the dormitory. Today, Li Mengyao wore a plain shirt paired with a denim skirt, looking refreshing and pleasant like the cool morning breeze, making people feel invigorated. His wife truly looks good in anything, but wait, who was that girl beside her? She was tall and had delicate features, exuding a cold and stunning beauty, with sharp eyes revealing a hint of hostility. Lin Xuan opened the car door and quickly walked to Li Mengyao's side, gently taking her small hand while speaking tenderly. Didn't they say to wait for me to arrive before calling you down? Have you been waiting long? Li Mengyao's little face flushed slightly. No, we just came down. By the way, this is my roommate Lu Yusin. She insisted on coming with me. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao's husband Lin Xuan smiled. So you're the one who stole my Yao Yao. Seeing Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao holding hands, she expressed her anger. Lu Yusin thought Lin Xuan was indeed handsome and drove a Maybach, implying his family background should be decent, but many rich second generations are often unfaithful. As Li Mengyao's close friend, she had to be cautious. Yes, I'll take good care of Yao Yao from now on, Lin Xuan said firmly. Dream on. If you want to be with Yao Yao, you have to get past. Aren't you planning for Yao Yao to move in with you? I'll personally check to see if you can take good care of her. Lu Yusin finished speaking and grabbed Yao Yao's suitcase, heading towards the car. Lin Xuan followed behind, helplessly holding Li Mengyao's hand. This time Li Mengyao didn't sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back with Lu Yusin. The car started slowly and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinghai Mansion. Lu Yusin looked in astonishment at the gate before her. Jinghai Mansion is a well-known high-end community in Jinghai City, with beautiful surroundings, located in a bustling area and offering stunning river views. Although Lin Xuan's capabilities are indeed impressive, she wasn't sure how he would treat Yao Yao and whether he would grow tired of her. Soon Lin Xuan parked the car and moved all the luggage into the house. Ding dong, the host has been detected moving for the first time. To help the host take better care of the baby in the future, a 5-star culinary skill set is awarded. Please check. In an instant, a wealth of culinary knowledge flooded into Lin Xuan's mind. He was now the most versatile 5-star chef. In fact, Lin Xuan never wanted Li Mengyao to eat outside food, especially since she was pregnant. What if it was unsanitary and affected the baby? This 5-star culinary skill came just in time. It was almost mealtime, and he would showcase his skills for lunch. Honey, you and your friend rest at home. I'll go to the market and buy some ingredients. Also, what do you want to eat? Lin Xuan smiled. You can cook. Lu Yusin questioned with a doubtful expression. It's rare to find a man who can cook nowadays. I can cook anything. I like everything you make, Li Mengyao said with a hint of happiness on her face. Yao Yao, I'm still here. Lu Yusin looked at Li Mengyao speechlessly, and then said, I want sweet and sour ribs, boiled meat slices, braised beef brisket with potatoes, and braised fish. These were all dishes that Li Mengyao loved to eat. Alright, I'll be back soon. Lin Xuan put on his shoes and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a petite figure dashed into Lin Xuan's arms, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Come back early, Li Mengyao said, lowering her head and tightly hugging Lin Xuan. Okay, my dear. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's beautiful hair. Then Li Mengyao released her hands, her face flushed as she ran back to her room. What a foul smell. It turns out to be the sour scent of love. Lu Yusin looked disdainfully at everything that had just happened. Yusin, don't say that. Li Mengyao's face flushed red. I mean, Yao Yao, how could you be so reckless? You've moved in with Lin Xuan so soon. You are the campus beauty of Jinghai University, and what if something happens when you are alone together? He might not treat you well. He treats me very well, always taking care of me, and I've liked Lin Xuan for a long time, Li Mengyao murmured. Saw you love, but it can't be so fast. Yao Yao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Yusin stared at Li Mengyao. No. There's nothing. Li Mengyao tightly clasped her hands together, her face flushed as she stammered, unable to meet Lu Yusin's gaze. You're lying, just admit it, or I might have to resort to tricks. Lu Yusin looked at her with a mischievous smile. Having known each other for almost 4 years as good friends, she could tell at a glance that Li Mengyao was lying. Ha ha, stop. Stop, it tickles so much. Lu Yusin lunged at Li Mengyao, her hands incessantly tickling her waist. Just tell me. I will. Huh. Li Mengyao reluctantly surrendered as she was most afraid of being tickled. Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, she shyly said, actually. Impregnant. What? I must have misheard. Lu Yusin exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. It's already been over 2 months. Then Li Mengyao recounted the events to Lu Yusin. From this it seems Lin Xuan is quite responsible. However, I must remind you, with you two living together, you need to hold your ground. Lin Xuan wouldn't do that. Who told you to be so beautiful? Who knows when he might unleash his beastly nature? No. That won't happen. Li Mengyao's face turned crimson. At that moment the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and Lin Xuan walked in carrying bags. You're back. Li Mengyao hurriedly approached him, reaching out to take the bags. Just me coming back is enough. What were you two talking about? Your face is so red. Lin Xuan gently pinched Li Mengyao. Not telling you. Li Mengyao pouted, looking quite proud. Then I'll go make dinner, it will be ready soon. Lin Xuan had no choice but to walk into the kitchen to start cooking. As expected from the system's rewards, looking at these ingredients, the corresponding cooking methods came to mind. Whether it was frying, sautéing, grilling, boiling, or steaming, he was proficient in all. The house provided by the system was fully furnished with high-end furniture. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, like an invisible hand pulling Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin closer. Dinner is served. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes prepared by Lin Xuan. Wow, this is so delicious, it's simply 5-star chef quality. Lu Yusin stuffed a piece of beef brisket into her mouth, unable to contain her astonishment. Li Mengyao was also eating daintily beside her. Yao, you're so lucky, you have a chef by your side every day. Yes, Li Mengyao also didn't expect Lin Xuan's cooking to reach chef level, her face radiating happiness. Lin Xuan took a bite, and the rich flavor and aroma intoxicated him with every mouthful. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully preparing a delicious meal for Li Mengyao and the baby. You have earned a cash reward of 5,000 and triggered a 6-fold crit chance, awarding you an additional 3,000, which has been legally transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. Lin Xuan heard the system's voice again in his mind. The system is still as impressive as ever, handing out a reward of 3 million at once. After lunch, Lin Xuan drove Lu Yusin back to school, quietly glancing at Lu Yusin in the rearview mirror. I say, why have you been staring at me? Lin Xuan said helplessly. When are you two getting married? Mengyao is pregnant with your child, you ought to give her a title. You already know. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised. Of course, Yao and I are best friends who share everything. Lu Yusin, we plan to go back to Mengyao's hometown next week. Once we have her mother's consent, we will get married, Lin Xuan stated firmly. Alright, I'll leave Yao in your hands. Yao's family isn't very well off. Her father passed away in a car accident when she was young, leaving only her and her mother, so Yao lacks a sense of security. She hasn't mentioned any of this to me, Lin Xuan said with a pained heart. Don't be fooled by her usual delicate appearance. She is actually very strong inside, and sometimes quite stubborn. Since she has decided to be with you, treat her well. If you dare to bully Yao, I will not let you off. Lu Yusin waved her little pink fist. I know that words mean nothing compared to actions. I will definitely not let Mengyao down. You can supervise me at any time. After safely delivering Lu Yusin, Lin Xuan quickly returned to Jinghai Mansion. I'm back. There was no response, so Lin Xuan entered the house and found Li Mengyao sleeping on the sofa, presumably waiting for him to come back, and dozing off. At this moment, Li Mengyao had changed into a white nightgown, revealing her alluring long legs. Lin Xuan cautiously approached the sofa, squatting down to carefully admire the beauty in her dreams. Her body curled slightly, her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she were dreaming sweetly. Thinking of Li Mengyao's tragic childhood and the hardships faced by the mother and daughter, Lin Xuan's heart ached. I will be a good husband, Mengyao, Lin Xuan said gently. Li Mengyao seemed to have heard him, letting out a faint sound. Lin Xuan gently picked her up and slowly walked towards the master bedroom. Li Mengyao had a beautiful dream in which she and Lin Xuan walked down the aisle, embracing and kissing passionately. Li Mengyao woke up around 5 in the afternoon. There was no helping it, pregnancy really makes one sleepy. She remembered that she had fallen asleep on the sofa, then opened her eyes to find herself in bed. Her face flushed, she hurriedly got up and opened the door. At that moment, Lin Xuan was in the study, sitting in front of the computer, fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, engrossed in whatever he was doing. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's voice was slightly hoarse, as if she were still immersed in her sweet dreams. Wife, you're awake. I'm just doing a part-time job. Lin Xuan quickly walked to Li Mengyao, looking at her gently. Did I disturb you? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes lightly. You never disturb me. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Lin Xuan's eyes couldn't hide his pampering. Anything's fine, I'm not picky. Hug me. Li Mengyao stretched out her arms, acting cute. Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao in his arms. She emitted a unique fragrance, not overpowering, but lingering like a serene aura in a secluded valley. Are we going shopping at the mall tonight? Lin Xuan asked. Why suddenly want to go shopping? Li Mengyao looked puzzled, as it's generally the girl who suggests shopping. It's quite rare for a boy to take the initiative. I want to take you to buy something. I don't really need anything. You'll find out once we go, but something important. Alright, Li Mengyao smiled brightly, making everyone's heart flutter. In the evening, Lin Xuan placed the free-range chicken mushrooms, ginger slices, and other ingredients into the pot to simmer. The fresh flavor of the mushrooms melded beautifully with the unique aroma of the chicken, resulting in a rich and flavorful mushroom chicken soup. Wife, come and try the chicken soup I made. Lin Xuan placed a small bowl of soup in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao had been experiencing a lack of appetite during her pregnancy and found it hard to feel hungry for anything. Thus, Lin Xuan prepared this delicious chicken soup enhanced by the touch of a 5-star chef, which directly stimulated Li Mengyao's taste buds. Lin Xuan, how come you cook so skillfully? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes, sipping the soup in small mouthfuls. That's all thanks to my mother. She always loves experimenting with new recipes, like kiwi mixed rice and dragon fruit stir-fried meat. In short, my cooking skills are not that great. Lin Xuan recalled, painfully acknowledging that his mother Zhang Shulan was indeed not a great cook. So I had no choice but to cook for myself during the winter and summer breaks, and over time I learned how to make meals. Although I can't compare to a 5-star chef, at least I can cook something edible. Li Mengyao laughed softly, saying, you mustn't say that about Andy. Later that evening, the two drove a Maybach to a nearby large shopping mall, Jinghai Plaza. Jinghai Plaza is the commercial center of the Jinghai district in Jinghai City, filled with dazzling neon lights and bustling shops, a vibrant scene that dazzles the eyes. Li Mengyao linked her arm with Lin Xuan as they entered Jinghai Plaza. What are you planning to buy? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand. You'll find out soon enough, it's just ahead. They then entered a maternity supplies specialty store. Welcome. How can I assist you today? A cheerful store clerk. Hello, do you have any moisturizing lotion to prevent stretch marks? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, this one is currently very popular. It has great stretch mark reduction effects and is very cost-effective. The clerk didn't immediately recommend the most expensive option, considering they were a young couple and wanting to avoid scaring. Lin Xuan glanced at the product details and frowned. While this lotion was effective for stretch marks, it wasn't the best. Here are a few other options. Although their stretch mark reduction effects are slightly less effective, they are much cheaper than the previous one and still quite good. The clerk, noticing Lin Xuan's frown, guessed that they might have a limited budget. Could you please bring out your most expensive and effective option for me to see? Lin Xuan asked the clerk with a smile. Sure, this is the one. After use, you'll have no stretch marks at all. The clerk quickly brought it over. Using the pregnancy knowledge he acquired through the system, Lin Xuan examined the product information. It contained no fragrances, alcohol, or other harmful additives, making it indeed the best option for stretch mark prevention. Li Mengyao glanced at the price, gasping in shock, as this tiny bottle costs 100 yuan. She gently tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve and whispered, let's buy the previous one. This one is too expensive. It's fine, your husband has money. Lin Xuan gently squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and said softly, you wouldn't want stretch marks after giving birth, would you? If we're going to use it, we might as well use the best. Lin Xuan gently squeezed Li Mengyao's little hand and said tenderly, hello, please bring me 5 bottles of this. Alright, please wait a moment. Oh, I'll wrap it up for you. The clerk was very pleased, having made a sale of 500 yuan. After paying, the two left the maternity supplies specialty store with Lin Xuan holding Li Mengyao's hand as they continued walking. Is there anything else you want to buy? Li Mengyao tried to stop Lin Xuan, not wanting him to spend any more money, thinking they should save where they could. We still need to get this. Lin Xuan pointed ahead with a smile. Li Mengyao followed his gaze and saw a maternity clothing specialty store. What do you need to buy those for? After 3 months of pregnancy, your belly will start to show and your old clothes won't fit anymore. So we're here to buy some maternity clothes. Lin Xuan continued to educate Li Mengyao about pregnancy. How do you know? Li Mengyao's face flushed with a rosy hue as she listened. I did my homework for you, and the babies. Lin Xuan smiled. Can you lower your head? I have something to tell you, Li Mengyao said, happily blinking her beautiful eyes and speaking softly. What's so secretive? Lin Xuan obediently bent down. She gently stood on her tiptoes and left a soft kiss on Lin Xuan's cheek. Then she quickly stepped back, her little legs skipping towards the specialty store. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face, as if the whole world had become beautiful. After Li Mengyao picked out a few pieces of maternity clothing, she entered the fitting room to try them on. Lin Xuan glanced at a jewelry store across the way, gauged the time, and quickly dashed inside. Welcome. A tall and fairly attractive clerk greeted him. Hello, do you have any diamond rings to recommend? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. This one is a 1-carat grade engagement diamond ring. Its novel design is quite popular among young people and costs only 200 yuan. The clerk, noticing Lin Xuan looked like a college student, assumed he might not have a big budget. Although this style is novel, the diamond quality is slightly lower. Do you have anything better? Lin Xuan continued to ask. Sir, may I ask what your budget is? Around 500 yuan. The clerk was shocked. 500,000. A student has that much money. He must be a rich second generation. I barely make a few thousand a month. It's really Soon the clerk brought out a new diamond ring. This ring had an exquisite design, flawless cutting, and was sparkling and transparent, resembling morning dew, its preciousness accentuated by its setting. This is a selected 2-carat grade rare pure diamond, proving eternal love with its rarity. The grade is completely colorless, the highest level of color, very rare and precious. And the price is exactly 500,000. Lin Xuan was momentarily dazzled. Indeed, you get what you pay for. After all, worth 500,000. It's almost as much as a house in a small county. Alright, thank you, I'll take this one. Lin Xuan said while reporting the size he measured while Li Mengyao was asleep yesterday. Thank you, sir. Please come this way to pay, and I'll wrap it up for you. The clerk was very happy. After closing this big sale they would earn a nice commission. After paying, Lin Xuan quickly returned to the maternity clothing specialty store pretending nothing had happened. Lin Xuan, does this look good? Li Mengyao just walked out and twirled around. It looks great and my wife looks good in anything. Lin Xuan said appreciatively. Although Li Mengyao's belly hadn't shown, yet she still exuded the aura of a pure beauty. That's the same as saying nothing. Li Mengyao examined herself in the mirror, and feeling satisfied decided to buy it. After they finished shopping for clothes they drove back to Jinghai Mansion. By the time they returned home it was already 10 p.m. And Li Mengyao was utterly exhausted. I'm going to wash up and sleep now, good night, she said yawning. Will there be a goodnight kiss? Lin Xuan leaned forward asking softly and gently. No. Not this time. Li Mengyao's face turned bright red instantly, and she quickly turned to walk back to her room. So will there be one tomorrow? We'll see. Li Mengyao returned to her room and gently closed the door. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying Li Mengyao in purchasing maternity products. Reward a luxury shop at Jinghai Square. Please check. In Lin Xuan's mind the system's voice echoed again. At the same time the staff from Jinghai Square called. Mr. Lin, hello, this is the marketing manager of Jinghai Square. The relevant procedures for the luxury shop you purchased are ready. When would you be available to come and collect them? Alright, I will come to collect it in a few days. Lin Xuan hung up the phone thinking about what time it was with the staff still working overtime. The competition in society is too fierce now. These days Lin Xuan took care of Li Mengyao's 3 meals as usual. The weather forecast indicated that there would be a severe thunderstorm in the Jinghai district late at night. At that moment after dinner Lin Xuan brought out a plate of cherries. Li Mengyao was lounging comfortably in the lazy chair watching the shimmering river while accepting Lin Xuan's feeding. Is it delicious? Yes, it's delicious. Hey, let's watch a movie together tonight. Sure, what movie do you want to watch? I want to watch a horror movie. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. A horror movie? Lin Xuan was taken aback. How could the usually gentle Li Mengyao like horror movies? I didn't used to watch horror movies either, but after starting college UXIN often played horror movies in the dorm, and I gradually grew fond of the tense and thrilling feeling. Li Mengyao explained softly. This girl. No, the emotional and psychological state during pregnancy can affect the baby's development. Watching horror movies can induce emotional fluctuations of tension and fear which may be transmitted to the baby. So let's pick a heartwarming movie, okay? Lin Xuan explained gently. Alright then. Li Mengyao pouted slightly. In the end they chose the movie Hachiye. In fact there was another important reason for not watching horror movies. Lin Xuan has been afraid of ghosts since childhood. When he was a child he was frightened by the neighbor's older sister who once dragged him to watch a horror movie, leaving an indelible trauma in his young heart. In the living room there was a high-definition projector paired with a 200-inch large screen, comfortable sofas, shocking sound effects, and clear picture quality, creating an ultimate movie-watching experience. After setting up the projector, Li Mengyao took fruits and snacks, quietly leaned against Lin Xuan, watching the movie while Hachiye Dog's Tale tells the profound emotional bond between a person and a dog, reminding us to cherish the people and animals around us, as well as the love and companionship they offer. As expected, after watching the movie, tears blurred Li Mengyao's eyes, completely immersed in the emotional world of the film. Appropriate crying can help pregnant women release inner stress, alleviate psychological burdens, and ease emotional tension. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao, with one hand constantly offering her tissues. Although the movie was touching, he did not experience any emotional fluctuations. Crying was out of the question. A big man crying while watching a movie, how embarrassing. It was already past 10 p.m. after the movie. Li Mengyao let out a yawn, raised her delicate hand to gently wrap around Lin Xuan's neck and softly kissed his face. I'm going to bed now, good night kiss. After saying that she quickly dashed back to her room. Lin Xuan had no way to deal with. After turning off the projector, Lin Xuan also returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Suddenly thunder roared. In the dead of night, howling winds, lightning flashes, and torrential rain pounded the earth. Li Mengyao, deep in sleep, was startled awake by a thunderclap. The thunder was deafening, and Li Mengyao's face turned pale as she trembled and curled up. Li Mengyao had been afraid of thunder since she was young, though as she grew older she was no longer afraid of ordinary rumbles. But now the thunder seemed to be right above Jinghai Mansion, deafening. Moreover, being pregnant amplified her fear. Conversely, Lin Xuan, though awakened by the first rumble, actually enjoyed he always felt that he slept better with the sound of thunder and rain. Just as Lin Xuan was about to fall back asleep, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be messaging at this hour? Lin Xuan was reluctant, but could not resist his curiosity. He opened his phone to find a message from Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan, can you come over for a moment? After sending the message, Li Mengyao continued to curl up. In the past she could tough it out, but now it was different as she thought of. Worried about disturbing Lin Xuan's sleep, she considered it several times before sending a message first. Wife, I'm coming in. Lin Xuan gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open to walk in. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's voice, Li Mengyao quickly jumped out of bed. Like a startled bird she dove into Lin Xuan's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of thunder. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Shall I watch you sleep? Lin Xuan looked at the slightly trembling Li Mengyao in his arms. Let's sleep together. A faint blush appeared on Li Mengyao's face. Such a good thing. Lin Xuan suddenly felt grateful for tonight's weather. He carried Li Mengyao back to the bed and lay down with her, gently holding her in his arms to provide her with a sense of security. With Lin Xuan holding her, Li Mengyao was no longer so afraid. Instead, she felt very warm. Consequently, the temperature of her cheeks continued to rise. Li Mengyao felt shy. Lin Xuan looked at her flushed face and smiled. You're not afraid anymore, right? It's not the first time we've slept together. Why be so shy? The last time was when she was pregnant. Bad Lin Xuan dared to tease me at this moment. The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the angrier she became, lifting her delicate hand to pinch Lin Xuan's waist. Alright, I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to ease your fears. You've cried enough today. Crying more wouldn't be good for the baby. Are you still afraid now? Lin Xuan gently coaxed. I'm not afraid anymore, Li Mengyao murmured. Soon Li Mengyao fell into a deep sleep, while Lin Xuan found it less easy. This girl doesn't sleep well. Her hands and feet tightly clung to Lin Xuan, her whole body hanging on him. At this moment, Lin Xuan was in great agony. The next morning, a telephone ring pierced the quiet air beside Li Mengyao. Still drowsy and half asleep, she groggily reached for her phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. Her voice was soft and honeyed. On the other end, Lin Mu's face froze in stunned disbelief. What on earth was happening? She had dialed her son, yet a woman's voice answered. Who are you? Where's my son Lin Xuan? She demanded urgently. Lin Xuan? He's sleeping right beside me, Li Mengyao replied, then gently placed the phone near Lin Xuan's ear before snuggling closer and drifting back into deep slumber. Lin Xuan, having stayed up late the night before, slept like the dead. All that remained on the line was a fading echo. Hello? Hello? Why no one's answering? Hello? 2 hours later, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, stretched luxuriously, and finally felt alive again. Gazing down at Li Mengyao nestled warmly in his arms, her delicate cherry lips beckoned irresistibly. He longed to kiss her just once. At that moment, an angel and a devil appeared in his mind. The angel whispered, she trusts you completely, Lin Xuan. Never take advantage of her vulnerability. The devil countered, a child is already on the way. What harm could one tender kiss possibly do? Go on, Lin Xuan, seize the moment. Lin Xuan fell into quiet contemplation. Both voices held undeniable weight. So he settled on a compromise, a furtive peck on Li Mengyao's porcelain cheek, surely harmless. After all, she'd stolen several such kisses from him before. This was only fair reciprocity. Lin Xuan lowered his head, inching slowly toward her flawless, dewy cheek. Just centimeters away, his warm breath stirred her delicate eyebrows. Her eyelids fluttered open, her gaze gradually sharpening, luminous with the fresh, unguarded innocence of awakening. You, what are you doing? She murmured, regaining awareness, her voice soft and fragile. I just wanted to see you. Lin Xuan stammered, guilt flickering in his eyes. Li Mengyao met his gaze, then glanced down at her own neckline, and instantly flushed crimson. Pervert. Lecher. She recoiled swiftly, burying her face beneath the quilt, too shy to emerge. Lin Xuan gazed at her with tender indulgence. His wife even scolded like a gentle breeze. Ahem, no more teasing. After a brief reverie, Lin Xuan prepared to rise, just as his mother called again. Without hesitation, he tapped the answer button. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? Calling so early? You rascal. Where are you right now? Me. I'm in my dormitory, Lin Xuan replied, glancing around the room. Not yet ready to explain, he opted for a white lie. In your dormitory? Then why did a girl answer my call just now? Did you sneak into the girls' dorm? You're truly incorrigible. I won't lift a finger to help you when trouble comes. Zhang Shulan snapped, exasperated. Lin Xuan hurriedly checked his phone. There were several missed calls from her. The first one had been answered. Could it have been Li Mengyao? She'd already drifted off again. Pregnancy truly made one sleep deeply. Mom, I'll explain everything soon, he whispered, then ended the call. That insolent boy dared hang up on me. Absolutely infuriating. Zhang Shulan turned toward Lin Jinghua, who sat nearby scrolling idly through his phone. Old Lin, go wash the vegetables if you've nothing better to do. Lin Jinghua glanced up, bewildered. What had his son done to warrant this? Yielding reluctantly to domestic hierarchy, he trudged into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan tiptoed out of the room and tapped the first call record, selecting playback. Hello, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's sleeping right beside me. Li Mengyao's velvety voice floated through the speaker. Oh no, mother had surely misunderstood. Still, the time for honesty had come. At worst, a double beating. He'd endured those since childhood. Without delay, Lin Xuan redialed his mother's number. You little rascal, have your wings grown stiff or your backside thick enough to defy your mother? Mom, don't be angry. I'm calling right back, see? Lin Xuan grinned sheepishly. Spill it. What happened this morning? Mom, brace yourself. Brace myself. Don't tell me you've actually. Mom, please, don't jump to conclusions. I'd never do something like that. Zhang Shulan paused. She knew her son well. It truly seemed out of character. Then out with it. I heard every— Mom. Well, you're going to be a grandmother. Oh, thank goodness. That's all. Wait, what? Zhang Shulan leapt upright in shock. The girl who answered. That was your future daughter-in-law. Silence lingered. Then, you wretched boy, how exactly did your father and I raise you? You've left an innocent girl unwed and pregnant. How can you face her? If I hadn't caught you, would you have hidden this forever? You utterly exasperating. Zhang Shulan clenched her fists, itching to fly across the city and give Lin Xuan a sound thrashing. Mom, please calm down. It's not that we weren't ready. We are getting married and planning a grand wedding ceremony. Lin Xuan rushed to reassure her. Where are you staying now? Surely not in the girls' dormitory. Of course not. I'm living at Jinghai Mansion in Jinghai City. You wait, we're coming this afternoon. Send us the address. And send a photo of your fiancé too. Though retired and eager to become a grandmother, Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This news arrived far too suddenly. She needed to see things for herself. Old Lin, come out here, she bellowed toward the kitchen. What's wrong? Sounds like a battlefield, Lin Zhenghua replied, utterly baffled. Take leave from work these 2 days. We're heading to Jinghai this afternoon. Why so sudden? I'm still a mid-level manager at a state-owned enterprise. Leave isn't easy to approve. Your son got a young woman pregnant. You're about to become a grandfather. Tell me, do you take leave or not? Zhang Shulan shot him a withering look. Huh, what exactly happened? After Zhang Shulan filled him in, Lin Jinghua's forehead veins throbbed with fury. That good for nothing boy. I'll teach him a lesson. Where's my belt? Better bring a few extra ones. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan phoned her trusted business partner from the countryside, urging her to deliver several free-range chicken. Then husband and wife began rummaging through cabinets and suitcases, packing frantically. Elsewhere, Lin Xuan paced anxiously in the living room. His fate sealed. A thorough scolding awaited him this afternoon. Just then Li Mengyao pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out, catching sight of Lin Xian's flustered expression. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Wife, you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll make breakfast right away, he said, his anxiety dissolving the moment he saw her. A gentle smile bloomed across her face. Moments later, fragrant porridge with shiitake mushrooms and lean pork steamed upon the table. Watching her sip it delicately, Lin Xian's heart swelled with quiet joy. Well, the rice is cooked, the deed is done. At most he'd endure 2 beatings, one from his parents, one from hers. Wife, did you answer a phone call this morning? Did I? Li Mengyao sipped her porridge, straining to recall. There was someone asking for Lin Xuan, so I. That was my mother. Lin Xuan sighed, resigned. Li Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Her cherry lips parted, slightly frozen in silent, speechless awe. Li Mengyao could no longer drink her porridge, her eyes wide with shock, unsure of what to do. Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao, speaking softly. Don't be afraid, my dear. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I was actually planning to tell them after visiting your mother. My parents are easy to get along with. They'll be thrilled to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Li Mengyao frowned slightly. I'm still a bit nervous. Do you think your parents will think I'm someone easy? No, they will think I have let you down. Lin Xuan gently played with Li Mengyao's hair, which exuded a faint fragrance. They are probably busy packing right now. They plan to come over this afternoon to give me a good talking to. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's lips curved slightly, forming a beautiful crescent shape, as if she was less tense. Hey, how did your parents scold you? My dad has a family heirloom belt, and my mom has a family heirloom clothes hanger. They mix it up together like a tag team match. This time after my dad scolds me, my mom comforts me, and next time after my mom scolds me, my dad comforts me. They work in harmony, Lin Xuan recalled painfully. Li Mengyao burst into laughter, her elegant eyes blinking lightly. That must mean you were too mischievous. You were just trying to act naughty with me a moment ago. Is it really being naughty if a husband kisses his own wife? Lin Xuan shamelessly replied. And it's not like we're married yet. As Li Mengyao's little face flushed crimson, she raised her small hand and gently tapped Lin Xian's chest. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, then fell into contemplation. I used to have a happy family, but when I was 8, my dad left us early due to an unexpected car accident. At that time I was still young, naively thinking my dad had just gone on a long trip. The next time I saw him, it was just a black and white photo on a gravestone. After that, my mom worked hard to support the family, leaving early and returning late every day. When I was young, I was often mocked at school for being a child without a father. Li Mengyao recounted the many hardships of her childhood, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes reddened, and she held Lin Xuan tightly. Lin Xuan gently wiped her tears with a tissue, then embraced Li Mengyao tightly. Don't cry, you. I will always be here for you from now on. I will give you and our future children a beautiful home, Lin Xuan said firmly. I believe you. Are you still going to drink the porridge? No, I'm a bit sleepy. Carry me back to bed, Li Mengyao said. You little lazy bug. Lin Xuan effortlessly picked her up, as if she were a princess. Ouch. Don't bite. Lin Xuan carried Li Mengyao back to the room, and after coming out noticed an adorable bite mark on his arm, smiling blissfully. Ding dong, a message from the little rascal arrived. Zhang Shulan opened it, and was instantly intrigued. In the photo, Li Mengyao was wearing a white nightgown, her features exquisite and fresh, her cherry lips biting into a cherry, giving a sense of comfort and tranquility. Indeed, this was a photo secretly taken by Lin Xuan. Even without beauty filters or makeup, she still looked like a fresh beauty. This daughter-in-law is exceptionally pretty. Hey Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan eagerly handed it to Lin Zhenghua. I'm driving, I'll look at it when we arrive. Let me tell you, when you see your daughter-in-law later, don't wear a sour face, got it? If you want to scold your son, do it outside, so you don't scare the daughter-in-law, understood? Got it, I'll do as you say. Lin Zhenghua helplessly replied, realizing his family status was about to drop again. Lin Xian's hometown is in Jinghai City, 3 hours drive from Jinghai City. So at least for the next 3 hours Lin Xuan can still hang in there. But what was meant to come still came. In the afternoon, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua arrived in front of Jinghai Mansion and were also attracted by the community's beautiful scenery. This community is quite beautiful, Zhang Shulan compared it to her own community. Although her own community was considered nice in Jinghai City compared to the Jinwan mansion before her, the difference was not minor. This little rascal rented such an expensive place. Doesn't he know that getting married and having children costs a lot of money? Another reason to scold Lin Xuan. Enraged, she dialed the phone. Hello, little rascal, we've arrived. Hurry down to meet us. Coming. I'm coming, Lin Xuan replied helplessly. So soon. It's only been 2.5 hours. Lin Xuan hurriedly put on his shoes and ran to the gate of the community to welcome his parents. Soon Lin Xuan saw two familiar figures, familiar faces, and angry eyes. Mom and Dad, you're here. Ouch, 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 don't pull my ear. You little rascal, how have I taught you? Have you turned a deaf ear to it? Zhang Shulan tugged Lin Xian's ear, and because he was tall she forcibly pulled him down. People around were watching with curious eyes, making Lin Xuan feel extremely embarrassed. Mom, let me explain slowly. At least give your son a bit of face in public. Lin Xuan cried out in pain while casting a pleading glance at Lin Jinghua, who was standing beside them. Lin Jinghua opened and closed his mouth as if trying to convey in silence to Lin Xuan. I'm powerless too, and later I have to scold you as well. Lin Xuan looked utterly despairing. Zhang Shulan looked around before finally letting go of her grip. Let's go upstairs and talk. Then the three walked towards Lin Xian's house, where he fully informed his parents about the situation. Strangely, Mom didn't seem very angry. Instead, Dad was wearing a forced smile. Where's my daughter-in-law? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. She's sleeping in the room. She should be waking up around this time. Then let her continue sleeping. I'll make some chicken soup for her to replenish her strength. With that, Zhang Shulan stood up, preparing to head to the kitchen. Both father and son were taken aback. Mama, I'll do it. Lin Xian hurriedly stopped her. Can you make chicken soup, eh? Of course I can. Now your daughter-in-law only eats the meals I make. She might not be used to yours. Using the daughter-in-law card, Zhang Shulan was left speechless. Then Lin Xian dove into the kitchen and took aim at the unfortunate hen. Soon a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted. At this moment Li Mengyao had also just woken up, drawn by the delicious smell, and came to the hall. Lin Xian, are you making chicken soup again? It smells so good. As soon as Li Mengyao finished speaking, she saw Zhang Shulan and Lin Jinghua beside her, both looking at her with tenderness. Her expression instantly shifted from joy to shyness, then she hurriedly ran back to her room. Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law run away and threw a punch at Lin Jinghua beside her, though she did not use much strength. Look at that grin on your face. You see, you scared her off, didn't you? Zhang Shulan glared at him and then walked into the kitchen. Lin Jinghua felt a bit wronged, thinking to himself that it was her who said not to wear a sour face. And you were wearing a grin too. Of course Lin Jinghua dared not voice this thought and could only endure, silently planning to vent his frustrations on his son later. Son, go check on my daughter-in-law. It seems she was scared away by your dad just now, Zhang Shulan said to Lin Xian. Has Mengyao woken up? He'll go right away. This chicken soup is almost done simmering, Mom, don't overdo it. Lin Xian reminded as he walked away. Got it, hurry along now, Zhang Shulan said, knowing her son disdained her cooking, and shot him a glare. Lin Xian walked into the room and closed the door. Li Mengyao was dressed in a light purple ruffled dress, like a fairy stepping out from a sea of flowers, exuding a charming and fresh aura. Her light makeup made her look even more refreshing and pleasant. Do I look good? She shyly asked, noticing Lin Xian staring intently at her. You look beautiful, just like a little fairy. Lin Xian walked over to her and took her soft little hand. I just woke up in a daze and forgot your parents were coming. Will they like how I'm dressed? Li Mengyao bit her lip, still a bit nervous. No parent in the world would dislike a little fairy like you. Lin Xian squeezed her delicate hand. Only you would say such things. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Let's go out together, you can count on me to be there. The two then held hands and walked out of the room with Lin Xian in front and Li Mengyao closely following behind. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, the mother of my child. Mengyao, this is my mom and dad, Lin Xian introduced. Hello, uncle and auntie, Li Mengyao nervously greeted. Zhang Shulan and Lin Guozheng looked at their daughter-in-law, who was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. They admired their son for having such good taste. Mengyao, come sit down. I want to have a good chat with you. Zhang Shulan warmly welcomed her, pushing Lin Xian aside and pulling Li Mengyao to sit down. Mengyao, where are you from? Jinghai City. Seeing that Li Mengyao was still very reserved, Zhang Shulan thought it might be because Lin Jinghua was nearby and shot him a glare. Old Lin, weren't you supposed to have a talk with your precious son? You two go discuss it outside. Lin Jinghua and Lin Xian left helplessly. We already know about your situation. It's that little rascal's fault. I just gave him a good lesson, and on behalf of our Lin family I apologize to you. Zhang Shulan then took out a string of bracelets from her pocket. The gems embedded in this bracelet were exquisitely crafted, shining with brilliant light, and its unique design resembled a piece of art. We don't have any heirloom bracelets or anything like that. This bracelet was bought during my travels a few years ago, and I intended to give it to my daughter-in-law in the future, so consider it a gift for our first meeting. Auntie, such a precious gift, I can't accept it. Li Mengyao hurriedly refused. Take it, this is what that rascal owes you. Don't worry if that rascal treats you poorly, just let me know and I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Hearing teach a lesson, Li Mengyao suddenly thought, could it be that Lin Xian and his dad are going to? Li Mengyao's expression changed drastically, and she quickly ran out. Just in time to see Lin Jinghua holding a belt ready to hit Lin Xian, who stood still prepared to obediently accept his punishment. Li Mengyao rushed to Lin Xian, hugging him tightly and staring at Lin Jinghua. Uncle, please don't hit Lin Xuan. He didn't do anything wrong, it was both our carelessness that led to this. Lin Xuan has been taking care of me, and has also taken on responsibility. I really like Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was also surprised that the usually gentle Li Mengyao could be so brave, especially to protect him. Lin Xuan, you decide what to do. Lin Zhengwa sighed helplessly. I will take responsibility and spend my life accompanying you and taking care of you. Lin Xuan said firmly. I believe you. Li Mengyao shyly lowered her head. Alright, don't just stand outside. Mengyao must be hungry. Come in and have a bowl of chicken soup to replenish your energy. Zhang Shulan stepped in to ease the situation, pulling Li Mengyao back into the dining room, with Lin Xuan and Lin Zhengwa following suit. Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen to stir-fry a few home-cooked dishes. Finally, the whole family sat down for dinner. You little rascal, when did your cooking skills improve so much? Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengwa were both shocked the food was so delicious. However, Zhang Shulan didn't forget to keep serving food to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao's bowl was never empty. After dinner, Lin Xuan, as usual, took Li Mengyao for a stroll around the neighborhood. Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengwa stayed at home. Honey, were you scared just now? Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and asked. A little. Actually, my parents are quite nice. They've taught me to be honest since I was young, not to cause trouble, and not to pick up bad habits. This time they should be both angry and happy. Angry because I bullied you, and happy because they have such a beautiful daughter-in-law and are going to be grandparents. So it's normal for them to want to hit me. Well, if I had known, I wouldn't have protected you, and would have let you be punished, Li Mengyao said, a smile creeping onto her lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengwa stayed at home. Old Lin, we're going to be grandparents, shouldn't we show some appreciation? Zhang Shulan asked. We should have Lin Xuan look at houses later, Lin Zhengwa replied. There's not much we can do about it. This wasteful son, doesn't he know that renting such a big place costs a lot of money for raising a child? As she spoke, Zhang Shulan thought about hitting Lin Xuan again, but since her daughter-in-law wouldn't allow it, she had no choice. Later that night, when Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned, Li Mengyao began to feel sleepy and went back to her room early to rest. After Lin Xuan helped his parents tidy up the room, Zhang Shulan pulled him aside. Son, you should go check out houses in Jinghai City in a few days. Now that Mengyao is pregnant, we need to hurry and buy a house to prepare for the wedding. Here's 1 million saved by your dad and me for you to marry your wife. Take it. As she spoke, she took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xuan. Mom, no need to buy it. Ooh, I already have a house. Lin, where did you get a house? Isn't that a rental? This apartment is the one I bought, Lin Xuan said proudly. Zhang Shulan was taken aback, then slapped Lin Xuan's head. You little rascal, where did you get so much money? I started learning investments when I entered college, and I've been working part-time as a designer for the past few years, so I saved some money. This money is meant to be kept for Cici. Lin Xuan covered his head as he explained. Zhang Shulan never denied her. Thinking it over, she realized her son was quite reliable outside of this matter, so she believed him. Alright, if you need more money. Zhang Shulan took back the bank card. By the way, does Cici know about this? Lin Xuan had a younger sister who was attending Yuhai First High School. Not yet, she went to school. Okay, it's getting late now. Your dad and I are going back to our room to rest. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 p.m. And Lin Xuan also prepared to return to his room to rest. Upon opening the door, he found a stunning figure lying on the bed. Lin Xuan went out to check the room again, ensuring he hadn't made a mistake. Could it be that this girl? Lin Xuan didn't dwell on it too much. He gently climbed onto the bed, lying beside Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan looked at the sleeping Li Mengyao, pondering what delicious meal he should prepare for his wife tomorrow. Perhaps a bowl of red date and white fungus soup, as both red dates and white fungus can nourish and enhance beauty. And then a dish of shrimp stir-fried with broccoli to supplement protein, vitamins, and folic acid. And perhaps a portion of... Suddenly Li Mengyao turned over her delicate hands, gently embracing Lin Xuan, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering lightly and the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Lin Xuan chuckled softly at Li Mengyao's feigned sleep. Wife, are you asleep? He gently pinched her little face, ignoring him. But Li Mengyao's brows furrowed slightly. That hurts. You big rogue. Li Mengyao rolled over, leaving Lin Xuan with a lovely view of her back. Lin Xuan chuckled, leaning forward to hug Li Mengyao tightly, saying softly, Wife, why did you come to my room today? Li Mengyao's face turned red as she haughtily replied, This is my room. You must have made a mistake. Lin Xuan knew Li Mengyao was shy, and he looked at her with affection, saying, Alright, it was my mistake. Then from now on I will always make mistakes, okay? Wife is always right. Li Mengyao, unable to take it anymore, turned around in annoyance, raising her delicate fist to gently punch Lin Xuan. No more talking. Alright, I won't say anything more. Lin Xuan pulled Li Mengyao into his arms. We'll visit your home the day after tomorrow to see your mother, okay? Li Mengyao hadn't seen her mother for a while. By the way, what does your mother like? I need to prepare some gifts for her meet. No need, just buy some fruits when the time comes, and she will be very happy. Li Mengyao gently shook her head. That won't do. Let's go shopping tomorrow, Lin Xuan insisted. Okay. Li Mengyao yawned, clearly very sleepy, and while Lin Xuan wasn't paying attention, she stealthily kissed him on the cheek. Silly Lin Xuan, good night. She then turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Once again she flirts and runs away. Lin Xuan found himself utterly helpless. He'll settle this later, Lin Xuan murmured. He then gradually fell asleep with Li Mengyao in his arms. The next day after lunch, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengwa were preparing to return to Jinghai City. Before leaving, Zhang Shulan pulled Li Mengyao over, whispering something while laughing. Lin Xuan was very curious. Surely they weren't discussing embarrassing stories from her childhood. Lin Xuan was just about to lean in to listen when they suddenly stopped talking. Son, take good care of Mengyao. If anything comes up, just call home. Make sure to find time to visit Mengyao's home and apologize, Zhang Shulan instructed, growing increasingly fond of her. Understood, Mom. Well, go tomorrow, and safe travels to you both, Lin Xuan replied. After bidding farewell to the elders, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home. Lin Xuan curiously asked, "What did my mom tell you? You've been smiling the whole time." "I won't tell you," Li Mengyao replied, a smile lingering on her lips, giving a small hum. Lin Xuan feigned a stern face, lifting her chin so she would look at him. "If you don't say, I'll have to resort to other measures." Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes. "I won't tell, let's see what you—" Lin Xuan suddenly swept her up in a princess carry, holding Li Mengyao tightly as he slowly walked towards the room. "Oh, what are you doing? Put me down quickly." Li Mengyao, flustered, reached out her hands tightly around Lin Xuan while her little legs kicked lightly in protest. Lin Xuan brought Li Mengyao back to the room and gently set her down on the bed. Looking at her delicate face, Lin Xuan leaned down to kiss Li Mengyao's forehead, saying gently, "Take a nap, after you wake up, we'll go to the mall." Li Mengyao, shy from the kiss, lowered her head like an ostrich. After waking up, the two drove the Maybach to Jinghai Square. Lin Xuan first bought a lot of health products for Li Mengyao's mother, then he purchased some handbags suitable for middle-aged women and also some jewelry. Seeing Lin Xuan buy more and more, Li Mengyao finally couldn't hold back and grabbed his hand. "Lin Xuan, don't buy any more, this is already enough." Lin Xuan suddenly had a mischievous idea and pretended to say, "No way, I still want to buy, this isn't enough." Li Mengyao puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish. "If you buy more, I'll get angry." "You don't have to buy, just give me a kiss and I won't buy any more," Lin Xuan shamelessly said, since she had flirted and then run away last night. "Let's talk about it when we get home, there are too many people here." Li Mengyao blushed her head, turning to the side. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's little hand happily, saying, "Let me take you to see a place." Lin Xuan picked up his phone and dialed the market manager's number for Jinghai Square. "Hello, manager, I previously purchased a luxury store at Jinghai Square. Can I come over to inspect it now?" "Is this Mr. Lin?" came the reply. "Yes, I'm currently on the first floor of Jinghai Square." "Okay, please wait a moment. Oh, I'll come down to meet you right away." Before long, a man dressed in a suit looking fairly decent jogged over. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the market manager of Jinghai Square. My surname is Chun." "Hello, Manager Chun, can you take us to see the store now?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Of course, this way please." Manager Chun gestured for them to follow. Li Mengyao was slightly stunned. When did Lin Xuan buy a store especially in such a prime location as Jinghai Square? The two then arrived at the 5th floor of Jinghai Square, where there were various restaurants. Manager Chun led them to the largest store on the 5th floor. As expected from the system's rewards, every item was a premium choice. This store was a full 150 square meters, and with the local price of 3.0 per square meter, it totaled 4.5 million. "Mr. Lin, just sign here, and that will be all," Manager Chun said, taking out a document and handing it to Lin Xuan. After reading it carefully, Lin Xuan signed his name. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. If any issues arise later, please feel free to call me," Manager Chun said. "Thank you, Manager Chun." After Manager Chun left, Lin Xuan asked the still-dazed Li Mengyao, "Wife, what do you think this store should be used for?" "It should definitely be a restaurant, especially since it's so big." Li Mengyao gestured with her small hands. "All right, let's make this a fish cuisine restaurant." "Why a fish cuisine?" Li Mengyao's little face showed confusion. Lin Xuan pinched her small hand, saying, "Because my wife loves to eat fish the most." Li Mengyao's heart was enveloped by a warm emotion, leaving her momentarily speechless. She gently wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's waist, resting her head on his chest to feel his warmth. After the two indulged in affection for a while, they drove back to Jinghai Mansion. Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Mengyao offered to help. Lin Xuan gently pushed her out, saying that a pregnant woman should avoid the smell of cooking oil. With no other option, Li Mengyao sat on the sofa to watch a show. Ding dong, a message from Lu Yusin arrived. "My dear Yao Yao, how have you been these past few days? Has Lin Xuan bullied you? I haven't seen my Yao Yao in so long." Crying emoji. Li Mengyao smiled radiantly, picked up her phone, and took a picture of Lin Xuan busy in the kitchen, then snapped another of herself watching a show on the sofa, sending it to Lu Yusin. Little Shiba Inu emoji. "No way is this going to be fed to the dogs. Yao Yao will love really disappear. Little Shiba Inu spitting blood. I still love you very much to Xin Xin. Just call me Xin Xin, no need to add a da. 50-meter big knife emoji. Ha, if you want to find me, just come directly. Really? Your husband won't mind, right? After all, it would disturb your two-person world. Sly smile emoji. Still, it's not even husband yet." Although Li Mengyao had been calling Lin Xuan husband all along, she still felt shy when it came. Everything has been completely consumed. All right, no more talking, I'm ready to eat." Lin Xuan brought out 2 bowls of mushroom and chicken clay pot rice, a plate of steamed mandarin fish, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. "Wife, dinner is ready." Li Mengyao stepped forward, diving into Lin Xuan's embrace, murmuring, "You've worked hard. Having such a considerate husband in the future warmed her heart." After indulging in each other's company for a while, they began to eat dinner. Lin Yusin said she wants to come here to see me, is that okay? Li Mengyao asked while taking small bites. "Of course you don't need to ask me about this, you are the lady of the house here," Lin Xuan replied gently. "Okay," Li Mengyao sweetly smiled again. Seeing Li Mengyao eat with such enjoyment, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. To this day, he still didn't understand why Li Mengyao liked eating fish. However, since Li Mengyao didn't bring it up, he wouldn't question it. As long as she was happy now, that was enough. Regarding the luxurious restaurant meant for fish cuisine, Lin Xuan still had no clue. First, he needed to renovate, and after the renovation, he would need to find a reliable manager and hire a chef. With the help of the system, he could work as a chef in the restaurant, but now that his wife was pregnant, he couldn't spare the time. Forget it, taking one step at a time. After all, it was a gift from the system. Tomorrow he would focus on passing the mother-in-law test. After eating a hearty dinner, Lin Xuan washed the dishes and then played games with his roommates while Li Mengyao watched a show in the living room. Around 10 p.m., Lin Xuan prepared a cup of hot milk and placed it by the bed, pulling Li Mengyao, who was looking at her phone. Wife, have a cup of milk. After finishing the milk, the two washed up and lay in bed. Lin Xuan played with Li Mengyao's silky hair. Wife, do you think we should buy some bird's nest or something tomorrow? No need, we already have enough. My mom really doesn't place much importance on these things. Li Mengyao nestled into Lin Xuan's embrace, a smile playing at her lips. Are you feeling very nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm really afraid of being chased away by your mom. Lin Xuan's face turned awkward. Thinking about it now, if his daughter suddenly told him she was pregnant, pointing at a young college student and saying he was great, Lin Xuan would probably break his legs. The current situation seemed somewhat similar. Seeing Lin Xuan's nervous expression, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, don't worry, my mom has always been very gentle. Besides, I'll help you. Wife, this afternoon at Jinghai Square you promised to give me a kiss. Li Mengyao was taken aback. This shift was too sudden. Suddenly Lin Xuan felt a warmth on his face accompanied by a faint fragrance and a hint of pain. Wife, you still bite. Lin Xuan touched his cheek, where she had just kissed, smiling slightly. I'm going to sleep now, good night. Li Mengyao turned her head, not letting Lin Xuan see her flushed cheeks. Lin Xuan was already accustomed to Li Mengyao's playful nature. He then gently embraced Li Mengyao from behind, and they both sank into slumber. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to set off for Jinghai City. Jinghai City is a small fourth-tier city in High Province, 4 hours drive from the provincial capital Jinghai City. Lin Xuan's hometown Jinghai City is a third-tier city, so it takes less than 3 hours to get to Jinghai City. Lin Xuan, why don't we take the Xiaomi SU7? Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xuan's hand. Huh, why? Lin Xuan looked puzzled. He still liked that Maybach. In the past, he often came across videos on social media. It's not that the in-laws weren't hospitable, it was just that you didn't drive a Maybach. The Maybach wasn't just a badge, it was a posture that had been bent for years. Cough cough, getting off track. Because I feel that driving a Maybach is a bit too ostentatious. Li Mengyao muttered. What's wrong with being ostentatious? I'm going to plead with your mom for her approval. Otherwise it would make me seem too petty. And besides, it takes 4 hours to drive. That's 8 hours round trip. If we take the Xiaomi electric car, we still have to charge it, which is a bit of a hassle. I have to rely on this Maybach to hold my head high. Lin Xuan pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. Alright. Li Mengyao looked towards the purple Xiaomi SU7 parked nearby. She hadn't even driven it once. Lin Xuan noticed his wife's thoughts and said gently, when we return you can take the Xiaomi SU7 to hang out. It's best for a pregnant woman to avoid sitting in the passenger seat, especially when driving on the highway. Once Li Mengyao settled comfortably, Lin Xuan went around to the driver's seat, started the car, and the Maybach like a shining jewel headed towards Jinghai City. As the Maybach cruised along, Lin Xuan glanced at Li Mengyao through the rearview mirror. At that moment, Li Mengyao rested her chin on one hand, quietly gazing out the window, occasionally humming a little tune, her face radiating a blissful smile. Dear, we still have 4 hours to go, aren't you going to sleep? Lin Xuan asked gently. I just woke up in the morning and am not, and besides I'll be seeing mom soon, so I really can't sleep. Li Mengyao beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Then tell me about life in Jinghai City. Lin Xuan wanted to know more about the city where Li Mengyao had grown up. When you like someone, you yearn to learn about their past. Let me tell you, although Jinghai City is just a small fourth-tier city with a slow pace of life and not much prosperity, it is filled with warmth and a strong sense of community among neighbors. Moreover, the nights in Jinghai City are softly lit, providing a sense of tranquil warmth. My home is in the old town, and there's a small park right downstairs. I used to play hide and seek there as a child. Once my mom got worried when she couldn't find me and got quite flustered, but I ended up getting scolded later. Also, there is a particularly adorable tabby cat in that small park. I wonder if it still remembers me. As she spoke of her hometown, Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy, sharing her memories with Lin Xuan non-stop, while Lin Xuan listened quietly as he drove. Perhaps tired from talking, Li Mengyao quietly fell asleep against the car seat. For hours passed quickly, and Lin Xuan exited the Jinghai City toll station, pulling over to the side. Dear, we've arrived. Lin Xuan gently squeezed Li Mengyao's tender cheek. Have we? Li Mengyao rubbed her sleepy eyes, appearing adorably dazed from just waking up. Before her eyes lay the familiar city of Li Mengyao. Have you called Andy? Lin Xuan asked softly. Not yet. I'm calling now. Hello mom, we're almost there. That's great, mom has already prepared the meal, including your favorite braised fish. A gentle voice came through the phone. They had set off at 8 in the morning, and it was now noon. We just got off the highway where Li Mengyao replied. After hanging up, Lin Xuan started the car, and soon arrived at Li Mengyao's home. The houses in the old town were somewhat worn, but bustling with life. Li Mengyao's home was a standard 140 square meter apartment, neither too big nor too small, but living on the 8th floor made climbing the stairs a bit tiring. Lin Xuan carried 2 large bags of gifts, and together with Li Mengyao, climbed to the 8th floor. Upon seeing the familiar door, Li Mengyao took out her keys to unlock it. "Mom, I'm back." A kind-faced middle-aged woman with beautifully arched brows approached them, her bright apricot eyes sparkling like stars. Though time had left its mark on her skin, it did not diminish her beauty, rather it gave her a unique, mature charm. Li Mengyao instantly rushed into Huang Shifang's embrace, the two of them hugging tightly. "It's great to be back, Yaya. Have you gained some weight recently?" Huang Shifang gently touched Li Mengyao's head, asking with delight. "No, not at all," Li Mengyao replied, her face turning red as she spoke softly. At that moment, Huang Shifang began to regard Lin Xuan with gentle eyes. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Li Mengyao's boyfriend. My name is Lin Xuan. Nice to meet you. Here's a little gift for you, Auntie," said Lin Xuan as he presented the 2 large bags of gifts. "Hello, why did you bring so many expensive items? You really shouldn't have. Come in quickly." Huang Shifang smiled as she accepted them. Stepping into Li Mengyao's home, although a bit old, everything was tidy and clean, with furniture neatly arranged, giving a sense of comfort and tranquility. "Are you all hungry? Come wash your hands and let's eat," Huang Shifang smiled. The dining table was set with stir-fried pork with green peppers, oil-braised shrimp, boiled fish slices, braised fish, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. These were all Li Mengyao's favorite dishes. "Xian, don't be polite, just treat this as your home. Taste Auntie's cooking," Huang Shifang said warmly. At that moment, Li Mengyao plopped down next to Lin Xuan and started eating. "Yao Yao, hasn't Xian even touched his food yet, and you're already devouring everything? That's quite rude." Huang Shifang feigned anger, but her eyes were filled with laughter. "Mom, I'm really hungry," Li Mengyao pouted, looking adorably defiant. Seeing the good relationship between the mother and daughter, Lin Xuan smiled happily. After peeling a few large shrimp for Li Mengyao, he began to eat. "Auntie, your cooking is truly delicious," Lin Xuan said. Although Huang Shifang's home-cooked meals weren't as exquisite as those from a 5-star chef, they were warm and had a taste of home. "If it's delicious, eat more," Huang Shifang said gently. Li Mengyao also served Lin Xuan some pork belly cheerfully, saying, "Lin Xuan, this is delicious, you should try it." "Thank you, Aunt." Li Mengyao shot him a glare and mouthed, "My mom is still here." Lin Xuan had no choice but to Huang Shifang noticed the affectionate interaction between Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao and smiled tenderly. "How did you—" Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao both froze for a moment, exchanging glances. We met at a school gathering," Li Mengyao said, a bit flustered. "Yes, that's right. I fell for Mengyao at first sight," Lin Xuan chimed in. Huang Shifang looked at them with gentle eyes, noticing her daughter's nervousness, but said nothing. After lunch, Huang Shifang cleaned up the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. Lin Xuan wanted to help, but was refused. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had no choice but to return to the living room and sit quietly. Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan's hand and asked, "Lin Xuan, are you nervous?" "Of course I am, but it's something we must. To be able to marry such a beautiful wife, even if I get beaten up a bit, it's worth it." Lin Xuan held her soft little hand, their fingers intertwined. "At this point you still can't be serious." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and lightly punched him with her other small hand. "My mom has a gentle and generous personality, if she won't hit anyone." After Huang Shifang finished in the kitchen, she returned to the living room, smiling as she sat across from them. "What are you two? Xian, why did you buy so many expensive items? Auntie can't accept this." Huang Shifang looked at the health products and jewelry, all brand name and expensive, probably worth several thousand yuan. "Auntie, these are just a small token of respect for our first meeting. Please accept them," Lin Xuan said firmly. Huang Shifang, seeing her daughter's nervous appearance, sensed something was amiss. "Yao Yao, are you hiding something from your mom?" Huang Shifang asked gently. Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up her mind. "Mom, there's something I want to tell you." "Go ahead, I'm listening." "Mom, actually, I'm pregnant." Huang Shifang suspected that her daughter was hiding something from her. Perhaps it was about wanting to live together with Lin Xuan, or maybe it was about wanting to marry him. These were all her guesses. What she never expected was that her daughter was already pregnant. Huang Shifang's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. "Yao Yao, are you joking with Mom?" Li Mengyao lowered her head apologetically, saying, "Mom, I'm sorry." At that moment, Lin Xuan stepped forward, speaking firmly. "Auntie, it's all my fault. I caused Mengyao to become pregnant. You can rest assured that I will take good care of Mengyao. If you're still upset, just hit me. I will let you deal with me as you wish." Huang Shifang closed her eyes, her brows furrowing. She knew that her daughter wouldn't lie about being pregnant, but she still found it hard to accept that the daughter she had raised with so much effort was in this situation. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao held hands tightly together, as if this could provide them with unseen strength. After a while, Huang Shifang opened her eyes, a hint of anger in her tone, but still spoke gently. "Yao Yao, come inside." Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan with a panicked expression, and Lin Xuan returned her gaze with reassuring firmness. Then the mother and daughter entered the room and closed the door. "Yao Yao, what on earth happened? How could you?" Huang Shifang asked, trembling. "I couldn't hold back with Lin Xuan for just—" Li Mengyao said with her eyes slightly red. Seeing her daughter was about to cry, Huang Shifang softened her tone, speaking gently. "Mom doesn't mind you having a boyfriend, but this is too fast. Mom wants to know if you like Lin Xuan." "I do," Li Mengyao declared firmly at that moment. Huang Shifang helplessly rubbed her forehead. "I trust my daughter's judgment. I see that he is handsome and polite. He is a nice young man. but I'm still very angry that he got you pregnant before marriage. Li Mengyao tightly clenched her hands and quietly spoke. Actually, I have a big part of the responsibility in this matter. I was the one who got close to him first. Huang Shifeng sat weakly on the bed. Mom, as soon as Lin Xuan found out I was pregnant, he immediately said he would take responsibility. He has been taking good care of me during this time. I really like Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao sat beside her mother, holding her hands tightly. Has he proposed to you? Huang Shifeng asked. He said he would marry me after getting your consent. Li Mengyao said, her cheeks slightly flushed. It seemed that Lin Xuan respected the opinions of elders. At that moment, his favorability slightly increased in Huang Shifeng's heart. In the living room, Lin Xuan was sweating nervously, pondering why the two of them were taking so long inside. Would Auntie ultimately disagree? Just as Lin Xuan was lost in thought, the mother and daughter walked out of the room and sat down opposite him. The difference was that just moments ago Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were sitting close together, but now the mother and daughter were sitting side. Huang Shifeng looked at Lin Xuan and said in a gentle tone, Lin Xuan, Auntie wants to ask you a few questions. Don't worry, Auntie won't hit you. Besides, I'm too old to do that to you. Auntie, please ask, Lin Xuan replied, sitting up straight, his tone resolute. I already know what happened. You said you will take responsibility for Yao Yao. How do you plan to do that? I plan to get Auntie's consent and immediately register my marriage with Mengyao. I will also give Mengyao a grand wedding. Lin, where will you live? You can't keep renting a place now that she is pregnant. Huang Shifeng thought that if they were still dating, renting wouldn't be an issue, but now that Li Mengyao was pregnant, they couldn't still be living in a rental when the child was born. Auntie, I have already bought a house. The one Mengyao is living in now is it. Here, these are the photos and the property. Lin Xuan opened his phone and handed it to Huang Shifeng. She glanced, and although she hadn't been to big cities much, she could tell that the community was not cheap. What surprised her even more was that the property deed had both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's names on it. This further enhanced Huang Shifeng's favorable impression of Lin Xuan. Nowadays, many men buying a house before marriage are reluctant to include the woman's name. What do you plan to do after graduation? Huang Shifeng continued to ask. I don't plan to work right now. During this time, I plan to take care of Mengyao. After the baby is born and Mengyao finishes her confinement, then I will think about my career. Of course, I won't be idle during this period. I will make some investments. Lin Xuan said. With a system this powerful, who needs a job? Being a good dad sounds great. What do your parents think? Huang Shifeng asked, puzzled. My parents visited me and Mengyao a few days ago. They really like Mengyao. After giving me a scolding, they hurried me to come and apologize to you, Auntie. Lin Xuan suddenly stood up, his gaze and tone resolute. Auntie, please rest assured to entrust your daughter to me. I will take good care of Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao also stood up and ran to Lin Xuan's side, tightly holding his hand and looking at Huang Shifeng with determined eyes. Huang Shifeng looked at the two and shook her head helplessly. Seeing Auntie shake her head, Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Auntie disagrees? Li Mengyao noticed her mother shaking her head, and her eyes began to redden. Now that the rice is cooked and you are both in love, can Auntie really oppose this? I just didn't expect to become a grandmother so quickly. Huang Shifeng looked at the two, involuntarily shaking her head, then, Mom. Li Mengyao finally couldn't hold back her tears. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xuan exclaimed joyfully while using a tissue to wipe Mengyao's tears. Lin Xuan, remember your promise. My daughter and I have depended on each other since childhood and endured many hardships, so I don't want her to suffer anymore in the future. If I find out that Yao Yao is not doing well, I will definitely come to you for accountability. Huang Shifeng's tone had shifted from gentle to exceptionally firm. Okay, Auntie, you can move in with us. We have enough space. Lin Xuan smiled. An old lady like me won't live with you young people. Besides, I have lived in Jinghai City for most of my life, and it would be inconvenient for me to move to a big city. Just make sure to visit me often, and I will be very happy. Huang Shifeng smiled. Alright, it's getting late. Lin Xuan, you must be tired from driving. Go back and rest now, Huang Shifeng urged. Li Mengyao went to the guest room and looked around, saying, Mom, didn't you prepare a guest room for Lin Xuan? Huang Shifeng looked at her silly daughter and smiled, saying, Lin Xuan will sleep with you in your room. Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan walked into Li Mengyao's room, which was decorated warmly and elegantly with pink walls and a soft bed. The bookshelf was filled with various books exuding a feminine charm. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, saying, Lin Xuan, let's go to bed. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed, while Li Mengyao turned her head shyly. Wife, now that your mother has agreed, shouldn't you call me husband? But we are not married yet. I'm going to change clothes. Turn around, Li Mengyao said, blushing. If you call me husband, he'll turn around, Lin Xuan teased. Husband? Li Mengyao's voice carried a hint of annoyance as she glared at him. Only then did Lin Xuan happily turn around, facing away from Li Mengyao. After changing her clothes, Li Mengyao gently climbed onto the bed and hugged Lin Xuan. Suddenly a crisp voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have passed your mother-in-law's test. Reward: a suite in Sherdai Jiuan Unit A, room 1201. Please check it. The system appeared again. This time it rewarded him with another apartment. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have triggered the lottery mechanism, granting you one chance to draw a prize. The prize pool includes 1. A cash triple critical hit card 2. An exclusive fish cuisine recipe book 3. A free shop renovation voucher 4. Thank you for your patronage. Does the host wish to draw a prize? The system has a lottery mode. It seems that as long as one doesn't win, thanking for the patronage is a definite profit. I would be willing to exchange the condition of my roommate, Zhou Quan's guaranteed returns for the first 3 prizes. Draw. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have received a free shop renovation voucher, which has been placed on the desk at Jinghai Mansion. Please check it. The system is truly considerate. Now the luxurious shop renovation at Jinghai Plaza has a solution. Ding dong, a warm reminder, the result of this draw for the host should be thank you for your patronage. However, since the host successfully utilized Zhou Quan's guaranteed return condition, it has changed to a free shop renovation voucher. So it can be played this way. Quainer, I'm sorry. Lin Xuan suddenly realized that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep. Soon the two of them sank into a sweet dream. Meanwhile, far away in the dormitory of Jinghai University, Zhou Quan was clicking on the wish with disbelief. I believed in your evil, how is it another guaranteed return? I've already had guaranteed returns 4 times in a row. Mihaha, come out. Zhou Quan roared in anger. Chun Jingming glanced at him disdainfully and pulled out a computer to perform 10 consecutive draws in front of Zhou Quan. Whoosh. Golden legend. Double yoke. You should give up on this game early, it's against you. Chun Jingming patted Zhou Quan. You am going to take you on. Zhou Quan roared angrily in the dormitory. The two began to tussle. 2 hours later, while Li Mengyao was still sound asleep, Lin Xuan woke up first and tiptoed out of the room. At that moment the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xuan pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes. This is the sales manager of Sherdai Jun. The Unit A room 1201 that you purchased is ready. When will you be available to come and collect it? Can I come tomorrow? Of course. I will wait for you tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Xuan marveled at the system's efficiency. Lin Xuan, you're awake. Come and chat with Andy. Lin Xuan walked into the living room and saw Huang Shifang sitting on the sofa looking at him kindly. Just woke up. Mengyao is still sleeping. What do you think of Mengyao, this girl? Huang Shifang suddenly asked. Mengyao is gentle and kind, graceful and elegant, yet strong and courageous, never backing down in the face of difficulties. She always brings warmth of home to me, Lin Xuan smiled. This girl Mengyao lost her father at a young age, lacking paternal love, which has made her very independent, proud, and somewhat sensitive. So Auntie wants to ask you to be more accommodating. Auntie has entrusted her only daughter to you, so please treat her well. Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xuan with gentle eyes. Auntie, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Mengyao, Lin Xuan replied firmly. Then Auntie can rest assured. By the way, what do you want to eat for dinner? He'll cook for you, Huang Shifang asked. Auntie, can I cook? I want to learn how to make the flavors from Mengyao's home. Although Lin Xuan had the skills of a 5-star chef, he could only maximize the taste of the ingredients and could not replicate the flavors from Li Mengyao home. You really want to learn? Huang Shifang looked surprised, but also felt pleased. These days there are so few men who will cook for their wives. Yes, I want to be able to make the taste from home whenever Mengyao craves it. Alright, Annie will teach you. Huang Shifang smiled and walked into the kitchen. In the evening, after a satisfying dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao decided to go out for a stroll. The two held hands and arrived at a nearby small park. Although this small park was modest, its layout was exquisite with shady trees and blooming flowers. Under the night lights, the atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious. Lin Xuan, this is the small park I used to visit often when I was a child. What do you think? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. This park is great, it feels very warm, but what? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. But you just called it wrong, you should call me husband. Lin Xuan pulled Li Mengyao into his embrace. I'm not used to it. Li Mengyao lowered her head, her face flushed. If you call it a few more times you'll get used to it. Lin Xuan lifted Li Mengyao's chin, making her look at him. Husband, Li Mengyao murmured. Looking at Li Mengyao's enchanting gaze, her slightly parted lips conveyed an indescribable allure. If it weren't for the many people around the small park. A crisp and melodious meow sounded from beneath Li Mengyao's feet. Little Li, so you're still here. Li Mengyao emerged from Lin Xuan's embrace, crouched down, and gently stroked the soft fur of the cat. This tabby cat had a colorful coat, a clearly defined face, and its fur was soft and shiny, adorned with unique patterns. Its eyes were as clear as amber, chubby, and in no way resembled a stray cat. This is the little cat I often fed before. Back then it was just a tiny kitten, super cute. I didn't expect it to remember. While stroking the cat, Li Mengyao turned back to Lin Xuan and said with a smile. At that moment little Li was squinting its eyes, thoroughly enjoying Li Mengyao's caresses. It really is adorable, you can hardly tell it's a stray cat. Lin Xuan crouched down, reaching out to stroke little Li, but the cat cleverly dodged and mewed. You're not familiar with it yet, so of course it won't let you touch it. But I have a way. Then Li Mengyao took out a small bag of treats from her bag and handed it to Lin Xuan. Just put the treats in your hand, and little Li will come over. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled serenely. Let me give it a try. Lin Xuan placed the treats in his palm and held it out in front of little Li. Sure enough, the cat approached with light steps and gently licked the treats. In no time the treats were licked clean, and little Li even licked Lin Xuan's palm. Ha, that tickles. Lin Xuan gently stroked little Li's soft fur. After they finished feeding the cat, the two casually strolled around before. That night Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay in bed playing with their phones. The two were now comfortably lying in the same. Wife, I'm taking you to a place tomorrow, Lin Xuan spoke first. Where are you taking me? Li Mengyao blinked, confused. After all, this was her hometown. Oh, if anyone should be taking someone, it should be her taking him. After a moment of thought, Li Mengyao turned and wrapped her small hands around Lin Xuan's waist, puffed up her cheeks cutely, and proudly said, "Are you hiding something from me?" "I am hiding something, but it's a good thing," Lin Xuan said, unable to hide his fondness in his eyes. "Come on, tell me." Li Mengyao hummed and rubbed her delicate face against Lin Xuan's. "If you don't tell me, I won't pay attention to you anymore." Li Mengyao lifted her head again, her lips forming a slight pout as she said proudly, "All right, I can tell you, but you have to give me a kiss, wife." Lin Xuan took the opportunity to propose a condition. "Then, you kiss me." Li Mengyao hesitated slightly and whispered. She thought to herself, it's just a kiss on the cheek, but it's not that embarrassing anymore. Lin Xuan gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin, slowly leaning in towards her enticing cherry lips, and then pressed his mouth against hers. Li Mengyao exclaimed, "Wasn't that just a kiss on the cheek?" After a long time their lips parted. "You asked me to kiss you," Lin Xuan said, his shamelessness boundless. Li Mengyao's little head puffed up in anger, unable to hold back. She raised her delicate hand and pinched Lin Xuan's soft flesh. "Ouch! It hurts, wife, I was wrong." Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly begged for mercy. After Li Mengyao twisted his waist a few times, she slowly calmed. Knowing that his wife was no longer angry, Lin Xuan embraced her once more and gently said, "All right, it's getting late. We should go to sleep now." Li Mengyao murmured. Together they fell into a deep slumber. The next day the two slept until 9 o'clock, and Huang Shifang had long since left breakfast and gone to work. At the dining table, Li Mengyao quietly enjoyed her breakfast when she suddenly recalled yesterday's events, and her unyielding little face turned red again. Suddenly, she realized something. Lin Xuan never said where he was taking her yesterday. And why was Lin Xuan so familiar? Lin Xuan looked at his wife, whose face had turned red again, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Li Mengyao gently shook her head and shot Lin Xuan an annoyed glare, saying angrily, "It's nothing." Seeing Li Mengyao getting angry again, Lin Xuan guessed it must be about yesterday. But since they were already prepared to get married, it shouldn't matter, right? Li Mengyao's drooping eyelids slowly lifted, and staring into his eyes, she couldn't help but ask, "Why? Why are you so experienced?" Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Mengyao to ask like this. Boys are naturally talented in this area. Once you start kissing, you just get the hang of it. Li Mengyao thought of something very important. Her first kiss was given to Lin Xuan, but what about Lin Xuan? Did he have a first kiss? If he just got the hang of it, did that mean he had kissed many times before? If not, then who was his first kiss with? Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and continued to ask, "Then you? Are you a first kiss? Be honest." Lin Xuan instantly felt a wave of crisis and hurriedly embraced Li Mengyao. What are you doing? Quickly say yes or no." Li Mengyao angrily punched Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently rubbed Li Mengyao's cute nose, smiling as he said, "Of course, last night was my first kiss." In that moment, Li Mengyao felt shyness rush to her heart and instinctively pulled her hair to cover her slightly flushed cheeks, speaking softly. After breakfast, the two went downstairs to where the Maybach was parked. Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat before circling around to the driver's seat. "You still haven't said where we're going," Li Mengyao said, her doe-like bright eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. "To Times Garden." Lin Xuan started the car and slowly drove forward. The unique body of the Maybach shimmered as it raced through the streets of Jinghai City, drawing the attention of those around. In a small city like Jinghai, a Maybach S680 worth over 3 million is indeed a rare sight. The two soon arrived at Sherdai Huayuan. Lin Xuan parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand as they approached the grand entrance. The entrance of Sherdai Huayuan resembled a magnificent archway, imposing and solemn, showcasing its nobility and elegance. Although it cannot compare to the Riverview apartments in big cities, this place is still a high-end community with a price of 1,000 yuan per square meter due to its exquisite renovation. "Husband, did you buy something unnecessary again?" Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment, still not accustomed to calling him that. "No, these are all necessary purchases, not frivolous." Lin Xuan smiled. "Are you dissatisfied with my old house?" Li Mengyao asked softly, looking down. Indeed, Lin Xuan came from a well-off family and surely could not get used to that old house. Lin Xuan brought her to see Sherdai Huayuan, clearly indicating he had already purchased it. He noticed his wife's thoughts, squeezed her small hand, and gently said, "Not at all, I felt very comfortable staying there yesterday. But this isn't a long-term solution, we will need to change it later. I don't want my future mother-in-law to climb to the 8th floor every day, and it's also close to where Annie works, so she doesn't have to squeeze into the bus every morning. Besides, we will often come back in the future, so it's convenient to buy it together." Huang Shifang has not yet reached retirement age and is still working at a nearby mall. Li Mengyao tightly hugged Lin Xuan with both hands, raising her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Thank you, husband." Lin Xuan gently supported Li Mengyao's waist, leaning in to give her a kiss on the cheek, smiling brightly. "You need to thank your husband with actions." Li Mengyao's face began to blush as she softly said, "We're still outside. All right, stop teasing. Let's go in." Lin Xuan then picked up his phone and called the manager of Sherdai Huayuan from yesterday. "Hello, manager, I am Mr. Lin, who purchased Unit 1201 in Building A of Sherdai Huayuan yesterday. Can I check in now?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, of course. Where are you now?" "I will come right over. I am at the entrance. Please wait a moment, I will be there shortly." Before long, a young man in a neat suit exuding confidence jogged over. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of Sherdai Huayuan. My surname is Huang." "Hello, Manager Huang, can you show us around now?" "Of course, please follow me." Manager Huang dared not be the least bit negligent, Mr. Lin purchased the king of the buildings in Sherdai Huayuan, a mid-level unit, one of the most expensive in the entire community, and it was paid in full. Is this your first time at Sherdai Huayuan? Manager Huang asked with a smile. Yes, it's our first time here. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao looked around, assessing the community's environment. Buying a house worth over 2 million on their first visit shows how wealthy they are. Let me give you a brief introduction. The reason Sherdai Huayuan is called a garden is that its greening rate reaches 50. Stepping through the entrance, one is greeted by lush greenery and blooming flowers resembling a vibrant painting. The garden paths wind and twist with plants arranged in a pleasing manner, various flowers competing for beauty and pavilions dotting the landscape, creating a beautiful scene that soothes the heart. To put it simply, in Jinghai City, our community's environment ranks second, and no other community dares to claim the first. As Manager Huang introduced Lin Xuan, and Li Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. They quickly arrived at the foot of Building A of Sherdai Huayuan, where the design of the King of Buildings was clearly more prominent and grander than the other buildings. They then took the elevator to the door of Unit 1201. Manager Huang took out the key and opened the door, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked in. The house has 200 square meters with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the exquisite renovation was done quite well with meticulous craftsmanship. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Expensive has its reasons, but there is no furniture and it will need some renovation later. It seems they will have to be busy for a while before moving in. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's small hand and walked to the large balcony. The King of Buildings offers a view overlooking the entire Sherdai Huayuan with an exceptionally good perspective. Wife, what do you think? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's beautiful, completely different in style from our Jinghai mansion in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao smiled widely, clearly happy. Seeing the two of them so satisfied, Manager Huang was equally pleased, having closed a big deal with a substantial commission. If there are no issues, you can just sign here. Manager Huang handed Lin Xuan a sales contract, and after reading it carefully, Lin Xuan signed his name. Congratulations to both of you on becoming the esteemed owners of Sherdai Huayuan. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I won't disturb you any longer. After Manager Huang finished speaking, he took his leave. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao carefully reviewed their new house again before taking the elevator down, preparing to pick up Annie from work at the nearby mall. Just as the two were leaving Building A of Sherdai Huayuan, a clear voice rang in their ears. Mengyao. Mengyao, is that really you? Have you returned home? The newcomer was a fresh-looking girl, not stunning, but with a charming smile. Ting, I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Mengyao, it's been ages since we were together. Come here for a hug. The two happily embraced. It was then that Chun Tingting noticed a super handsome guy behind Li Mengyao. Mengyao, aren't you going to introduce us? Chun Tingting squinted her eyes at Li Mengyao. Mengyao, oh Mengyao, after a few months apart, not only have you become more beautiful, but you also have such a handsome boyfriend. Li Mengyao turned and linked her arm with Lin Xuan's, her elegant gaze fluttering lightly as she smiled. Tingting, let me introduce you to my husband Lin Xuan. Although they weren't married yet, they already had a child, and they had done everything they should and shouldn't have, so Li Mengyao simply introduced him as her husband. Chun Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Li Mengyao gotten married after just a few months? Husband, this is my childhood friend Chun Tingting. Li Mengyao continued the introduction. Chun Tingting quickly pulled Li Mengyao aside, hugging her with a tearful expression and saying, Mengyao, please tell me this isn't true. Li Mengyao looked a bit at a loss, blinking in confusion. It is true. You're getting married already, just a few months since we last met. Chun Tingting asked. Not yet. Though it'll likely be soon, Li Mengyao replied, her cheeks flushing as she stole a glance at Lin Xuan, only to find him gazing steadily at her, prompting her to quickly turn away. Watching their quiet, knowing glances, Chun Tingting sighed helplessly. Mengyao, have you truly settled on him? He treats me very well, Li Mengyao murmured softly, nodding with tender warmth. Chun Tingting smiled gently. Well then, as your best friend, of course I wish you every happiness. Though if Li Jie and the others hear you're about to marry, they'll probably wail and howl tonight. Ha ha ha. Don't joke around. I've always kept things strictly platonic with them. Alright, I forgot you'd moved into Times Garden recently. Your parents helped fund quite a bit, didn't they? That's how you managed to secure that modest under 100 square meter unit. Chun Tingting had only recently relocated to Times Garden, aided by substantial financial support from her parents. Enough just barely to purchase a compact apartment under 100 square meters. We're just browsing apartments. We're heading back now, Li Mengyao replied. Chun Tingting didn't think much of it, and said lightly, oh alright then. Next time come over to my place. I'll tell you, the view from my home is absolutely stunning. She recalled Li Mengyao's modest family background. Surely she couldn't afford a luxury development like Times Garden. This was likely just a casual viewing. Sounds wonderful. We'll have plenty of chances to spend time together in the future. Li Mengyao smiled faintly and hurried back to Lin Xuan's side, slipping her arm through his and murmuring warmly, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xuan gently pinched her cheek and smiled. What did you two talk about? She shook her head, playfully beaming. Nothing much. Just catching up, that's all. Alright, let's head back. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and turned toward the parking lot, when suddenly a voice called, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Huang, the property manager, came sprinting over, breathless by the time he finally caught up. Manager Huang, was there something else? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. I completely forgot to give you the access key for the residential compound. My sincerest apologies. Still catching his breath, Manager Huang handed over the key. I'd nearly forgotten too. Thank you. Lin Xuan accepted it and walked off with Li Mengyao. Not far away, Chen Tingting, who hadn't yet left, watched Huang with growing confusion. Isn't he the sales manager who handled my purchase? Could it be that Li Mengyao and her fiancé had already bought a unit here? She stepped forward and asked, Manager Huang, hello. Do you remember me? Huang turned, offering an apologetic smile. I'm afraid I don't recall. May I ask what this is regarding? I'm Miss Chun, the one who purchased Unit 3201 in Building E a few months ago. Chen Tingting sounded slightly indignant. Before the deal closed, you called me daily, asking whether I'd commit, whether I'd take advantage of promotions. Now you don't even recognize me. Oh right, you bought the penthouse, didn't you? Apologies, I've been meeting so many clients lately it slipped my mind. Then may I ask, were those two people also buyers at Times Garden? Chen Tingting pressed. Yes indeed, they're esteemed clients of Times Garden. They purchased the Crown Jewel Unit 1201 in Building A, the central floor flat, and paid in full. Yes indeed, they're esteemed clients of Times Garden. They purchased the Crown Jewel Unit 1201 in Building A, the central floor flat, and paid in full. Chen Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. The Crown Jewel units were expansive 200 square meter duplexes on prime mid-level floors, priced well above $2 million. Recalling her own compromise, forced by budget constraints to choose the penthouse, she cringed inwardly. Just moments earlier she'd proudly invited Li Mengyao to visit her new home. How utterly embarrassing. Yet deep down she truly rejoiced for Mengyao. She'd clearly found the right person. Chen Tingting pulled out her phone and typed into a group chat. Just ran into your goddess. But she's engaged now. No chance. No, it can't be true. Tell me it isn't real. Who kidnapped my goddess? I'll beat him to a pulp. But she's only planning to marry. I still have time. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan drove Li Mengyao first to the supermarket to pick up groceries, then onward to Peace Mall. Huang Shifang worked at Peace Mall, and it was just closing time. Staff leaving the mall noticed a sleek obsidian black Maybach parked at the entrance. Though few knew its exact price, all instantly recognized it as an elite luxury vehicle, undeniably expensive. Huang Shifang and her colleague Chun Li were walking out together, preparing to take the bus home. As they strolled, Chun Li once again broached the subject of Huang's daughter. Shifang, why not reconsider? My son works for a state-owned enterprise. His salary and benefits are truly excellent. No need, Chun Li. My daughter already has a boyfriend. Huang Shifang declined politely. Oh, when did that happen? And what does he do for work? Chun Li asked, surprised. He hasn't graduated yet. Huang Shifang replied, deliberately keeping details vague. Not graduated yet. So he's unemployed then. Let me tell you, jobs are hard to land these days. My son's position at the SOE. Hundreds compete for it annually. Chun Li boasted proudly. Huang Shifang recalled her son's arrogant, dismissive demeanor and his notorious reputation for serial dating. She would never entrust her daughter to such a man. Just as Huang Shifang stepped outside to wait for the bus, the sleek black Maybach glided to a halt before them. Mom, I'm here to take you home. Li Mengyao leaned out, beaming radiantly. Mengyao, is this your car? Huang Shifang exclaimed, stunned. Though unfamiliar with automotive brands, she could easily distinguish ordinary vehicles from elite ones. Andy, please get in. We've already bought lunch ingredients. I'll cook something special for you today. Lin Xuan smiled warmly. Spotting Chun Li nearby, Li Mengyao cheerfully added, Andy Chun, you're heading home too. We'll drop you off. No thank you. I'm waiting for my son to pick me up. You go ahead, ha ha ha. Chun Li laughed awkwardly. This is my son-in-law. Well, I'll be off now. Huang Shifang gave Chun Li a quick farewell wave before sliding into the Maybach's rear seat. Chun Li boarded the next bus, crestfallen. Inside the Maybach, Huang Shifang hesitated, then couldn't resist asking, Lin Xuan, did you buy this car yourself? Yes, Annie. I acquired it recently to make traveling with Mengyao more convenient. Lin Xuan drove steadily. To purchase such an extravagant car solely for commuting. His family must be extraordinarily wealthy. Would his parents prove difficult to approach? Might they look down upon hers? Mom, doesn't Annie Chen's son never pick her up after work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Exactly, he never does. She's just pretending. She's been persistently trying to introduce him to you, but I've always said you already had a fiancé. Now that she's seen him with her own eyes, she'll finally give up. Huang Shifang snapped back to the present. Lin Xuan chuckled. Seems my wife remains wildly popular. I'll need to guard her closely. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a mock-stern glance and whispered, Mom's sitting right here. From the rear seat, Huang Shifang covered her mouth, stifling a delighted giggle. Back home, Lin Xuan went straight to the kitchen to begin cooking. Huang Shifang tried several times to help, but was gently refused, so she and her daughter watched television together in the living room. Before long, Lin Xuan had prepared a table of dishes: steamed turbot, dried mushroom, and scallop soup, scallion sauteed beef, garlic steamed spare ribs, and simply stir-fried broccoli. Because Li Mengyao loves fish, there was always a fish dish at every meal. Lin Xuan kept inventing new ways to cook for her, and a contented smile lit Li Mengyao's face. Dinner's ready, Lin Xuan called. Lin Xuan, you've made so many dishes, Huang Shifang remarked with a smile. Not many, 4 dishes and a soup. Auntie, please taste my cooking. After speaking, Lin Xuan first served Li Mengyao a large piece of fish, then placed a generous helping of beef on Huang Shifang's plate. Watching her future son-in-law care for Yao Yao so attentively, Huang Shifang felt increasingly reassured about Lin Xuan. This tastes better than many famous restaurants in Jinghai City. Lin Xuan, who taught you to cook. This is Huang Shifang was astonished and praised him. I've just been at home with time on my hands, so I cook for pleasure. If you like, Lin Xuan smiled. After a while, seeing most of the food eaten, he spoke up. Auntie, I bought a new apartment in Sherdai. When it's renovated, we'll move in together. Huang Shifang felt a jolt of disbelief and asked, Lin Xuan, do you mean that seriously? Lin Xuan nodded earnestly. Huang Shifang fell silent for a moment, thinking that houses in Sherdai Huayuan were not cheap. Even if Lin Xuan had the money, he would not spend it recklessly. Then she asked Lin Xuan, how much will that cost? This old house is still livable. Lin Xuan listened to me and returned the apartment. Lin Xuan answered firmly, it's all right, Annie. We'll keep this old house. Sherdai Huayuan is very close to your workplace, so you won't have to climb to the 8th floor anymore. He then glanced at Li Mengyao and continued, besides Mengyao and I will often come back. The baby will be able to play in the Sherdai Huayuan community. After thinking for a moment, Huang Shifang agreed, and they decided to move to Sherdai Huayuan after some time. After lunch, when Lin Xuan went to clear the dishes, Huang Shifang beat him to it. With nothing else to do, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned early to the bedroom. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao in one arm, while idly twirling a lock of her hair with the other hand. Wife, what style do you want for the new place? Li Mengyao lifted a pretty brow and said, new Chinese style. The suite in Jinghai mansion already had a modern minimalist design, and let's try something different this time. She showed Lin Xuan the images she had found on her phone. Good. This afternoon we'll look at renovation companies and furniture stores in Jinghai City. Okay. Li Mengyao's eyes shone bright. She was as delighted as a child, and soon she curled up against Lin Xuan and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan woke and looked at Li Mengyao still sleeping in his arms. Unwilling to disturb this sleeping beauty, he tiptoed out of the room. After tidying a little, he saw Huang Shifang leaving the house to go to work. Auntie, may I drive you to work? I can take the chance to look at renovation companies. Lin Xuan offered with a smile. Oh, that's too much trouble. Not at all. I'm free anyway. Lin Xuan drove Huang Shifang to Heping Mall in his Maybach, and then went to visit several well-known renovation companies in Jinghai City. After some indistinct span of time, Li Mengyao's small hand moved across the bed searching for something. Her hand felt around, and found nothing, which meant Lin Xuan was no longer in the room. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes, sleepily struggled to get up, and walked out of the bedroom. She searched the house, but could not find Lin Xuan. Puzzled, Li Mengyao took out her phone and typed, honey, where are you? She followed the message with an annoyed little bear sticker. 5 minutes later, a reply came. Wife, are you awake? Li Mengyao immediately started a video call. Earlier, she had avoided calling in case he was driving. Soon Lin Xuan's handsome face appeared on her screen. Why didn't you wake me? You promised we'd go together. Though her tone was calm, the expression in her eyes betrayed a touch of displeasure. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't wake you. I visited several places, and will bring back proposals and renderings for you to look at. You should rest at home. Lin Xuan offered a gentle smile, and hurried to soothe her. Then come back early. Thinking of her, he dropped any thought of sulking. She glanced at the time, as she herself had slept nearly until 5. Too much sleep indeed. If Lin Xuan had called, she might not have gotten up either. All right, my lady, you'll come back after I drop Annie off. Li Mengyao ended the call, cheeks flushed. Husband or wife, no need to add titles. Lin Xuan had worked hard all afternoon, and would surely be hungry on his return. He'll make dinner tonight. They'll let him taste my cooking, she thought. Li Mengyao took the ingredients she had bought at noon from the refrigerator, and began to busy herself in the kitchen. At first there was nothing unusual, but halfway through she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. She clapped a hand over her mouth and rushed to the bathroom, where she began to vomit violently. After an uncertain length of time, Li Mengyao emerged from the bathroom pale-faced. She sipped some warm water from a small cup and sat on the sofa in a daze until she slowly recovered. She had not expected her first bout of morning sickness to be like this. At that moment the front door opened. Lin Xuan and Huang Shifang had returned. I'm home, Lin Xuan called cheerfully. Li Mengyao sprang up in a flurry and threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms, her voice hoarse as she said, welcome home. Lin Xuan immediately sensed something wrong. Her voice sounded as if she had been crying. Looking at his wife in his arms, he saw reddened eyes, faint tear tracks, and chapped lips. Wife, what's wrong? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone at home. I won't do it again. Lin Xuan placed Li Mengyao gently on the sofa. It's not that. I was going to make dinner for you, but halfway through I felt terribly nauseous, and then I vomited. Li Mengyao nuzzled against Lin Xuan, her voice soft and clingy. Seeing the two of them, Huang Shifang felt she was superfluous and told Lin Xuan, they'll go make dinner first, you take care of Yao Yao. Lin Xuan nodded to Huang Shifang, all right, Annie. Turning back, Lin Xuan took a tissue and gently wiped Li Mengyao's tears. Thinking of how violently she had vomited in the bathroom, his heart ached for her. The first 3 months are the period when expectant mothers most often experience morning sickness. Lin Xuan had kept reminding Li Mengyao to eat small, frequent meals, and had strictly forbidden her from cooking to avoid such episodes, yet it had happened anyway. Don't go into the kitchen anymore. Leave the housework to your husband to understand. Li Mengyao leaned in Lin Xuan's arms. The severe discomfort had passed, and a happy smile returned to her face. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went for a walk by the river. Jingshui River is the mother river of Jingshui City, so in the evening the residents of Jingshui City come to stroll by the river. Since Li Mengyao's home is quite far from the river, they drove there in a Maybach. Upon arriving at the river, Lin Xuan parked the car and held Li Mengyao's little hand as they strolled along the riverbank together. The riverside of Jingshui River was bustling with crowds, people coming and going with smiles on their faces. The river shimmered under the lights, reflecting the neon glow from the shore, filling the air with a sense of liveliness. Life here is truly pleasant, Lin Xuan remarked, admiring the night view of Jingshui River. Yes, I really like this small fourth-tier city. It lacks the hustle and bustle of first-tier cities, offering only a leisurely lifestyle and a tranquil atmosphere. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly at Lin Xuan. Once the house in Sherdai Huayuan is renovated, we can come back anytime. Lin Xuan squeezed Li Mengyao's little hand and smiled. I often played here when I was a child. I remember there was a kind old grandpa who sold candied hawthorn here. He would often give me a candied hawthorn on a small bamboo skewer. Li Mengyao continued reminiscing about her childhood, while Lin Xuan quietly listened. As they walked along the riverbank, they soon passed by an ice cream shop. This is a popular spot in Jingshui City, known for its delicious ice cream, which attracts long queues every evening. Honey, do you want some ice cream? Li Mengyao looked at the ice cream in the shop, her stomach growling unexpectedly. Her face, I do. Due to morning sickness in the afternoon, Li Mengyao had little appetite for dinner and did not eat much. Now after coming out for a walk, she quickly felt hungry. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to the ice cream shop, but since there were still many people in line, he led her to an empty seat. Honey, sit tight. He'll go queue up to buy some. What flavor do you want? Li Mengyao gently shook Lin Xuan's hand and smiled, saying, I want strawberry flavor. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's little hand and kissed the back of her hand, which was fragrant. All right. Li Mengyao quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing, feeling shy that he was so bold in public. Lin Xuan smiled and started lining up at the back. As the queue seemed long, Li Mengyao took out her phone and began scrolling through videos. Lu Yusin, my dear Yao Yao, where are you now? I'm coming to find you to play. Li Mengyao replied, I'm in Jingshui City. Are you coming? Lu Yusin, why did you suddenly come home? Li Mengyao, bringing my husband home. Lu Yusin, you're already calling him husband. You're not even married yet. Li Mengyao, almost there. Lu Yusin, does that mean Annie has already agreed? Didn't she break your legs? Li Mengyao, don't say that, my mom has already agreed. Lu Yusin, you're really just throwing yourself away. Fine, since you're busy, I'll go play by myself. I won't eat your dog food. Li Mengyao responded with a cute bear nodding emoji. Just as she finished chatting with Lu Yusin, a boy sat across from her. The boy was quite handsome, dressed neatly, and sporting a trendy Korean fluffy hairstyle. He smiled and struck up a conversation with Li Mengyao. Hello, beautiful. Would you mind sharing your contact information? Li Mengyao glanced at him and politely replied, sorry, I have a husband. The boy, seeing that Li Mengyao looked like a student and that there was no husband beside her, guessed that it might be a fabrication. We have a connection, it's just sharing contact information. Li Mengyao, noticing he was persistent, coldly said, please stop bothering me. I said I have. Didn't she say she has a husband? I am the one. At this moment, Lin Xuan came over, glaring fiercely at the man who was flirting with his wife. Li Mengyao immediately took Lin Xuan's hand and hid behind him. The boy, seeing someone taller and more handsome than him, realized he was outmatched and left in defeat. Honey, if someone flirts with you again, just call me and he'll come right away. Lin Xuan smiled and handed the extra-large strawberry sundae to Li Mengyao. Why did you only buy one, and it's this big? I can't finish it. Li Mengyao nodded, showing a sweet smile. Take your time eating. Lin Xuan patted Li Mengyao's little head and then continued holding her hand as they strolled along the riverbank. Li Mengyao looked at the large strawberry sundae in front of her, thought for a while, then took out her phone to snap a picture and sent it to her best friend Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin, Li Mengyao, it's delicious. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, be a person. Previously, Lu Yusin had a boyfriend in college and would constantly show off in front of Li Mengyao, always encouraging her to. Now that they had broken up, it was Li Mengyao's turn to show off her love to Lu Yusin. Li Mengyao tidied her hair and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Seeing his wife smiling at her phone, Lin Xuan curiously asked, what's so funny? Li Mengyao came back to reality and looked at Lin Xuan with an innocent expression. Nothing. It's nothing. I can't finish it. Li Mengyao looked at the half-eaten strawberry sundae, which was already then give it to your husband. I'll take care of it. Lin Xuan smiled gently. Did you plan to eat mine from the start? Realizing Lin Xuan's scheme, Li Mengyao felt embarrassed to continue and could only glare at Lin Xuan before handing him the strawberry sundae. Once Lin Xuan received it, he started eating it in big bites and soon finished it off. The two continued walking along the riverbank, and Li Mengyao soon felt a bit tired. Honey, I'm a bit sleepy, let's head back. Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xuan's hand. Alright, let's return the same way we came. Just as they were about to head back, an elderly man stood by his candied hawthorn stall in the bustling street, smiling broadly as he waited for customers. That's the grandpa who often gave me candied hawthorn when I was young, Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. Let's go buy a skewer of candied hawthorn. I see he only has one skewer left, let's help the old man wrap up early. Lin Xuan looked gently at Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao and walked forward. Grandpa, how much are the candied hawthorns? Lin Xuan could sense Li Mengyao's happiness. 3 yuan for a skewer. I'll take one. Grandpa, do you remember me? Li Mengyao smiled broadly, very happy. The grandpa selling candied hawthorn looked up at the girl before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, and suddenly recalled. Are you the little girl who often ate my candied hawthorn when you were a child? It's me. It's really me. I didn't expect Grandpa still remembers me. Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy. You were just standing nearby drooling. The candy hawker Grandpa chuckled kindly, his eyes crinkling with wrinkles. Li Mengyao, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I was just tempted. The candy hawker Grandpa said, so I always saved a piece of candy for you, haha. Here, the last bunch of strawberry candied hawthorns is for you. Generally, candied hawthorns are made from hawthorn fruit, which pregnant women should avoid as it can have adverse effects on their health. However, if they are made from other fruits like the strawberry candied hawthorns in front of them, pregnant women can eat them. Li Mengyao quickly waved her hands. No. We'll buy them. Lin Xuan took out his phone to scan the code. Yes, Grandpa, we'll buy them. Thank you for taking care of her when she was little. The candy hawker Grandpa looked at the tightly held hands of the two and smiled with satisfaction. I just thought you were a cute little girl back then with those two braids. You reminded me of my granddaughter, haha. Here, your candied hawthorn. Saying this, he handed the last bunch of candied hawthorns to Li Mengyao. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, grinning from ear to ear. As Lin Xuan left, he secretly left 100 yuan for the candy hawker Grandpa to thank him for taking care of Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued on their way back. On the road, Li Mengyao ate her candied hawthorn while holding Lin Xuan's hand, swinging it up and down as if they were back in their childhood. Wife, is it delicious? Lin Xuan smiled. Delicious. It still tastes just like when I was little, not a bit changed. Li Mengyao nodded happily, looking up at Lin Xuan with a dazed expression. Do you want to try some? Lin Xuan looked at the candied hawthorn Li Mengyao offered, smiling gently. I just had enough. You should eat it. Oh. Li Mengyao continued to savor her candied hawthorn, which was sweet and sour, bursting with flavor. There's only one left. Are you sure you don't want it? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan, her elegant eyes blinking lightly. No. Lin Xuan replied firmly, still gazing at Li Mengyao's enticing cherry-like lips. Li Mengyao felt that Lin Xuan had ulterior motives, but her innocent mind couldn't figure it out, so she thought, if you don't want it, then fine. Then she popped the last candied hawthorn into her mouth, chewing for a moment. Just as her cheeks were about to puff out, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke with a smile. Wife, now I want to eat candied hawthorn too. There's none left. Li Mengyao looked at the stick in her hand, shaking her head. Isn't there one left? But there was indeed only one left, and it was in my mouth. Li Mengyao suddenly realized something, and hurriedly reached to cover her small mouth. You can't. But someone was quicker. Lin Xuan wrapped one arm around Li Mengyao's waist and lifted her chin, with the other leaning in to kiss her alluring lips. This made Li Mengyao push him away, forcefully glancing around to make sure no one was watching. Satisfied that there was no one, she glared at Lin Xuan angrily. Why did you steal my candied hawthorn? I just love sweet candied hawthorns, Lin Xuan shamelessly replied. Li Mengyao, unable to hold back her anger, raised her hand to pinch Lin Xuan's waist. Ouch. Don't pinch. I already have several bruises on my waist. Lin Xuan, who had been smiling a moment ago, now, oomph. Li Mengyao pouted, turning her little face away, so Lin Xuan couldn't see it. Alright dear, I know I was wrong. Let's hurry home. Lin Xuan coaxed her. You always say you know you're wrong, but next time I'll be the same. Li Mengyao said angrily, continuing to avoid showing her face to Lin Xuan. Oh no, this girl can't really be angry, right? Lin Xuan suddenly felt that the candied hawthorn in his mouth had lost its sweetness. After a while, Li Mengyao turned to look at the confused Lin Xuan and burst into laughter. Are you scared now? Li Mengyao gently patted Lin Xuan with her small hand. I'm scared, wife. Lin Xuan. Next time, please don't suddenly. In public. We can. Kiss at home instead, Li Mengyao said softly, her bright eyes blinking like a fawn. Okay. Lin Xuan readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. The two finally returned to the parking area. Lin Xuan escorted Li Mengyao to the passenger seat, returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove toward home. In the car, Li Mengyao looked at her little belly and asked Lin Xuan, Honey, do you think we're having a boy or a girl? Is it possible to have one of each? Lin Xuan replied calmly, while driving, smiling. That would be too lucky, having twins at once. Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and smiled happily. It's almost 3 months now, the baby should grow up quickly. Li Mengyao gently stroked her soft belly. Wife, I want to feel it too, Lin Xuan glanced over enviously, said. Let's talk about it when we get home. Focus on driving and don't look around. Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived downstairs at their home. After parking the car, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they prepared to go home. Li Mengyao saw someone standing at her doorstep holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out Li Jia was the class monitor from Li Mengyao's high school who had been pursuing her. However, Li Mengyao did not like him and had rejected him several times. Nevertheless, Li Jia thought he still had a chance since Li Mengyao was single, so he kept pursuing her until Li Mengyao simply stopped responding to him. Seeing Li Mengyao holding a man's hand as she got out of a luxury car, Li Jia's fists tightened, but he still managed to make. It seems Chen Tingting's words were true. Li Mengyao really has a boyfriend. Mengyao, I heard you came back. Why didn't you? These flowers are for you, Li Jia said with a smile, handing the flowers to Li Mengyao, completely ignoring Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao frowned upon seeing Li Jia. Li Jia, why are you at my doorstep? I told you before we aren't suitable. Please give the flowers to someone else, thank you. After saying this, she grabbed Lin Xuan's hand, preparing to go home. Unexpectedly, Li Jie blocked their path again, anxiously shouting, Mengyao, can't you give me a chance? I've already been employed by a well-known company in Jinghai City, and both my parents have jobs. We will have a great life in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao's eyes turned cold as she interrupted angrily. Say it again, we have no chance at all, and I already have a husband. Move aside. It was Lin Xuan's first time seeing Li Mengyao this angry. Watching Li Jie, who was still being persistent, he clenched his fist. I've made myself very clear. If you dare to harass my wife again, I won't be so polite next time. Get lost. Then Lin Xuan kicked Li Jie hard in the rear, causing him to fall awkwardly. Li Jie struggled to rise, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao as they departed. He would not give up easily. He had been pursuing this for many years and had become obsessed. He then limped away. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned, it was already late, and the two quickly finished washing up and lay down in bed. Li Mengyao quietly looked at her phone, while Lin Xuan sat beside, lost in thought as he gazed at his wife. Li Mengyao soon sensed something was off, put down her phone, turned and hugged Lin Xuan, looking up at him. Honey, what are you thinking about? You've been staring at me. Although they weren't married yet, it already felt natural for Li Mengyao to call him honey. It was just a matter of time. Lin Xuan came back to his senses, stretched out his arms and tightly embraced Li Mengyao, gently saying, I was thinking, how is it that my wife is so popular? This morning the son of that lady, the boy from the ice cream shop tonight, and just now that person downstairs. In just one day 3 people want to steal my wife. Ooh, just thinking about it makes me angry. Li Mengyao felt a bit helpless, but her gentle smile couldn't be concealed. Is that why you're upset? I can't control that. If they insist on coming near, what can I do? Lin Xuan smiled as he lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, revealing his signature smile. Then I need to keep a closer eye on you from now on. Sure enough, a torrent of kisses followed, starting from her forehead, moving to her nose tip, and finally landing on her lips. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stayed in Jinghai City for a few more days, and after arranging the renovations and furniture for the Times Garden, they prepared to set off back to Jinghai City today. The 3 of them went downstairs, and Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xuan, who took such good care of her daughter, smiling with satisfaction as she handed the household registration book to Li Mengyao. Yao, hold on to this household registration book and remember to come back often. Li Mengyao stared blankly at the household registration book in her hands, understanding her mother's meaning, her eyes feeling a bit sore. Seeing this, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's small hand, speaking with determination. Auntie, you can rest assured we will come. Li Mengyao's face rippled with emotion. Mom, we will definitely come back often. Huang Shifang's eyes also turned slightly red as she spoke gently. I understand, be careful on the road. After Lin Xuan made sure Li Mengyao was seated safely in the back, he entered the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away. Huang Shifang could no longer hold back her tears. Her daughter, who had been her companion for over a decade, was now getting married. In the Maybach, Li Mengyao was also in tears, her eyes red. Lin Xuan quietly drove, knowing the hardships of the mother and daughter, so he did not comfort them, specially giving them some time. Soon 4 hours passed. The sleek black Maybach once again entered the parking lot of Jinwanfu. After Lin Xuan parked the car steadily, he exited and walked to the back seat. Not long after Li Mengyao got into the car, she cried herself to sleep, now quietly slumbering like a lovely little girl. Lin Xuan gently picked up Li Mengyao and slowly walked toward the elevator. Soon the beauty in his arms awoke, their eyes meeting as she looked at Lin Xuan in confusion. You're awake. Lin Xuan said, his eyes filled with affection. Quick, put me down. Li Mengyao's pretty face flushed. They were still outside. It would be embarrassing if someone— It's fine, no one is here. Saying this, Lin Xuan stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator slowly ascended, but suddenly stopped on the 1st floor. The doors opened, and an older lady and a middle-aged man entered. The older lady looked at the two, unable to hide her smile. At this moment, Li Mengyao was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Xuan's chest, using her little hands to push her hair back to cover her flushed face. Finally, they reached the 16th floor. Today's elevator was particularly slow. After exiting the elevator, Li Mengyao quickly struggled to get down, and Lin Xuan slowly let her go. Li Mengyao, in a huff, lightly punched the still laughing Lin Xuan with her small hand, not daring to use too much strength, worried about hurting herself. The two finally returned home to Jinwanfu. As soon as they got home, Lin Xuan began cleaning, and Li Mengyao joined in doing what she could. Initially, Lin Xuan disagreed, wanting her to rest, but Li Mengyao insisted on helping, saying otherwise Lin Xuan wouldn't get a kiss tonight. This was simply a trump card for Lin Xuan. He had no choice but to assign her some very light tasks. With the two working together, the house was soon tidied up. During these days back, Li Mengyao had been preparing for her graduation defense. Both of them were 4th-year students and needed to pass their university mentor's defense to officially graduate. In contrast, Lin Xuan seemed unconcerned, playing around here and there. In the evening, Lin Xuan stared at his 200-inch big screen in the living room, engrossed in a movie. Li Mengyao walked out of her room, suddenly hugging Lin Xuan, resting her chin on his shoulder, and curiously asked, "Honey, aren't you going to prepare for your graduation defense?" Lin Xuan looked at his lovely wife in his arms, unable to resist leaning over to kiss her soft face. Your husband is so talented that he was exempted from the graduation defense due to his outstanding performance and can graduate directly. Li Mengyao puffed her cheeks, complaining. How can that be? Lin Xuan grinned. Your husband is very excellent, didn't you know? Li Mengyao hooked her little hand around Lin Xuan's neck and gently bit his cheek. I know, honey, you're the best. After saying this, she quickly distanced herself, her little legs pattering back to the room. Lin Xuan touched the faint bite mark on his face, his lips curling up slightly. Soon the day of the graduation defense arrived. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was fresh. Li Mengyao's defense was scheduled for the afternoon, and to ensure she was in good shape, she took a nap after lunch. After a short nap, she got up early and began to carefully prepare herself. She wore a snow-white shirt with a slightly open collar that revealed her slender neck and delicate collarbone, while she paired it with a long black skirt that swayed gently with her steps like a butterfly dancing in the breeze. Her shiny black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Li Mengyao walked up to Lin Xuan, twirled gracefully, and with a radiant smile asked, "Darling, do I look good like this?" Lin Xuan couldn't help but step forward and embrace Li Mengyao, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that surrounded her. He softly replied, "You look great and my wife looks good in anything." Li Mengyao pouted playfully, saying, "You sweet talker. Alright, let's get going." Lin Xuan smiled and asked, "Can I go in and watch your graduation defense?" Li Mengyao hurriedly shook her head, her tone firm. "No. He'll get nervous." "Stop joking. Ooh, we're going to be late." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao left the house and arrived at the parking lot of Jinghai Mansion. Lin Xuan chose to drive his little black car, the name he gave to his Maybach. Before long, Lin Xuan drove the Maybach to the school's parking lot. Since Li Mengyao majored in Chinese language and literature, Lin Xuan held her small hand as they walked to the College of Literature's teaching building, found the corresponding classroom, and peered inside. In the front row sat 5 mentors with the back filled with anxious students. Lin Xuan gently said to Li Mengyao, "Go on, don't be nervous. He'll wait for you at the door." In truth, with Li Mengyao's diligent study over the past 4 years, she felt little pressure for this graduation defense, but facing 5 mentors scrutinizing her still made her somewhat nervous. Blushing, Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan and said, "A kiss will make me less nervous." Lin Xuan was taken aback. His wife was so proactive today. He then embraced Li Mengyao and gently kissed her forehead. "Go on." Li Mengyao smiled and happily walked. Did Lin Xuan really think he would be so obedient? He had yet to see Li Mengyao give her presentation in class, and he displayed his signature smile. Lin Xuan returned to the parking lot and took out a black hat from the Maybach. After putting on the hat, Lin Xuan sneakily re-entered the graduation defense room through the back door, sitting in the last row where it was hard to notice him. Seeing Li Mengyao with her eyes closed relaxing, Lin Xuan quickly took out his phone and started snapping pictures. He couldn't miss this opportunity. After all, he only met Li Mengyao in the last phase of college. After what felt like an eternity, Li Mengyao finally stepped onto the stage. Unlike her usual fragile self, Li Mengyao exuded confidence on stage, speaking fluently and coherently. Her beautiful face radiated self-assurance, and with her profound background in Chinese language and culture and excellent expression skills, she earned high praise from the mentors present. Lin Xuan quickly took out his phone and started taking pictures. "No wonder she's the campus belle. Ooh, she's beautiful and excels in her studies." "Yeah, but I heard the campus belle seems to have a boyfriend now." "Wait, which lucky guy stole our campus belle away? I think he's also from our school." Lin Xuan smiled as he overheard several boys nearby discussing. "Hey classmate, what are you laughing at?" a curious boy asked. "Did I laugh?" Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "You've been laughing the whole time without stopping." Another boy chimed in. "I just remembered something happy," Lin Xuan said, the corners of his mouth lifting. "What could be so funny? Share it with us." At this moment, Li Mengyao had completed her graduation defense and was returning to her seat to pack her things. Seeing his wife was ready to come out, Lin Xuan quickly slipped away. "Classmates, I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Good luck." After saying this, he sneaked out of the classroom through the back door. "That person seems not to be from our college. How strange." The group continued discussing. Lin Xuan, now outside the classroom, casually looked at his phone while waiting at the door for his handsome figure stood tall like a green pine, and his charming face wore a slight smile, attracting the attention of the surrounding girls. Finally, one girl couldn't help but approach. "Hello classmate, can we exchange contact information?" This girl had a sweet appearance, a petite figure, and a charming smile that easily garnered affection. "Sorry, I already have." Lin Xuan began to decline. Suddenly a figure dashed up beside him. Li Mengyao wrapped her arm around Lin Xuan's, her expression slightly cold. "Sorry classmate, he already has a girlfriend," Li Mengyao said. Upon recognizing the campus belle, the girl faded in comparison and left in disappointment. "Honey, was your graduation defense smooth?" Lin Xuan smiled. "Not at all. I came out and saw you with another girl." Li Mengyao's face fell full of unhappiness. "That's unfair, my dear wife. Ooh, I just arrived at the classroom entrance." Lin Xuan quickly protested. "How would I know you?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking serious. "I have a way to prove my innocence," Lin Xuan replied earnestly. "What method?" Li Mengyao had seen that girl approach Lin Xuan first, but still wanted to tease him. Lin Xuan took out his phone, scrolling through the photos he had secretly taken of Li Mengyao in the classroom. In the photos, Li Mengyao looked stunning, exuding an elegant aura. "Oh, you were peeking again." Li Mengyao suddenly realized that Lin Xuan had been wearing a black hat, and she couldn't help but admit he looked quite handsome. Yet she was still not satisfied and reached out her small hand towards Lin Xuan's waist. Lin Xuan embraced Li Mengyao in return, thinking, "Go ahead and pinch, well, I'm tough anyway. I just wanted to see how you are in class, to experience what it feels like to attend class with you. After graduation, I won't have the opportunity anymore," Lin Xuan continued gently. "After the graduation defense comes the graduation ceremony, and typically there won't be classes after that." "Alright then. Send me the photos." Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she softly spoke, lifting her head slightly. Okay. Lin Xuan sent the pictures to Li Mengyao and casually shared them in a family group chat. Zhang Shalon, my daughter-in-law, is so beautiful. Lin Jinghua, no wonder he's my son, his taste is just like mine when I was young. Lin Cici, is this my sister-in-law? Zhang Shalon, Cici, are you playing with your phone in school? You're grounded. Lin Cici, sorry, wrong send, I'm not Cici. Speechless emoji. At this moment several boys who had just been discussing beside Lin Xuan also left the classroom, their expressions twisted in jealousy as they saw the campus belle being embraced by a handsome boy. It seemed the news of the campus belle having a boyfriend was indeed true. Wait. Isn't he the boy who was laughing next to him? Damn, no wonder he was laughing the whole time. Did you just say you wanted to experience what it's like to attend class with me? Li Mengyao's eyes twinkled as she tilted her head, and yes, Lin Xuan replied. Let's have dinner at the school cafeteria, we haven't eaten together at school before. Li Mengyao raised her attractive eyebrows and haughtily lifted her chin. No way, the food outside isn't clean. Lin Xuan shook his head. Oh, come on, just this once. Besides, the food at school should be cleaner than outside, right? Li Mengyao continued to act cute, noticing Lin Xuan's furrowed brows and hesitation. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xuan's hand and started heading toward the cafeteria. Let's go. I'm already hungry. If you don't move, I'll go by myself. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan agreed. Soon they arrived at the most popular cafeteria, Meiyuan. By now it was dinner time and students from Jinghai University were coming in one after another. Auntie, I'll have a portion of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a serving of braised fish, a stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, and 2 fried chicken legs, please. Auntie, please don't let your hands shake, it's our last time eating here in college. Li Mengyao said happily like a little child, her eyes sparkling with joy. Alright, I'll give you a little extra. The auntie served Li Mengyao a larger portion than usual. Lin Xuan casually ordered a few dishes as well, and they went to a corner of the cafeteria to eat. This is delicious, I used to come to Meiyuan often. Saying this, Li Mengyao put half of the braised fish and a fried chicken leg onto Lin Xuan's plate. No wonder I never saw you during college. Lin Xuan's dorm and classes were on the south side of the school, and he usually ate at Jiyuan in the south, whereas Li Mengyao was the opposite, with Meiyuan located in the north. Jinghai University has a large campus, and since Lin Xuan was quite lazy, he wouldn't bother to go to the north side after eating. But I have seen you before. Li Mengyao spoke softly. What did you say, dear? Due to the increasing crowd in the cafeteria, Lin Xuan couldn't hear her clearly. Nothing. Nothing here, have a bite. Li Mengyao offered a shrimp to Lin Xuan, who swallowed it in one go. Lin Xuan also placed a piece of braised meat onto Li Mengyao's plate. Li Mengyao took a small bite, only managing to chew half before Lin Xuan gobbled the rest. As they fed each other, they had already become the center of attention for other students. Look, isn't that our university's campus? Is that guy next to her boyfriend? Damn it, how does my goddess have a boyfriend? But that guy isn't bad looking either. What are you talking about? He's not worthy. Quick, take a picture and post it on the campus information site. Let that guy become the enemy of all boys at Jinghai University. Click. Photos of the two feeding each other were posted on the Jinghai University campus information site. Title shocking. The campus beauty and her boyfriend dining together at the cafeteria. Who is that dog man next to our campus beauty? The campus beauty has a boyfriend and my heart is shattered. It's just a boyfriend, do I still have a chance, dog head? Isn't that Lin Xuan from our computer science department? Shall we all rush the computer science department tomorrow? While Lin Xuan was having dinner, he felt countless hostile gazes on his back, which made him feel a chill. At that moment, Lin Xuan's phone rang. 622 Foodies Group, Zhou Quan, Xian Gu, you've been exposed. Zhong Zixing. Remember to wear a mask at school from now on. Oh, just a friendly reminder. Hahaha, Xian Gu, you're doomed. Lin Xuan asked, what's going on? Zhou Quan replied, pictures. It was the very photos of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao being lovey-dovey. What a blunder, he had to be more low-key at school. Seeing Lin Xuan ignoring her and focused on his phone, Li Mengyao complained, Lin Xuan, what are you looking at? Aren't you going to pay attention to me? I've become the enemy of all boys at Jinghai University, Lin Xuan said with a helpless smile. Huh, why? Li Mengyao blinked confused. Look, it's all because my wife is too beautiful. Lin Xuan showed Li Mengyao the campus information site on his phone. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Well, I can't help you with that, oh, just take care of yourself. Soon after, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished their dinner and walked hand in hand through the campus. At that moment, Lin Xuan still looked worried, fearing someone might suddenly hit him from behind. He still believed in Li Mengyao's charm, but was afraid that a few might not be able to handle the excitement and go crazy. Honey, do you want me to help you? Seeing Lin Xuan still looking anxious, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao with anticipation. How will you help? Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled brightly. She had seen Lin Xuan's ID. Although they were born in the same year, Li Mengyao was a few months older than Lin Xuan, and being older meant she deserved to be called sister. I won't call you that. Lin Xuan's rarely blushed face turned red. Calling his wife sister was too embarrassing. What's wrong with calling me sister since I'm older? Just say it once. Li Mengyao pouted, acting cute. If you say it'll give you a reward. She added, looking at Lin Xuan with eager eyes. Really? Yes, solving the school issue while getting a reward, it's a win-win. Li Mengyao stepped forward, hugged Lin Xuan, and smiled sweetly. If you don't call me, I won't let you go. Lin Xuan turned his flushed cheek away and whispered, sister. Good little brother. Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy as she wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck, kissed him on the lips, and then quickly pulled away. Usually it was Lin Xuan who made her shy, but today she managed to turn the tables and was overjoyed. Is this the reward, eh? Lin Xuan touched his lips. Yes, don't you like it? Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes. I do, but it was too short, Lin Xuan replied gently. We're still on campus. The two continued to stroll around the school, with Lin Xuan frequently receiving hostile glances from boys across the way seemingly more intense than before. Honey, didn't you say you would help me? Lin Xuan asked. I have helped. Just check the campus information site again. Li Mengyao smirked, holding her lips tight. Lin Xuan pulled out his phone and opened the campus information site, immediately seeing a pinned comment by Li Mengyao. That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband. What? I'm already a husband? Initial phase, damn it, initial phase. Crying. Brothers, it's time to unite and charge at this guy. Lin Xuan looked at the campus intelligence network, feeling a chill in his heart. Wife you. At this moment, Li Mengyao, taking advantage of Lin Xuan looking at his phone, had secretly walked ahead, glancing back at Lin Xuan every 10 steps. Wife, you still want to run? Lin Xuan began to run quickly to catch up with Li Mengyao. Don't come over. Ha ha. Seeing that her plan was exposed, Li Mengyao also started to jog away. One running ahead, the other chasing behind. In the silent campus, the cheerful laughter of the two echoed. Since Li Mengyao was still pregnant, she couldn't run fast, and Lin Xuan easily caught up, holding her gently and saying, don't run around, be careful. Li Mengyao tidied her messy hair, revealing a charming smile. Under the night sky, the campus, with its flowers, trees, and grass illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally tranquil and mysterious. In the graduation season on campus, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand, each step illuminated by the moonlight, filled with sweetness. After the graduation defense, with Lin Xuan's careful guidance over the past 3 to 4 days, Li Mengyao could now drive skillfully in the city. Moreover, the Xiaomi SU7 had an automatic parking feature, so there was no need to worry about parking. Today, Li Mengiao's university dormitory held a farewell dinner, which was the last meal before graduation. Since it was all girls, Lin Xuan felt awkward and decided not to go, so Li Mengyao drove there by herself. While training Li Mengyao to drive, Lin Xuan found that she learned quickly and drove steadily. Plus, the intelligent features of the Xiaomi SU7, including smart driving and emergency avoidance, made him agree to let her drive. Husband him heading out. Li Mengyao wore a simple, white dress highlighting her elegant temperament. She happily ran to Lin Xuan, gently kissed him on the lips, and was about to leave when Lin Xuan pulled her back into his embrace and kissed her cherry-like lips adorned with a light shade of lipstick. Not knowing how long it had been. Come back early, Lin Xuan said with a playful smile. Li Mengyao touched her flushed face and slightly reddened lips, leaving while still replying. Bad husband. Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot, walked up to the Xiaomi SU7, sat in the driver's seat, skillfully started the car, and even took out a small mirror to touch up her lipstick, leaving Lin Xuan speechless. Soon Li Mengyao arrived at the dormitory building of Jinghai University and met 3 roommates she hadn't seen in a long time. Shun Man exclaimed. Wow, Yao Yao, it's only been a few months since we last met, and you can drive now. That's impressive. Yeah, tell us more. We saw your grand confession yesterday. Yang Lin added. Only Lu Yusin, knowing the whole story, joined in teasing. Yes, our Yao Yao has forgotten her sisters since she has a husband. Li Mengiao's face turned slightly red from her roommate's teasing, and she quickly changed the subject. Stop talking, let's decide where to eat, I'm starving. Hey, the last restaurant we went to was quite good, but it seems there are new food places nearby. Oh no, I'm having a hard time deciding. I think that one is better. No, I think the other one is better. Just like that, the 4 debated in the car for quite a while, ultimately deciding by vote. On the other side, Lin Xuan was at home with nothing to do. He recalled the luxurious store given by the system hadn't opened yet, so he decided to post a recruitment notice at Jinghai Plaza, starting with hiring a manager. The manager would be responsible for all affairs of the store, including its operation, recruiting chefs and waitstaff, as well as decoration design. This way Lin Xuan could be a hands-off manager and focus on being a boss. He quickly drove his Maybach to Jinghai Plaza, printed a recruitment notice, and posted it at the entrance of the luxurious store. Then Lin Xuan felt that this method of recruiting was too old-fashioned, so he posted a job listing on a recruitment app on his phone, offering a monthly salary of 2,000 with social insurance. This condition should attract quite a few people. After handling everything, Lin Xuan drove back home. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was having dinner with her 3 good friends. Li Mengyao shared the events of the past few months with her roommates, of course, not mentioning her pregnancy. Your boyfriend is so great. Yang Lin sighed. Yeah, he's handsome, cooks every day, and is very dedicated, Chun Man echoed. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, knowing the truth, though she recognized Lin Xuan was indeed wonderful. Hey Yao Yao, how come you call him husband without being married? Did he propose to you? Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask. Not yet, I just got used to calling him that. Li Mengiao's cheeks instantly flushed. Such infatuation, my great Yao Yao, Chun Man said with a smile. I remember you had a crush on him since freshman year. Now your dream has finally come true. By the way, Yao Yao, good men like him are quite rare, you need to keep a close eye on him, Yang Lin reminded. Li Mengyao shyly, how can I not keep an eye on him? There's already a child, my Yao Yao has become someone else's. Lu Yusin helplessly thought. Alright, we finally graduated. Wishing us a bright future. Cheers. The 4 girls raised their drinks in a toast. After Li Mengyao had eaten and drank to her heart's content with her good friends, she sent them back to the dormitory, then pressed the accelerator towards Jinghai Plaza, arriving at a jewelry store. Lin Xuan was indeed too charming, having encountered someone at the classroom door yesterday. She needed to find something to prove that. Thus Li Mengyao thought of a men's ring. Welcome, beautiful. How can I assist you today? A tall, somewhat attractive sales. Indeed, this was the jewelry store where Lin Xuan had previously bought the diamond ring, and even the salesperson was the same. Hello, could you recommend a men's ring? Li Mengyao asked softly. Certainly, please follow me. The clerk guided Li Mengyao to one of the display cases. The men's rings were laid out shining with brilliant light, each exuding a unique charm. Quickly Li Mengyao selected a men's ring. Its design was simple, yet exquisite, showcasing understated luxury and elegance. Hello, could you please get me this one? Li Mengyao pointed with her little hand. Sure, beautiful. The clerk then took the ring and handed it to Li Mengyao. You have great taste. This is a newly designed model that perfectly fits the aesthetics of today's youth. Li Mengyao examined it from left to right, playing with it in her small hand. It looked very nice. How much is this one? A total of 1,888. Upon hearing the price, Li Mengyao bit her lip, hesitated slightly, but still paid. Thank you, and we hope to see you again. The clerk packed the item with a smile, thinking about which lucky man could have such a beautiful girl buy him a ring. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinghai Mansion. Arriving at the doorstep, she extended her small hand and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Li Mengyao darted past and quickly ran back to her room. Lin Xuan was puzzled, wondering what his wife was hiding so mysteriously. After hiding the ring she had just bought, Li Mengyao let out a long breath and patted her face before walking out of the room. Husband him back. You were in such a hurry just now. What were you hiding? Lin Xuan pulled Li Mengyao and embraced her. Nothing. Li Mengyao's pupils constricted for a moment and a clear tension flashed in her eyes. Really nothing. Lin Xuan revealed his signature smile. That's a girl's secret, you can't know. Li Mengyao elegantly blinked her eyes. Alright then. Lin Xuan saw that his wife refused to say anything, so he simply hugged her, and they watched a movie together in the living room. After finishing the movie, it was already 11 p.m. when the two returned to their room to sleep. The next day, a ringing phone woke Lin Xuan from his dreams. Not wanting to disturb his wife, he stepped out of the room to answer the call. Xiangu, are you awake? Zhou asked. Why are you calling so early, Quainer? Lin Xuan was a bit confused. Usually messages were exchanged among friends, and a call would only happen if there was something urgent. But hearing Zhou Quan's laughter, he knew it was probably nothing serious. Xiangu, are you planning to open a restaurant at Jinwan Square? Zhou Quan continued to ask. Yeah, how did you know? Lin Xuan became a bit more alert. I saw it on a recruitment app. Do you have a candidate for the manager position, Xiangu? Why do you ask that? Xiangu, I want to apply. Lin Xuan was somewhat shocked. Wasn't Zhou Quan planning to take the civil service exam? Aren't you going for the civil service exam? Why the sudden change to business? Well, I didn't pass. I realized that civil service is really competitive these days. You wouldn't believe it. I scored 80 but didn't even make it to the interview. I heard the top scorer got 89. Xiangu, what kind of freaks are these? Zhou Quan complained incessantly. Quainer, are you sure you can do this? Lin Xuan questioned. Of course. My family runs a restaurant. Xiangu, alright, I haven't seen you in a while. Let's meet at the usual place, the cafe near the school. Okay, Xiangu. I'll go get a good coffee and wait for you. Zhou Quan replied happily. After hanging up, Lin Xuan finished washing up and returned to the room. He saw Li Mengyao still sound asleep and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Wife, I'm going out for a bit. Alright, Li Mengyao's eyelashes fluttered as she sleepily responded. Lin Xuan then walked out of the house and headed to the parking lot, driving his Maybach towards the school. Soon Lin Xuan arrived at the cafe near the school. After parking, he entered and immediately spotted Zhou Quan waving at him with a big smile. Xiangu, over here. Lin Xuan sat down across from Zhou Quan. Xiangu, please interview me. Zhou Quan suddenly said. Zhou Quan, I'm very glad you came to apply for the manager position. I will ask you a few questions now. Lin Xuan also began to look at Zhou Quan seriously. After asking some basic questions about restaurant operations, Lin Xuan was surprised. Wow, you actually know a thing or two. Lin Xuan was somewhat astonished because he wasn't very familiar with these concepts himself, which was why he planned to find a manager to handle things while he played the role of a hands-off owner. Xian, don't forget my family has always been in the restaurant business. I've been working in our family restaurant since I was little. Don't think I can't cook. Oh, I can make a delicious 9 turns intestines for you to try. No, I'm afraid you might leave some parts out. Alright, then you're hired. Lin Xuan smiled. Thank you, Xiangu. When do I start? Zhou Quan was extremely happy. Once the renovation is done, I will give you a budget to start the renovations for the restaurant. As for your salary, we'll split the restaurant's profits, 7,030. If the restaurant incurs losses, I will still pay you a salary of 2,000 a month. Really? Xiangu, you are too good to me. Zhou Quan almost jumped up with joy. But don't get too happy too soon. If the restaurant is profitable, everyone makes money. If it incurs too much loss, I might have to fire you and sell the restaurant. Lin Xuan still wanted to run the restaurant well, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in a losing business. He would let Zhou Quan try first, and if it didn't work out, he could sell it. After all, it was a system gift, a guaranteed profit. Xiangu, don't worry. I will make this restaurant successful. The two continued to chat casually until they began to poke fun. Xiangu, why have I been so unlucky lately? I've had 6 consecutive big misses in the Yuanshan. It's really frustrating. Lin Xuan nearly choked on his coffee upon hearing this. Cough, cough. Well, Quainer, I think you should change games. Are you asking me to switch games too? Jingming Gu said the same. No way. I'll give it another shot later. Xiangu, I'm heading back now. I'll try to finish the restaurant plan by tomorrow. After Zhou Quan left for the school dormitory, Lin Xuan checked the time and realized it was still early. He continued to look at his phone while slowly finishing his coffee. Alright, it's about time for the little lazybones to wake up. Ooh, I should head back. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave the cafe, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was his ex-girlfriend Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan was from the same class as Lin Xuan. She had pursued him fiercely since their freshman year because of his handsome looks. They dated for less than 6 months, but Lin Xuan couldn't stand her vanity and chose to break up. At this moment, Yi Xuan looked stunning, wearing a white shirt paired with a black skirt, making her exceptionally alluring. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to run into her here. Yi Xuan also saw Lin Xuan, and a hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes. Lin Xuan felt no attachment to her and intended to leave directly after a glance. What a coincidence, Lin Xuan. Yi Xuan spoke first. Yeah, it is quite a coincidence. Lin Xuan replied calmly. How have you been lately? Isn't it a bit cold to treat your first love like this, eh? Lin Xuan responded indifferently. Graduation is around the corner. Have you found a good job? By the way, my current boyfriend is a leader at a tech company with a great salary. Since we know each other, I can help you if you're interested. Yi Xuan began to flaunt her boyfriend to belittle Lin Xuan, unable to stand his aloof demeanor despite. Then congratulations to you. Lin Xuan simply replied coldly before turning to leave without looking back. Lin Xuan paid no attention to Yi Xuan and walked directly to the Maybach parked nearby, starting the car to leave. As the car passed the cafe, Yi Xuan had just bought her coffee and stepped outside only to see a sleek black Maybach drive. What shocked Yi Xuan the most was seeing Lin Xuan behind the wheel. When did he start driving luxury cars? She hadn't noticed he came from a wealthy family during their freshman year. Thinking it over, it was very likely that Lin Xuan had rented the car, prompting her to look down on him again for pretending to be someone he wasn't. On his way home, Lin Xuan had conveniently bought the ingredients for today's meal. Soon Lin Xuan returned to Jinghai Mansion. As he opened the door, a figure leaped into his embrace. Honey, welcome home. Li Mengyao's face lit up with a hint of joy. I'm back. Did you eat the breakfast I left for you? Lin Xuan ruffled Li Mengyao's hair. I did, honey. I've noticed your cooking skills are getting better. You even managed to recreate my mom's flavors. Li Mengyao continued to cling to Lin Xuan. Of course. Now go to the living room and watch some shows while I prepare dinner. Lin Xuan then dove into the kitchen to start his busy preparations, while Li Mengyao obediently returned to the living room to binge-watch her shows. Before long, Lin Xuan had finished cooking 3 dishes and a soup, filling the air with delightful aromas. Dinner is ready, my dear. Coming. Li Mengyao joined Lin Xuan at the dining table to enjoy their lunch together. Did you know, honey, that my roommate Zhou Quan is applying for the manager position at our restaurant? Lin Xuan spoke while serving Li Mengyao some food. Huh, the cute boy we saw at the hospital last time. Yes, his family has always been in the restaurant business, so he's quite familiar with it. That's why I'm considering him. Lin Xuan discussed this with his wife. You can decide, I have no objections. Li Mengyao felt warmth in her heart, realizing Lin Xuan truly cared for her and sought her opinion. Before long, the two finished their lunch, relaxing on the sofa in the living room to watch a show. When they felt sleepy, they returned to their room to rest. Lin Xuan lay beside Li Mengyao, contemplating whether to tell her. Honey, actually, after I met Zhou Quan, I ran into someone else. Li Mengyao looked up, her alluring eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Who else did you meet? I met my ex-girlfriend. Lin Xuan did not want to hide it from her and confessed. And Li Mengyao's heart sank as she lowered her head. Her previously joyful mood instantly plummeted. She knew Lin Xuan had a girlfriend during his freshman year, so what had he discussed with his ex now? Would Lin Xuan change his mind? Would he abandon her? A pregnant woman's emotional fluctuations are intense. While lost in thought, her eyes began to sting. Lin Xuan quickly noticed that something was off with his wife. He gently wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Looking into her eyes, he could see they were slightly reddened. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't talk much with her this morning. I treated her quite coldly. In my freshman year, I was young and naive, and since she was so clingy, I ended up dating her. But it was less than half a year, and I realized she was truly superficial, so I broke up with her. Nothing actually happened. Lin Xuan explained sincerely. Li Mengyao turned away, avoiding his gaze. She knew she had overthought it. Lin Xuan wasn't that kind of person. Yet she still felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Did nothing really happen? It really didn't, Lin Xuan answered without hesitation. Did you ever kiss her? Li Mengyao glanced at Lin Xuan again, asking softly. No, my first kiss was with you. Lin Xuan held her tighter. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao stopped being petulant and hugged Lin Xuan back, burying her forehead into his sturdy chest. Thank you for being honest with me about this. Actually, I liked you back in my freshman year, so I knew you had an ex. Huh, when did that happen? Why didn't I know about it? I secretly watched you from a distance back then, so of course silly hubby didn't know. Li Mengyao continued to nestle in Lin Xuan's embrace, her voice soft. In fact, Li Mengyao had liked Lin Xuan since their freshman year. Besides Lin Xuan's handsome looks and exceptional abilities, there was a little-known secret: he had once saved her. When Li Mengyao was a freshman, she started working part-time as a tutor. One night, as her tutoring session ran late, she took a shortcut to make it back before curfew. Unfortunately, she was targeted by 2 delinquents. Just as Li Mengyao was sinking into despair, Lin Xuan passed by and rescued her. She still vividly remembers how Lin Xuan fought off the 2 thugs. After dealing with the thugs, Lin Xuan quickly led Li Mengyao out of the alley and hurried away. At that time Li Mengyao was wearing a mask, and due to the darkness of the night Lin Xuan did not recognize her. Honey, I swear if I treat you and our babies poorly in the future, let the heavens punish me. Lin Xuan raised 3 fingers preparing to swear an oath. Suddenly Li Mengyao lifted her head and sealed Lin Xuan's lips with hers. After what felt like an eternity, they finally separated. No. You mustn't swear I believe in you. How could such a wife not be loved? Lin Xuan silently embraced Li Mengyao, and the two drifted into a sweet slumber. In the afternoon Li Mengyao woke up and began studying textbooks for teacher training, preparing to become a teacher in the future. Lin Xuan quietly watched his wife lost in thought. Ding dong. Lin Xuan opened his phone to find a message from Zhou Quan. Brother Xuan, take a look at my freshly baked proposal. Wow, Zhou Quan is so efficient. Lin Xuan read through it carefully and felt that Zhou Quan indeed had talent. Brother Xuan, isn't it time to prepare the renovation funds? Huh. Wait for me in the dorm. Alright. Lin Xuan got up, quickly changed his clothes, and walked over to Li Mengyao to give her a honey. I'm heading out to check on the restaurant's renovation design with Zhou Quan. Go ahead. Li Mengyao's face flushed. She had just been lying in bed, and in less than a few minutes he had changed clothes. Do boys really change that fast? Before long Lin Xuan parked the Maybach at the dormitory building of Jinghai University. Brother Xuan, I'm here. Zhou Quan ran over and jumped into the passenger seat. The luxury car seats are so comfortable. Zhou Quan beamed with enjoyment. Don't say that, here, take this. Lin Xuan handed Zhou Quan a redemption voucher. Zhou Quan looked at it and saw it was a restaurant renovation voucher. What is this? Is it real or fake? Zhou Quan asked skeptically. Of course it's real. We're going to the renovation company in Jinghai City right now. Can we really do that? Zhou Quan had never seen a piece of paper being used to redeem renovation services. You'll find out once we get there. Lin Xuan didn't allow Zhou Quan to doubt further and started the car. He was now 100% confident in the system. Could it really provide him with a worthless redemption voucher? Ding dong. Warm reminder, this type of shop renovation redemption voucher can be used at the highest-end renovation companies. The long-lost voice of the system echoed once again. Before long Lin Xuan drove the Maybach to a restaurant branding and design firm in Jinghai City. After parking, he and Zhou Quan walked through the company's front doors. Truly the finest restaurant design firm in Jinghai City. The reception area was spacious and bright, its elegant and sumptuous decor radiating an unmistakable air of luxury. Welcome. Are you here for design and renovation? A tall, graceful young woman in professional attire stepped forward. Yes, would like to consult about renovating a restaurant, Lin Xuan replied politely. The young woman smiled and nodded. Very well, please follow me. She led Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to the display area and began to introduce some of the company's design cases and stylistic approaches. The display area showcased an array of exquisite design plans and renderings. Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan examined them closely as the young saleswoman explained each piece with care. Do you have any specific requirements for your restaurant's design? The young saleswoman asked. We want the decor to convey a fashionable, comfortable atmosphere while retaining a distinctive character, Lin Xuan said. How large is your restaurant, and where is it located? The young woman asked, taking notes earnestly. It is 150 square meters in Jinwan Plaza, Lin Xuan answered. The saleswoman paused in slight surprise, her pen halting mid-note. Jinwan Plaza. That is prime, prohibitively expensive land. Yet a full 150 square meters. You two look very young to start a business at such an age is admirable. The young woman quickly recovered her composure. She then recommended several design styles suited to Lin Xuan's restaurant, describing in detail the characteristics and advantages of each option. Zhou Quan, which do you think fits best? Lin Xuan left the decision to him. This style looks promising. We should learn more about the specific design details, Zhou Quan replied. After discussing the particulars, they reached the most tense moment, payment. Please come this way to settle the payment, the young saleswoman said, maintaining a smile. Go on, hand her this voucher, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Brother Xuan, are you serious? Will this really work? Zhou Quan looked skeptical. Surely Lin Xuan would not be trying to swindle him for lack of money. When have I ever lied to you? Go on, Lin Xuan said, stifling a laugh. Zhou Quan inwardly muttered about how often he had been deceived, but he steeled himself and handed over the renovation voucher with trembling hands. Hello, can this be used? It was the company's brand new luxury renovation voucher issued this year, an extraordinary token. The young saleswoman froze. Nationwide, there were only 5 such vouchers, as she had not expected to encounter one here. Head office had specified that anyone presenting that voucher must be served to the highest standard. Seeing the saleswoman stunned, Zhou Quan felt mortified, and his face flushed crimson. He muttered, Brother Xuan, I knew it wouldn't work. I'm so embarrassed. Lin Xuan smiled, and stepped forward asking, Hello, may we redeem this? The young saleswoman finally regained her wits and hurriedly apologized. I am terribly sorry, esteemed guests. Our earlier reception was inadequate. Shall we please bring them 2 cups of coffee and some pastries, the finest we have? We are truly sorry. Please come this way. She led them to another side of the reception, a sumptuous space with plush carpets, glittering crystal chandeliers, luxurious leather sofas, and a vast LCD screen, all arranged to evoke an atmosphere of opulence. Soon 2 cups of floral geisha coffee and French petit fours were placed before them. Zhou Quan gaped in astonishment at the stark contrast. He had not expected such extravagance. Esteemed guests, this voucher has been successfully redeemed. We will undertake your renovation at the highest specifications and with the utmost speed. Is there any other service you require? The person speaking this time was not the young saleswoman, but the branch general manager himself, a middle-aged man of balanced build, his face marked by time, but his gaze keen and incisive. No, that will be all. I will contact you if anything else is needed. Thank you, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Very well. Here is my business card. Welcome again, the manager said. After handing over the card, the middle-aged man was inwardly puzzled as to why someone who looked like a college student would possess such a voucher. He assumed the young man must be from some prominent family. After a while, sated and satisfied, the two men left the design firm and returned to the My Ba to head home. Brother Xian, how did you manage that? Zhou Quan could not help but ask. Matters of adults are best left unexplored. You focus on being a good shop manager, Lin Xuan said. Humph. If you want, tell me, I won't press it, Zhou Quan retorted. By the way, take this. If you have any renovation issues, contact him directly. Lin Xuan handed the general manager's business card to Zhou Quan. All right, Brother Xian, where shall we go now? Shall we eat out? Zhou Quan asked excitedly. Buy fish, Lin Xuan said. Buy fish and go home to cook for my wife. You are impossible. Seeing the late hour, Lin Xuan simply invited Zhou Quan to join him for dinner at home. Would you like to come to my place for dinner? Yes, Brother Xian, you are the best. Lin Xuan messaged Li Mengyao to say that Zhou Quan would join them, then drove to the market and bought a pangasius and a cart, planning to make carp patties and pangasius with garlic and vermicelli for the evening. The two men soon returned to Jinghai Fu. Zhou Quan thought the day's events had already been astonishing, but he had not expected Lin Xuan to live in such a luxurious residence. Zhou Quan was slowly growing accustomed. When they unlocked the door, Li Mengyao was already waiting inside, smiling as she said, I'm back, he replied. Li Mengyao had changed into a simple blue set of home clothes, her bearing elegant. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Zhou Quan, Lin Xuan's roommate. Zhou Quan greeted with a smile. Hello, come in. Li Mengyao poured a drink for Zhou Quan. He looked around at Lin Xuan's home. The upscale neighborhood, the expansive flat, the lavish decor. A pang of envy rose in him, but he could not truly resent it. After all, Lin Xuan was still his boss. Quainer, come help in the kitchen, Lin Xuan called. Zhou Quan had barely sat down when he was summoned to work. Though he muttered complaints under his breath, he went asking, does having money really allow one to do as they please? Lin Xuan grinned, sorry, but yes, it often does. Zhou Quan helped Lin Xuan in the kitchen, washing the vegetables, while Lin Xuan busied himself cooking. Who would have thought that Xian Gu could really cook? Zhou Quan watched in astonishment. Soon 4 dishes and a soup were served: fish cakes, garlic vermicelli with sole sweet and sour ribs, and celery tofu soup. Dinner is ready, dear. Come in. Li Mengyao cheerfully walked over and sat down next to Lin Xuan, with Zhou Quan on the other side, Lin Xuan in the middle. There are new dishes again today. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Try this. Lin Xuan picked up a piece of fish cake and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. Delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. You should try it too, husband. Li Mengyao picked up a piece and placed it in Lin Xuan's bowl. At this moment, Zhou Quan felt superfluous. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. He was already full before even tasting the food. However, the dishes made by Xian Gu were indeed fragrant, so he had to try. Zhou Quan also picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth, instantly stunned, as if his soul had left his body. The fish was tender and juicy, melting in his mouth, each bite bursting with exquisite flavor, truly delicious. This was the best fish he had ever eaten in his life. Why hire a chef? Xian Gu was a great cook. Xian Gu, this is too delicious. I think there's no need to hire a chef anymore, you can be the head chef. Zhou Quan snapped back to reality, exclaiming, I won't go, I want to stay home with my wife and kids. Otherwise, what use is there for you as the store manager? Lin Xuan continued to feed Li Mengyao. Zhou Quan was once again fed a wave of dog food. Then a thought struck. Sister-in-law, do you want to know about Xian Gu's embarrassing moments in the dorm? Zhou Quan said with a mischievous smile. What embarrassing moments? Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes perked up, showing curiosity. Don't be fooled by Xian Gu's fearless appearance, he's actually terrified of spiders. Even a tiny spider makes him panic. Once a small spider, really tiny, smaller than a thumb, crawled onto Xian Gu, and he jumped up in fright, flailing around, even begging me to help him get it out. Ha. Also, one time I made him lose while gaming, and he teamed up with his roommates to nearly pull my pants down. Zhou Quan's behavior was akin to killing 800 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of his own. And also, previously, Lin Xuan liked to sneak peeks at beautiful women on the street. Lin Xuan quickly covered Zhou Quan's mouth with his hand. Don't say nonsense. Dear, it's not true. At first, Li Mengyao was still smiling, but then her gaze became slightly colder. Husband, is it true? Of course not, Zhou Quan is just joking, right? Lin Xuan released Zhou Quan, pressing one hand firmly on his shoulder. Zhou Quan frowned tightly and slowly spoke. Yes, sister-in-law, I was just joking, haha. With such a beautiful sister-in-law, my Xian Gu would never sneak a peek at other beauties. Lin Xuan picked up a piece of rib and stuffed it into Zhou Quan's mouth, his gaze sharp. Shut your mouth and eat prop. Soon the 3 of them finished dinner. After Lin Xuan asked Zhou Quan to wash the dishes, he drove him back to the school dormitory in a Maybach. Lin Xuan returned to Jinghai Mansion and saw that Li Mengyao had already gone back to her room to rest, so he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, Lin Xuan came to the door of his room and tried to open the door, only to find it locked. Dear, why did you lock the door? Let me in. Lin Xuan shouted from outside. I'm not opening the door for you, bad guy who sneaks peeks at beautiful women. Li Mengyao's voice came from inside the room. Lin Xuan cursed Zhou Quan at that moment and vowed to deduct his salary in the future. Dear, it's unfair. Zhou Quan tricked me into looking, Lin Xuan protested. After saying that, he heard light footsteps and the sound of the door unlocking. His wife opened the door. Lin Xuan quickly opened the door and walked in. At this moment, Li Mengyao had already quickly returned to bed, lying on her side with her back to him. Lin Xuan climbed onto the bed and lay down beside Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao suddenly turned around, their eyes met, and her beautiful gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. How did you get tricked? They suddenly said, look, there seems to be something over there. I turned to look and realized I had fallen for their trick. Lin Xuan explained patiently. Why did they tease you like that? Li Mengyao's lips curled slightly. Because back then I was as stiff as a log, and I had a nickname called Lin Log. Lin Xuan smiled. Really? I didn't feel like you were stiff at all. You often kiss me out of the blue. Li Mengyao chuckled. In fact, Li Mengyao hadn't been angry from the start. She just wanted to tease Lin Xuan. If she were really angry, she wouldn't have opened the door for him. Isn't it because my wife is too charming? I couldn't help myself. Lin Xuan reached out and gently embraced Li Mengyao, savoring her faint fragrance. Smooth talker, alright, I'm going to sleep now. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xuan tightly, her whole body hanging on him. Good night. Lin Xuan left a kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead, and then they both fell into a dream. A week later, Jinghai University held its graduation ceremony. The sun was bright, and the weather was pleasant. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered the campus of Jinghai University with excitement and anticipation. The place was shaded by trees filled with fragrant flowers and exuded a strong academic atmosphere. They held hands walking through the tree-lined path of the campus, arriving at the graduation gown fitting room. Inside the room, neatly arranged, were brand new graduation gowns. Li Mengyao dressed Lin Xuan in a black robe. Lin Xuan placed a square cap on Li Mengyao's head and tied her bow tie. They exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with dreams of the future. Dressed in his graduation gown, Lin Xuan exuded elegance and charm, his handsome figure particularly eye-catching under the sun. Wearing her graduation gown, Li Mengyao was beautiful and graceful, her stunning figure becoming a striking scenery on campus. They arrived at Century Plaza, located in the heart of the campus, a spacious and magnificent square surrounded by grand teaching buildings and beautiful flower beds. In the center of the square stood a tall statue and a solemn school motto, symbolizing the inheritance of knowledge and standing in the middle of the square, Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, their eyes meeting, foreheads touching as Lin Xuan felt her warm body and gentle breath. At this moment, the unwilling Zhou Quan came in front of them. Stand still just like that, don't move. Zhou Quan took out his camera, adjusted the angle, and pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Although it wasn't beautiful for him. Quainer, take a few more shots. Lin Xuan said to Zhou Quan. Got it. If I die from overeating in the future, it's because of you two feeding me. Then Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead, and Li Mengyao happily closed her eyes. Worker Zhou Quan was back online, raising the camera, adjusting the angle, and capturing this beautiful moment once again. After the photo shoot, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to the academy for a group photo. As the sun set in the west, its afterglow reflected upon them. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand through the campus. Their steps were light and leisurely, as if they wished to imprint this familiar land deeply in their hearts. The school's buildings were bathed in a golden glow under the sunset, becoming more vibrant as the sun gradually descended beyond the western mountains, symbolizing the end of their university life. That night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to Jinghai Mansion. Lin Xuan opened the door, holding Li Mengyao's hand as they walked step by step towards the living room. In the dim light of the evening, Li Mengyao vaguely sensed that her living room felt different from usual. Lin Xuan did not respond, but continued to lead her to the center of the living room. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room instantly brightened. Li Mengyao was astonished to find that the living room was filled with colorful balloons and heart-shaped flowers with romantic candlelight flickering in the air. Li Mengyao blinked in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. Lin Xuan carefully took out a delicate small box from his pocket and gently opened the lid, revealing a dazzling 2-carat diamond ring inside. Valued at 5,000, every angle of this ring refracted enchanting light, as if narrating endless luxury and preciousness. Then Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, looking deeply into Li Mengyao's eyes, as he said, Mengyao, I feel fortunate to have met you in the final stages of university. From the moment we met, I knew you would be my lifelong partner. Dear, will you marry me? Let's hold hands for the rest of our lives, and create our own happiness. Li Mengyao was already moved to tears as she gently took the ring, took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions, and nodded with a smile, saying, I do. These 3 words resonated like a celestial melody in the air. Lin Xuan's face broke into a smile of happiness. He had finally married the person he had longed for. Lin Xuan stood up and tightly embraced Li Mengyao. She wrapped her small hands around his waist, savoring this bliss. Wife, let me put it on you. Lin Xuan gazed tenderly at his blushing wife and said softly. They both released their hands simultaneously, and Li Mengyao extended her fair left hand. Lin Xuan picked up the dazzling diamond ring and gently placed it on her finger. It's so beautiful. Li Mengyao kept waving her left hand, admiring the ring from different angles. Suddenly, she paused, remembering that she also had a ring to give to Lin Xuan. Hubby, wait a moment. Li Mengyao quickly jogged back to her room and rummaged through the drawer for the men's ring. Looking at the diamond ring on her hand, she instantly felt that her ring was far too cheap. After a while, Li Mengyao shyly walked out of the room, her face conflicted as she approached Lin Xuan, her hands tightly clenched behind her back. Hubby, can you extend your hand? Lin Xuan smiled and extended his left hand, looking at his slightly nervous wife. Li Mengyao gently placed the men's ring on Lin Xuan's hand. I also prepared a ring for you, but mine is rather cheap, so please don't mind. I will work hard to earn money to buy a better one for you in the future. After speaking, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, her small hands tightly clasped together again. Lin Xuan looked at the exquisite and unique ring in his hand and smiled brightly. Wife, I really like it. Lin Xuan hugged Li Mengyao tightly, once more their faces close together as he tenderly kissed her soft cheek, then her nose, and finally landed on her enticing lips. All right, let me tidy up a bit. You can rest first, wife, Lin Xuan said with a smile. No, I haven't seen enough yet. Let's clean up. Li Mengyao pouted at Lin Xuan. Okay, Lin Xuan replied, his eyes filled with affection. They then nestled on the sofa together, watching a show on the large screen. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao also posted on their moments. It was a graduation photo of the two at the school's Century Square and a photo from the proposal scene, along with a last shot of a large hand holding a small hand, both adorned with dazzling rings that caught the eye. Lin Xuan's comments: Zhang Shulan's son, well done. Lin Jinghua simply posted a thumbs up. Lin Cici, did you just get Zhang Shulan? Cici, aren't you preparing for your finals? Lin Cici retracted a comment. Zhou Quan, congratulations, wishing you both happiness. Zhang Zixing, congratulations, it must be Xian guess swiftness. Chen Jingming, I reserve a spot. On Li Mengyao's side, the comments were relatively few as she only had a few close friends in college. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, my Chen Man, congratulations, Yusin, wake up. Yao Yao is no longer yours. Yang Lin, wow, congratulations. This speed is too fast, did you take a rocket? As Lin Xuan was engrossed in reading the comments, he heard the system's crisp voice once again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully proposing. Reward 100 shares of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Effective tomorrow, please check. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, granting one chance to draw. Current prize pool includes 1. A 3x cash critical hit card. 2. An exclusive fish cuisine recipe book. 3. Thank you for your patronage. Would the host like to draw? Last time he got a free renovation voucher for the store. This time, he directly canceled it, meaning that as long as enough draws are made, the items in the prize pool are guaranteed to be obtained. This time, he wouldn't let Zhou Quan down. Let's just draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning an exclusive fish cuisine recipe book, which has been placed on the desk in Jinghai Mansion. Please check. Our prize pool decreases by 1 item for each draw. If only thank you for your patronage remains, the system will refresh. This system is truly powerful. Before going to bed, Li Mengyao lay in Lin Xuan's arms, continuously playing with the diamond ring in her hand, unable to get enough of it. Honey, how much did you spend on this diamond ring? Li Mengyao knew the diamond ring was worth a lot, but she couldn't help but ask. 500,000. Lin Xuan answered truthfully. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as she never expected it to be so expensive. Why buy something so expensive? It makes what I gave you seem cheap. Li Mengyao's forehead pressed closely against Lin Xuan. It's fine, I like everything my wife gives me. Lin Xuan said with a playful grin. If you really feel unbalanced, you can just kiss me more often. Lin Xuan knew that the ring his wife bought couldn't compare to his, but he could tell at a glance that the ring in his hand was not cheap either, at least worth over 10,000. For a family like Li Mengyao's, it must have taken a lot of saving during college to put aside this sum of money, which deeply Why are you being so handsy again? A sharp pain shot through his waist as Lin Xuan hurriedly grabbed that restless little hand. All you do is kiss every day, don't you ever get tired of it? Li Mengyao lifted her head, pretending to be angry. No way, my wife can never get tired of kissing. After saying that, Lin Xuan rubbed his face against hers. I'm going to sleep now. Li Mengyao struggled slightly. Since his wife said she was tired, Lin Xuan had no choice but to let her go. Just as he released her, Li Mengyao suddenly launched a sneak attack, leaning in to kiss Lin Xuan on the lips before quickly pulling away and turning over to sleep. A classic case of flirt and run. What could he do? He could only indulge her. Lin Xuan also fell asleep. On the morning of July, the sun just rose, and the first golden rays of sunlight draped over the earth like a light veil. Lin Xuan woke up early, making breakfast in the kitchen while flipping through the exclusive fish cuisine recipe book provided by the system yesterday. This recipe book contained various methods and secret seasonings for cooking fish, claiming to elevate the tenderness of the fish flesh to a new level. Lin Xuan decided to try it out at noon. Suddenly his phone rang. Lin Xuan opened his phone and answered the call. The delighted voice of Zhang Shulan came through the phone. Mom, you didn't seem this happy when I topped the exams before. Lin Xuan replied, feeling speechless. How can that be compared? Oh, soon there will be a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. Lin Xuan suddenly thought, by the way, Mom, hurry and pick a good date for us to get our marriage certificate. Yes, I almost forgot about that in my excitement. Just wait a moment, son. Zhang Shulan hung up and quickly went to look at the calendar for 2024. Did she just hang up on me? Am I not her son anymore? Lin Xuan continued making breakfast. Not long after, Zhang Shulan's call came through again. Son, the 7th of this month is great. July 7th, how auspicious. It's particularly suitable for a wedding. Her tone was filled with anticipation and excitement. Then she continued explaining. On the 7th day of the lunar month, the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Magpie Bridge, symbolizing that lovers finally come together. Besides, the word 7 signifies reunion and completeness. Choosing this day for marriage will surely bring you happiness and good fortune. Alright mom, we'll discuss it with Mengyao later. Where's my daughter-in-law? She's still sleeping. Alright then, take good care of her, and if there's anything, call mom. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Xuan also felt that July 7th was indeed a very good day. Soon the heart-shaped breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Xuan was about to wake up, the little lazy bug, the phone rang again. He thought it was his mom forgetting to remind him of something, but when he looked, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who this is? Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yi Tianqing, the chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Hello, Chairman Yi. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting the system to be so efficient. Mr. Lin, I apologize for bothering you so early. Are you free to come to the company today? I would like to discuss the specific matters regarding the company handover with you. Yi Tianqing spoke very politely. To be able to acquire all the shares of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. at a high price must mean he is a significant figure. Alright, I'll head over shortly. After hanging up, Lin Xuan simply had a quick breakfast and placed Mengyao's portion in the warmer. Then Lin Xuan walked into the room and gently woke Li Mengyao. Wife, I'm going out for a bit. Don't forget to eat breakfast. After saying that, Lin Xuan gave her a kiss on her fair cheek. Be careful on the road, hubby. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes sleepily and reminded him. Soon Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Although this company didn't look big, its architectural design was unique, with a simple and elegant exterior, lush greenery in the courtyard, and a striking distinctive logo that highlighted the company's brand image. After parking, Lin Xuan saw a tall figure in a well-tailored high-quality suit exuding an extraordinary aura. Compared to Lin Xuan, who was dressed casually, this person was Yi Tianqing, the chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. To his surprise, Chairman Yi had been waiting for him downstairs at the company. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Chairman Yi. Lin Xuan approached with a smile. I am Lin Xuan, we just spoke on the phone. Yi Tianqing was somewhat incredulous, unable to believe that this casually dressed young man, who looked like he had just graduated, could acquire Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. at a high price. I apologize, Mr. Lin, you are indeed impressive. I didn't expect the new chairman to be so young. Yi Tianqing proactively extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xuan. This young man must have a strong family background. Yi Tianqing did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Mr. Lin, please follow me. He'll show you around the company. Yi Tianqing personally led Lin Xuan to tour the various departments of the company. They first arrived at the R&D department, where a group of top-tier tech talents were deeply engrossed in researching various cutting-edge technologies, hardly lifting their heads to look at them. My technical research team consists of the most exceptional and outstanding individuals. Suddenly Lin Xuan spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that his roommate, Zhong Zixing? He was currently focused on research and hadn't noticed them at all. It turned out that when he said he was working at a company, it was Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Then they went to the marketing department, observing the employees working diligently and efficiently. Yi Tianqing continued to introduce. Our marketing team is very professional and efficient, capable of quickly capturing market dynamics and making precise decisions. Afterwards, they also visited the finance department, administrative department, and other important functional departments. At each location, Yi Tianqing provided detailed introductions about the main responsibilities and operations of the department, giving Lin Xuan a clearer understanding of the company's overall structure. Finally, the two of them arrived at the chairman's office, where Yi Tianqing handed Lin Xuan a document. Mr. Lin, I'm very pleased that you are acquiring this company. Please sign here, and you will be the new chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. In the end, Lin Xuan successfully completed the company's handover procedures. Lin Xuan gazed at the chairman's office before him, the spacious and bright workspace adorned with a series of luxurious furnishings showcasing the company's high-end image. Unexpectedly, overnight, he had become the new chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Lin Xuan sat in the large black leather chair, spinning around as he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Chairman Lin, is it convenient for you to come in now? Come in. A faint sound of footsteps followed, and a young woman who resembled a secretary walked toward him with a smile. Dressed in professional attire, she moved gracefully, her steps light, a gentle smile gracing her face. Hello, Chairman Lin, I am your secretary, Zhou Siyue. Zhou Siyue was quite astonished as she entered, not expecting the new chairman to be so young and particularly handsome. Zhou Siyue was also a graduate of Jinghai University, having graduated a year earlier than Lin Xuan, making her technically his senior. Hello, Secretary Zhou, I'm new here, so I will need to ask you for guidance in the future. Lin Xuan smiled. Not at all, just feel free to instruct me if you need anything, Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue was taken aback by Lin Xuan's humility. Well then, could you please show me the list of all company personnel? I would like to understand the situation briefly. Sure, Chairman Lin. After saying that, Zhou Siyue first prepared tea for Lin Xuan before returning to her desk to organize the materials. Lin Xuan pondered how to manage the company while also being unable to leave his wife, feeling quite troubled. Before long, Zhou Siyue placed the personnel list in front of Lin Xuan. Chairman Lin, this is the current list of all personnel in the company for your review. Thank you, you may go back to your work now, I can manage on my own. As Lin Xuan looked over the personnel list, he spoke to Zhou Siyue. Alright. Zhou Siyue exited the room, gently closing the door. Lin Xuan first examined Zhou Siyu's personnel file, discovering that she was also a graduate of Jinghai University, graduating just a year earlier than him. That meant he would have to call her senior after work. Continuing his review, Lin Xuan found that Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. had a general manager responsible for the daily operations and management of the company, coordinating the work of various departments. There were also several department managers responsible for daily management and carrying out tasks assigned by higher-ups. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xuan bore significant leadership and decision-making responsibilities. This was quite a... How could Lin Xuan still find time to accompany his wife and children every day and happily be a stay-at-home dad? Should he consider selling the company instead? Just as Lin Xuan was furrowing his brow, another soft knock accompanied by some light panting sounded. "Come in." A mature and steady-looking middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward. He was Li Wendy, the general manager of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. "Apologies, Chairman Lin, I was meeting with an important client and couldn't make it in time for your appointment." Li Wendy was likewise astonished, as the chairman before him looked nothing like a chairman, but rather a freshly graduated university student. If it weren't for Yi Tiancheng's message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought it was a prank. "No problem, Secretary Zhou, please prepare a cup of tea for Manager Liu." After saying that, Zhou Siyu brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Li Wendy. "Manager Liu, I've just taken over the company, and there are many matters I need to consult with you about." Lin Xuan lifted the cup and took a sip. Li Wendy quickly did the same and said, "Not at all, I'll follow Chairman Lin's arrangements completely." Lin Xuan then inquired about various matters concerning the company, including its main business direction, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Li Wendy was able to respond fluently, while also providing his own insights, demonstrating his deep understanding of the company's operations. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with the current general manager Li Wendy and decided to observe for a while. "Alright, I will visit the various departments later. Manager Liu, you may go back to your work." Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Chairman Lin, I will take you there and give you a detailed introduction," Li Wendy said. "No need, I just want to see the real state of the company." Lin Xuan stood up and extended his hand to shake hands with Li Wendy. "Manager Liu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger." "All right, Chairman Lin, I will do my utmost," Li Wendy replied in a firm tone. Afterward, Li Wendy returned to his office to begin working, while Lin Xuan continued to review the personnel list, finding it too extensive. He decided to only look at the files of middle management and above, ignoring the rest. Lin Xuan exited the chairman's office. The offices of the company's leadership were on the 6th floor, so he took the elevator down to the 2nd floor, where the finance department was located. After walking around the finance department, he observed that everyone was diligently working, though a few individuals were slacking off looking at their phones. Regarding this, Lin Xuan felt it was nothing unusual. It was acceptable to relax with a phone for a bit after a long period of work, as long as one didn't fall behind on their tasks. The people in the finance department saw a handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and thought he was a new intern. "Excuse me, could you please deliver this document to Manager Liu when you have a moment? The finance department manager asked me to do it, but I'm quite busy. Thank you." A slightly older woman handed a document to Lin Xuan, clearly mistaking him for a new intern. "Sure." Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Currently, only General Manager Li Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyu knew Lin Xuan's identity, so he agreed to help with this small task. Lin Xuan then took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where the administrative department was located. The personnel there were also diligently working, creating a harmonious and orderly environment filled with positive energy. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction once more, then smiled as he left, continuing to the 4th floor, where the marketing department was also filled with vitality and enthusiasm. Finally, Lin Xuan arrived at the 5th floor, the research and development department. As the elevator doors opened, he encountered a familiar figure, Yi Xuan. Lin Xuan did not wish to have any intersection with Yi Xuan, but he was slightly surprised to see her. How could this be? Their paths crossed again, as she was now his subordinate in this company. "What if my wife finds out? Wouldn't she run away from home?" No. Yi Xuan was also taken aback upon seeing Lin Xuan. How did he get in? Could it be that she still has feelings for me? Did she hear about my presence in this company and follow me here? Lin Xuan walked past Yi Xuan with a blank expression. "Hey Lin Xuan, what do you mean by this?" Lin Xuan turned his head regarding Yi Xuan with an expression as if he were looking. "How many years has it been? Why can't you let go? I've already said I have a boyfriend, so why are you still following me? Or do you want to work in the RD department of Jinghai Technology?" "To be honest, my boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you plead with me, I might be able to speak a few good words for you." Yi Xuan saw that Lin Xuan still had that aloof demeanor, wanting him to bow down to her. "You work in the RD department?" Lin Xuan remained expressionless. "Yeah," Yi Xuan said proudly, arms crossed. "I remember you can't code or program." Lin Xuan smiled, having already guessed something. Yi Xuan studied finance, but because her boyfriend is a leader in the RD department, she could hang around there. "I can't, but my boyfriend is the leader. I can do whatever I want in the RD department. In other words, whether you can enter the company's RD department is up to me," Yi Xuan said with a smug expression. "Ha, you're still as vain as before." Lin Xuan revealed his signature smile, then turned and left, walking into the RD department office. "What are you pretending for, acting so high and mighty?" Yi Xuan was very angry as she picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. "Darling, a newcomer from the RD department just bullied me." Yi Xuan pretended to sound a bit choked up. "Damn, who dares to bully my girlfriend? How can a newcomer be so arrogant? Shinner, don't be angry. They'll deal with him when I get back. Meanwhile, outside the company, Zheng Haoran was very angry and rushed back without stopping. Lin Xuan arrived at the RD department office and immediately felt the difference from other departments. The members of the RD department looked listless with large dark circles under their eyes, exhausted, and the entire department was permeated with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Even Zhong Zexing, who was lively in school, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that it was due to working overtime. Lin Xuan felt inexplicably heartbroken. After all, they were now his employees. He quietly approached Zhong Zexing from behind, gently patting his shoulder, and called out, "Zexing." "What the heck?" Zhong Zexing jolted, almost jumping up. Turning around, he saw that it was his college roommate Lin Xuan. At that moment, Lin Xuan was smiling at him. "Brother Xuan, what are you doing here?" "I came to see you." Zhong Zexing was puzzled. "Have come to see me? Did you also join the RD department of Jinghai Technology?" Lin Xuan smiled, but said nothing. Zhong Zexing suddenly stood up and pulled Lin Xuan to a nearby break room, finding a secluded spot. "Brother Xuan, you better leave quickly. This is no place for people to stay," Zhong Zexing whispered. "What's going on?" "Lin, this company is overall quite good. Other departments are comfortable, and the working atmosphere is harmonious, but this RD department is the worst. The department leader is simply insane. Oh, he knows nothing about technology, but makes us work overtime every day, and even withholds our overtime pay." Zhong Zexing continued to rant. "Is it that serious?" Lin Xuan did not expect Yi Zishuan's boyfriend to treat the employees so poorly. "It's not even as real as pearls. Trust me, run away quickly," Zhong Zexing urged Lin Xuan. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lin Xuan asked. "I just joined not long ago. If I leave immediately, it will be very disadvantageous for me to continue looking for work, so I decided to endure for 3 months and see." Zhong Zexing glanced at his phone and hurriedly continued. "At this time, that foolish leader will be back soon. I'm going back to my workstation. Brother Xuan, you better leave quickly and don't look back." After saying that, Zhong Zexing rushed back to his workstation to continue working. Thinking of his good brother being so exploited, Lin Xuan sighed. It seemed he needed to rectify the RD department on his first day in office. Just as Lin Xuan was about to exit the RD department office, he was stopped by a man wearing glasses with a barrel-shaped waist and a slightly balding head. This man was none other than the rushed RD department manager Zheng Haoran. "Are you the new one?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, appearing indifferent. "That's me." Zheng Haoran was infuriated, his hair almost smoking. He had never encountered a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on the first day. "So you're the one who just bullied our departments, Yi Zishuan? You worthless scum, wherever you came from, go back there." Lin Xuan remained unfazed. "Manager Zheng, what a big tone you have. What if I don't?" After saying that, Lin Xuan picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy. "Mr. Lu, could you come to the RD department office?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan mention Mr. Lu, Zheng Haoran scrutinized Lin Xuan once more. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem like someone who knew Mr. Lu, just an ordinary kid from a regular family. "Stop pretending here. What kind of decency do you have? Stop mentioning Mr. Lu and hurry up and get lost. If you don't leave, we'll call security." Zheng Haoran continued to humiliate Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan merely smiled slightly, completely unbothered, as if a heavy punch had struck cotton. Zheng Haoran was furious, picking up his phone and shouting, "Security, hurry up to the 5th floor RD department. There's someone causing a scene and refusing to leave. Get them out of here quickly." After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Xuan. "You little brat, just wait to be thrown out." "Sure, I'm waiting." Lin Xuan found a seat and sat down comfortably. The employees of the RD department were whispering among themselves. "Who is this person so bold? Seems like a newcomer, quite brave. This is the first time I've seen someone disregard Zheng Haoran's authority like this, haha." Only Zhong Zexing was still worried. He walked over to Lin Xuan's side, whispering, "Brother Xuan, you better leave quickly, otherwise security really will throw you out." Lin Xuan glanced over and smiled, saying, "It's fine." Zheng Haoran, seeing Zhong Zexing whispering to Lin Xuan, became even angrier. "Zhong Zexing, do you know him? If you don't work properly, he'll deduct a month's salary from you. He's my roommate. What's wrong with me?" Zhong Zexing could no longer tolerate such a leader. "It seems you all are of the same kind. That's even better. Get out to—" Upon hearing that Lin Xuan was Zhong Zexing's college roommate, Zheng Haoran was even more convinced that this person had no other identity. "Leave if you want. Who cares about you, a worthless dog of a leader? Lin Xuan, let's go." After saying that, Zhong Zexing tried to pull Lin Xuan away. Suddenly, Mr. Lu hurriedly entered the RD department office. "Mr. Lu, you've come at the right time, these two." Before Zheng Haoran could finish, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xuan, respectfully saying, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for being late. What instructions do you have?" Lin Xuan nonchalantly stood up, taking out a document to hand to Lu Wendy. "This is a document prepared by the finance department for you. I happen to have nothing to do, so I helped deliver it. How can I trouble Mr. Lin for such a small matter?" Lu Wendy hurriedly accepted the document. "Additionally, please inform everyone that in 1 hour there will be a company-wide meeting in the large conference room on the 7th floor. I have important matters to announce." After saying that, Lin Xuan left the RD department office, head held high. "Zexing, come with me." Lin Xuan glanced back at Zhong Zexing, and then shot a disdainful look at the stunned Zheng Haoran. Coming. Zhong Zexing still hadn't fully recovered from his shock and responded after a moment of hesitation. The two then took the elevator to the 6th floor to the chairman's office. Zheng Haoran's face was extremely pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "President Lu, is he really the chairman?" What about Director Yi? President Liu's expression grew serious. He could clearly feel that Director Lin was very angry. He said to Zheng Haoran without changing his expression, Manager Zheng, do not think you can act arrogantly, just because Director Yi is here. Now that Director Yi has left, you better be careful. Afterward, Lu Wenda also left the RD department's office, leaving Zheng Haoran dazed in place. Lin Xuan and Zhong Zesheng returned to the chairman's office. Xiange, what just happened? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zesheng couldn't help but ask. Yeah, I just acquired the company yesterday and came to take over today, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Lin Xuan poured Zhong Zesheng a cup of tea. They were very casual with each other, so Lin Xuan didn't act like a superior. Xiange, you've been keeping a low profile. Zhong Zesheng laughed. Low profile, low profile. Zesheng, don't worry, I'll take care of these troublemakers soon. Lin Xuan took a sip of tea, looking like an experienced elder. Xiange, how do you plan to deal with them? Zhong Zesheng asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had long wanted to see Zheng Haoran being taught a lesson. You'll find out soon. Lin Xuan revealed his signature smile. Zhong Zesheng knew from Lin Xuan's smile that Zheng Haoran would be in for a rough time. Knock knock. A light knock sounded at the door. Director Lin, hello, may I come in? Please come in. It was Lu Wenda, the general manager, who walked in. Director Lin, the conference room is ready. Zesheng, you can go back first. I need to discuss some matters with President Lu, Lin Xuan said to Zhong Zesheng. After Zhong Zesheng left the chairman's office, Lin Xuan also poured a cup of tea for Lu Wenda. Director Lin, I can handle it myself. Lu Wenda seemed a bit startled. President Lu, there's no need to be so nervous. After all, you are my senior, and pouring you a cup of tea is only proper, Lin Xuan said with a smile. However, I have a question. How did Zheng Haoran, who doesn't understand how to empathize with his subordinates and lacks knowledge in RD technology, become the manager of the RD department? Lin Xuan suddenly asked. He was promoted by the former chairman. I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do, Lu Wenda explained, nearly choking. What do you think of Zhong Zesheng? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. This young man was someone I personally interviewed and recruited. He has excellent technical skills and is diligent and capable. If trained well, he could stand on his own in the future. Lu Wenda had a very good impression of Zhong Zesheng. Alright, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xuan and Lu Wenda arrived at the large conference room on the 7th floor, sitting at the front on the podium. Good morning, colleagues. I appreciate you taking the time. Due to special circumstances, Chairman Yi Tiancheng has resigned. Starting today, I, Lin Xuan, will serve as the new chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Please give me a warm welcome. Over 200 employees applauded. A leader who holds a meeting during work hours is a good leader. Only two people remained in shock, the RD manager Zheng Haoran and Yi Zhixian. The expressions of the two were even worse than crying. Good morning, everyone. I am very honored to serve as the chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. As a newcomer, if I do anything wrong, please point it out in a timely manner. I welcome your supervision at any time. I believe that as long as we unite and work hard, everyone's income will improve. As a company leader, one still has to paint a big picture. In addition, I have one more announcement. Lin Xuan smiled as he glanced at Zheng Haoran and Yi Zhixian. This morning during my inspection of various departments, I found that RD manager Zheng Haoran has been abusing his power, squeezing employees, and even bringing his girlfriend into freeload. For someone like this, I will be reassigning their positions. Nonsense. What evidence do you have? Zheng Haoran, knowing Lin Xuan wouldn't let him go, bluntly challenged him. I don't need evidence to take you down. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show you. Lin Xuan took out his phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou. Soon the conference room echoed with the earlier conversation between Lin Xuan and Yi Zhixian, as well as the confrontation with Zheng Haoran in the RD department. My boyfriend is the manager of the RD department, and if you beg me now, I might help you out later. But my boyfriend is the boss, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. People like you scum should go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xuan had recorded from the very beginning. Now all the employees in the company knew, and Zheng Haoran and Yi Zhixian wore extremely ugly expressions. That's how I am. If you have the ability, fire me. Zheng Haoran suddenly became furious. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. You think too highly of yourself. Why would I fire you? I have other uses for your talents. Just so happens our company needs a security guard and a cleaner. You two are just right. Lin Xuan didn't look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners. He just wanted to use this opportunity to force them to resign voluntarily. If the company fired them directly, compensation would have to be given. Of course, if it were a normal personnel optimization, the compensation would still be given. Lin Xuan guaranteed he wouldn't shortchange them a single cent, but their actions did not deserve that money. As for the new RD department manager, President Lu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xuan turned to Lu Wenda. I think Zhong Zesheng is quite good. He has top-notch technical skills and is hardworking. Lu Wenda replied. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction again. Then it's decided that starting today, Zhong Zesheng will serve as the RD department manager. Alright, thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is dismissed. Lin Xuan and Lu Wenda left first, and everyone else followed suit, discussing among themselves. The new chairman is so young, and he's quite handsome. He's also very decisive. He removed the company's tumor right upon. Yeah, I've long found Zheng Haoran to be quite arrogant. I just asked the chairman to help me pass on some documents. Lin Xuan returned to the chairman's office, once again preparing to tidy up before heading home to cook for his wife. A light knock echoed at the door. Please come in. Brother Xuan, are you really letting me be the manager of the RD department? Zhong Zixing walked into the office. Is there a problem? Lin Xuan trusted Zhong Zixing's technical skills, and since Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. was primarily technology-oriented, he felt at ease allowing his good brother to manage such a critical department. I'm worried I won't do well. Zhong Zixing said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. I believe in you, just give it your all, and I will support you in any way I can. Also, how many times have I said this? When at work, use the proper titles. Lin Xuan joked, mimicking the tone from a certain, alright Manager Lin. Zhong Zixing chuckled in response. Okay, if there's nothing else I'll head back now. Lin Xuan began to miss his wife. Aren't you going to eat in the cafeteria with Manager Lin? Zhong Zixing playfully rested his hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder, reminiscent of their university days. No, I need to go home and cook for my wife. Lin Xuan declined. Come on, you're being modest again. We should gather in our dormitory when we have time. Sure. Zhong Zixing was unaware that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan drove his Maybach out of the company gate, first stopping by the market to buy some groceries before returning home. I'm back. A petite figure dashed into Lin Xuan's embrace. Welcome home. Li Mengyao looked up, smiling brightly at Lin Xuan. Be careful. Lin Xuan lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her lips. Have you eaten breakfast? I have. What time did you eat? You sound just like my mom. Lin Xuan gently pinched Li Mengyao's little nose. As your husband, I also need to take good care of you. I'm going to cook now. Got it. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa to continue her drama. For today's lunch, Lin Xuan attempted to use the exclusive fish recipe provided by the system. Wow, husband, your cooking skills have improved again. Li Mengyao exclaimed. With Lin Xuan's 5-star culinary skills combined with the secret seasoning, it was undoubtedly delicious. Then eat more of it. Lin Xuan continued to serve Li Mengyao more dishes. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Li Mengyao pouted slightly, returning some meat to her bowl. When you're pregnant, you should eat a bit more. Besides, you're not fat at all. Lin Xuan kept serving Li Mengyao meat, and she happily continued to eat. Wife, let's go get our marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red. She hadn't expected to be getting married so soon after graduating. After finishing their lunch, the two returned to the bedroom for a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao was already 3 months pregnant and needed to go to the hospital for another checkup. He checked the time, it was just past 3 o'clock. Wife, wake up. Lin Xuan gently shook her. What is it? Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. Li Mengyao rubbed her beautiful eyes, mumbling. Wife, we need to go for the pregnancy checkup. Lin Xuan gently lifted Li Mengyao. Oh, Li Mengyao's body went limp again. There was no way around it. He had to indulge his wife in her laziness. Half an hour passed. Husband, let's go. Li Mengyao quickly dressed and smiled slightly at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they walked to the parking lot. Once they were seated, he started the car and drove towards Jinghai City People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xuan carefully helped Li Mengyao get out of the car. Entering the hospital lobby, Lin Xuan hurried to register and pay while Li Mengyao quietly waited nearby. At this point, Li Mengyao was 13 weeks pregnant. This checkup mainly focused on checking the embryo's development, the mother's health, and whether the embryo had any congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn for the examination, Lin Xuan nervously stayed by her side. A kind middle-aged female doctor examined her carefully, while Lin Xuan's gaze never left Li Mengyao. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao replied softly. The female doctor thought to herself, what a young couple already having a child. She was so beautiful, this young man truly is lucky. Soon the examination was completed. The fetus is perfectly normal, both little ones are very well behaved. 2. Li Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, based on the ultrasound examination, it is confirmed that there are 2 embryos. Congratulations on your twins. Previously, when Lin Xuan brought Li Mengyao for checkups, they had not done an ultrasound, so he was unaware of the twins. But you still need to maintain a balanced diet, exercise moderately, and pay attention to rest. The female doctor smiled. Thank you, doctor. Lin Xuan smiled in gratitude, while holding Li Mengyao's hand as they left. At that moment, Li Mengyao thought about how she was having twins, and that her babies were growing healthily every day, a happy smile gracing her face. In fact, dragon and phoenix twins are a type of fraternal twins. However, due to domestic laws prohibiting non-medical gender identification of fetuses, many couples only find out whether they are having dragon and phoenix twins after childbirth. At the hospital parking lot, Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the car, then drove the Maybach back to Jinghai Mansion. Husband, wait a moment. I need to pick up a package. Li Mengyao suddenly called from the passenger seat. Send me the pickup code, and I'll go get it. Lin Xuan parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to get the package. Li Mengyao blinked, her elegant eyes reached out to wrap her arms around Lin Xuan and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Is that all? Li Mengyao merely pecked him, and Lin Xuan barely felt anything. What more do you want? Lin Xuan raised his hand to hold her forehead, pulling her closer, continuing to seal her enticing lips with a kiss. After quite a while, Lin Xuan finally released Li Mengyao. Hurry back. Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she shot him a mock glare. Lin Xuan then contentedly got out of the car to retrieve the package. Soon he returned with 2 packages in hand. Wife, what did you buy? I won't tell you. Once they returned home, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the package. Lin Xuan stepped forward and saw that it contained 2 sets of couple outfits. How is it? Does it look good? Li Mengyao held up the clothes and modeled them, slightly smiling. Wife, try it on. Li Mengyao took the clothes and went back to the room. Lin Xuan picked up his outfit, glanced at it, and thought there was no need to try it on, or it would surely fit, as guys are usually that casual, especially with his good physique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for the checkup again. Reward of 1 million cash and a 5x critical hit triggered, totaling a reward of 5 million. The funds have been transferred to your bank account. Oh, please check. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, granting one chance to draw. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash 3x critical hit card. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Would the host like to draw? Yes, draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving a cash 3x critical hit card, which has been successfully used on behalf of the host. Please check. The voice of the system echoed once again in Lin Xuan's mind. What does the cash 3x critical hit card mean? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. The cash 3x critical hit card means that the amount you currently have will be multiplied by 3. Can I save it for later? No, it takes effect as soon as it's drawn. Lin Xuan wanted to accumulate more cash before using it all at once to exchange for more. Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. still had 50 million in the account. If he used the 3x effect, it would amount to 150 million. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xuan opened his phone and saw that his bank card already had over 20 million instantly, making him a millionaire. Just as Lin Xuan was feeling pleased with himself, Li Mengyao came out after changing her clothes. Honey, do I look good? Li Mengyao wore a pure white shirt paired with a simple gray skirt. What stood out was the adorable little bear pattern on her outfit, making her look fresh, elegant, playful, and cute. She gracefully walked in front of Lin Xuan like a fairy descending to earth. Her long straight legs swayed, then she twirled around like a dancing butterfly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a charming allure. Lin Xuan stared at Li Mengyao, swallowing hard. Li Mengyao sensed something was off and wanted to escape, but Lin Xuan was quicker, reaching out and gently pulling her into his embrace. Wife, you are truly beautiful. Lin Xuan planted a kiss on her soft pink lips and smiled. Why aren't you changing? Li Mengyao lightly pressed her small hand against Lin Xuan's firm chest, her face slightly flushed. He'll change right now. Lin Xuan let go of Li Mengyao and immediately began to take off his clothes. Why are you taking off your clothes right here? Li Mengyao covered her eyes with her small hands, pretending to be angry. How can I change if I don't take off my clothes? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. Then go change in your room. Li Mengyao continued to cover her eyes, but left a small gap between her fingers, her fair cheeks instantly turning red. Wife, it's not like you haven't seen me before, why be so shy? Lin Xuan continued to tease. Then a sofa cushion was thrown at him, soft, and without any lethality. Changing clothes was quick for men, or just put it on. Lin Xuan wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt paired with long black pants, and his outfit also featured an adorable little bear pattern. His tall stature of 180 centimeters was even more eye-catching. His fair skin radiated a subtle glow under the lights, and his jet-black, slightly curly hair framed his features. His deep-set eyes shone with brilliance, and a charming smile graced his lips as he looked at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao stared at Lin Xuan, thinking her husband looked like a male model. Are you mesmerized? You're the one who's Li Mengyao snapped back to reality, playfully scolding him. Then the two stood in front of the mirror. Li Mengyao adjusted Lin Xuan's collar and linked her arm with his as they carefully admired their reflections. While they were getting ready for bed, Lin Xuan suddenly asked, "Why did you suddenly buy clothes? And there's a cartoon pattern on the front, it makes me look childish. It's cute. When we go to get our marriage certificate, we will wear this outfit, no objections." Li Mengyao gently tapped Lin Xuan's lips with her index finger. "Whatever you say, wife goes." Lin Xuan playfully bit her lip and smiled. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and then snuggled up to Lin Xuan, falling asleep. A few days later, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 a.m., while Li Mengyao was still asleep, she felt something wriggling on her face, as if something was kissing her. She reached out her delicate hand and lightly smacked it, mumbling, "Stop that. Wife, did you forget what day it is today?" Lin Xuan continued to breathe softly in Li Mengyao's ear. "What does it matter what day it is?" Li Mengyao still felt groggy and was unwilling to open her eyes. "Today is July 7th, our day to get our marriage certificate." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao instantly opened her eyes wide and blinked in confusion. "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" "I called you a long time ago, but you wouldn't wake up even with kisses," Lin Xuan said, showing a helpless expression. Li Mengyao quickly got out of bed and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, the two of them put on the couple outfits they bought yesterday and walked out of the house, heading to the parking lot. Lin Xuan started the Maybach and drove straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jinghai City. Soon they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and entered the hall, which was already filled with people waiting to get married today. The two quietly waited at the back. An hour later, Lin Xuan tightly held Li Mengyao's hand as they walked out of the hall, carefully examining the vibrant red marriage certificate. It bore their names and photos, and both of their faces radiated with happiness. Li Mengyao similarly gazed at the marriage certificate, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile. "Wife, I finally brought you home." Lin Xuan looked at her gently. "Haven't I always been at home?" Li Mengyao playfully pinched Lin Xuan's face and smiled. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's stunning looks drew envious glances from passers-by, truly a divine couple. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao shared their marriage certificates on social media. "Zhang Shulan, my son has succeeded. Lin Jinghua looks good. Huang Shifeng, when can you bring it back for me to see? Zhou Quan, congratulations, I knew I would be jealous today. Zhong Zixing, happy wedding brother Xian. Chen Jingming, when will you hold a wedding banquet? Hurry up. Lu Yusin, congratulations Yao Yao. My Yao Yao. At this moment Lin Cece had her phone confiscated, so she did not make any comments. Suddenly the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Hello mom, Lin Xian answered the call. Oh my son, have you completed the registration? Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came from the other end of the line. We just finished and are on our way back. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. Also hurry and add her to our loving family group chat. Is it still my dear son switching people with just a word? Lin Xian complained. Hurry up. Wife, it's my mom's call. Lin Xian helplessly handed the phone to Li Mengyao. Hello Andy. Li Mengyao, feeling nervous, forgot to change her address. Why are you still calling me Andy? You should change how you address me, my dear daughter-in-law, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Mom. Li Mengyao still felt a bit unaccustomed. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mengyao slowly lifting the corners of her mouth, glancing at him from time to time. All right, Mom. Then Li Mengyao smiled slightly and handed the phone back to Lin Xian. Wife, what did Mom say? Lin Xian, do you want to know? Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes blinked lightly. Lin Xian nodded. Mom told me that after getting married, I should have my husband hand over his bank card. Sweat. Mom is digging a pit for her son. Husband, do you think that's right? Li Mengyao leaned forward, smiling sweetly. Another familiar scene, the familiar distance, the familiar lips. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's little forehead and kissed her again. After a while, Lin Xian reluctantly released her, and the annoyed Li Mengyao gave him a hard shove. Of course, Li Mengyao was just joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card, just trying to tease him. However, just now on the phone, Zhang Shulan had imparted how to hold on to a husband's lifeline, the most important of which was to have him hand over his bank card. At this moment, Li Mengyao turned her little face away and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and quietly started the car, driving out of the Jinghai City Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mengyao finally noticed something was off. This wasn't the way home. Husband, aren't we going home? Li Mengyao turned her head and couldn't help but ask. We are going somewhere first, Lin Xian smiled. Soon a long black Maybach entered the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. Why are we at the bank? Wife, didn't you want my bank card? I'm going to transfer the money to you. Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning over to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers too. I was just joking, I don't want your bank card. Li Mengyao cutely shook her head. Husband's money is your money, oh let's go. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face. Then, they'll keep it for you, just tell me if you need money. Li Mengyao. The two then got out of the car hand in hand and walked into the hall of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao approached the counter where Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and instructed her to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mengyao. The bank teller was shocked when she swiped Lin Xian's card. There was an astonishing 20 million, and the person was still so young. May I ask what this lady is to you? Since the amount involved was substantial, the bank teller needed to ask carefully to avoid Lin Xian being scammed. Lin Xian smiled. Is there any proof? I'm sorry, but due to the large transfer amount, we need to verify it. Lin Xian handed the marriage certificate he had just received to the bank teller. After some operations, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer was successful. A few minutes later, Li Mengyao's phone buzzed with a notification indicating that 20 million had been credited to her bank card. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Husband, is this much? Yes, now you hold my lifeline. You must take good care of me from now on. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's little face. Li Mengyao playfully glared at Lin Xian, saying, I will keep it safe for you. Just as they were about to leave the bank, a figure appeared before them unexpectedly. It was a middle-aged man standing tall like a pine tree, dressed impeccably, exuding a sense of calm and confidence with every. Please wait, esteemed guests. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. It is truly an honor to meet you both today. Hello, Manager Lu. May I ask what the matter is? Lin Xian politely shook hands with Lu Yong. The thing is, we just saw that the two bank cards have 20 million, but it's in a savings account, so the interest rate is relatively low. I'm wondering if you two would be interested in learning about our bank's latest fixed deposit products. It turned out to be a sales pitch. Even the branch manager is personally attending to this. Sure, what are the details? Please follow me. Then with a smile, Lu Yong led the two into the luxurious and tranquil VIP room of Wanha Bank. As soon as they entered, several cups of rich high-end coffee and exquisite snacks were served. Lu Yong handed a brochure to Lin Xian. Just now you deposited 20 million in a savings account, which has a meager interest rate of only 0.5, resulting in an annual interest of only 1.00. Not engaging in any activities for a year would yield 1.00, which is a substantial income for many people. However, if you deposit 20 million in a fixed term for a year, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3, yielding 4.600 in a year, which is over 4 times the savings interest. Additionally, our bank will also provide you with 2 exclusive VIP black cards, allowing the cardholders to enjoy dedicated customer manager services, premium benefits, consumption discounts, and other high-quality services. If you're not in a hurry to use the funds, you can seriously consider whether to deposit in fixed terms for a year. Lin Xian hesitated slightly. The 20 million given by the system had no immediate use for him, and keeping it in the bank seemed the best option. However, if he deposited at all, it would be cumbersome to withdraw in case of urgent needs. Husband, you could deposit 10 million in a fixed term and keep the rest in a savings account. Li Mengyao seemed to sense Lin Xuan's dilemma and spoke softly. Lin Xuan suddenly realized and quickly kissed Li Mengyao's little face, smiling. Wife, you're so smart. Li Mengyao shot him a glare, her pretty face turning red, reminding him that there were others present. So can we deposit 10 million in a fixed term and keep the other 10 million in a savings account? Lin Xuan asked. Of course, that's no problem. Please follow me. Lu Yong smiled broadly, knowing this month's performance was secured. He then led the two to the VIP exclusive counter. After 10 minutes, they successfully processed the 20 million. The VIP exclusive counter is indeed fast. The ordinary counter would make one wait at least an hour. Lu Yong slightly bowed and solemnly handed two luxurious VIP black cards exuding an air of opulence to Lin Xuan, and Li Mengyao smiling. Congratulations on becoming VIPs at Wanhua Bank. From this moment on you will enjoy the highest level of service the bank has to offer. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took the black cards, feeling their weight and the exquisite patterns on them. After bidding farewell to manager Lu, they exited the Wanhua Bank hall and returned to the Maybach. Wife, are you hungry? I am. Li Mengyao revealed a hint of a happy smile. Then let's go home for dinner. Lin Xuan started the car, driving on the road home. After returning to Jinghai Mansion, Lin Xuan prepared a lavish lunch, while Li Mengyao ate her meal in small bites. Lin Xuan took out his phone and added Li Mengyao to the family group chat, casually snapping a picture of his wife eating and sending it to the chat. Zhang Shalon, daughter-in-law, you eat so well. Lin Jinghua, it looks more delicious than what your mother makes. Lin Cici was in the midst of her final exams. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw her photo shared in the group. Lin Xuan, you took a sneak photo of me again. Li Mengyao glared, calling Lin Xuan by his full name when she was angry. After placing the dishes into the dishwasher, Lin Xuan heard his wife calling him. I think it looks quite nice. Lin Xuan sat beside Li Mengyao, smiling. Li Mengyao, still angry, twisted his waist. Hello, Mom and Dad, I am Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao greeted in the Okay, take this money, wishing you a happy marriage. Subsequently, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 10001 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated upon seeing it, unsure whether to accept. Although she and Lin Xuan didn't lack this sum, it was still a significant amount for an ordinary family, and it represented their parents' heartfelt intentions. Not accepting it would seem disrespectful. Wife, just take it. When we go back to Jinghai City to see them, we can buy some gifts. Lin Xuan noticed his wife's concern and smiled gently. All right, Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mengyao, thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Xuan, what about mine, Mom? Go play somewhere else. Confirming there was no doubt about the relationship. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan, who had just woken up, received a message from Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan, Xian Gu, the restaurant has been renovated. When are you free to come and take a look? Lin Xuan was taken aback, feeling troubled. It was so nice to stay home with his wife, and now he had a restaurant to manage. He then kissed the still sleeping Li Mengyao, sent a message to inform her, and left the room. After washing his face to wake up, Lin Xuan picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. Quina, where are you now? Everyone had already graduated and no longer lived in dormitories. Xian Gu, am at the rental place. Send me your location, I'll pick you up. Let's go check out the restaurant together. Sure thing. 20 minutes later, Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to Zhou Quan's rental. Zhou Quan ran down without stopping and jumped into the car. Xian Gu, I'm here. Happy marriage. He pulled out a red envelope and handed it to Lin Xuan. Thank you, Quainer, let's go. Lin Xuan accepted it and started the car, heading to Jinwan Square. After parking the car, Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan went to the 5th floor of Jinwan Square, instantly captivated by the luxurious and splendid decorations. The entire restaurant was adorned with high-end materials and exquisite designs, with lavish wallpaper lining the walls and polished marble flooring. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm glow, illuminating the entire space. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, covered with white tablecloths complemented by exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, creating an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xuan was slightly astonished, not expecting such luxurious renovations. He Xian Gu, this decoration is quite good, isn't it? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xuan walked into the restaurant, observing closely. It was simply a 5-star restaurant. It's really nice. Now we just need to prepare for the opening. You weren't forgetting something, were you? Zhou Quan grinned. Forgetting what? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Money, Xian Gu, I have no money. Without money, how can I recruit staff? Zhou Quan complained heavily. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've been too busy lately. Send me your bank account number. Sure, I've been busy with the wedding lately. Just tell me if you need it. Yes, I've sent you my bank account number. Zhou Quan quickly replied. Lin Xuan then transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his phone. He'll give you 1 million as startup capital. If you need more, let me know. You will be responsible for everything at the restaurant, and we will split the profits 7,030. Alright, as expected of Xian Gu, 1 million right off the bat. Zhou Quan laughed happily. Stop flattering if you don't do. Lin Xuan joked. At your service, boss. By the way, shouldn't we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianming Restaurant. The signature dish will be fish cuisine, but of course you can add some other cuisines. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Taking one character from Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's names felt quite good. Anyway, you're the manager now, don't let me down. Lin Xuan patted Zhou Quan's shoulder, feeling quite reassured about him. Although sometimes a bit silly, he was quite reliable when it came to work. I guarantee I will complete the task. Zhou Quan even saluted despite being grown up. Fine, Lin Xuan retracted his earlier thoughts. After discussing the restaurant matters, Lin Xuan dropped Zhou Quan back at his rental and then went to Jinghai Technology Company. As Lin Xuan entered the company, the receptionist greeted him warmly. "Hello, Chairman Lin." "Hello," Lin Xuan politely replied with a smile. As Lin Xuan met with each employee, he greeted them warmly, and they all responded accordingly. Is this how it feels to be a company chairman? It's so refreshing. Lin Xuan arrived at the chairman's office and saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the desk. Lin Xuan first opened the red envelope, which contained several hundred yuan bills and a small note. "Lin, congratulations on your marriage." Lin Xuan smiled slightly, this kid. He then picked up the 2 resignation letters. Indeed, they were from Zheng Haoran and Yi Xuan. Lin Xuan waved his hand, readily agreeing to it. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xuan left the company and drove home. Actually, the main responsibilities of the company lay with General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters had been given to the chairman for personal handling due to special reasons. "Wife, I'm back." Lin Xuan changed his shoes and walked into the hall, hugging Li Mengyao, who was running towards him. "Hubby, why have you been going out so often lately? Are you hiding something?" Li Mengyao pouted adorably. "I went to check on the restaurant's renovation." Lin Xuan took out his phone and showed Li Mengyao the photos taken at the restaurant that afternoon. "Wow, this is too luxurious." Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened. "Hubby, did you name the restaurant?" Li Mengyao asked. "I did." Lin Xuan stood up, preparing to head into the kitchen to cook. "What name?" Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xuan tightly, continuing to ask. The name Xianming Restaurant, filled with poetic charm, seems to be the crystallization of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's love, representing Lin Xuan's affection for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao's clear, autumn-like, beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Xuan, gradually revealing ripples of emotion on her face. As Lin Xuan saw the tears welling up in her eyes, he was instantly flustered. "What's wrong, my dear? Did I hurt you just now?" "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Li Mengyao gently shook her head, diving into Lin Xuan's embrace, holding him tightly, her soft lips parting, as she spoke dreamily. "Husband, why are you so good to me?" Lin Xuan took a deep breath, gently lifting Li Mengyao's little forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness as he said, "Because you are the only one in my life, the person I love most in this world. You are my wife, the mother of our baby. I am willing to use all my strength to protect and care for you, ensuring your eternal happiness and joy." Lin Xuan's gaze was firm and passionate, as if burning with an everlasting flame. Li Mengyao stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Lin Xuan's neck, giving him a sweet kiss. "Husband is going to cook." Lin Xuan smiled. He then turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Li Mengyao. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao cuddled in the living room, watching a drama on the big screen. Li Mengyao rested her long legs on Lin Xuan's lap, snuggling into his embrace, thoroughly enjoying the show. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan picked up his tablet to read the corporate daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. Whenever he wasn't at the company, he would take time in the evening to look over the corporate daily report, checking the important events of the day and the company's profits rather than neglecting it entirely. "What are you looking at, husband?" Li Mengyao leaned in closer, seeing a string of data reports. "I'm reading the company's operational." "Company? What company?" Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. "Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. "Husband, have you gone to work?" Li Mengyao thought. Recently Lin Xuan had been taking care of her, so he hadn't looked for a job. It seemed quite normal for him to go to work now. "Husband, you focus on your job. I can take care of myself." Li Mengyao pursed her lips. "What are you thinking? Your husband has assets worth tens of millions. It's impossible for him to take a regular job." Lin Xuan pinched Li Mengyao's cute nose. "So what is this company?" Li Mengyao asked in confusion. "This is my company. I am the chairman of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. And you are the chairman's wife." Lin Xuan smiled. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. "Then you must take—" "Okay, silly. You are the big silly." After finishing the drama, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to their room to rest. The next morning, Lin Xuan woke up naturally and began to prepare breakfast. Just as he was still eating, the phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Quan. "Xuan, go have you at breakfast." I want to discuss something with you." "I'm eating, go ahead." "It's about the chef for the restaurant. I already have someone in mind. It's my cousin and his wife. They run a fish cuisine restaurant in Jinghai City, but they are preparing to move due to high rent. They happen to specialize in fish dishes, and they have a good reputation in Jinghai City, which could directly bring customers to Xianming Restaurant, so I want to invite them to be the chefs." Zhou Quan said in one breath. "Have they agreed to come to Xianming Restaurant as chefs?" Lin Xuan asked. "Of course. In such a prosperous location, with such luxury decor, anyone would be willing to come." "Alright, have them come to the restaurant later. I want to see for myself. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xuan must oversee it personally." "Got it." After hanging up, Lin Xuan, as usual, placed Li Mengyao's breakfast into the thermal cabinet, kissed her in the room, and half an hour later Lin Xuan arrived at the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza, Xianming Restaurant. Upon entering, he saw Zhou Quan and a young couple. "Xuan, you're here. Let me introduce, this is my cousin Zhou Yong, and this is my cousin's wife Wang Li." Zhou Quan introduced. "Hello, Boss Lin, I am Zhou Yong, and this is my wife Wang Li." Lin Xuan and Zhou Yong politely shook hands. Zhou Yong was tall, slightly plump, with an honest and simple demeanor, while Wang Li was slightly petite, but had a beautiful and mature charm. Both were in their early 30s, only a few years older than Lin Xuan. "Hello, I am Lin Xuan, Zhou Quan's college roommate. I have heard Zhou Quan praise your culinary skills for a long time." "Oh, not at all." Zhou Yong chuckled. "Could you prepare a steamed turbot for me to taste?" Lin Xuan smiled. Zhou Yong understood that Lin Xuan was testing his culinary skills. Without hesitation, he stepped into the kitchen's backstage area and started preparing. Lin Xuan followed closely behind, carefully observing every subtle movement and technique Zhou Yong employed. He watched as Zhou Yong skillfully selected a fresh plump turbot and quickly cleaned it for use. Next, Zhou Yong ignited the stove, skillfully controlling the heat and timing, causing the water in the steamer to gradually boil. Soon a mouth-watering aroma wafted from the kitchen and a delicious steamed turbot was served. Lin Xuan picked up chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and placed it in his mouth. It was fresh, tender, and juicy, melting in his mouth. Coupled with the specially made delicious sauce, it was truly tempting. As expected of a chef, it's extremely delicious. I warmly welcome you to join Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Boss Lin. However, I can help elevate your culinary skills to the next level. What? Zhou Yong was quite confident in his cooking skills. How could someone several years younger than him be a master? After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone followed closely behind. Lin Xuan similarly skillfully selected a fresh plump turbot, more quickly cleaned it for use, ignited the stove, and more precisely controlled the heat and timing while personally preparing the exclusive sauce. In no time, the kitchen emitted an even more enticing aroma than before, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. A fragrant and visually enticing steamed halibut is presented elegantly plated like a work of art. Everyone please have a taste. The people eagerly picked up their chopsticks, grabbing a piece of tender fish meat to place in their mouths. Before they even had a chance to chew, the delicate and delicious flavor flowed through their entire palate, like a clear spring, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so astonished he couldn't speak normally. Xiangu, it's all thanks to you, but so. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li quietly indulged beside them, saying little, but her expression clearly showed that she was amazed by the flavors. Soon a large plate of halibut was completely devoured. Zhou Quan even licked the plate clean. Boss Lin, can I become your disciple? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xuan with admiration. Ahem, there's no need for that. As long as you work as the chef in my restaurant, I will teach you for free. Lin Xuan felt a bit awkward being called master by someone several years older than him. Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up joyfully. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked gently. Of course. What about me, Xiangu? Zhou Quan shamelessly. You can go play. I focus on managing the restaurant. Lin Xuan looked back at Zhou Quan, and Wang Li suddenly becoming serious. However, I have a condition. What condition? Zhou Yong hurriedly asked. Add a confidentiality agreement to your labor contract. I will teach you the exclusive fish dish recipes guaranteed to enhance your culinary skills, Lin Xuan said with a slight smile. What confidentiality agreement? You must not disclose the exclusive fish dish recipes in any form to outsiders, otherwise a penalty of 5 million renminbi will be imposed. Lin Xuan's tone turned serious. 5 million is no small sum for an ordinary family. Many people work their entire lives without earning that amount. I promise you, I, Zhou Yong, am not the kind of untrustworthy person, Zhou Yong said with determination in his eyes. I also promise you what my husband can do, I can too, Wang Li said firmly. Alright, Zhou Quan, go prepare the labor contract. We will sign it soon. Got it. Zhou Quan scampered off excitedly to prepare the labor contract. While Zhou Quan went to prepare the labor contract, Lin Xuan chatted with the couple. Suddenly Lin Xuan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife's call. Hello babe, Lin Xuan greeted. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback when he called her babe. Why the sudden change of tone today? Honey, where are you right now? I'm still at the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for dinner, is that okay? In Li Mengyao's roommate group, Chen Manman and Yang Lin had been insisting on coming to see her, while Lu Yusin was fanning the flames beside them. Li Mengyao had no choice but to call Lin Xuan for his opinion. Of course I'll go home and buy some more ingredients, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Okay baby, remember to have breakfast, Lin Xuan reminded with a laugh. Li Mengyao shyly hung up the phone. First he called her babe, now baby, what was going on with him today? Li Mengyao gently patted her face, picked up her phone, and opened the roommate group. Rich ladies quartet, you guys can come over. Chen Manman replied, hee hee yao yao, I'm on my way. Yang Lin asked, what's the address? How can we go without it? Li Mengyao shared an address. Chen Manman, Yang Lin. Chen Manman and Yang Lin were clearly surprised to learn that Li Mengyao lived in Jinghai Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan finally returned to the restaurant with 2 copies of the labor contract. Xiangu, I'm ready. Take a look. Lin Xuan carefully examined the 2 labor contracts. Not finding any issues, he signed his name and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there are no issues, let's sign this labor contract. I have a question. Does Zhou Quan count as an outsider? Zhou Yong looked at his cousin with a smile. Yes, Lin Xuan replied, also smiling at Zhou Quan, jokingly saying, Xiangu, you can't do this. We've been roommates for 4 years. Alright, I was just joking. I've entrusted the management of the restaurant to you. Isn't that enough trust? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. Hee hee, Xiangu, I will definitely make this restaurant bigger and stronger, Zhou Quan said cheerfully. The rest is up to you. If there's nothing else, I'm heading home. Lin Xuan bid them farewell and drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some vegetables before returning home. Back to Li Mengyao. Ding dong, the crisp doorbell rang. Hearing the doorbell, Li Mengyao set down what she was doing and went to the front door. After confirming through the smart lock screen that it was her roommates, she opened the door with ease. My Yao Yao, happy newlywed. Yang Lin stepped forward to hug her and presented her gift. And mine too, Yao Yao, happy newlywed. Chen Manman followed in handing her gift to Li Mengyao. Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy newlywed. Lu Yusin, thank you, Li Mengyao said with a happy smile. Chen Man plopped down on the sofa, looking thoroughly relaxed. Yang Lin followed closely behind, while Lu Yusin helped Li Mengyao prepare drinks and fruits. Yao, this is too comfortable. You're simply a little wealthy lady, Chen Man exclaimed. Yes, such a big house with a river view. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Yang Lin also expressed her admiration. Come have some drinks, there are fruits too. Li Mengyao brought a platter of fruit and several cups of drinks to them. Chen Man, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mengyao lay on a lazy chair gossiping and complaining about recent events. Yao, you have no idea, my internship is just too tough. I have to work overtime every day, you know. Chen Man complained. Who isn't? I still have to stay up late to revise assignments after working overtime. It's really overwhelming. Yang Lin joined in the complaint. Yao, why aren't you working? Chen Man asked. I will find time to work later. Li Mengyao lowered her head, stammering her explanation. Yao, you're lying, haha, come clean, you can't fool us good sisters. Yang Lin caught on immediately. She's now a key protected person. How could Lin Xuan let Yao work? Lu Yusin felt there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore, especially since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were already married. Key protected person. Something's fishy. Chen Man grinned at Li Mengyao. Actually, it's because. Li Mengyao said shyly, her face turning red. What? Yao, you were pregnant. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. God, when did this happen? So soon. Chen Man couldn't believe it either. It's been over 3 months already. Li Mengyao's delicate face turned slightly red. Only Lu Yusin remained silent. She had known for a long time. Yang Lin, 3 months ago, which means it was when you hadn't even graduated yet. Chen Man, and you were pregnant before. Yusin, aren't you surprised? I am surprised, can't you tell? Lu Yusin deliberately made a very surprised expression. Yang Lin, so you already knew and didn't tell us. Chen Man, exactly, are we no longer good sisters? Lin, let's go together. I warn you, don't come over, if you do I will scream. Lu Yusin said fearfully while hugging a pillow. Yang Lin and Chen Man teamed up to attack Lu Yusin, reaching out to tickle her. Chen Man, scream away, no one will care, even if you shout your throat out, haha. Yao, save me, haha. Lu Yusin begged for mercy, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Alright, stop messing around, it's me, who didn't let Xin say anything. Li Mengyao hurriedly intervened. Chen Man. Okay, fine, since there is a pregnant woman pleading for you, I won't hold it against you. Yang Lin, by the way, Yao, is Lin Xuan good to you? Yes, is he good to you? Lin Xuan treats me very well, I love him very much. Li Mengyao said, her face flushed. Is this still the pure school beauty of Jinghai University, who always maintained a very aloof attitude towards boys in our usual impression? Yang Lin, you are married and you have a child, Yao, you are truly a winner in life. Hey, do you think senior Deng Junyi? Chen Man suddenly remembered that there was another senior in school who was very infatuated with Li Mengyao and had been pursuing her. Yang Lin, yes, I heard he is preparing to return to the country. Let him give up, Yao already has a significant other. Lu Yusin did not have a good impression of Deng Junyi. I have rejected him many times, so he shouldn't come looking for me again this time. Li Mengyao bit her lip. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door unlocking. Wife and back, Lin Xuan walked in carrying a large bag of groceries. Chen Man and the others only saw Li Mengyao quickly get up from the lazy chair, put on her shoes and jog, overthrowing herself into Lin Xuan's arms. Welcome home. Lin Xuan could always feel a warm aura enveloping him whenever he returned home, and the source of this warmth was Li Mengyao's embrace, making him deeply appreciate the coziness and happiness of home. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and softly asked, Wife, how do you feel today? Are you uncomfortable? Li Mengyao gently shook her head. I feel good. Ahem. Li Mengyao turned around and saw Chen Man and the others looking at the two with excited expressions. She finally released Lin Xuan, her face as red as a little tomato. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao's husband. Hello, I'm Chen Man. Chen Man smiled brightly. Tall and slender, she had a neat short haircut that gave off a carefree and unrestrained. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin also smiled faintly. In stark contrast, she had a petite and delicate figure with shiny black long hair that gave her a quiet and elegant impression. As for Lu Yusin, there was no need for introduction. She exuded an imposing and confident aura. You all continue chatting. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, and then walked into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. The four returned to their seats and continued discussing. Yao, your husband is really handsome. God, how did you win his heart? Please share your secrets. Li Mengyao's face turned red at this moment. Before long, Lin Xuan brought out the last dish. Dinner is served. Everyone came overdrawn by the aroma. It smells so good. Today we have stir-fried lamb with scallions, cumin ribs, sauced beef short ribs, spicy chicken cubes, and a large plate of grilled fish. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life, Chen Man said after taking a bite, her face glowing with happiness. Yes, even the chefs in big hotels can't make food this delicious, Yang Lin remarked. Indeed, it's really tasty. Lu Yusin pretended to be indifferent to avoid being discovered by her two good roommates who would attack her again. Soon after Chen Man and the others were full, they prepared to leave. Chen Man, Lin Xuan, I'm leaving Yao in your care. Please take good care of her. Yang Lin, yes, or we won't let you off easily. Okay, I will treat Mengyao as my most precious person to protect, Lin Xuan said firmly, holding Li Mengyao's hand. After Chen Man and the others left, Lin Xuan cleaned up the dishes, and having sweat quite a bit, went to the bathroom for a quick shower before returning to the room. At that moment, Li Mengyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading. Lin Xuan climbed onto the bed and lay beside Li Mengyao. Baby, what are you reading? Why? Why did you suddenly call me baby? Li Mengyao's face turned red, feeling quite unaccustomed to it. Because you are my baby. Lin Xuan smiled. How shameless. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red as she silently continued reading, seemingly trying to hide her embarrassment and shyness with the book. Seeing his wife not responding, Lin Xuan's gaze unconsciously fell on Li Mengyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out his hand, quietly lifted Li Mengyao's shirt, and gently pressed his ear against her soft belly, accompanied by a fragrance. A wonderful feeling surged in his heart. Husband, what are you doing? Li Mengyao was startled by Lin Xuan's sudden action and reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Her face turned even redder. Li Mengyao stretched out her small hand, trying to push him away, but he didn't budge. Seeing that she couldn't push him away, Li Mengyao started to pinch Lin Xuan's handsome face. Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice, Lin Xuan said gently. Even though Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xuan could still not hear any movement from the baby. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and cute demeanor, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. Did you hear it? I heard it, the baby said. Daddy is so handsome. Shameless. Li Mengyao quietly watched Lin Xuan, who at that moment looked just like a baby. Suddenly a phone rang. Suddenly a ringtone echoed through the air. Lin Xuan reluctantly picked up his phone and discovered it was a call from his mother. Hastily answering the call. Hello mom, what's up? Son, have you eaten yet? Yes, I have. That's good. When will you bring your wife home to see me? Zhang Shulan urged eagerly. Lin Xuan set the phone down and turned to look at Li Mengyao. Dear, can we go back to Jinghai City tomorrow morning? Li Mengyao nodded obediently. Mom will head back tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to go to Jinghai Mall to buy some gifts to take back to Jinghai City. Honey, let's get going. Li Mengyao changed into a deep blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and wore a pair of white canvas shoes showcasing her youthful freshness and vitality. You look really beautiful today, my dear. Lin Xuan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her and savoring Li Mengyao's fragrance. All right, enough hugging, let's hurry up. Li Mengyao gently pushed him away. Holding Li Mengyao's small hand, Lin Xuan walked to the parking lot and started the Maybach towards Jinghai Plaza. They arrived at the second floor of Jinghai Mall and found a jewelry store. Walking inside. Hello, welcome. How do you have any bracelets to recommend as gifts for elders? Yes, please wait a moment. The sales assistant smiled and presented several bracelets showcasing and explaining their features to Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Honey, how about this one? Do you think mom would like it? Li Mengyao had her eye on a jade bracelet, crystal clear and warm in texture, resembling the green waters of a lake. She should like this gift from her daughter-in-law. Lin Xuan smiled. His position as a son seemed to be diminishing. Hello, how much is this one? Li Mengyao asked. Beautiful lady, your taste is impeccable. This is a favorite among elders, made from ice jade, so it's a bit more expensive, 1,000 yuan. Li Mengyao turned to Lin Xuan, seemingly seeking his opinion. Honey, you have all the money at home, you decide. Lin Xuan noticed her thoughts and smiled slightly. Hello, I'll take this one. Li Mengyao showed a faint smile. All right, I'll wrap it up for you. Please pay over here. The sales assistant was thrilled, having sold a large order right after starting work. These two young people were indeed wealthy. Beautiful lady, please keep this and welcome back next time. After receiving the bracelet, Li Mengyao returned to Lin Xuan's side, linking her arm with his as they exited the jewelry store. Let's go look for a gift Dad would like. Lin Xuan gently snagged the bag from her. My dad doesn't have many hobbies, but there's one thing he particularly loves: fishing. Sometimes he even goes overnight, so let's buy him a fishing rod. Is it true that men in middle age love fishing? But it seems there's no specialty fishing tool store nearby. Li Mengyao said, her beautiful eyes blinking lightly. Look, it seems there's one over there. Li Mengyao followed Lin Xuan's gaze and spotted a store in the corner of Jinghai Mall. Let's go. Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xuan towards the specialty store. They entered the shop, and since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she left it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan reached out and picked up a fishing rod specifically designed for competitions, examining it carefully. The rod was entirely black, glimmering faintly, as if it contained boundless power. Lin Xuan gently grasped the handle, feeling the rod's texture, and tried swinging it a few times, finding it quite nice. This one is really good, Dad should like it. Lin Xuan smiled. Then let's go with this one. Li Mengyao displayed a gentle smile. The two approached the checkout counter where the owner, a middle-aged man, was preparing bait for the evening, clearly a seasoned fishing. Hello boss, how much is this? Li Mengyao smiled slightly. This one is 6,000 yuan, as it's a competition-grade rod, made from top-notch materials. The fishing store owner didn't expect such young people to come in to buy a fishing rod. A fishing rod costs 6,000 yuan. Boss, can you lower the price a bit? Li Mengyao looked at the chubby middle-aged man with pleading eyes. Do you two enjoy fishing? The owner glanced at the pair and asked. Yes, we absolutely love fishing. Li Mengyao replied without hesitation. Only Lin Xuan looked at his wife in shock. Is this how she bargains? All right, since you're both young and love fishing, I'll give you a discount, 5,000 yuan, and I can't lower it any further. Thank you, boss. Li Mengyao exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. After leaving the store, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, darling? Li Mengyao pouted. I'm laughing because, my dear, you're just too thrifty. Do you really know how to fish? Huh? Li Mengyao's face flushed red as she raised her jade hand and playfully pinched a familiar spot. Alright, I admit it, dear. By the way, what is your sister like? Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xuan had a sister. Cici, you don't need to buy her anything. If you really want to get her something, I think you can buy her some practice tests for the college entrance exam. Lin Xuan flashed his signature smile. Lin Cici, big brother, just wait for me. Be serious now. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xuan and suddenly spotted an Apple store upstairs. I know what to buy. Let's go. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xuan's hand and headed upstairs. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the mobile phone store. Honey, are you planning to buy a phone for Cici? Lin Xuan asked. Yes, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Her phone was just confiscated at school, huh? Lin Xuan chuckled heartily. It's fine, just let her play at home. Li Mengyao felt that children shouldn't be managed too strictly and that some relaxation is necessary. Lin Cici's sister-in-law. My dear sister-in-law, I love you. Then the two walked inside. Hello, how can I help you? A sales assistant approached them. Hello, do you have the latest Apple phone? Li Mengyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It not only features the most advanced chip technology, but also comes with a super high-definition camera, allowing you to easily capture high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. The design is stylish and simple, with various colors available to showcase your personality. The sales assistant explained in detail. How much for the top configuration? The top configuration costs 18999 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. Having spent 500 or 100 for her parents, she wondered if buying only 100 for Lin Xuan's sister would make her seem like a bad sister-in-law. The clerk noticed Li Mengyao frowning and suddenly thought that both of them still looked like students and probably couldn't afford such an expensive item. If you think the high-end version is too expensive, you can take a look at the standard version. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up. No need, do you have the latest laptop? The clerk was somewhat taken aback. On the high-end version, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Alright, please wait a moment. Soon the clerk brought a laptop and placed it in front of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. This is our latest high-end Apple laptop. It boasts an astonishing processing speed, vast memory space, and is incredibly lightweight, though it is a bit pricey at 22399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xuan. I think Cici is probably laughing her head off right now. Lin Xuan nodded helplessly. Well, take these two items, Li Mengyao said with a slight smile. Alright, please wait a moment. The clerk left, and quickly, hello beautiful. If you're taking these two items, you might want to try our latest full set package, which includes a phone, an iPad, a laptop, and wireless headphones, all high-end versions. The original price is 7788 yuan, but the discounted price is 6788 yuan. It's better to buy the full set for better value. The clerk introduced. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and looked hesitantly at Lin Xuan. Just buy it. After all, darling, you don't lack money. It's a great gift for Cici. Lin Xuan smiled. Alright, well, buy the full set, Li Mengyao said with another smile. Okay, please wait a moment. The clerk excitedly began to pack up, completing another large order. Even Cici's gift is worth more than Dad's. It seems family status determines value. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Mengyao, who was playing with her phone, and suddenly realized that his wife's phone was still an old model. However, Li Mengyao was very neat, always cleaning her phone so thoroughly that it looked brand new even though it was purchased during her— Hello, please add the latest high-end Apple 15 phone as well, Lin Xuan said to the clerk, who was still packing. Okay, it will be— The clerk smiled, even more happily. Honey, why do you want to buy another phone? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand. How many years have you been using your phone, dear? Lin Xuan looked at her gently. Not long, it still works, Li Mengyao said, blushing slightly. It's my fault for only realizing this now. Honey, you don't have to worry about saving money anymore. Oh, just use it freely. Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao. No, we should be frugal, Li Mengyao mumbled. This girl is truly so lovable. Be obedient, Lin Xuan said gently. Oh, soon Lin Xuan came out of the store carrying multiple bags while Li Mengyao linked her arm with his and kept looking around to see if there was anything else to buy. Honey, don't buy any more. I won't be able to carry it all. It's fine, I can still manage, Li Mengyao said unfazed. Then she spotted a men's clothing store. Let's go check that out. Li Mengyao happily pointed. Clothes? I don't lack for clothes, Lin Xuan replied. You keep wearing the same few pieces. I'm tired of seeing them. Be obedient. Li Mengyao tugged Lin Xuan's hand and pulled him into the store. Don't boys just rotate through a few outfits? Lin Xuan was somewhat confused, but still followed his wife's instructions and went inside. Once in the store, Li Mengyao looked around and picked up a few pieces to hold up against Lin Xuan. This style doesn't look good, Li Mengyao gently shook her head. This color is too flashy. Li Mengyao continued. This polo shirt and that short-sleeve t-shirt are quite nice. You should try them on, honey. Li Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Lin Xuan picked up the two pieces and walked to the fitting room to change. After trying them on, Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. These two will do. She then turned and glanced at a suit nearby, who she had never seen Lin Xuan in a suit, so how could she let this opportunity? She picked out a piece and handed it to Lin Xuan. Honey, try this on too. Li Mengyao's lips curled slightly. What? Another one? Lin Xuan helplessly took the clothes and returned to the fitting room, while Li Mengyao quietly— Before long, Lin Xuan emerged from the fitting room wearing a pristine white suit jacket paired with a classic black suit complemented by an exquisite black belt and tailored black trousers, looking exceptionally spirited and imposing. Honey, how does it look? Ha ha ha, it looks good, really good. It just looks a bit like a life insurance salesman, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. Honey, you're teasing me. Lin Xian's expression turned awkward, and he hurried back to change. Li Mengyao was genuinely happy. Sometimes her husband could be so silly. Hello, please help me pack these 2 pieces along with the suit he just tried on. Alright, please wait a moment. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the store, finally finishing their mall shopping. Honey, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand ready to leave, but she stood still, her gaze fixed on a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want to eat barbecue. No way, the smoke there is heavy, I'm afraid you'll vomit again. Lin Xian refused. This barbecue place has smoke extractors at every table. There's no heavy smoke here. That doesn't matter. Who knows if the meat here is fresh? Lin Xian rejected again. This barbecue restaurant is rated #1 in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh, please. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and acted cute. After shopping all afternoon, she didn't want to make Lin Xian go home and cook anymore, especially since the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mengyao's persistent coaxing and cute antics, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. But with one condition: Lin Xian would first check if the meat was fresh. If he found it was not, he would immediately take his wife home to eat. Then the two happily walked into the barbecue restaurant. Before long, the waiter brought out the ingredients to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, placed it on the grill, and slowly cooked it, and once it was done, he tasted it carefully. So how is it? Not bad, right? Li Mengyao was nearly drooling at the sight, as she was truly hungry. The meat quality is quite good and fresh enough. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and placed it on the grill. Once it was thoroughly cooked, he gently blew off the heat and brought it to Li Mengyao's lips. Honey, be careful, it's hot. Li Mengyao slightly opened her mouth and took a bite of the beef. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At that moment, from a corner nearby, a figure was gazing towards Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Isn't that Li, the campus belle? Zhang Hua is a friend of Deng Junyi, and at this moment, he is also dining at this barbecue restaurant. He slowly took out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. As Lin Xian gently brought the food to Li Mengyao's lips, he pressed the shutter button and sent the photo to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mengyao linked her arm with Lin Xian's and left the barbecue restaurant contentedly. Wife, let's grill at home next time, Lin Xian said tenderly to Li Mengyao. Okay, Li Mengyao replied with a sweet smile. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave the Jinwan shopping mall, an unexpected guest suddenly blocked their path. It was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi, standing at 180 centimeters, was comparable to Lin Xian. He had a good-looking appearance with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face resembling jade. However, compared to Lin Xian, he still fell short, and at this moment, he looked at Lin Xian with a proud expression. Long time no see, Mengyao Jr. Deng Junyi said gently as he looked at Li Mengyao. Long time no see, Junyi Sr., Li Mengyao replied politely. This is a gift I brought back from abroad for you. Do you like it? Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed Li Mengyao a bottle of exquisite, high-end perfume. I'm sorry, I don't like using this perfume. You should keep it for yourself, Junyi Sr., Li Mengyao said calmly. It's okay if you don't like this one, tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you, Deng Junyi continued. You still don't understand my feelings. I've liked you for 4 years. Who is this person next to you? Deng Junyi clenched his fist, seeing the dazzling diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand. He exclaimed angrily. I know, but I have said long ago that we are not suitable. This person beside me is my husband. Li Mengyao tightened her grip on Lin Xian's hand. Why? Why did you get married just a year after I left? He's just a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be fooled by him. Deng Junyi said angrily. Making malicious comments about others often reflects a dark heart. My husband is not someone you can judge. Please don't harass me anymore in the future. Let's go, husband. Li Mengyao said coldly, her eyes turning icy with anger. She didn't like Deng Junyi and only referred to him as Junyi Sr. out of politeness, but since he insulted Lin Xian, she certainly couldn't agree. If I'm a gigolo, then what are you? A sycophant. Lin Xian said to Deng Junyi with a disdainful smile. Then Li Mengyao tightly grasped Lin Xian's hand, unhesitatingly bypassing Deng Junyi, and strode forward. At that moment, Deng Junyi's expression turned exceptionally grim. He tightly clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Suddenly, he turned around furiously, losing his composure, and swung his fist directly at Lin Xian. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained remarkably calm. He seemed to have sensed the movement behind him long ago, quickly released Li Mengyao's hand, and turned around in a flash. Lin Xian accurately caught Deng Junyi's incoming fist, then pushed hard, followed by a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Deng Junyi down to the ground. Up! Deng Junyi screamed, unable to move as he lay on the ground. Sneaking up from behind, you truly are a sick. There are cameras here. I warn you, if you keep causing trouble, we will call the police, Lin Xian said coldly. Are you okay? Li Mengyao was frightened and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side, carefully checking to see if he was hurt. I'm fine, as someone like him in a panic can't hurt me, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. Let's hurry and leave. Seeing the curious glances from those around, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home in the evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began to pack their luggage. After finishing, Li Mengyao walked into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa, reading the corporate daily of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Husband, can you get me a nightgown? Li Mengyao peeked through a crack in the bathroom door, shyly revealing her small head. Sure, where did you put your nightgown? Lin Xian smiled. I forgot. Can you help me find it? Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xuan first went to the wardrobe, but found nothing. Then he went to the large balcony, and immediately saw an adorable nightgown hanging there. Soon Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's cute nightgown, and arrived at the bathroom door. At that moment Li Mengyao quickly pulled her cute little head back into the bathroom, leaving only a fair and delicate arm exposed, radiating a charming glow. Lin Xuan was momentarily mesmerized. Is it ready? Li Mengyao asked softly. Here. Lin Xuan said, snapping back to reality as he handed the nightgown to Li Mengyao. Thank you, husband. Li Mengyao tried to take the nightgown back, but found she couldn't pull it away no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xuan, let go, Li Mengyao said a bit angrily. Wife, how about we shower together? Lin Xuan said with his signature smile. No, big pervert. Alright, I was just teasing you, wife. Lin Xuan gently let go of his hand. You big bad guy. After Li Mengyao retracted her small hand, she quickly closed the door, not forgetting to scold Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled as he returned to the living room. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally walked out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xuan, who was still grinning on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest. Wife's angry look is truly adorable. Then Lin Xuan also entered the bathroom to take a shower. Halfway through he said, Where's my towel? Where did it go? After searching for a long time in the bathroom, Lin Xuan had no choice but to slightly open the bathroom door. Wife, my towel is missing. Can you help me find it? I can't hear you. Wife, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Wrong for teasing my wife. Will you do it again in the future? I won't do it again. Li Mengyao didn't respond, and just as Lin Xuan continued to admit his mistakes, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching the bathroom slowly. A flash of blue light suddenly appeared before Lin Xuan's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Mengyao holding a blue towel, standing at the bathroom door. Her movements were swift, almost like a thief feeling guilty. She hung the towel on the bathroom doorknob, and then turned to run back to her room, seemingly mixed with a hint of laughter. Lin Xuan returned to his room after taking a shower, seeing Li Mengyao pretending to read seriously, a smile barely concealed on her lips, her eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Xuan, standing by the window. Lin Xuan had roughly guessed everything. Wife, where did you find the towel? He asked, lying on the bed next to Li Mengyao. On the balcony, Li Mengyao replied calmly. That's strange, I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there. Lin Xuan smiled. You must have seen it wrong. Li Mengyao continued to pretend to be calm. Isn't it possible that you secretly took my towel and pretended not to know? Lin Xuan revealed his signature smile again. That's impossible. I'm tired, good night, dear. Li Mengyao quickly placed the book beside the bed, then gracefully climbed onto the bed like a cat. She lay still, her eyes tightly closed, her breathing becoming calm, as if she had truly fallen into a dream. However, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuan leaned down and kissed her. I'm not talking to you anymore. Li Mengyao turned over, leaving Lin Xuan with a beautiful view of her back. In the end, it was her who was at a loss, and she couldn't figure it out until suddenly she thought of something. Li Mengyao turned back, looking at Lin Xuan with a worried expression. Darling, do you think Cici won't like me as her sister? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful, like a celestial being. Who wouldn't like her? Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, which emitted an enchanting fragrance. Don't tease me, I'm serious. Li Mengyao said, a bit flustered. Cici is lively. The more lively it is, the happier she gets. Don't worry, my dear. Alright, it's getting late, the babies need to sleep. Lin Xuan hugged Li Mengyao tightly, comforting her. Then the two of them fell into a dream. The next morning, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao only prepared to get up when the sun was high. After washing up, Lin Xuan went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Li Mengyao checked their luggage to see if anything was left behind. Soon after finishing breakfast, the two of them arrived at the parking lot beneath the Jinghai mansion. Just as Lin Xuan was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mengyao suddenly pulled him back. Darling, let's drive the Xiaomi Su7 this time, Li Mengyao said with a slight smile. Why, oi? Lin Xuan asked. Because you spoil Xiaohei too much. Don't you think that's too serious? This Xiaomi hasn't been driven often. Li Mengyao's elegant gaze blinked lightly. Lin Xuan thought about it, and realized he hadn't driven it much. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. He took Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi Su7, and after she settled in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding, the system detects that the host needs to drive the Xiaomi smart car for a trip. For the safety of the babies, the system will upgrade the smart driving system and battery of the Xiaomi Su7 for free. 1 minute later. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the Xiaomi Su7. The smart driving system has been upgraded to the top level of the future and no manual driving is required. The battery has also been successfully upgraded, and the host only needs to charge it once to run for a year. What great news. Lin Xuan had originally planned to drive manually, but the system provided the upgrade for free. Shall I activate smart driving mode? Lin Xuan said with some anticipation. Immediately a gentle voice responded. Okay, where would you like to go, master? To Jinghai City, Lin Xuan replied. Okay. Destination set, to Jinghai City, departing soon. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax, master. After the Xiaomi Su7's intelligent system emitted a prompt sound, the vehicle slowly started and drove steadily towards Jinghai City. Lin Xuan sat quietly in the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the steering wheel. At first he felt a bit uneasy, afraid of any sudden incidents, ready to take control of the vehicle at any moment. Soon Lin Xuan experienced the power of the system and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The system was indeed impressive, the upgraded smart driving was already very advanced, and its reaction speed was even much faster than that of a human. Along the way Lin Xuan admired the scenery, while talking to Li Mengyao about his hometown Jinghai City. It was a beautiful coastal city with a charming coastline and unique allure. Can I see the ocean then? Li Mengyao asked with anticipation. She had never seen the ocean since she was a child. Of course you can, Lin Xuan smiled. As they chatted Li Mengyao fell asleep again. Soon 3 hours passed. Lin Xuan exited the toll station of Jinghai City, arriving at a familiar place. Wife, wake up, we've arrived in Jinghai City. He gently tapped Li Mengyao. Have we arrived? Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes with her small hands, looking out the window in surprise. The city was situated by the azure sea, the edge of the city connected to the ocean, where the blue waters merged with the sky, creating a stunning picture. Wow, it's so beautiful. In the evening we can walk by the seaside. For now, let's go home. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Okay, a hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. The Xiaomi Su-7 started again, slowly making its way towards Lin Xuan's hometown. Soon they arrived at a cozy-looking community with lush greenery and a beautiful environment. Although this community had been around for several years, it still maintained a brand-new appearance. Lin Xuan parked the car in the parking lot and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked toward the elevator. As they entered the elevator, Lin Xuan could clearly feel Li Mengyao's small hand slightly sweating, which made him chuckle. Are you still nervous? It's okay, you already met my mom at home, right? Just relax. At this time it should only be my mom at home. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. I'm still a bit nervous. Li Mengyao whispered. By now they had arrived at Lin Xuan's door. He took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. Mom, I'm back, Lin Xuan said with a happy expression. Oh, daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a tiring journey. Zhang Shulan greeted warmly, directly bypassing Lin Xuan. Come, this place is now your home, don't be polite. Okay, Mom, Li Mengyao replied a bit nervously. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan turned to her son and said, What are you standing there for? Bring the luggage in. Got it, Lin Xuan replied helplessly. After bringing in the luggage, Li Mengyao took out a jade bracelet from it and handed it to Zhang Shulan with a slight smile. Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan smiled happily. What gift? You are the best gift. She picked up the translucent jade bracelet and immediately recognized that it was quite valuable. Mom likes it very much, but you must not buy anything next time, okay? Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued to smile, pretending not to hear, as they would definitely continue to buy in the future. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup lately? How are the babies? Zhang Shulan asked eagerly. The babies are developing very healthily, the doctor said. Li Mengyao nervously lowered her eyes. What else did the doctor say? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. The doctor said I'm expecting twins. Zhang Shulan was instantly stunned. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan sprang up from the sofa, as if she had springs under her, quickly walking to Li Mengyao's side, sitting down tightly, holding her small hand, her face brimming with joy, her mouth nearly stretched to her ears. Mengyao, are you really having twins? Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. Yes. It's true, Li Mengyao replied, startled by her mother-in-law's series of unusual actions. Here, this is the pregnancy test report. Lin Xuan hurriedly handed over Li Mengyao's latest pregnancy report to Zhang Shulan, took the report, and upon seeing the clear words twins written on it, her hands began to tremble with excitement. That's wonderful. Son, you did really well. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, and Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly upon hearing that. Zhang Shulan kept looking at the pregnancy report, murmuring, twins are great, twins are great. Suddenly she thought of something. Son, did you bring your marriage certificate with Yao Yao? Let me take a look. Here it is. Lin Xuan continued to hand the small red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan examined the certificate from left to right, her face radiating happiness. Her silly son had finally married, and his wife was remarkably beautiful. She was simply stunning, like a celestial being. Even more surprising was that her daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins, perhaps even a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Li Mengyao blinked in confusion, not expecting her mother-in-law to be so excited. How could she not be excited when two babies were suddenly on the way? They were about to become grandparents. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized she had lost her composure and returned to sit beside Li Mengyao, smiling. Mom is just too happy, don't mind me. Li Mengyao still felt a bit anxious and said, Mom, I understand. She herself was also very shocked when she learned she was having twins. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly, which was 14 weeks along, and wondered why it wasn't showing yet. You little rascal, did you forget to give my daughter-in-law enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Mom. Some pregnant women show late, Lin Xuan explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xuan treats me very well, Li Meng. I was just too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed to a gentle expression and smiled at Li Mengyao. Son, hurry to the kitchen and make lunch, and remember to stew a hen soup for Mengyao to nourish her. Zhang Shulan had a different expression towards Lin Xuan. Why do I still have to cook after coming home? Lin Xuan complained. Isn't it because you little rascal have always disliked my cooking? Hurry up. Lin Xuan helplessly walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Li Mengyao tightly clasped her hands together, feeling even more anxious after Lin Xuan left. Zhang Shulan immediately noticed the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she had given her daughter-in-law, her heart filled with joy. Mengyao, there's no need to be so nervous, just treat it like your own home. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Just then the front door suddenly opened and Lin Zhengwo returned. Wife, I'm home. He walked in with a frown burdened by the stress from working at a state-owned enterprise only to be met with a fierce glare from Zhang Shulan that made him shudder. Only then did he notice his daughter-in-law Li Mengyao sitting gracefully on the sofa, a bit reserved and nervous. Li Mengyao slightly lowered her head and softly called out, "Huh, Mengyao, you're here, haha." Lin Zheng was snapped back to reality, immediately changing to a warm smile. "Did that little brat Lin Xuan bully you? Tell Dad, he'll teach him a lesson." Lin Zheng was sat down on the opposite sofa. No, Lin Xuan treats me really well." Li Mengyao's pretty face turned red. Surely a kiss couldn't count as bullying. "Dad, this is a gift I brought for you from Jinghai City." Li Mengyao handed Lin Zheng with a fishing rod she had bought at the mall for the competition. Lin Zhenghua immediately recognized that the fishing rod was quite valuable, running his hand over it exclaiming, "What a great..." He had wanted to buy a rod like this a long time ago, but unfortunately Zhang Shulan held the financial reins and thought spending tens of thousands on a fishing rod was too extravagant. "Thank you, Mengyao, I really like it," Lin Zhenghua said happily. "By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this." Zhang Shulan pointed to the small red book and the pregnancy report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate, glanced at it, and his lips curved slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He then picked up the pregnancy report and was instantly stunned. A moment later his face broke into a wide smile. "Where's Lin Xuan?" Lin Zhenghua asked eagerly. "In the kitchen, cooking," Zhang Shulan replied. "Then I'll go help you." After saying that, he happily walked into the kitchen like a child. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Lao Lin usually appeared calm and reserved, but this time he disregarded his image. In the kitchen, Lin Zhenghua gave his son Lin Xuan a hearty pat on the back. "You little rascal, you're something else, making me a grandfather of 2 kids at once," Lin Zhenghua said with a face full of joy. "Dad, be gentle." Lin Xuan looked at his dad speechlessly. "Is there anything else to cook? Dad can help you." "Dad, aren't you tired from work?" Lin Xuan asked, remembering his father always looked exhausted after work. "Tired? Not at all, I'm full of energy now. I'll help you out and add a few more dishes for the babies." Lin Zhenghua then picked up a knife and started getting busy. Before long the father and son had prepared a feast. At the dining table, Zhang Shulan kept serving dishes to Li Mengyao, her bowl never empty. But Li Mengyao really couldn't eat so much, so she glanced at Lin Xuan and raised her eyebrows. Lin Xuan understood immediately and finished off everything Li Mengyao couldn't eat. "Mengyao, how about we go back to Lin Xuan's hometown together in a few days? Her grandparents have always wanted to meet you," Zhang Shulan asked. "Sure," Li Mengyao nodded slightly. After lunch this time, it was Zhang Shulan who cleaned up the dishes. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to his room. Once inside, Li Mengyao carefully looked around. It was a spacious and tidy room with a bed. Opposite the bed was a wardrobe, simple yet practical. There was also a desk by the bed on which sat a laptop. The bookshelf was filled with various books and some Gundam models. "Hubby, you still play with these?" Li Mengyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. "Those are from my childhood. Alright, it's time for a nap." They then embraced each other and fell into a sweet dream together. The time has come, 3:30 in the afternoon. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, still deeply asleep, and he cautiously attempted to get out of bed quietly. Just as Lin Xuan was changing his clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive little hand sensed his departure, and she groggily, "Oh, where are you going, dear?" Li Mengyao propped herself up with one hand, rubbed her eyes with the other, and asked in a delicate voice, "I'm going to pick up Cici as she's about to start her summer vacation. You can keep sleeping, my wife." Lin Xuan replied gently, "I want to go too." Li Mengyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xuan tightly. She wanted to make a good impression on Lin Cici. "Alright, let's go." Lin Xuan ruffled Li Mengyao's pretty hair. Half an hour passed again. "Dear, let's head out." Li Mengyao changed into a simple white shirt paired with an elegant black skirt, applied light makeup, presenting a fresh and natural aura that highlighted her purity and charm. Lin Xuan's gaze was fixed on her. "No kisses, you just got all dressed up." Li Mengyao lightly pressed her small hand against Lin Xuan, preventing him from succeeding. But Li Mengyao's girlish strength was no match for Lin Xuan. In a flash, he gently pressed his lips against her allure. "Just a peck," Lin Xuan smiled. Alright, let's go quickly." Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly as she quickly broke free from Lin Xuan's embrace and took his hand to head outside. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. "Xiaomi, please head to Jinghai City's No. 1 middle school," Lin Xuan instructed. "Understood, master." The Xiaomi SU7 slowly started and drove towards Jinghai City's No. 1 middle school. After more than 20 minutes, the car came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Jinghai City's No. 1 middle school. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon, half an hour before Lin Cici finished her last subject of the final exam. Lin Xuan intended to wait in the car for his sister to finish her exam. "Dear, can we stroll around the school?" Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xuan's hand with a slight smile. "Sure, let's go." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got out of the car hand in hand and approached the security room at the school gate. "Old man, do you still remember me?" Lin Xuan greeted the security guard with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? What brings you back?" The security guard responded with a smile. "I brought my wife to see my alma mater and to pick up my sister for vacation. Can we go in?" Lin Xuan laughed heartily. "Xiao Xian is quite the celebrity at school. Of course you can, please come in." The security guard pressed a button and the school gate slowly opened. "What a handsome couple. I didn't expect you to get married so soon, Xiao Xian," the security guard said, looking at them kindly. "You must be preparing for retirement soon, right?" Lin Xuan asked. "Yes, I'll be retiring after this year." "Alright, you two go in now," the security guard said with a smile. Li Mengyao politely responded. No need ha ha ha. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at Jinghai City's No. 1 middle school, the premier institution in Jinghai City, gathering the city's outstanding students. The campus was shaded by lush trees and blooming flowers with modern teaching buildings arranged neatly, the environment clean, and every corner exuding rigor and order. The two walked side by side on the green path, their steps slow, as if afraid to break the tranquility. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, quietly feeling the unique atmosphere of the campus as a gentle breeze brushed against her face, bringing a hint of fresh grass fragrance. She imagined Lin Xuan spending each day in high school, his focused expression during classes, and his playful laughter with classmates after class. A wave of joy surged in her heart. On both sides of the green path, there were several display boards showcasing remarkable achievements from the college entrance exams over the years. Li Mengyao strolled among them, her gaze accidentally sweeping over these boards. Suddenly her eyes stopped on a particular display board. As she approached and looked closely, wasn't that her current husband Lin Xuan? The board clearly stated Lin Xuan, with an astonishing score of 687 in 2020, won the title of science champion in Jinghai City and successfully enrolled in Jinghai University. Li Mengyao was stunned. She knew Lin Xuan was very smart and had strong learning abilities, but she didn't expect him to be the science champion. No wonder the security guard said Lin Xuan was a celebrity at school. Dear, why didn't you tell me about these things? Li Mengyao gently lifted her head and asked with a smile. Your husband is quite low-key, besides you never asked. Lin Xuan smiled proudly. He wanted to pinch Li Mengyao's little face, but she easily dodged. This is a high school, you should tone it down. Lin Xuan then gave up. Isn't that Lin Xuan? What brings you back? A middle-aged woman walked over, slowly, dressed in a light blue dress and wearing white high heels, her steps light and graceful. This person was Lin Xuan's homeroom teacher from his senior year, Teacher Chiu. Teacher Chiu, long time no see. You're still so beautiful, you seem to be getting younger. Lin Xuan exclaimed with surprise. Well, you've changed since going to university, now you're joking with teachers. Xiu Ruishu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xuan chuckled and then introduced the woman beside him. This is my wife, Li Mengyao. He turned to Li Mengyao and said, Wife, this is my senior homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu. Hello, Teacher Chiu, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, you're such a pretty young lady. You two are a great match. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon, Xiu Ruishu said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mengyao felt a slight blush at Xiu Rui's praise. You might not know, but because Lin Xuan is handsome, many girls pursued him in high school, including some very beautiful ones. However, Lin Xuan was never swayed and only focused on his studies, hence everyone called him a bookworm. But none of those girls were as pretty as you. Our Xiao Xian has great taste. Xiu Ruishu reminisced about Lin Xuan's height. Li Mengyao felt a bit confused. A bookworm? Would a bookworm hug her and kiss her every night? The ringing bell echoed, signaling the end of the exam time. The teacher has other matters to attend to. Do visit the school often when you have the time. Xiu Ruishu smiled as she bid farewell. Soon after, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the foot of Lin Cc's teaching building to wait. Before long, a girl with skin as white as snow, delicate features, a high nose, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xuan's rushed out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bobbed up and down with her running, accentuating her innocence and cuteness. The intelligence reflected in her brows made her stand out. Brother. Lin Cc immediately spotted Lin Xuan, waving her hand excitedly and calling out loudly, while also noticing the elegant and beautiful woman beside him. That must be her sister-in-law. Lin Cc ran over, excitedly grabbing Lin Xuan's hand and happily saying, Big brother, you came to pick me up? Lin Xuan reached out to pat Lin Cc's little head, smiling as he said, Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Lin Cc then cheerfully said to Li Mengyao, Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lin Xuan's younger sister, Lin Cc. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Hello, Cc. Her sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Cc had already seen photos of her in the group chat, knowing she was a stunning beauty, but in person, she looked even more like a celestial being. Lin Cc then looked at Lin Xuan with a questioning gaze. How did her silly brother manage to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law? She was perplexed. Lin Xuan quickly saw through his younger sister's thoughts and playfully gave her a light pat. What are you thinking? Hurry back to the dorm and get your luggage out. Brother, aren't you going to help me carry it? Lin Cc complained, covering her forehead with a frown. It's inconvenient for me to go into your girl's dorm. He'll drive the car to your dorm building later. You can bring it down directly. Lin Xuan explained. Oh, Lin Xuan had just graduated from university, so he wasn't much older than them. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to enter the girl's dorm as a guardian. Cc, let me help you carry your luggage, Li Mengyao said gently to Lin Cc. Ah, sister-in-law. That absolutely wouldn't do. Sister-in-law, you're pregnant. If my mom finds out, she would definitely kill me. Lin Cc hurriedly waved her hands to decline. It's fine, I can just help carry some light things. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. No way, the school is about to go on break and the dormitory corridors are crowded with people. What if you bump into someone? Lin Xuan quickly interjected to stop Li Mengyao. Alright then. Li Mengyao murmured. Cc, hurry back to pack. We'll wait for you downstairs at the dormitory. Lin Xuan smiled. MHM. Lin Cc replied, and then dashed towards her dormitory like a little rabbit. Cc is really adorable, Li Mengyao smiled and said. She is like a living little loli with such a lively and cheerful personality. Alright, let's head back to the car. Soon the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi Su 7, and drove to Lin Cc's dormitory building. Half an hour later, Lin Cece, carrying a small, exquisite backpack, struggled to drag a large suitcase with one hand while leisurely sipping on a cold drink with the other. Lin Cece stood by the roadside looking around, but never spotting her father's car. She couldn't help but mutter, "Why is this annoying brother so slow?" Beep. Lin Xuan pressed the horn. Lin Cece looked toward the sound and found her brother sitting inside a brand new Xiaomi SU7. Lin Cece's eyes lit up as she quickly ran over, dragging her suitcase. At the same time, Lin Xuan opened the car door and walked towards her, casually taking the large suitcase from her hands. "Wow, big brother, when did you buy a new car? It's so cool," Lin Cece exclaimed with delight. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xuan said while deftly stowing Lin Cece's luggage into the trunk. "Can you stop right there? You don't even have a driver's license. Don't even think about it." Lin Cece hadn't finished her sentence before Lin Xuan interrupted her mercilessly. Lin Cece had no choice but to sulk and silently get into the car. After placing the luggage, Lin Xuan closed the trunk and sat in the car, turning around to see his sister sitting in the back seat, her eyes filled with a pitiful expression. "Once you graduate from high school and get your driver's license, brother will buy you a new car. How about that?" Lin Xuan said gently. "Really?" Lin Cece instantly broke into a radiant smile. "When has brother ever lied to you?" Lin Xuan chuckled heartily. "But all the pocket money I received during the new year has been taken away by you." Lin Cece pouted playfully. "Cough cough, how can we call that cheating between siblings? It's just a temporary borrowing." Lin Xuan defended himself, his thick skin astonishing. Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I don't care, I want interest. When I get my driver's license, brother, you have to buy me a brand new car," Lin Cece said in a spoiled manner. "Understood, big brother will buy it for you as a graduation gift from high school." Lin Xuan. Speaking of gifts, Li Mengyao suddenly remembered and took out a complete set of Apple products that she had bought earlier at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. "Cece, this is a gift from sister-in-law to you." "Wow, sister-in-law. You are simply my savior." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Lin Cece exclaimed as she unwrapped the complete set of Apple products, which included all the things she had been yearning for: a phone, a computer, an iPad, and headphones. "Don't get too excited too soon. These can only be played with during the break and cannot be brought to school," Lin Xuan advised with a smile as he started the car and activated the advanced intelligent driving mode, slowly driving home in the Xiaomi SU7. Why not? I haven't let playing on my phone affect my grades. I have always been in the top 10 of my class," Lin Cece protested, pouting unhappily. It must be acknowledged that Lin Cece had always excelled in Jinghai City's first high school. If nothing unexpected happened, she was bound to enroll in Jinghai University. If she worked a little harder, perhaps she could achieve the same top score in the city as her brother. Just because you're in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll always be. "It seems I need to add a condition. If I find out you've secretly brought a phone to school, I won't buy you a car." Lin Xuan's tone was gentle, but the firmness within it was undeniable. "I understand." Lin Cece could only agree. "Brother, don't you need to grip the steering wheel tightly? No, it's smart driving now," Lin Xuan responded with a smile. "Wow, this is amazing." Lin Cece showed an expectant look, hoping that she could also drive a smart car in the future. Before long, the Xiaomi SU7 smoothly parked in the community parking lot, and the three of them returned home together. "Oh, there's no place like home." Lin Cece plopped down heavily onto the soft sofa, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. Li Mengyao also appeared somewhat fatigued as she gently sat beside Lin Cece. "Brother, tonight, I want to eat braised beef, boiled meat slices, sauerkraut fish, and grilled lamb chops." Lin Cece loved her brother's cooking the most, and hadn't had it in a long time. "You're just greedy." Lin Xuan playfully rubbed Lin Cece's little head, and then turned to go into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. A man who can cook cannot escape the fate of cooking, no matter where he is. After seeing her brother enter the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother meet? How did he win you over?" Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. "Well, we met at the library, and then it was love at first sight. Yes, that's how it was." Li Mengyao smiled slightly, a blush appearing on her exquisite face. After hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "I knew my brother was a bookworm. But sister-in-law, even though my brother sometimes seems a bit goofy, he is really a good person." She then stretched out a cute little hand, and began to count. "Not only can he cook, but he is also good at housework. He has excellent grades, and is very caring towards his family." With each item she counted, Lin Cece's face beamed with pride. "You must have some misunderstanding about your brother. He is not goofy at all, he's simply a kissing maniac." This was the true thought in Li Mengyao's heart. "Mengyao, Cece, you're back." At that moment the sound of the door opening was heard. It was Zhang Shulan returning, seeing her daughter and daughter-in-law chatting on the sofa. "Mom, you're back." Lin Cece quickly went up to take a large bag from her mother's hand. "How did your final exams go?" Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. "Don't you know your daughter's abilities? Don't worry, everything's fine." Lin Cece showed a confident expression. "Mom, welcome back." At this moment the slightly tired Li Mengyao also hurriedly stepped forward to greet Zhang Shulan. "Mengyao, do you feel unwell? Did that brat bully you?" Zhang Shulan asked anxiously upon seeing Li Mengyao's tired expression. "No, I'm just a bit tired," Li Mengyao gently responded. Li Mengyao was a bit unaccustomed to the bed, so she hadn't slept well in Lin Xuan's room that afternoon. Otherwise she wouldn't have noticed when her husband got up. "Then hurry back to your room to rest. We'll call you when dinner's ready." After saying this, Zhang Shulan took Li Mengyao's hand and went back to the room. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, lying down quietly, and only then did Zhang Shuan feel relieved to leave the room. Li Mengyao was indeed very tired, and quickly fell asleep. What time is it? Li Mengyao drowsily opened her beautiful eyes, sitting up in bed and stretching. Wife, it's already 8 o'clock, a gentle voice came. Oh, husband, you scared me to death. Li Mengyao was startled, and suddenly realized Lin Xuan was lying beside her. She had just been too sleepy to notice. I'm sorry, wife, I didn't mean to scare you. Lin Xuan quickly sat up, and hugged Li Mengyao, softly comforting her. I know. Li Mengyao also reached out to hug Lin Xuan, feeling the warmth and security of his embrace. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her mood became joyful. Have you had dinner yet? Li Mengyao raised her head, and asked while looking into Lin Xuan's eyes. We already ate, and we saved a portion for you. Lin Xuan said gently. Why didn't you wake me up? Li Mengyao pouted, making her seem quite rude. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. Come on, let's go eat now, the babies are starving. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's small hand, and led her to the dining table. After Li Mengyao sat down steadily, Lin Xuan took out a portion of dinner from the warmer, and gently placed it in front of her, all of which were her favorite dishes. At that moment, Li Mengyao was quite hungry, and started eating her meal in small bites, while Lin Xuan quietly watched beside her. Where are Dad, Mom, and Cici? Li Mengyao looked up and noticed that only she and Lin Xuan were left in the house. Mom and Dad went out for a walk after finishing their meal, and Cici went out to play with her classmates. Lin Xuan smiled. Oh. Li Mengyao continued to focus on her meal. Soon she was full, and let out a satisfied, wife, let's take a break and go for a walk. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily. After eating, Li Mengyao rested for about 10 minutes, and then the two of them walked out of the house. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand, and came to a small electric scooter. Husband, aren't we going for a walk? Li Mengyao looked at the cute electric vehicle in confusion. Yes, we're going to walk by the beach. It's still a bit far to walk here, so we'll ride the scooter. Lin Xuan smiled. Hearing that they could go play by the beach, Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy. Wife, get in. Lin Xuan sat on the small scooter, and handed Li Mengyao a pink helmet with a smile. This helmet belonged to Lin Cici, as Lin Xuan often took her out for rides. Li Mengyao put on the helmet, pressed down on Lin Xuan's shoulder, and with her long, beautiful legs gracefully swung over to sit steadily behind Lin Xuan, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, smiling. Happily, husband, I'm ready. Then let's go. Lin Xuan started the vehicle, slowly driving towards the beach. As the scooter moved forward, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drew closer to the beach. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, refreshing and invigorating. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, feeling the gentle embrace of the breeze, her mood exceptionally pleasant. Finally, they arrived at the beach. The night beach was serene and mysterious, with the moonlight like water spilling over the sea, shimmering with light. After Lin Xuan parked the scooter, Li Mengyao eagerly got off the vehicle. She opened her arms, welcoming the embrace of the sea breeze, fully enjoying the tranquility and freedom brought by the ocean. Lin Xuan quietly stood by, admiring Li Mengyao's beautiful figure, his heart filled with love. It's truly beautiful here, Li Mengyao exclaimed, taking out her phone. With a gentle smile, she clicked the shutter, successfully capturing the enchanting scenery before her. At that moment, Lin Xuan quietly approached her from behind, softly wrapping his arms around Li Mengyao, enjoying the night view by the seaside together. Having grown up here, Lin Xuan was very familiar with this beach. How had he never noticed its beauty before? After Li Mengyao finished filming the spectacular waves crashing against the shore, she lightly tapped the screen with her delicate finger, and the phone instantly switched to selfie mode. In front of the camera appeared two faces radiating with joyful smiles, capturing the beautiful moment. Dear, shall we walk along the beach? Lin Xuan softly asked, his tone filled with tenderness. Li Mengyao gently nodded. Thus they strolled hand in hand along the sandy shore, their pace slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally rushed onto the beach, brushing against Li Mengyao's small feet, bringing a refreshing sensation. Li Mengyao reminisced about the times her father used to carry her around, joyfully introducing her to acquaintances. Look, this is my daughter, huh? Back then she was just a child, playing on her father's back, feeling his strong shoulders. Since her father's sudden passing, Li Mengyao had not been carried by anyone again. The two continued their leisurely walk, but suddenly Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks, as if frozen. What's wrong? Lin Xuan turned back gently and asked. Honey, I can't walk anymore, Li Mengyao said, her sparkling eyes gazing intently at Lin Xuan. Oh, what should we do then? Shall we go back? Lin Xuan certainly understood his wife's subtle thoughts, but pretended, I won't be able to walk even if we go back. Li Mengyao pouted, a bit annoyed. Then, how about I carry you? Lin Xuan's lips curled into a smile of indulgence as he turned around and squatted down. Honey, I'm getting on. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, taking a small step back before quickly breaking into a light jog. Finally, she gracefully leaped up, comfortably settling onto Lin Xuan's broad back, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Be careful. Lin Xuan hurriedly held onto Li Mengyao's long legs. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao shouted excitedly. As you command, my dear. Lin Xuan turned and headed back. Honey, why are you going back? I haven't seen enough yet. Li Mengyao pulled at Lin Xuan's clothes, anxious. Oh, didn't you say you couldn't walk anymore? So I'm carrying you back now. Lin Xuan chuckled heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized Lin Xuan was being playful, then lowered her head and lightly kissed Lin Xuan's shoulder. Ouch. Honey, I'm sorry, I'll turn back now. Lin Xuan hurriedly changed direction again. After that kiss, he became a bit more obedient. Li Mengyao saw the small bite mark she left on Lin Xian's shoulder and laughed happily. Honey, am I heavy? Not heavy. Lin Xian felt a sense of urgency. But I weighed myself yesterday, and I'm 2 pounds heavier. Li Mengyao pouted. Gaining weight during pregnancy is normal, besides you're carrying 2 little babies. Lin Xian explained patiently. What if I can't lose the weight after giving birth? Li Mengyao rested her small face on Lin Xian's shoulder, asking. That won't happen. My dear will definitely lose the weight, Lin Xian said firmly. I mean hypothetically. Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xian. Then I'll gain weight too, and we'll both be chubby together, Lin Xian said gently. After that, Li Mengyao planted a hard kiss on Lin Xian's right cheek. Honey, why are you stealing kisses? Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. Whenever Lin Xian turned one way, she would dodge back, not letting him see her. How can you say that? Who was it that kept stealing kisses from me, leaving me breathless each time? Li Mengyao said, her face slightly flushed. I'm just trying to train you. The more you kiss, the more skilled you become, Lin Xian shamelessly replied. Still saying that, Li Mengyao lightly punched him. Lin Xian continued to carry Li Mengyao forward as they enjoyed the refreshing sea breeze and listened to the sound of the Honey, you can put me down now, Li Mengyao patted Lin Xian's back softly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully set Li Mengyao back on the ground. After Li Mengyao landed, she moved her body a bit and was about to turn back, but a gentle hand gently pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. Honey, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes, instantly understanding his intention. Since my wife just stole a kiss from me, shouldn't I return the favor? Lin Xian whispered. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian didn't give Li Mengyao any chance to resist, gently lifted her chin, and without hesitation captured her alluring lips. In that moment, their world consisted only of each other, and everything around them became blurred. From a distance, the two figures were tightly embraced, resembling a beautiful painting, creating a charming scene with the sea and the moon. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished their respective baths and lay on the bed. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, her mind recalling the passionate kiss they shared by the sea, her cheeks flushing again. Honey, why do you love the sea so much? Lin Xian asked, gently looking at his wife. He could tell Li Mengyao longed, because my father promised me before he passed away that he would take me to see the sea. Li Mengyao said, looking down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Lin Xian quickly hugged Li Mengyao tightly, stroking her hair, comforting her. It's okay, I'm very satisfied now. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head to look at Lin Xian, smiling faintly. Then let's take our wedding photos by the sea, how about that? Lin Xian smiled at her. Sounds good. The next morning, Lin Xian awoke first and slipped quietly out of the bedroom to begin preparing breakfast for the entire family. Strangely enough, ever since acquiring the system's 5-star chef proficiency, Lin Xian had genuinely grown fond of cooking. Relishing the delight of his family, savoring his exquisite dishes, basking in their praise of his culinary mastery, and cherishing the radiant happiness glowing upon their faces. Soon a large pot of fragrant shrimp congee was brought to the table, accompanied by steaming pumpkin cakes and tender silky. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already risen and now sat on the sofa awaiting the meal. Lin Xian first approached the door of his younger sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed it open, and immediately spotted the little one fast asleep in bed. She lay sprawled in a wide carefree X shape, her quilt kicked aside, her tiny mouth slightly agape, emitting soft rhythmic snores. Little sister, time to wake up for breakfast, Lin Xian murmured softly as he gently shook Lin Cici. Ugh, finally vacation. Can't I just sleep a little longer? She grumbled, burying her head deeper beneath the covers and sinking further into her dreams. Utterly powerless against his perpetually drowsy sister, Lin Xian simply turned and left the room. As for his wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xian indulged her without reservation and always let her wake naturally. Lin Xian returned to the dining table and joined his parents for breakfast, leaving her portion warm in the thermal cabinet. An hour later, Li Mengyao felt her unborn child stir with hunger. She gently rubbed her enchanting eyes and slowly sat up from bed. Pregnancy lent her movements a gentle awkwardness, yet she persevered, carefully stepping down and making her way to the bathroom to freshen up. When she emerged freshly groomed and entered the living room, Zhang Shulan greeted her warmly. Mengyao, you're awake. Must be hungry, right? She hurried over, took her daughter-in-law's hand, and guided her to the table. Good morning, Mom, Li Mengyao replied with a gentle smile. Zhang Shulan retrieved a freshly warmed breakfast from the thermal cabinet and placed it before her. Li Mengyao began eating delicately, then suddenly realized her husband was nowhere to be seen. Mom, where's Lin Xian? She asked. I sent him up to the rooftop to hang laundry. He hasn't come back yet. Ah, all right. Li Mengyao nodded faintly and resumed her meal. A moment later, the front door clicked open. Lin Xian had returned. You're awake, my love? He asked softly as he settled. She smiled, nodding. Zhang Shulan glanced between the two of them and at Lin Zhenghua watching television in the living room, then suddenly remembered Lin Cici was still missing. That little sloth was still fast asleep. Mengyao, take your time eating. I'll go wake Cici, Zhang Shulan said, rising at once toward her daughter's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cici trudged into the dining room sulking, but the moment she tasted her brother's superb cooking, her mood lifted noticeably. Lin Xian checked the clock. It was only 9:30. Shall we visit the aquarium later, my love? He asked with a tender smile. Oh yes, I've never been. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up with delight. Lin Xian turned to his sister with a playful grin. Cici, would you like to join us? No way. I'd rather nap than endure your endless lovey-dovey scenes. Lin Cece mumbled groggily, still half asleep and irritable. After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao retreated to her room for a thoughtful, elegant touch-up, and then set off with Lin Xuan. They arrived at the parking lot and climbed into their Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xuan reached for the ignition, a familiar voice called urgently from behind. Big brother. Wait. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. Lin Cece cried, breathlessly scrambling into the rear seat. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Lin Xuan burst into laughter. If I don't go, Mom'll make me study or do homework. So I'd rather endure your lovey-dovey scenes than that. She pouted, grumbling with feigned reluctance. Then let's all go together. You can explore freely once we arrive. Lin Xuan started the engine, instructed the car's navigation to guide them to the Jinghai City Aquarium, and the Xiaomi SU7 glided smoothly toward its destination. Soon it came to a graceful halt in the aquarium's parking lot. The three stepped out, and Li Mengyao stood transfixed, awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before her. The Jinghai City Ocean Museum rose with majestic grandeur. Employing cutting-edge technology, the museum's facade featured a life-sized, three-dimensional whale, vividly rendered across its surface, as though swimming freely through boundless waters. So lifelike was the creature that it seemed poised to leap from the building at any moment, evoking profound awe. Inside, the aquarium unfolded like an ethereal underwater palace, lavishly adorned, teeming with marine life, drifting gracefully around visitors, immersing them fully in the ocean's enchanted realm. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao first entered the marine life pavilion, where dazzling schools of fish shimmered in every hue, vibrant coral reefs bloomed in kaleidoscopic splendor, and ancient stately sea turtles glided serenely past. Together, they vividly illustrated the astonishing diversity of oceanic life. Lin Cece wandered nearby, absorbed in her own quiet observation. Wow, how magnificent! That little turtle is absolutely adorable. Li Mengyao exclaimed joyfully, pointing eagerly at a small sea turtle gliding slowly past her face alight with pure delight. Lin Xuan silently captured the moment on his phone, the sparkle of wonder in his wife's eyes, before they moved on to the jellyfish pavilion. There, under specially calibrated lighting, the jellyfish drifted like luminous spirits, radiating an enigmatic, captivating glow. Their weightless grace and delicate motion infused the pavilion with poetic serenity and romantic charm. These jellyfish are utterly mesmerizing. Li Mengyao beamed, unable to contain her delight. Let's take a photo here, to remember this moment, Lin Xuan suggested, smiling. Yes. Her face blossomed with radiant happiness. Cece, come help your big brother take a picture. Lin Xuan called cheerfully to his sister nearby. I knew it. Lin Cece rolled her eyes, but dutifully pulled out her phone and snapped several careful, well-framed photos of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Noticing her sister-in-law's gentle concern, Li Mengyao asked warmly, Cece, would you like to join us in the photo too? Absolutely. Lin Cece's face instantly brightened. She hadn't taken a family photo with her brother in ages, and darted to stand between Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan then approached a passing pedestrian and courteously asked, Excuse me, would you mind helping us take a Of course. Thank you so much. The passerby accepted Lin Xuan's phone and aimed the lens at the trio. Ready? 1, 2, 3. A soft click, and in the frame, three faces shone with unguarded joy, brimming with warmth and shared happiness. After visiting the Mother of Water Pavilion, Lin Xuan and his companions arrived at the underwater tunnel as if they had been transported into a magical underwater world. Soft blue light gently illuminated their bodies, surrounded by shimmering seawater with fish darting freely around them. A massive glass wall connected people closely to marine life. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's small hand, slowly making their way through the tunnel, with Lin Cece trailing behind. Li Mengyao was captivated by the beautiful scenery before her. Suddenly a shark whooshed overhead, startling her and causing her to cling tightly to Lin Xuan's arm. Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine creatures? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion, curiously asking. Because the sharks here have adapted to being artificially fed, they have no lack of food and naturally do not hunt other marine life, Lin Xuan patiently explained. Well then, let's go check out the shark pavilion, Li Mengyao said with a cheerful smile. Aren't you scared? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Xuan smiled. The three then exited the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark pavilion. Entering the shark pavilion felt like stepping into the realm of sharks. Under the enormous glass screen, sharks swam gracefully, including the fearsome great white, the small lemon shark, the gentle nurse shark, and the swift mackerel shark. It was Li Mengyao's first time seeing these giant marine creatures up close. She clung tightly to Lin Xuan's arm, and although she claimed not to be scared, her botus reaction candidly revealed her inner fear. Lin Xuan quickly noticed and smiled, saying, All right, we've seen enough, it's time to head back. Li Mengyao nodded. Indeed, there was a sense of deep-sea dread. The three left the Jinghai City Ocean Museum together and returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xuan started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On the way home, Li Mengyao suddenly spotted a BMW dealership and thought of something. Honey, wait a moment. Li Mengyao called out hurriedly. What's wrong? Lin Xuan quickly took control of the Xiaomi SU7, pulling over to the side. Let's go check out the BMW dealership. Li Mengyao pointed with her small finger. Are you thinking of buying a new car, dear? Lin Xuan smiled and asked. No, I want to buy one for Dad. Didn't you say he loves the BMW series the most? Li Mengyao gently shook her head and smiled. She had seen Lin Zhengguo's old BMW. When she left home this morning, it had been driven for nearly 10 years. Okay, let's go have a look. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a stir in his heart. He knew his father had always loved BMW cars, but had not changed his car for various reasons. Now that Lin Xuan was not short on money, it was time to upgrade the family's vehicle. Brother, can you buy me one? Lin Cece asked with great anticipation. You can take a look first. I will buy one for you after you graduate and get your driver's license, Lin Xuan replied to his sister. Lin Xuan then drove the car into the BMW dealership parking lot. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the BMW dealership together. Welcome, may I ask if you are here to buy a car? A young female sales representative who was gracefully dressed in a professional outfit, paired with sexy black stockings, lightly approached them. As people say, the more expensive the product, the younger and more beautiful the salespeople tend to be. Yes, we are here to buy a car. Do you have any recommendations for the BMW series? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. May I ask what your budget is, sir? Wife, what do you think is a suitable amount to spend? Lin Xuan turned to Li Mengyao, gently inquiring. You decide. Oh, I don't understand these things. Li Mengyao lowered her gaze slightly and spoke softly. Around 1 million to 1.5 million. With the authority granted by his wife, Lin Xuan answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. After all, they now had assets in the tens of millions. The female sales representative and Lin Cece were left astonished. The sales representative thought 3 young people had come in, one of whom seemed like a high school student who would likely choose the cheapest BMW model, but she hadn't expected them to jump straight to the million-dollar level. Lin Cece was equally shocked, wondering when her brother had become so wealthy. For that price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 Series. It features a stylish and dynamic exterior, exquisite interior, and offers an ultimate driving experience, perfectly blending luxury and sportiness. The female sales representative guided Lin Xuan and his companions to a BMW 8 Series, introducing it. Lin Xuan stepped forward, carefully examining the sleek car before him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it firsthand, feeling quite satisfied. His dad would surely love this model. Is this the top configuration of the BMW 8 Series? Lin Xuan looked up and continued to inquire. The sales representative smiled and shook her head, saying, No, if you want the top configuration, please follow me to see the cars over here. With that, she led everyone to another BMW parked not far away. This is the BMW 8 Series i840 version, which is the top configuration of the BMW 8 Series, the sales representative said, while opening the car door, inviting Lin Xuan to experience it. Once inside the car, Lin Xuan felt the comfort and quality of a top luxury sedan and was very satisfied. The sales representative then provided a detailed introduction of the BMW 8 Series i840, from its stunning exterior design to its exquisite luxury interior details and advanced high-end features. I'll take this one, Lin Xuan said with a satisfied smile. Thank you very much for your choice, sir. However, due to the fact that there is only one BMW 8 Series top configuration available in the store, the car you ordered may take 3 days for delivery to you. The sales representative handed Lin Xuan a contract. All right, thank you. Lin Xuan glanced at the contract, saw nothing wrong, and paid the deposit. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xuan and his companions left the BMW dealership and returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xuan started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 headed home. Cece, did you find a car you like? Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Cece, asking gently. Not yet, sister-in-law. Lin Cece offered a sly smile. Initially, she thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it wouldn't be very expensive, at most around 100,000. Unexpectedly, now that her brother was so wealthy, buying $1 million car was just a casual decision. She had to think carefully now. How could she make a fortune off her brother? Soon the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the community parking lot, and the three took the elevator to the front door. Lin Xuan called out while opening the front door. Zhang Shulan, hearing the sound, came out from the kitchen with a beaming smile. Oh, you're back. Did you have fun at the Ocean Museum? It was fun, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. That's good, quickly wash your hands, dinner is ready, Zhang Shulan said, turning back into the kitchen. Lin Xuan and Lin Cece exchanged glances. Was Mom cooking today? Lin Xuan and Lin Cece, the siblings, had always held a skeptical attitude towards their mother's cooking, so they secretly sneaked into the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that their father Lin Zhengguo was inside, guiding Zhang Shulan in cooking. Zhang Shulan's cooking was not too difficult to eat, but in order to allow her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao to taste more delicious dishes, she had Lin Zhengguo assist her. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan and Lin Cece finally felt relieved. Before long, 4 exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly arranged on the dining table. Dinner is ready, Zhang Shulan shouted loudly. The family gathered around the dining table, and Lin Xuan first picked up a piece of rib and tasted it. Although it wasn't as tasty as his own cooking, it was indeed quite good. How is it? Don't think that your mother can't cook, Zhang Shulan said, noticing her son's astonished expression. Mengyao, come try this rib. Zhang Shulan picked up a fragrant rib and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. As Mengyao's mother-in-law, she naturally wanted to personally prepare a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law. Delicious. Li Mengyao bit into a piece and displayed a satisfied and happy smile. Mom, from now on you should cook like this, I really like it. So good. Lin Cece said, contentedly devouring a piece of beef. All right, from now on I'll cook for you, Zhang Shulan said, her heart blooming with joy. The family enjoyed this warm lunch together in harmony. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to pack their bags, preparing to visit Lin Xian's grandparents in the afternoon. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished packing, they lay down on the bed together to take a nap. At that moment, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Noticing something unusual, Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao. "Wife, are you feeling nervous?" Lin Xian. Li Mengyao nestled her little head into Lin Xian's embrace and replied in a soft voice. "There's no need to be nervous. My grandparents are very easygoing, and soon you'll be giving them great-grandsons and great-granddaughters. They are extremely happy and eager to meet you." Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, slightly lowering his head to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. "But, will your grandparents prefer boys over girls? What if I give birth to 2 girls? Li Mengyao raised her head, slightly a hint of worry in her eyes. "My grandfather might have a slight preference, but my grandmother does not. She especially loves children. Just look at CCO. Compared to me, my grandmother dotes on her much more," Lin Xian said with a smile. After all, they are from the older generation, so it's impossible for them to have no preference for boys over girls, but in Lin Xian's view, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. Besides, who knows, it might even be twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Xian continued with a smile. "That's not likely," Li Mengyao giggled softly. Hearing Lin Xian say this, she felt less tense. In any case, the decision of whether the baby is a boy or girl depends on her husband and has nothing to do with her. Li Mengyao snuggled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, and soon fell asleep. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. After their nap, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to head to their hometown Yinshan town. "Hubby, let's go." Li Mengyao applied light makeup and changed into a dress as white as snow. The dress was well-tailored and featured a cute bow tie design at the neckline, perfectly showcasing the unique, gentle, and fresh feel of summer, making her appear ethereal and lively. Lin Xian couldn't take his eyes off her. After a while, he came to his senses and murmured 2 words, "Beautiful." "Then let's hurry up and go." Li Mengyao chuckled lightly, reached out to pull the still-dazed Lin Xian, and walked out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, with Lin Si closely following her parents. The group arrived at the parking lot of the community. "CC, whose car are you taking?" Lin Zhenghua asked as he opened the door to his somewhat old BMW. "Of course I'm taking my older brother's car." Lin Si plopped down in the back seat of the new Xiaomi SU7, remarking that a new car is indeed more comfortable. Lin Zhenghua glanced at his old BMW and sighed, realizing it was time to buy a new one as his daughter had already complained about it. Then Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan got into the car and began driving towards Yinshan town. Meanwhile, Lin Xian carefully ensured Li Mengyao was secure in the back seat before quickly starting the car, with the Xiaomi SU7 closely following. At first, in the urban area of Jinghai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 kept pace with his father's car, but once they entered the highway, Lin Xian wasted no time in accelerating swiftly, leaving his father's car far behind. "Why is that brat driving so fast?" Zhang Shulan exclaimed angrily. "Dear, it's not that our son is driving fast, it's just that our car is too slow," Lin Zhenghua explained. "I see. Then you should find time to buy a new one," Zhang Shulan said, looking at the outdated BMW, which indeed needed to be replaced. In the past, she always thought about saving money for Lin Xian to marry a wife, worried that this wooden-head son wouldn't find a partner. Unexpectedly, that money was no longer needed as he already had a wife and children. Thinking of this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was indeed capable. "All right then," Lin Zhenghua chuckled, finally receiving his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian arrived first at the Yinshan town highway exit and parked his car by the roadside to 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove out of the highway and led the way towards their hometown again, with Lin Xian following closely behind as he had in the city. Soon the 2 cars slowly drove into an independent small villa. Lin Xian's grandparents had been waiting at the door. Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Cici was the first to open the car door and happily ran forward. "Hey, Cici, how have you been in school lately?" Grandma asked with a kind smile. "Very well," Lin Cici replied with joy. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and approached their grandparents. "Mom and Dad, we are back," Lin Zhenghua greeted. "It's good that you're back. By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma asked eagerly, and at that moment, she vaguely saw a petite figure inside the Xiaomi car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep in the car. "Wife, we have arrived," Lin Xian gently called out to Li Mengyao. Have we arrived?" Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and sleepily responded. A mountain villa came into Li Mengyao's view, tall and stately, rising 5 stories into the clouds. Its vast grounds embraced a deep, serene courtyard carpeted with emerald grass wreathed perpetually in mist, as if plucked from a celestial realm. Opulent, majestic, and utterly breathtaking. Li Mengyao had never imagined Lin Xian's hometown concealed such an exquisite villa. Still dazed, she stepped out of the car, her hand gently guided by Lin Xian, only to be warmly greeted at once by his grandparents. "Xianer, you've put on some weight lately." "Ha ha ha." Grandfather boomed with hearty laughter. "Xianer, is this our future grandmother asked, her face radiant with affection. Grandfather's silver hair was combed with meticulous care, his bearing exuded unwavering integrity, a striking resemblance to Lin Zhenghua. Though his spine bore the gentle curve of age, his upright posture and resolute gaze conveyed profound steadiness and unshakable fortitude. Grandmother, by contrast, possessed a countenance of serene kindness. Her smile ever warm and tender, her voice soft as spring breeze, soothing the soul with quiet grace. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. I'm Li Mengyao, Lin Xuan's wife. She introduced herself with poised courtesy. Oh, how wonderful. What a beautiful granddaughter-in-law you've brought us. Grandmother beamed, so broadly her eyes crinkled at the corners. Grandfather too smiled with quiet satisfaction. Just a moment, please. After exchanging greetings, Li Mengyao turned toward the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7 and beckoned Lin Xuan to help carry 2 elegantly wrapped boxes of premium health supplements. Grandfather, grandmother, these are small tokens of respect for our first meeting. She presented the gifts with both hands. Child, you've come all this way. No need for presents. Let's go inside and sit down. Grandmother spoke with gentle warmth. Then with delicate care, she took Li Mengyao's hand and led her slowly into the villa. The moment she crossed the threshold, Li Mengyao stood transfixed by the interior's breathtaking opulence. Every detail of the villa's decor bespoke refined taste and quiet wealth. Exquisite rosewood furniture arranged with harmonious precision throughout the space. The family settled comfortably in the spacious, sunlit great hall. My dear, from now on this is your home too. Please feel no restraint, grandmother said, her expression brimming with tender kindness. Yes, thank you, grandmother, Li Mengyao murmured softly, bowing her head slightly, though a trace of nervousness still lingered. Now then, my dear, how many weeks along are you? Grandmother gazed intently at Li Mengyao's abdomen, her eagerness unmistakable. Ever since learning of her granddaughter-in-law's pregnancy, the elderly couple had been overjoyed. 14 weeks, Li Mengyao replied, her voice hushed and tinged with modesty. And how is the baby developing? Have you visited the doctor yet? Grandmother continued, her concern tender and sincere. Grandmother, the babies are thriving, and the doctor confirmed they're twins. Lin Xuan stepped beside Li Mengyao, gently taking her hand to ease her apprehension. Then he smiled warmly at grandmother. Xuan, you're not just teasing us old folks, are you? Truly, twins. Grandmother gasped, her delight spilling over. It's true. I've brought the prenatal report right here. With that, Lin Xuan handed the document to grandmother. Husband, quickly fetch my reading glasses. She urged grandfather, who, startled by the news, sprang up flustered and hurried off to retrieve not 1, but 2 pairs of spectacles. Once fitted with their glasses, the couple leaned in rapt and reverent, studying the report, where the words twin pregnancy stood boldly printed. Tears shimmered in grandmother's eyes, bright with pure unguarded joy. Even grandfather, normally so composed, could not suppress his elation. His lips curved upward, his face alight with radiant happiness. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, husband, grandmother exclaimed, gripping his arm. Yes, dear wife. Go prepare dinner now, or everyone must be hungry. Grandfather replied, animated and eager. Oh, of course. This is precisely the time for nourishment. The little ones must be famished. How silly of me. I was too overjoyed to remember. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll prepare dinner right away. It'll be ready in no time. Grandmother smiled warmly at Li Mengyao before gliding swiftly into the kitchen. Mother, I'll help you in the kitchen, Lin Xuan offered with a gentle smile. Yes, go ahead, Li Mengyao nodded. With his assistance, the dining table soon overflowed with sumptuous, fragrant dishes. Grandmother kept filling Li Mengyao's plate as if fearing she might go hungry, a gesture that stirred memories of Zhang Shulan's identical warmth when Li Mengyao first arrived at Lin Xuan's home. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan quietly consumed whatever Li Mengyao left uneaten. Grandmother, too, served generous portions to Lin Xuan and Lin Sisi. The entire family gathered around the table, laughter and affection flowing freely. After dinner, they relaxed together in the bright, airy great hall watching television. Li Mengyao nestled gently against Lin Xuan's side, overwhelmed by a deep, quiet happiness. His family's kindness had wrapped her in warmth beyond measure. When night deepened, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay side by side upon a plush cloud-soft bed. Husband, I never imagined your hometown held such a magnificent villa. Li Mengyao murmured, curiosity dancing in her voice. My grandfather built his fortune through business. This villa is part of that legacy, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle, knowing smile. Did grandmother bear only 1 child? Li Mengyao asked, still having met no other relatives. Not at all. She gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters. My father is the youngest. Lin Xuan explained. In the 1970s and 80s, large families were common. Then, none of them returned home. Li Mengyao asked gently. They live across different cities. One aunt even resides in another province. They usually reunite only during spring festival, Lin Xuan said, smiling. It's growing late. We should rest early. Tomorrow I'll show you around the town. He drew her close, cradling her gently until sleep claimed her, her body relaxing into his warmth, her breath softening into peaceful slumber. At dawn the next day, golden sunlight pierced the clouds, gilding the earth in luminous amber. After breakfast, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand, and together they strolled through Yinshan town. Hand in hand they wandered its quiet lanes and winding alleys. Surrounded by verdant forest-clad mountains, Yinshan town resembled a secluded paradise, untouched by time, steeped in tranquil beauty. Its streets breathed serenity and harmony. Neighbors exchanged cheerful greetings, their faces lit by genuine, unhurried smiles, an atmosphere thick with heartfelt warmth. Xiaoxian, you're back. A voice called out suddenly. Lin Xuan turned. There approached a middle-aged woman, her expression bright with recognition. Yes, Aunt Wu. I arrived last night, Lin Xuan replied with a warm smile. Oh, and who might this be? Aunt Wu's eyes lingered playfully on their clasped hands, her face softening into a fond maternal smile. This is my wife, Lin Xuan introduced, his tone proud and tender. Hello, Auntie, Li Mengyao greeted politely. What a lovely girl. You're absolutely radiant. Aunt Wu praised warmly. Li Mengyao blushed faintly, her cheeks glowing as she lowered her gaze, shy and sweet. Young lady, you have no idea. Xiao Xian used to be such a little boy. Aunt Wu, noticing Li Mengyao's shyness, was about to recount Lin Xian's most embarrassing childhood anecdotes when Lin Xuan hastily interrupted her. Aunt Wu, please don't bring up my childhood in front of my wife. Do go on, Aunt Wu. Let her tell us more. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes fluttered gently, betraying a quiet curiosity. Look at that. Even your own wife. Aunt Wu chuckled softly and continued, don't let Xiao Xian's towering frame and dashing appearance today deceive you. He was once a weepy little fellow, bursting into tears at the slightest frustration or even the lightest touch. Back then he was terribly proud and prickly, so we all called him Crying Xian. Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao burst into laughter. Her husband, it turned out, had been quite the crybaby. Aunt Wu, weren't you heading to the market? Better hurry off. We'll just stroll around a bit ourselves, Lin Xuan said, scratching his head awkwardly in an attempt to change the subject. Ha ha ha. Won't disturb you lovebirds any longer. Aunt Wu laughed as she walked away. Watching Aunt Wu's retreating figure, Li Mengyao's lips curled ever so slightly. Her gaze lingered on Lin Xuan with a knowing, teasing smile. Husband, so you were truly this tearful as a child. How could I never have noticed? A true hero never dwells on past glories, Lin Xuan murmured, his cheeks faintly flushed. Li Mengyao gave a soft, skeptical tch. Soon after, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered a local shop selling specialties from Yinshan town. Uncle Yi. Lin Xuan called out. Well, if it isn't Xiao Xian. When did you get back? A plump, cheerful, middle-aged man turned around, his voice warm and familiar. He wore a white chef's apron dusted lightly with flour, holding a spoon in hand, evidently just finishing a batch of paste. Came back last night. So naturally, I came straight to you this morning, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. You've always had a silver tongue. You're here for Yinshan pastries again, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Uncle Yi laughed heartily, his eyes crinkling deeply at the corners. Lin Xuan scratched his head, chuckling bashfully. Haha. Uncle Yi knows me too well. But this time I'm not the only one. With that, he stepped aside, revealing a stunning young woman standing beside him. This is my wife. I brought her to taste your famous Yinshan pastries. Taking Li Mengyao's hand, Lin Xuan introduced her formally. Hello, Uncle Yi, she greeted politely. Hello, what a radiant young lady you are. Never imagined Xiao Xian would marry so young. Wait, I'll make 2 fresh portions myself as a gift, and best wishes for your newlywed bliss. Without another word, Uncle Yi turned back to his workbench and set about his craft with practiced ease. First, he shaped prep dough into smooth spheres, then with deft strokes of his rolling pin flattened them into delicate rounds, filled them with fragrant fillings, and finally sealed them into exquisite, intricate forms. Each movement flowed with effortless mastery and quiet confidence, as though he were sculpting living art. Soon the sweet, rich aroma of freshly baked pastries filled the air. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao instinctively leaned closer, inhaling deeply, eyes alight with eager anticipation. Moments later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 perfectly crafted portions, vibrant in hue, petite and refined, each adorned with glistening, translucent candied fruits, like jewels on miniature masterpieces. Oh, how breathtaking! Li Mengyao breathed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Go ahead, try one. Tell me what. Uncle Yi beamed with quiet pride at his creations. Li Mengyao carefully lifted a pastry and took a delicate bite. Instantly, a deep, luscious sweetness bloomed across her tongue, the crisp golden exterior yielding to a tender cloud-soft interior, leaving behind a lingering, unforgettable aftertaste. Delicious. Her eyes crinkled into crescents of pure joy. Seeing his wife's unguarded delight, Lin Xuan picked up a pastry and savored a bite himself. Uncle Yi, your skill grows finer with every year. He nodded appreciatively. Glad you enjoy it. How many days will you stay? Before you leave, I'll prepare more for you to take home. Uncle Yi smiled warmly. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Lin Xuan replied gratefully. Ha ha ha. Since when did Xiao Xian grow so formal? As a boy, you'd barge in daily for free snacks, and never once said thank you. Uncle Yi roared with laughter. Well, I've grown up now, Lin Xuan admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. We'll keep exploring. See you later, Uncle Yi. Right you are, come back soon. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled onward through the ancient town, soon arriving at an old stone bridge arching gracefully over a gentle river where small boats drifted lazily beneath. They continued walking until they reached a clear, babbling brook flanked by a few rustic cottages, a serene portrait of flowing water, arched bridge, and tranquil dwellings. The brook shimmered with crystalline clarity. Tiny shrimp darted playfully among pebbles beneath the surface. Li Mengyao knelt beside it and dipped her slender fingers into the cool water. The water's refreshingly icy. In scorching summer days I'd bathe right here, Lin Xuan said with a grin. How shameless. Li Mengyao teased, a soft blush rising to her cheeks. Wife, we should probably head back soon, Lin Xuan said, glancing at his watch. We're home, he called out cheerfully. Must be tired from walking, Mengyao. Come sit beside me and rest, Grandma said, gently guiding her to sit beside her. Big brother, did you bring me pastries? Lin Cece dashed out from the house, breathless with excitement. Here, you can thank your sister-in-law. She remembered how much you love them. Lin Xian pulled out a fresh package of Yinshan pastries from behind his back. Its intoxicating fragrance hung rich and inviting in the air. Earlier while returning home, Lin Xian had casually mentioned his sister's fondness for Yinshan pastries, and without hesitation Li Mengyao had turned back to the shop to buy another portion. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cece settled beside Li Mengyao, her face glowing with unreserved happiness. Lin Xian then slipped into the kitchen to prepare lunch. After a hearty midday meal, everyone retired to their rooms for rest. That afternoon, upon waking, Lin Xian received a message from his father Lin Jinghua. Son, fishing. Shall we go fishing? Lin Xian glanced back at Li Mengyao, still sound asleep, and bent gently to whisper near her ear, Wife, I'll join Dad for fishing. Is that all right? Go ahead, she murmured sleepily, before drifting off again. That afternoon Lin Xian fished with his father and grandfather. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao, awake and bored, sat quietly in the living room scrolling through her phone to pass the time. Just then Grandma approached slowly, her steps steady, yet measured, cradling a thick, weathered photo album in her arms. She settled beside Li Mengyao. Grandma, what's this? Li Mengyao asked, intrigued. This is Lin Xian's childhood album, Grandma replied, her smile tender and warm. Li Mengyao opened the album, and what caught her eye were the childhood photos of Lin Xian. There were adorable full moon photos with round, curious eyes gazing at the world, and a small mouth slightly ajar revealing a hint of innocent joy. There were also pictures of him at over a year old, silly and laughing, while holding a colorful ball, and photographs of him walking unsteadily at 2 years old. There was even one of him running around the house with his bare bottom. She examined each photo carefully, feeling the joyful moments of Lin Xian's childhood. Grandma, was Lin Xian very mischievous when he was little? Li Mengyao asked. Oh yes, he was quite the troublemaker as a child, often wetting the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao flipped to another page where Lin Xian was holding hands with a little girl, both laughing joyfully. This is Lin Xian with his childhood playmate. Grandma pointed at the little girl in the picture and said, Oh, she's a girl. Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. She continued to flip through, discovering many more photos with the little girl. They must have had a very good relationship. Li Mengyao murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, along with his father Lin Zhenghua and grandfather, arrived at the reservoir near Yinshan town, ready to start their fishing time. The three of them prepared their fishing gear, adjusted their rods, and attached the bait they had prepared earlier to the hooks, casting their lines and waiting for the fish to bite. As usual, let's compete on who catches the most, weighed by pounds, Lin Zhenghua said confidently. Dad, have you forgotten how badly you lost last time? Lin Xian smiled and said, Last time was just bad luck, it doesn't count, Lin Zhenghua argued. With a new fishing rod gifted by his daughter-in-law, he believed he could reverse his fortune. Alright, let's have another competition with sunset as the limit, Grandpa also laughed. After about half an hour, Lin Xian's bell rang first, and his rod began to shake violently. I've got one. It looks like a big fish. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly as he grasped the rod tightly, quickly reeling in the line, beginning his battle with the large fish. Before long, the fish's strength began to wane, allowing Lin Xian to gradually reel in the line. With a strong pull, he successfully brought a large bass onto the shore. Lin Xian quickly reached out to grab the fish, weighing it carefully, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Hee, it's over 3 pounds. TCH, the one I catch later will definitely be bigger than yours, Lin Zhenghua said with envy, trying to appear nonchalant. As time ticked by, 10 minutes later, Grandpa's bell also rang, and his rod started to shake, though not nearly as violently as an experienced angler. Grandpa calmly reeled in the line with steady and practiced movements. Soon a grass carp leaped out of the water, weighing about a pound. Zhenghua, you're the only one who hasn't caught anything yet, Grandpa said with a smile. The big fish are still out there, just wait. Lin Zhenghua remained focused on his rod, not daring to relax for a moment, seemingly afraid of missing any opportunity for a fish to bite. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Grandpa leisurely savored their fine Tiguanyan tea, feeling particularly relaxed. Hey! Lin Xian shouted excitedly as his bell rang again, and his rod began to shake continuously. I have something happening. Almost simultaneously, Grandpa's bell also chimed pleasantly. The sun was nearing its descent, and at this moment Lin Xian's bucket already contained 4 fish. Aside from the initial 3-pounder, the others weighed around a pound, each totaling about 6 pounds. In comparison, Grandpa had also caught 3 fish, all over a pound, totaling nearly 4 pounds. However, when Lin Zhenghua looked into his bucket, he found nothing but water, no fish at all. At this moment, Lin Zhenghua was incredulous, wondering how he hadn't caught a single fish. Dad, the sun is about to set, maybe we should call it a day. Lin Xian approached his father to comfort him. Isn't it just a little more? Let's wait a bit longer. Lin Zhenghua still held on to a faint hope. How about I give you one? You can choose, but I need to head back to cook for my wife. Lin Xian continued. Yes, Lin Xian was thinking about his wife. No need. Lin Zhenghua sighed slightly, then said, forget it, let's go. Just as Lin Zhenghua was preparing to pack up the rods and head home, suddenly the bell started ringing, and the rod began to shake violently, the intensity rivaling Lin Xian's first encounter. Clearly there was a big catch. It's here. The fish is on. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed with delight. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward with lightning speed, gripping the rod tightly. However, the strength of this big fish was astonishing. Despite his best efforts, he could only just maintain control, unable to tighten the line. Son, come help me. Lin Zhenghua quickly called for his son to assist. Coming. Lin Xian joined the struggle, and together they slowly exerted their strength, gradually pulling the large fish close. Just as it seemed the fish would surface, it suddenly made a desperate dive to the bottom. In the end, it was Grandpa with his experience who took out a long net, successfully capturing the fish. This fish was clearly larger than the 3-pound grass carp Lin Xian had caught earlier, weighing over 8 pounds. What a big guy. Haha, I told you I could catch a big fish. So how about it this time I win, right? Lin Zhenghua said, trying. Yes, Dad, you won. Lin Xian smiled. His father rarely had such moments of joy. Lin Zhenghua reached out with difficulty trying to lift the carp, but due to its size and slippery skin, he struggled greatly, before finally managing to hold it. With a smile on his face, he said to his son Lin Xian, "Son, come help your dad take a photo with this big fish for keepsake." Lin Xian quickly took out his phone, aiming for Lin Zhenghua's delighted smile, just as he was about to capture the moment. Unexpectedly, a commotion occurred. The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hands suddenly began to thrash violently, and lost in his joy, he slipped, and the big carp fell, with a splash back into the water. Lin Zhenghua watched the big carp escape from his hands, feeling quite wronged. Lin Xian, holding his phone, felt quite awkward, unsure whether to take the picture or not. Might as well take it. With a click, Lin Xian captured the image of Lin Zhenghua's pitiful expression. "Did you catch a big one?" And no. And Lin Zhenghua was on the verge of tears. And it was 7 p.m. And Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and their grandfather returned home together. "And you're back. How did it go? Any luck?" Grandmother asked with a warm smile. "Yes, we did. Xian caught a 3-catty sea bass." Grandfather chuckled proudly. "And really, Xian is so capable." Grandmother beamed. Yet when grandmother glanced at the 3 fish buckets, she noticed Lin Zhenghua's held only a single fish, the least of all. Earlier on the way home, Lin Xian had seen his father slumped in the front passenger seat, face clouded with dejection, and unable to bear it, quietly slipped one of his own fish into his father's bucket. "Zhenghua, why is there only 1 fish in your bucket?" Grandmother asked, puzzled. Yeah, Dad. How come you only caught this little?" At that moment, Lin Cici dashed over to take a look. I'd actually hooked a massive 8-catty carp. But my hand slipped, lost my grip, and it wriggled free." Lin Zhenghua's voice grew increasingly despondent. Just blowing hot air. No fish means no fish." Zhang Shulan happened to walk by, scoffed dismissively upon hearing him. Lin Zhenghua could only swallow his grievance. There was no proof, no photograph, and he himself had lost his grip. He bore his wife's mockery in silent resignation. "Where's Mengyao?" Lin Xian scanned the room left and right, but his wife was nowhere to be seen, absent from the welcome. "She looked through your childhood photo album this afternoon, then went upstairs to rest." Grandmother replied. "She's probably asleep, so we didn't disturb her. I'll check on her." Before the words had even settled, Lin Xian stood before her bedroom door and eased it open with quiet reverence. Inside the room lay shrouded in darkness. No light switched on, and on the bed reclined a slender figure, Li Mengyao, fast asleep. Lin Xian tiptoed to the bedside, sat down gently, and leaned forward, gazing tenderly upon Mengyao's sleeping face, when suddenly he noticed glistening tears tracing paths down her cheeks. In her dream, Mengyao saw a terrifying vision. The girl from the photograph had returned and found Lin Xian. Yet Lin Xian turned away without hesitation, walking off hand in hand with his childhood sweetheart and husband. Li Mengyao jolted awake from the nightmare, her eyes rimmed red, tears spilling silently, her expression utterly fragile and forlorn. Lin Xian's heart clenched with urgency. He reached out, cradling her gently in his arms, his fingers stroking her silken hair with infinite tenderness. "My love, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will never ever leave you." His voice was soft as whispered silk. Mengyao realized it had been only a dream, and seeing Lin Xian beside her, the weight that had hung heavy in her chest finally lifted. "You're home, husband. I'm sorry I frightened you. I just had a terrible dream." She lifted her head slightly, lips curving into a faint tender smile, as she gazed serene and certain upon the man who anchored her world. "What kind of nightmare made you cry like that?" Lin Xian's face softened with deep concern. He picked up a tissue from the nightstand and carefully, delicately wiped away the tears glistening on her fair, delicate cheeks. "Nothing, just a frightening dream. Don't worry, husband. I'm perfectly fine now." A gentle smile played upon. With Lin Xian's return, Mengyao felt profoundly reassured. Truly all right. Lin Xian sensed something amiss, subtle, unspoken. Though she claimed to be fine, he sensed the quiet tremor of unease deep within her, and yet he hesitated, unsure how to. Then Mengyao lifted her arms, looped them around his neck, and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his cheek. "It's true. Let's go downstairs for dinner." Her eyes still shimmered faintly red, tear traces lingered on her skin. If Lin Xian brought her down like this, he'd surely be scolded. Or worse. "No, absolutely not. You're not ready to go out like this, my love. I caught a 3-catty sea bass today. I'll prepare a fragrant sea bass stew just for you. Rest easy while I cook," Lin Xian hurried to say. Mengyao nodded gently, and he bent down, brushed a tender kiss across her forehead, and slipped quietly from the room. Once outside, Lin Xian headed straight to the kitchen to begin cooking. Zhang Shulan entered shortly after and asked, "Son, where's your wife?" "Still resting, not awake yet. I'll bring her meal upstairs once it's ready. You all go ahead and eat at the table." As he spoke, his knife moved with swift, practiced precision, slicing the fish cleanly. "All right then, do take care of her," Zhang Shulan reminded him softly. Soon Lin Xuan prepared 2 steaming bowls of sea-based stew. One placed on the dining table for the family, the other carried carefully upstairs. My love, dinner's ready. Lin Xuan set the tray before her, a fragrant sea-based stew, braised spare ribs, and a crisp green vegetable dish. The stew featured tender sea-based chunks slow-simmered with seasonal vegetables and tofu enriched with a secret seasoning granted by the system. Its aroma rich, complex, and deeply inviting. Wow, it smells incredible. Mengyao's eyes lit up. Every dish was one of her favorites. Here, let me feed you. Lin Xuan lifted a succulent, glistening piece of fish and gently placed it into her mouth. Delicious. Her joy curved her eyes into crescents of pure delight. And after a warm, joyful dinner, Lin Xuan cleared the dishes and returned to the kitchen. Let grandmother wash up. With a gentle smile, she took the stack of dishes from Lin Xuan's hands. Grandmother, what photo album did you show Mengyao this afternoon? Lin Xuan passed the dishes over and asked curiously. Your childhood album. Yes, it's still on the living room table, grandmother replied, gesturing warmly. Lin Xuan walked into the living room, and there it lay quietly resting on the table. He opened it. Page after page revealed snapshots of his younger self. Nothing remarkable at first glance. He turned further, and then paused. His gaze locked onto a photograph, himself hand in hand with a little girl, both smiling with innocent, unguarded intimacy. So that was it. Mi's wife had been jealous. Lin Xuan returned to her door, pushed it open, and saw Mengyao seated before her vanity, dabbing gently at her tear-streaked eyes with a cotton pad. Husband, does it look better now? She turned, offering him a radiant, captivating smile. Yes, it's no longer visible. Lin Xuan gazed at her with quiet tenderness, stepped forward, and cupped her cheek in his palm. Let's go to the rooftop and watch the moon. The night sky over this small town is breathtaking. He added softly. Yes, Mengyao smiled, a brilliant, luminous bloom of joy. The two of them held hands as they arrived at the rooftop, the night breeze gently brushing against their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. The starry sky above was dazzling, with a bright moon hanging in the heavens, casting down its silvery light. Lin Xuan brought over a double lazy chair, one he had purchased during his university days. Every night he returned home, he would comfortably recline in it, playing on his phone while admiring the bright moon high in the sky. Lin Xuan carefully assisted Li Mengyao, ensuring she lay steadily on the lazy chair. Then he gently nestled beside her, tenderly wrapping her in his embrace. The moon is truly beautiful tonight. Li Mengyao gazed at the starry sky and softly spoke to Lin Xuan. Indeed, but my wife is even more beautiful. You're just being cheeky. Li Mengyao playfully rolled her eyes at him. Wife, are you having nightmares because of this photo? Lin Xuan took out the photo he had just found in the album. You? How did you know? Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed with a hint of red as she stammered in response. From here, can you see the villa across the way? Lin Xuan pointed towards the opposite side. Li Mengyao followed his finger and indeed spotted a villa similar to Lin Xuan's home. She was a good friend I played with as a child. You could say we were childhood sweethearts. Oh. Upon hearing the words childhood sweethearts, Li Mengyao's mood instantly soured. I haven't finished yet. Lin Xuan gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, gazing into her eyes with a smile. We've played together since we were little. She sees me as a younger brother while I see her as my older sister, nothing like what you— I understand now. Li Mengyao realized she had overthought things, but having always lacked a sense of security, especially with her pregnancy, she couldn't help but let her mind wander. So wife, don't be jealous anymore. Lin Xuan lowered his head slightly, his forehead gently touching Li Mengyao's. I'm not jealous. Li Mengyao attempted to defend herself, but was silenced by Lin Xuan's lips. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a pat, if not then another kiss. What if someone sees us at home? Li Mengyao pouted and pinched Lin Xuan's waist hard. It's fine, I just locked the rooftop door, they can't come up. Lin Xuan was not afraid of the pain and allowed his soft wife to pinch him. Against this shameless husband, Li Mengyao felt utterly helpless. From now on, you mustn't bottle up your thoughts. Always discuss them with your husband, okay? Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao tightly, speaking softly. Li Mengyao slightly nodded, revealing a sweet smile. Their gazes locked, and they both had the same thought as their faces drew nearer just as they were about to kiss. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a series of urgent knocks resounded. Brother, sister-in-law, are you up there? Lin Xuan thought, damn sister, ruining my good moment. We're here. Li Mengyao, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly pushed Lin Xuan away and stood up. Lin Xuan, feeling helpless, walked to the door and reluctantly opened the rooftop door. Outside stood Lin Cece, her gaze falling on sister-in-law Li Mengyao's flushed face. Curious, she asked, brother, sister-in-law, grandma asked me to call you down for some fruit. Then she mischievously winked, revealing a sly smile. She was not a 3-year-old child, but a high school student, certainly aware of matters between men and women. Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece teased. It's a bit hot. Li Mengyao explained. No, the rooftop is quite cool with a breeze blowing. Lin Cece felt for a moment and said, all right, kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Hurry down, we'll be there shortly. Lin Xuan quickly urged his little sister to leave. Lin Cece then bounced down the stairs. If it's all your fault. Li Mengyao glared at him in reproach. Yes, it's all my fault. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's tender little hand, carefully guiding her down the stairs. As soon as grandma saw her granddaughter-in-law, she greeted her with a beaming smile. Mengyao is here. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Grandma asked with concern. No, I just felt a bit drowsy earlier. That's good, come and have some fruit. Grandma gently placed a beautifully arranged fruit platter in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and swiftly stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth, before continuing to eat the fruit herself. Everyone watching this scene broke into smiles. Afterwards, they happily gathered in the warm and spacious living room to watch television, and after the show ended, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Time swiftly passed to the next morning. After breakfast, everyone welcomed a visit from the neighbor Lin Yaowen's family. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen grew up together in Jinghai town, being good friends since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business outside for a while, but upon hearing that his good friend Lin Zhenghua was about to become a grandfather, he insisted on returning to congratulate him. Accompanying Lin Yaowen were his wife Li Mengyao and their daughter Lin Xuan. Notably, this Lin Xuan was the adorable girl holding hands with Lin Xian in the photo. Comrade Jinghua, I didn't expect you to get ahead of me, ha ha ha. Lin Yaowen entered Lin Zhenghua's villa holding a beautifully wrapped gift. Of course, I've always been a step ahead of you since we were kids. Ha ha. Lin Zhenghua happily responded, and the two exchanged smiles, starting a lively conversation. Everyone, don't just stand at the door, come in and sit. The more the merrier, you must stay for a meal today. Grandma warmly invited everyone with a smile. Hey, stinky younger brother, how have you been lately? A tall and exquisitely beautiful woman rushed up playfully, slapping Lin Xian on the shoulder. This person was Lin Xuan, a typical domineering sister. Qingjie, be gentle. That hurts. Lin Xian rubbed his shoulder, which already bore a red mark. Li Mengyao beside them stared in astonishment. Ha ha, accidentally overdid it. Not bad, little bro. Didn't expect you'd be married after just a few months. Where's my sister-in-law? Lin Xuan burst into laughter. Here she is, Lin Xian said, pulling Li Mengyao close beside him, his face radiant. This is my wife Li Mengyao. Lin Xian introduced her to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan narrowed her eyes, sizing Li Mengyao up from head to toe. Before her stood a woman of graceful height and exquisite beauty, especially those captivating eyes, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. How on earth did this dense little brother manage to win over such a stunning woman? Utterly unfathomable. Sister. Li Mengyao, slightly flustered under the gaze, broke the silence with a polite greeting. Ah, hello Mengyao. My new sister-in-law is absolutely breathtaking. Lin Xuan snapped out of her daze, quickly extending her hand to clasp Li Mengyao, smiling warmly as she praised her. Sister Qing, you're beautiful too. Li Mengyao blushed, faintly replying softly. You two are truly a perfect match. Here, congratulations on your wedding. Lin Xuan reached into her handbag and pressed a thick, generous red envelope into Li Mengyao's palm. Sister Qing, what about mine? Lin Xian asked cheekily. These days women hold the purse strings. Yours is already entrusted to Mengyao. Lin Xuan winked playfully in reply. Lin Xian. Soon they gathered in the spacious sunlit living room, exchanging lively banter. The hours slipped by effortlessly, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Little bro, cook up something quick. I'm starving. Lin Xuan called out. A devoted food connoisseur, she had always adored Lin Xian's cooking. All right. Lin Xian sighed and headed for the kitchen. After all, he was undeniably the family's finest chef. 40 minutes later, the dining table gleamed with an array of dishes, each a masterpiece of color, aroma, and flavor. Let's eat. Dig in. Lin Xian announced. Everyone settled gracefully around the table, savoring the feast. Wow, this taste is absolutely sublime. Little bro, your culinary artistry grows more refined with every passing day. Lin Xuan declared, chewing heartily on a tender piece of beef, her praise muffled yet effusive. She seemed utterly lost in the world of flavors, unable to pause between bites. Haha, this surpasses even the finest meals I've tasted at five-star hotels. Xianer, you're truly extraordinary. Lin Yaowen added without reservation. Yes, Xianer, would you teach me how to make? Li Mengyao chimed in eagerly. Of course, I'd be delighted. Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile. Amidst waves of laughter and warm conversation, they concluded the sumptuous, joyful lunch with deep satisfaction. After lunch, Lin Yaowen's family departed. Before leaving, Lin Xuan invited Li Mengyao to visit her home that afternoon after her nap, and Li Mengyao gladly accepted. Meanwhile, Lin Xian joined his father Lin Jinghua for another round of fishing at yesterday's reservoir. Lin Yaowen decided that afternoon, after waking Lin Xian, drove his Xiaomi SU7, ferrying both his father and Uncle Lin Yaowen back to the reservoir. Upon arriving, Lin Zhenghua strode straight to his familiar spot and cast his line. Dad, why choose the exact same spot as yesterday? Lin Xian asked. If I caught one here once, I can catch another. Just wait, son. Today's victory belongs to me. Lin Zhenghua kept his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, not even turning his head. Oh, spare me the bravado. You're full of hot air. An 18 carp, really? Lin Yaowen, having heard Lin Zhenghua's claim about yesterday's 18 carp, while still in the car, immediately voiced his skepticism. Lin Zhenghua hadn't photographed the fish as proof, so he simply ignored Lin Yaowen's doubts, muttering to himself instead about just how massive that carp truly was. Time ticked steadily onward. 3 hours vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, another one. Lin Yaowen crowed triumphantly, holding up his bucket now brimming with 5 modest-sized fish. At the same time, Lin Xian landed a fish, though his luck ran thin today, yielding only 3 small ones. In stark contrast, Lin Zhenghua remained utterly empty-handed. Just as Lin Zhenghua began doubting his own aptitude for angling, his bell jingled sharply, and his rod trembled violently. It's here, Lin Zhenghua exclaimed, gripping the rod tightly and engaging in a fierce, exhilarating tug-of-war with the unseen giant. Lin Xuan rushed to assist, helping his father steadily reel in the line. This must be a real leviathan. Lin Mengyao cried, equally elated. He snatched up the long-handled net poised perfectly to deliver the final capture. Before long, through their united effort, the great fish weakened, its silvery form slowly breaking the surface. With lightning reflexes, Lin Mengyao swept the net forward, ending the heart-pounding struggle in one seamless motion. The three hurried forward, peering into the water. And there it was, a magnificent carp, unmistakably the very one that had escaped yesterday. Quick, into the bucket. Lin Jinghai, terrified it might slip away again, urged urgently. Once the carp splashed safely into the bucket, he finally exhaled in profound relief. Ha ha, this is the very fish I reeled in yesterday. I let it escape, but fate brought it back to me today, he declared, overjoyed. Impressive. You weren't exaggerating. It is 8, Jean. Lin Mengyao marveled. Meanwhile, across town, Li Mengyao, freshly awakened, arrived at Lin Xuan's home. Lin Xuan's residence echoed Lin Xuan's aesthetic. Both lived in elegant freestanding villas. Sister-in-law's here, come on in. Lin Xuan greeted her in loungewear, her eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly just roused. She welcomed Li Mengyao warmly onto the plush sofa, then fetched drinks and fresh fruit from the refrigerator, arranging them neatly on the table. Mengyao, I heard you're expecting. Lin Xuan asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Yes, that's right, Li Mengyao replied with a gentle, radiant smile. You've only just graduated. Lin Xuan really ought to show more tenderness and care. Lin Xuan chided lightly. Don't worry, Mengyao. If Lin Xuan ever mistreats you, tell me. I'll set him straight. Lin Xuan continued. No need. He treats me wonderfully. Li Mengyao took a delicate sip of her drink, responding with quiet warmth. Lin Xuan gazed at her new sister-in-law and found herself growing fonder by the moment. Mengyao, let me tell you something. Lin Xuan may have thick skin, but he has one glaring weakness: he's terrified of ghosts. Lin Xuan whispered with a mischievous grin. What? Afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. She'd always assumed men, especially someone as striking as her husband, would scoff at such fears. Yes. When he was young, I showed him a horror movie, and he would cry out of fear. He was really too emotional. Lin Xuan continued, laughing. No wonder Li Mengyao firmly opposed watching horror films last time, when Lin Xuan was so adamant. She secretly chuckled to herself, another piece of leverage against her husband. Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan excitedly continued discussing various gossip about Lin Xuan only returning home when the sun was about to set. As soon as Li Mengyao sat down at home, Lin Xuan and Lin Jinghai returned right after. We're back? Ha ha. Lin Jinghai shouted cheerfully as he entered. What are you so happy about? Did you eat Bipu? What makes you so joyful? Zhang Shulan remarked at her husband's silly grin. Ha ha, my dear wife, let me tell you, I caught the big fish that I lost yesterday. It weighs 8 Jean. Lin Jinghai could hardly contain his excitement and tightly hugged Zhang Shulan. Let go. There's a child here. Zhang Shulan said, feeling a bit shy, and quickly wriggled out. Only then did Lin Jinghai chuckle and release her. Zhang Shulan stepped closer to take a good look and indeed saw a huge— You didn't go by it, did you? A fish this big? She asked, half suspicious. Mom, it was indeed caught by Dad himself, Lin Xuan smiled. Wow, I really didn't expect you had some skills. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but smile with appreciation. I owe it all to the fishing rod my daughter-in-law bought for me. Dad, let's go handle this big carp together so we can have a good feast tonight. It's still fresh, let's put it on the table tonight. Lin Jinghai said, excitedly rubbing his hands. All right. Lin Xuan readily agreed. The father and son worked together seamlessly, and before long they had cleaned the— Mission accomplished. The rest is up to you, Lin Jinghai said, patting his backside, and leaving Lin Xuan to prepare the fire for cooking. Looking at the plump big carp before him, he could prepare several dishes. Braised carp with a fragrant aroma, steamed carp retaining its original flavor, sweet and sour carp that is delicious, and a fish head soup that is exceptionally tasty. In no time, with his exquisite 5-star culinary skills, Lin Xuan prepared a table full of delicious dishes. The whole family happily sat around together, beginning to enjoy the feast. Wife, try this. Lin Xuan thoughtfully picked up a piece of tender and juicy sweet and sour carp and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. It's really delicious. Li Mengyao smiled widely, very happy. The fish caught just now indeed tasted exceptionally fresh. After dinner, the family stayed in the spacious living room, as usual, chatting and watching dramas. At this moment, the phone rang. Li Mengyao picked up her phone to see it was her mother, Huang Shifang. She and her mother, Huang Shifang, video chatted almost every night, but today she unexpectedly received a call from her. Hello, Mom, Li Mengyao said softly after pressing the answer button. Yao Yao, have you had dinner yet? Huang Shifang's gentle voice came through the phone. Hearing her mother's inquiry, Li Mengyao smiled and replied, Yes, I already ate. I'm now watching TV in the living room. At that moment, Zhang Shulan, sitting nearby, quickly turned down the TV volume to avoid disturbing their conversation. Everyone else also quietly kept silent, and the only sound in the room was the faint sound of breathing. Mom, did you have dinner? Li Mengyao asked with concern. Yes, I've already eaten. Is the mother-in-law there? Huang Shifang continued to ask. Huang Shifang felt that her daughter was already married and had yet to speak with her mother-in-law. She is here, Li Mengyao replied. Could you let Mom talk to her on the phone? Huang Shifang's tone revealed a hint of anticipation. Li Mengyao put down her phone, turned to look at Zhang Shulan, and softly asked, Mom, my mom wants to talk to you on the phone, is that okay? Of course, Zhang Shulan smiled, and nodded, then reached out to take the phone. Hello, is this my in-law? Hello, I am Huang Shifang, Li Mengyao's mother. Huang Shifang responded gently. Hello, I am Zhang Shulan, Lin Xian's mother. Zhang Shulan politely introduced herself. In-law, we are planning to visit Jinghai City in a few days. Which day would be convenient for you? Let's do this Saturday then, Huang Shifang replied after thinking for a moment. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang happily agreed on the meeting date, and then chatted a bit more before hanging up the phone. Li Mengyao also learned that they would be returning to Jinghai City in a few days, and she was very happy to finally see her dear mother again. As night fell, the moonlight spilled like water in front of the window. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished washing up, lay on the soft big bed, and prepared to enter sweet dreams. Husband, are you afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao slightly raised her head and smiled. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be calm and replied, how could that be? I, your husband, am not afraid of anything in the sky or on the ground. How could I be afraid of ghosts? Really not afraid? Li Mengyao continued smiling and asked. Not afraid. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Then let me show you something nice. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mengyao picked up her phone from beside her and easily opened a video, then brought the screen close to Lin Xuan's eyes. Oh no. Lin Xuan jumped in shock. Huh? Husband, you said you weren't afraid, but this one didn't even faze me, huh? Li Mengyao laughed so hard that she almost doubled over, her eyes nearly squinting shut. Only then did Lin Xuan realize he had been played by his wife, and the only person who knew about his fear of ghosts was Lin Xuan. She must have told Li Mengyao about his fear of ghosts. Wife, stop laughing, Lin Xuan said helplessly. No way, didn't you say you weren't afraid of anything? Why are you so cowardly now? Li Mengyao laughed, while wiping away the tears that had come out from her laughter. Seeing him bragging in front of her, and then getting embarrassed, she couldn't help but laugh. Wife, you've become mischievous. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao, showing his signature smile. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan's smile, and quickly realized something was off. Husband, I was wrong, I won't laugh anymore. Li Mengyao tried to escape from Lin Xuan's embrace, but found herself unable to break free. Too late. Lin Xuan's kiss soon descended. After staying in their hometown for a few days, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao set off on their journey back to Jinghai City at 10 o'clock this morning. Zhang Shulan tried to persuade them, but Grandma wouldn't listen and continued to stuff things into the trunk of the car, including some authentic farm products and several chickens and geese, until there was no space left. Alright, make sure to take good care of your daughter-in-law and nourish her, okay? Grandma advised. Safe travels, Grandpa smiled as he offered his blessings. Grandma were heading back now, Lin Xuan smiled. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Li Mengyao politely bid. Alright, remember to come back and visit when you have time, Grandma said with a warm smile. Shortly after, Lin Xuan and Lin Jinghua started their cars and slowly drove out of Yinshan town. Once on the highway, Lin Xuan showed no mercy to his father, leaving him behind. After an hour and a half drive, the family finally arrived home in Jinghai City. Lin Xuan entered the kitchen and began to busy himself, while Lin Jinghua and Lin Sisi took care of the cleaning, and Zhang Shulan prepared gifts for tomorrow's visit to Jinghai City. Li Mengyao also wanted to help, but was refused, so she quietly sat on the sofa. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Jinghua went to work as usual. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was abruptly awakened from his dreams by a series of urgent phone rings. He groggily picked up the phone and asked, hello, who is this? A gentle female voice on the other end replied, hello, is this Mr. Lin? The caller continued, I am a sales representative from the BMW dealership, and the BMW 8 Series i840 you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to come pick it up? Lin Xuan suddenly recalled the luxury car he had ordered and felt a surge of excitement. I'll be free this afternoon. Then I will wait for you at the dealership. After hanging up, Lin Xuan glanced at his still sleeping wife, gently kissed her on the face, and got up to change into clean clothes, preparing to head out. After leaving the house, Lin Xuan called a rideshare and soon arrived at the BMW dealership. Once inside, the graceful female salesperson approached him. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Hello, where's my new car? It's right here, please follow me. Soon Lin Xuan was led to the brand new silver BMW. The car had smooth lines, a stunning appearance, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance. Lin Xuan walked around the car, running his hand over the body, feeling the metallic texture and smoothness, nodding in satisfaction. His father would surely love it. Lin Xuan sat in the driver's seat, feeling the roar of the engine like a beast. He carefully checked all the equipment and instruments inside the car, confirming everything was normal before driving away. Just as Lin Xuan left the BMW dealership, he was unexpectedly spotted by a passing high school classmate. Isn't that wow? When did he become so wealthy, driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million? Before long, Lin Xuan had parked the car securely in the community parking lot. He locked the car door and then took the elevator back home. As Lin Xuan opened the door, a delicate figure rushed over and tightly embraced him. Honey, where have you been? Li Mengyao asked with a smile, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Xuan gently smiled back and replied, I went to pick up the car, the one I ordered has finally arrived. Why didn't you wake me up to go with you? Li Mengyao pouted in slight discontent. You were sleeping soundly. If you want to see the new Lin Xuan said gently. Ahem. I'm still here. Lin Sisi intentionally coughed. Li Mengyao immediately released Lin Xuan as she subconsciously thought he had returned to their home in Jinghai City. Big brother, did the new car arrive? I want to see it. Lin Sisi exclaimed excitedly. Let's go, it's in the community parking. Lin Xuan smiled. The three of them then proceeded to the community parking lot. As they approached the new car, they heard a familiar voice. Is this the community management? My parking space has been taken by someone. Can you notify the owner? This person was Lin Xuan, who had just returned home. It turned out that after Lin Xuan bought the new car for his father, he had casually parked it in his father's parking space. Lin Xuan hung up the phone, recognizing his beloved BMW at a glance, but was still very angry inside. Damn it, who is so inconsiderate to take someone else's parking space? There are so many empty spaces around, why mine? Lin Xuan grumbled. Lin Xuan felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing his father's words. Li Mengyao and Lin Cc understood what had happened at once, and covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. What are you all doing here? Lin Xuan turned around and noticed the three standing aside. That I know whose car, Lin Xuan said helplessly. Who is it? Hurry up and call them to move the car. Lin Xuan was still very angry. It's me. Lin Xuan smiled. Dad, this car is specially bought for you, the BMW 8 Series i840. After saying this, Lin Xuan gently handed a beautifully crafted car key to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He pressed the button, and the next moment the cool BMW 8 Series beside him seemed to awaken instantly, unlocking with the headlights flashing dazzlingly. Son, why didn't you say earlier, haha? Lin Xuan was overjoyed, eagerly opening the luxurious car door and sitting in the driver's seat, enjoying the comfort and luxury atmosphere of the top-tier vehicle. In fact, he had long wanted to buy a new BMW. Dad, do you like it? Lin Xuan also approached the BMW 8 Series, resting his hands naturally on the car door, inquiring. I love it. It's so beautiful. Lin Xuan exclaimed repeatedly while stroking the car's interior decorations. However, amidst his joy, he suddenly realized an important question. Son, where did you get so much money to buy the BMW 8 Series? Lin Xuan had previously sneaked into the BMW dealership and saw that the BMW 8 Series costs over $1 million, and it seemed to be the top configuration. Don't worry, it's all money I earned from my previous investments, Lin Xuan smiled. That's good to hear, Lin Xuan said happily. He secretly felt glad that his son's cleverness was indeed inherited from him. Dad, want to take it for a test drive? Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Sure, we'll give it a try. Lin Xuan could hardly wait to start the car, just as the community management arrived. Excuse me, who just said that the parking space was occupied? It was me, Lin Xuan replied with a smile from inside the car. The community management staff looked at him as if he were foolish. As night fell and the lights began to glow, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Shulan noticed that since Lin Xuan entered the house, the corners of his mouth had been turned up in a perpetual smile. I say, old Lin, are you alright? Why are you smiling nonstop? Zhang Shulan couldn't help but ask. My son bought me a BMW 8 Series, of course I'm happy. Lin Xuan said joyfully. How much did that car cost? Zhang Shulan asked in surprise. Over $1 million. Son, I know you've made a lot of money from your investments, but we should still save. Where we can, there's no need to buy something so expensive. Zhang Shulan frowned, speaking earnestly. It's fine as long as you are happy. Besides, this was Mengyao's suggestion to buy a new car for the family. Lin Xuan smiled. At that moment, Li Mengyao, who was focused on her meal, paused slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Shulan's face revealed a look of satisfaction. My daughter-in-law is so sensible. Here, eat more, Zhang Shulan said, placing a piece of tender fish into Li Mengyao. After dinner, Lin Xuan received a call from his good friends Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, inviting him out for a gathering. Honey, my friends have invited me out for a bit. Lin Xuan smiled. Is it a male or female friend? Li Mengyao asked, her elegant eyes blinking softly. A guy. Lin Xuan replied. Go ahead, but remember to come back early. Li Mengyao chuckled. Sure thing. With Li Mengyao's approval, Lin Xuan headed out to meet his friends. Lin Xuan quickly arrived at a barbecue stall, a place they often frequented. Xuan, go, we're over here. Qiu Wei's waved his arm, calling out loudly. Lin Xuan's gaze swiftly landed on Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who were already seated in a corner, seemingly having waited for a while. Lin Xuan approached the table, pulled out a chair, and asked with concern, how has everyone been lately? Oh, don't mention it, we haven't made a single deal this month. Huang Xinkai complained with a frown. He was a slightly chubby guy about the same height as Lin Xuan, looking quite sturdy. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinghai City to work as a sales manager at a real estate company. Yeah, this month is really tough. No one is buying houses, so naturally no one is coming to me for renovations. It's just miserable. Qiu Wei's chimed in. He was small in stature, exuding a cleverness with a mind full of various ingenious. After graduating from university, he also returned to Jinghai City to work at a renovation company. The two often had it arranged that when Huang Xinkai secured a house buyer, he would immediately introduce them to Qiu Wei's for renovations. What about you, Xuan Goa? Qiu Wei's asked. Me? I don't have a job and preparing to be a full-time dad, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. The two looked at Lin Xuan with envy. At that moment, the owner of the stall approached and enthusiastically asked, hello, three handsome young men, what would you like to eat? Qiu Wei's eagerly placed the order. Let's start with 3 skewers of grilled chicken legs, then 10 skewers of lamb skewers, and 10 skewers of beef skewers, plus a portion of stir-fried river snails, and finally 10 skewers of kidneys. Alright, please wait a moment. The owner noted the order and went back to grill the skewers. I'm not saying you, but why do you order so many kidneys? Huang Xinkai couldn't help but laugh. Brother Kai, you don't understand. There's a saying that you should eat what you want to strengthen. My waist, you know, is in great shape. Qiu Wei's laughed proudly. Come on, what good does it do to have a good waist if you don't have a girlfriend? Huang Xingkai teased. I don't, but Xian Gu does, so shouldn't I help him out? Qiu Wei eyes grinned mischievously. That's true, haha. However, Xian Gu, you're impressive. You got married so quickly, and now a baby is on the way. Huang Xingkai added. You better not skimp on the red envelopes. Of course, who are we brothers after all? Lin Xuan smiled. By the way, what about Zhang Huiyan? She was always pursuing you in high school. I heard she's coming back from abroad soon. Qiu Wei eyes suddenly recalled, and he recalled Zhang Huiyan from high school, a girl who was enthusiastic and beautiful, with a well-off family background, being the daughter of a well-known local businessman in Jinghai City, who had liked him since high school. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan had focused solely on his studies at that time, and hadn't given much thought to romantic matters. Zhang Huiyan's grades weren't very good, and after graduating from high school her family sent her abroad to study. I don't have anything with her. Lin Xuan shrugged and replied. The three of them continued to chat and reminisce. Soon after finishing their late-night snacks, they each headed home. Lin Xuan returned home just before 11 p.m. After taking a shower, he carefully opened the door to the room, and however, when he entered the bedroom, he found Li Mengyao was already so tired that she could barely open her eyes, yet she still forced herself to wait for her husband to return. Upon hearing the noise, Li Mengyao struggled to open her eyes, and smiled faintly. You're back, honey. Lin Xuan quickly climbed onto the bed, stretched out his arms tightly, embraced Li Mengyao, and gently said, Wife, if you're tired, just sleep first. No, I want to hold you while I sleep. Li Mengyao whined. All right then, let's sleep quickly now. Lin Xuan lightly kissed Li Mengyao. The two quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, looking at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, and a happy smile spread across his face. He quietly got up, washed up, and then returned to the bedside to wake Li Mengyao. Today their family would set out for Li Mengyao's hometown, Jinghai City. Mom, that's enough. You don't need to bring so many gifts. Li Mengyao advised. It's not too much, it's just a small token of... Zhang Shulan smiled. Once everything was ready, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove their Xiaomi SU7, while Lin Jinghua, Zhang Shulan, and Lin Cici drove the BMW 8 Series, and the group set off in high spirits. Jinghai City and Jinghai City are not far apart, just an hour and a half's drive. This time Lin Jinghua did not fall behind Lin Xuan on the highway. Along the way, the two cars drove steadily and soon arrived in Jinghai City. After reaching Jinghai City, they went straight to a high-end restaurant. This restaurant was pre-booked by Li Mengyao's mother Huang Shifang to welcome Lin Xuan and his family. The group took the elevator up slowly, ultimately stopping in front of a luxurious private room. Before they could step out of the elevator, they saw an elegant middle-aged woman standing there wearing a warm smile. At this moment, Huang Shifang had been waiting for a while, with Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle standing beside her. As she saw everyone walk out of the elevator, she immediately stepped forward and warmly said, In-laws, we finally meet. We are finally able to meet you. We are truly delighted. Zhang Shulan approached with a smile, warmly grasping Huang Shifang saw Lin Xuan and Lin Jinghua behind her carrying large bags of gifts and genuine affection filled. In-law, why have you brought so many gifts? This is too much, or we are all family now. There is no need to be so polite. Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand with a smile, saying, Not at all, it's only right. For our first meeting, we should prepare some gifts to show respect. A small gift carries deep feelings. Please accept it, in-law. Well, all right, thank you, in-law. I will accept it. Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the generous gift with pleasure. When she opened the gift box, she was astonished to find the items inside to be so precious and substantial. After placing the gifts properly, Huang Shifang continued the introduction. These two are Mengyao's aunt and uncle. They have always taken good care of her. Li Mengyao's aunt Huang Shizhen resembled Huang Shifang, being a gentle and gracious middle-aged woman. Her uncle Luo Qingchuan gave off a warm and amiable impression. After the unexpected passing of Li Mengyao's father, her aunt and uncle frequently helped her, showering her with love. Thank you for taking care of Mengyao. Hello. I have heard that Yao Yao has found a handsome husband now. It seems they are indeed a perfect match. After exchanging polite greetings, everyone entered the luxurious private room. A faint floral fragrance filled the air, while soft music wrapped around them, like silk, seemingly sending the newlyweds the best wishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lin Jinghua and Luo Qingchuan, along with Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang, engaged in casual conversation, while Huang Shizhen sat quietly to the side. Yao Yao, come sit with aunt here. Huang Shizhen smiled, waving at Li Mengyao. Honey, I'll go over for a bit. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Okay, go ahead, Lin Xuan said with a smile. So Li Mengyao gracefully walked over and sat beside her aunt, smiling. Aunt. Yao Yao, why do you need to inform your husband when coming to sit with aunt? Ha ha, Huang Shizhen joked playfully. Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of shyness. How have you been lately? Is Lin Xuan taking good care? Aunt Huang Shizhen, knowing that Li Mengyao was pregnant, asked with concern. Lin Xuan is very good to me, truly wonderful. Li Mengyao replied, her face radiating happiness. That's good. Don't forget that aunt is here to support you. If you ever encounter any issues, you can always come to aunt. Huang Shizhen was always worried about her niece facing hardships, but seeing Li Mengyao's satisfied smile, she felt soon the restaurant began serving the dishes. As usual, Lin Xuan kept serving Li Mengyao her favorite foods, and Luo Qingchuan and Huang Shizhen smiled with satisfaction at his attentiveness. Everyone enjoyed this warm lunch together. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle left first, while Lin Xuan's family followed Huang Shifeng to Li Mengyao's home for tea and conversation. Li Mengyao, feeling a bit drowsy, returned to her room to sleep. Lin Xuan was watching Lin Cece, who was bored and playing with her phone. He smiled slightly, revealing his signature grin. "Little sister, I'm taking you to a place." "Where to? You're not planning to sell me, are you?" Lin Cece looked up at Lin Xuan, and seeing the familiar smile on her brother's face knew it was probably not a good idea. "You'll know when you get there. Are you scared to go?" Lin Xuan seemed to see through his sister's thoughts, and provocatively said, "Fine, I'll go." Lin Cece, being stubborn, could not stand being challenged. Since staying here was boring anyway, it was better to follow her brother out to see something. So the two quickly went downstairs, got into the Xiaomi Su7, and soon arrived at the Times Garden. At the express delivery store downstairs, it turned out Lin Xuan had previously purchased some small furniture to place in the house at Times Garden. Coincidentally, these deliveries had arrived yesterday. At that moment, Lin Xuan and Lin Cece were busy loading the packages into the trunk of the Xiaomi Su7. "Big brother, you called me all this way just to help you move packages?" Lin Cece asked, puffing up with frustration. She couldn't understand why he needed to come so far for deliveries. "Not entirely." Lin Xuan laughed heartily and said mysteriously, "Later big brother will buy you ice cream. I want the most expensive one." After moving the packages, Lin Xuan took Lin Cece to the underground parking lot of Times Garden. "Big brother, aren't we going back? I'm exhausted." While eating the ice cream her brother had just bought for her, Lin Cece said tiredly, "First let me show you big brother's new house." Lin Xuan smiled. New house. Not long after they arrived at the entrance of Unit A1201 of Times Garden. At that moment, a smart door had been installed, intricately carved with special patterns, exuding a sense of solemnity. After Lin Xuan entered the password, he pushed the door open and stepped inside with the packages. "Big brother, when did you buy this?" Lin Cece eagerly ran in to examine the new house. She excitedly moved through each room, not overlooking even the corners. After Lin Xuan set the packages down, he began to carefully examine the decoration of the house. Unlike the modern minimalist style of Jinghai Mansion, the decoration style of Times Garden was traditional Chinese, emphasizing symmetry and the beauty of round and square. The entire space was dominated by a dark red hue, creating a solemn and elegant atmosphere. Entering the spacious and bright hall, the first thing that caught their eye was a magnificent landscape mural, like a window opening to nature, capturing the breathtaking scenery. Moreover, each room adopted traditional Chinese layouts and decorative techniques, featuring round Chinese paintings and wooden windows inlaid with hollow floral patterns with smooth and delicate marble flooring. It seemed that the renovations were mostly complete. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied with the quality and style of the renovation. The only remaining task was to place the furniture, which he estimated would take about another half-month before they could move in. "Big brother, I want this room." Lin Cece pointed to a sunlit room with a wide view. "All right, I'll keep it for you." Lin Xuan smiled. After everything was settled, he and Lin Cece returned to the community parking lot and started the Xiaomi Su7 back home. At that moment, Chen Tingting was quietly watching all of this from a distance and secretly took out her phone to snap a photo. She never expected to stumble upon such a shocking secret. Lin Xuan had betrayed Yao Yao so quickly, being with another woman. He was indeed a complete scumbag. Chen Tingting swiftly sent the photo she had just taken to Li Mengyao. "Yao Yao, something big has happened. Your husband brought another woman home." At this moment, Li Mengyao was still fast asleep at home. Lin Xuan and Lin Cece soon arrived at Li Mengyao's house, and Huang Shifeng had already tidied up the guest room. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xuan also entered Li Mengyao's bedroom. His footsteps were light, afraid of waking her. He carefully climbed onto the bed, gently extending his arms to embrace Li Mengyao tightly, and then they both drifted off to sleep. Since Li Mengyao had fallen asleep relatively early, she was the first to wake up. When she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xuan sleeping beside her, she suddenly felt that her husband looked particularly adorable when asleep. So she picked up her phone, intending to secretly take a few photos. Just as she opened her phone, she saw a message from Chen Tingting. "Yao Yao, something big has happened. Your husband brought another woman home." Seeing this message, Li Mengyao's heart filled with big question marks. "My husband is sleeping right next to me." She then clicked to view the photo and couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Lin Xuan's long eyelashes suddenly fluttered slightly, but Li Mengyao did not notice. Li Mengyao said, "Tingting, you've misunderstood. She is Lin Xuan's biological sister." "Oh," Chen Tingting exclaimed. After clarifying the misunderstanding, Li Mengyao picked up her phone again and started taking pictures of the sleeping Lin Xuan. After snapping a few shots, Li Mengyao felt it wasn't enough. So she leaned her delicate little face closer to Lin Xuan's, gently pressing against his face, and raised her phone to capture a selfie of the two. However, seeing that her silly husband was still completely unresponsive, Li Mengyao became bolder. She first lightly kissed Lin Xuan's cheek, then quickly took another photo. Then she looked at Lin Xuan's lips and gently kissed him again, swiftly capturing the moment with her phone. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao and kissed her back. "You naughty husband, you're pretending to be asleep." Li Mengyao angrily nudged Lin Xuan's chin with her head. "Ha ha, who told you to sneak a kiss from your husband, huh?" Lin Xuan said with a mischievous smile. Li Mengyao, puffed up with anger, lowered her head and rested her little face against Lin Xuan's chest, ignoring him. After a while, Lin Xuan broke the silence and said, "Can you send me the photos you took just now?" "No way," Li Mengyao replied decisively. After another moment of silence, Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and questioned Lin Xuan, "Where did you go with Cici just now?" "Wife, how do you know?" Lin Xuan asked in surprise. "Because I am a little fairy, so I know everything." Li Mengyao said, "I indeed took Cici to Sherdai Garden to move some packages, and also to check on the house renovation." Lin Xuan couldn't help. "You really are Cici's biological brother." Li Mengyao continued to ask, "So how's the renovation? Why didn't you take— There are still some slight formaldehyde residues in the new house. Since you are pregnant, you can't go," Lin Xuan explained gently. "But I recorded a video, you can take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan handed his phone to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was very satisfied after watching the renovation of Sherdai Garden. After everyone woke up from their afternoon nap, Lin Xuan informed his parents Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan about the new house. They expressed their support and went to Sherdai Garden to have a look, also very pleased. As night fell, Huang Shifeng and Zhang Shulan prepared dinner together, which made Lin Xuan feel grateful, as it meant he wouldn't have to cook. After dinner, Lin Xuan's family began to prepare to return to Jinghai City. "In-laws, won't you stay a few more days?" Huang Shifeng sincerely urged. "I'm really sorry, in-laws. Old Lin's annual leave is over, and he has to go back to work tomorrow," Zhang Shulan replied politely. "Well then, let's come again when we have the chance," Huang Shifeng said. "Here are some local specialties from Jinghai City. Please take them back to taste," Huang Shifeng said gently. "All right, in-laws, you are welcome to come and play in our Yunhai City whenever you have time. Now we will head home." "Mom, I will leave first," Li Mengyao said as she stepped forward, tightly hugging Huang Shifeng. "Remember to come back often when you have time. Go on now." Huang Shifeng gently stroked Li Mengyao's lovely head with affection. Seeing how well her in-laws took care of Li Mengyao, she felt reassured to entrust her daughter to them. "When Sherdai Garden is renovated, we will come back," Lin Xuan said, softly nodding. "All right, I will wait for you," Huang Shifeng replied. Next, the group set off on their journey home. After an hour and a half of driving, they finally arrived at their home. At this time, the sky was dark and the night enveloped the entire city. Everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for rest. Just as Lin Xuan lay down and closed his eyes, a long-lost voice echoed in his mind once again. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for facilitating the meeting of the two families. Reward 4 million in cash, with a 5x critical hit totaling 20 million. The funds have been transferred into the host's bank account through legal means. Please check." "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarding 1 chance to draw. As the last lottery pool has been exhausted, we will now begin updating the lottery pool. The new prize pool includes 1. A luxurious Riva 88 yacht. 2. Lamborghini Sion limited edition. 3. Heart of the Ocean necklace. 4. Future couples smartwatch of 5. Thank you for your patronage. May I ask if the host wants to draw?" "System, you finally appeared. I thought you had disappeared," Lin Xuan complained. "Just tell me whether you want to draw or not." The system urged again. "Draw." "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heart of the Ocean necklace worth 5 million. Please check." The system is indeed generous. It directly awarded Lin Xuan 2 million yuan. What surprised Lin Xuan the most was the presence of luxurious items in the prize pool, such as the Lamborghini Sion limited edition and the grand luxury Riva 88 yacht. Their value amounts to tens of millions. With the system continuously conducting draws, these prizes are bound to be his sooner or later. However, Lin Xuan was unsure about that future couple's smartwatch. The latest draw yielded a Heart of the Ocean necklace, perfect for gifting to his wife for their wedding photos. "Hey, why did you suddenly bite me?" Lin Xuan felt a gentle nibble on his face, and then looked down at his wife and, "Honey, what are you thinking? You're ignoring me while I'm talking." Li Mengyao pouted adorably. "I was thinking about when we should take our wedding photos," Lin Xuan replied gently. "How about the day after tomorrow?" A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. "Great. Let's go try on wedding dresses tomorrow." Lin Xuan smiled. "All right." Li Mengyao beamed sweetly, and then they embraced each other and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xuan was awakened by the sound of a crisp phone ringing. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered the phone. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Haiqing, the manager of the Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City." "Hello," Lin Xuan responded with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Zhang Haiqing continued respectfully. "The Heart of the Ocean necklace you ordered yesterday has arrived at our store. When would you be available to pick it up?" After all, being able to purchase a necklace worth 5 million in one go is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. "I'm free in the morning," Lin Xuan casually replied. "I'll wait for you at the store." After hanging up, Lin Xuan gently woke Li Mengyao, and they both headed to the dining room for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the parking lot, got into their Xiaomi SU7 and slowly drove out of the community. Soon they arrived in front of a high-end community by the seaside, the sales office of Yunhai residence. "Honey, didn't we agree to go choose wedding dresses? Why are we here?" Li Mengyao asked with a puzzled expression. "Just a little something to buy first." Lin Xuan unbuckled his seatbelt and smiled. Buying a house. Is a house really a little thing? After several secret house purchases by Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao had already guessed. Lin Xuan didn't continue to explain to his wife. He leaned closer, unbuckled her seatbelt, and then kissed her lightly on her slightly parted cherry lips. Li Mengyao was suddenly ambushed by Lin Xuan and playfully pinched his chest with her little hand. "Don't you like the sea, honey? Let's buy a sea view house." Lin Xuan rubbed the spot where she had pinched him and smiled. "How much would that cost?" Li Mengyao asked softly. "Don't worry, your husband has money. Besides, it's time to upgrade our apartment." Lin Xuan smiled. "Okay then." Li Mengyao indeed wanted to see what a sea view house was like. At that moment in the car, Lin Xian's face was very close to Li Mengyao's, close enough to feel each other's breath. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's mischievous gaze and blushed. "You get away." Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away, quickly opened the car door, and escaped. Lin Xian really only knew how to kiss every day, wouldn't he get tired of it? Lin Xian smiled as he got out of the car. The two walked hand in hand into the Jinghai residence sales office. "Hello, are you two here to buy a house?" Another graceful and beautiful female sales representative approached them. "Yes, may I ask if there are any sea view houses of—" "Yes, please follow me." The female sales representative led them to the model of Jinghai residence, pointing to the highest floor of a building and introducing, "Currently Unit 3201 in Building C of Jinghai residence is still for sale, with a very open view. Only the top floor." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Yes, currently only the top floor is left." "Then forget it, I don't like the top floor." After saying that, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and was about to leave. Just then a familiar voice came. "Xian, what are you doing here?" Huang Xinkai had just seen off a client and came back to find Li Xian and Li Mengyao preparing. "Xinkai, so you work here?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Yes, this must be your sister-in-law, right?" "Hello, sister-in-law." Huang Xinkai greeted with a smile. "Hello." Li Mengyao responded politely. "Hey Xian, go come to me. When buying a house, don't let the fat water flow to—" Huang Xinkai patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said heartily, "I would have definitely found you if I had known you worked here. By the way, is it true that there are no other sea view houses left?" Lin Xian asked. "There are definitely no ordinary houses left. However, we do have a sea view villa available, but it's too expensive, forget it. Let me check if anyone cancels later, and I'll contact you." Huang Xinkai said. "No need take us to see the sea view villa," Lin Xian said with a slight smile, his tone firm. "What? Xian, good, do you know that sea view villa costs 20? This is not a small amount." Huang Xinkai exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock as he looked at Lin Xian. Li Mengyao was also astonished. 20 million. Isn't that too expensive? However, Lin Xian appeared exceptionally calm, casually stating, "No problem, let's go take a look. If we're satisfied, we'll buy it directly." 20 million is nothing to the system. Thus the three quickly set off for the villa area of Jinghai residence. This sea view villa has a construction area of 300 square meters with an interior area of 900 square meters. It is a luxurious villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 underground. Additionally, it is equipped with a large garden covering over 400 square meters along with a full set of appliances, and this villa is lovingly embraced by the vast blue sea with its unique architectural design standing out. The geometric shapes of the building's outline are very modern, and the large glass panels reflect the shimmering waves of the sea. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped onto the villa's balcony, gazing at the sparkling sea in the distance, both revealing expressions of great satisfaction. "Honey, what do you think?" Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mengyao stood there quietly, slightly closing her eyes to feel the gentle sea breeze brushing against her cheeks, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she murmured, "It's beautiful. Xinkai, I'm buying this sea view villa." Lin Xian turned to Huang Xinkai and said, "Really? You're not joking?" Huang Xinkai exclaimed in shock. "Xian, do you really have that much money?" Huang Xinkai still couldn't believe it, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Xian. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank account," Lin Xian said, pulling out his phone and opening the banking app, turning the screen towards Huang Xinkai. Huang Xinkai focused on the screen, which displayed an astonishing number starting with 2, followed by a full 70. He couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, Xian really has that much money." "Xian, wait a moment, I'll go prepare the sales contract right away." After saying that, Huang Xinkai hurried back to prepare. Although Li Mengyao was also shocked, she no longer doubted Lin Xian's ability to generate wealth. While Huang Xinkai was preparing the contract, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand, leisurely admiring the beautiful sea. They strolled through the courtyard, feeling the fresh sea breeze and warm sunlight. When they reached the edge of the swimming pool in the villa's garden, Lin Xian stopped and asked Li Mengyao, "Dear, can you swim?" "No." Li Mengyao gently shook her head. "Once we move in, I'll teach you," he said. "Moreover, swimming during the second trimester is beneficial for both you and the baby, as it can alleviate joint pressure and ease discomfort during pregnancy," Lin Xian said softly, gently squeezing her hand. She smiled blissfully. Soon Huang Xinkai returned with a sales contract. "Xian, if everything looks good, you can swipe your card to make the payment," Huang Xinkai said excitedly. Recently, the real estate industry hasn't been doing well, so the company increased the commission rate from 1 to 2 to promote business development. Thus, for this 20 million house, he could earn a commission of 4,000. "No problem." Lin Xian glanced at the contract, confirmed it was correct, and handed his bank card to Huang Xinkai. Thanks, Xian, big spender. I'll treat you and show we eyes to a big meal in a few days, ha." Huang Xinkai said cheerfully. "Sure, but it's a pity this villa is already fully furnished, otherwise I could have asked him to design it for me." "Well, he's not that lucky, but it's okay, just treat him to a few more meals," Lin Xian smiled. "Doesn't he love to eat kidneys? Let's get him 20 skewers tonight." Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. "Chill, we eyes you too." After the transaction was successfully completed, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove their Xiaomi Su7 to the Royal Jewelry Store in Jinghai City. The Royal Jewelry Store in Jinghai City is the most famous jewelry store in the city, filled with many precious and rare jewelry pieces. "Dear, why are we back at the jewelry store again?" Li Mengyao asked suspiciously. "To pick up something." Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers, she quickly unbuckled it herself in a flurry and got out of the car fearing Lin Xuan would hug her and kiss her in the car again. They walked into the store together, and a young beautiful salesgirl immediately approached them with a professional smile, asking, "Hello, are you two here to buy jewelry?" "No, I'm looking for your manager Zhang Haiqing. Could you please contact him for me?" Lin Xuan replied with a courteous smile. "Sure, may I ask your name?" The salesgirl continued to inquire. "My surname is Lin Xuan answered succinctly. "Okay, please wait a moment." After saying this, the salesgirl turned and walked into a luxuriously decorated office. "Manager Zhang, there's a young man outside who wants to see you. He says his surname is Lin." The salesgirl stood in front of the desk reporting to the middle-aged man who was leisurely sipping tea. "Young man, what does this little kid want from me? Tell him I'm not here." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, without raising his head, seated at the tea table, savoring the aroma of the tea. This man was Zhang Haiqing, the manager of the royal jewelry store in Jinghai City. "Okay, I'll go inform him." The salesgirl turned. Zhang Haiqing picked up a cup of fine Longjing tea and savored a sip. "What did she just say?" "Surname Lin." "Mr." Zhang Haiqing suddenly jumped up, as if sitting on pins and needles, rushing towards the door. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin, our manager just happened to step out. Perhaps you can come back next time," the salesgirl politely explained. "Well, that's fine." Lin Xuan frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Perhaps Zhang Haiqing really had urgent matters to attend to. Just as Lin Xuan was turning to leave with Li Mengyao, a hurried shout came from behind. "Mr. Lin, please wait." Zhang Haiqing rushed over, panting. "Just now this beautiful lady said you weren't here, so I thought you had gone out to do something." Lin Xuan smiled and extended his hand, shaking hands with Zhang Haiqing. "I just got back, haha. Please come in." Zhang Haiqing enthusiastically led Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao into his luxurious office and personally brewed a cup of fragrant Longjing tea for them. Lin Xuan glanced at Zhang Haiqing's teacup still steaming and understood that he hadn't actually left. However, Lin Xuan didn't mind. He just wanted to retrieve the ocean heart necklace given by the system. Zhang Haiqing never expected that the person who took the 5 million ocean heart necklace would be so young looking, as if he had just graduated from university. "Manager Zhang, about the ocean heart necklace I ordered yesterday, may I ask if it can be delivered to me now?" Lin Xuan took a delicate sip of tea and then asked directly. "Of course, please wait a moment." Before long, an exquisitely crafted gift box appeared in front of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. The surface of the gift box was printed with the words Ocean Heart, making it particularly eye-catching. "Dear, quickly open it." Lin Xuan smiled as he handed the gift box to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao carefully opened the exquisite gift box, and a dazzling and enchanting light burst forth, revealing that inside was a sapphire necklace. This necklace is made from the extremely rare cornflower sapphire, its deep blue color reminiscent of the vast center of the ocean, captivating all who behold it. Moreover, this sapphire has been meticulously carved into a heart shape, symbolizing boundless love, hence the romantic name, Ocean Heart. Zhang Haiqing explained in detail. Not only that, but surrounding the heart-shaped gemstone, there is a circle of dazzling diamonds sparkling like the stars in the waves. "Dear, do you like it?" Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. "I love it." Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. After Li Mengyao happily put away the heart of the ocean, Lin Xuan and she bid farewell to Zhang Haiqing and prepared. However, just as Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were about to step out of Zhang Haiqing's office, they inadvertently caught sight of a pair of exquisitely crafted earrings displayed in the showcase, and Lin Xuan couldn't help but step forward. "Mr. Zhang, these earrings are beautiful. May I ask what they are called?" Lin Xuan asked with a smile. "Mr. Lin, you truly have an eye for beauty. This is our Yuhua Royal Jewelry's latest masterpiece, Ocean's Charm." Zhang Haiqing sensed a potential business opportunity. He elaborated, "This Ocean's Charm is also crafted from extremely rare cornflower blue sapphires, meticulously carved to present an elegant droplet shape, just like the dew condensed on the tips of grass in the early morning, crystal clear and flawless. Surrounding the sapphire are diamonds set with extraordinary craftsmanship, forming a dazzling halo that enhances the earring's enchanting allure." "May I ask how much the Ocean's Charm costs?" Lin Xuan continued to inquire. Zhang Haiqing pondered for a moment and replied, "The initial proposed price is 3 million, but it has not yet been officially released." Lin Xuan immediately interjected, "I am willing to raise the price by 500,000. What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" His tone was firm, and his eyes revealed a determination to possess it. "Hubby, there's really no need to buy this." Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand and said in a playful tone, "Listening to my husband." Lin Xuan turned and smiled at Li Mengyao. Seeing this, Zhang Haiqing couldn't help but anxious. In no time, the pair of earrings named Ocean's Charm was beautifully packaged by the staff and handed to Li Mengyao. As it approached 11 o'clock, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao decided to go home for lunch first, and then head to the wedding photography company in the afternoon. On the way home, Li Mengyao carefully protected her bag, which contained items worth 5 million. Selling her wouldn't yield that much. After a hearty lunch, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao relaxed on the bed. "Hubby, do you know how much money we have left now?" "How much?" Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xuan's arms like a kitten, softly asking. "How much is left?" Lin Xuan affectionately stroked Li Mengyao's hair. "We only have 5 million in our savings." Li Mengyao said softly. Only 5 million left." Lin Xuan was a bit surprised, but it made sense when he thought about it. The 20 million the system had just given him was spent in an instant, followed by the 5 million he spent on the earrings, which indeed seemed quite extravagant. So, I think it's unnecessary to buy these. One pair of earrings costs 3 million, and you raised the price. Li Mengyao felt it was still important to be frugal, although the ocean's charm was indeed beautiful. Wife, do you know why I wanted to raise the price? Lin Xuan continued to gently stroke Li Mengyao's hair, smiling. Why, oi? Li Mengyao also curiously raised her head to ask. Because this jewelry hasn't been officially released yet. If my wife wears it now, wouldn't that make her one of a kind? I was thinking that when my wife wears it for the wedding photos, she will surely be the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Xuan replied with deep affection in his eyes. Hubby, you're going to spoil me like this. Li Mengyao wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck, pressing her cute little face tightly against Lin Xuan's neck and softly speaking. What can be done if I spoil you? I can only keep spoiling you, my wife. Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth. Hearing this, Li Mengyao lifted her head again, gazing lovingly at Lin Xuan, slightly parting her cherry lips, then, without hesitation, bestowed upon him her sweet kiss. In the afternoon, after Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao woke up, they headed together to a renowned wedding photography studio. After careful selection and discussion, they finally finalized a perfect shooting plan, with the price reaching as high as 3,000. Initially, they planned to start shooting wedding photos the next day, but the weather forecast indicated that the weather would not be good, so they had to postpone the shooting date to the day after tomorrow. Thus, Li Mengyao went to the wedding dress section to carefully select a suitable wedding gown. After much deliberation, she finally chose her favorite style and went one by one into the fitting room to try them on. Before long, Li Mengyao emerged from the fitting room. She wore a pure white wedding dress that perfectly outlined her grace. The hem of the wedding dress gently swayed with her steps, resembling a holy flower blooming in the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. Hubby, does this look good? Looks good. Lin Xuan was already dumbfounded. You said the same about the last one. Li Mengyao pouted in annoyance. Well, there's nothing I can do. My wife looks good in anything, so why not wear it all the day after tomorrow? Lin Xuan smiled. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Hubby, why haven't you changed yet? Li Mengyao curiously asked. I'm waiting for my wife to pick for me. Lin Xuan smiled. Silly hubby, come here. Li Mengyao went to the suit section to start selecting, her gaze sweeping over exquisite suits, already having a preliminary idea in her mind. Before long, she picked out several suits that were very suitable in style and color for Lin Xuan, then smiled and handed them to him, indicating he should try them on. Lin Xuan took the suits and walked into the fitting room to change. Shortly after, Lin Xuan came out dressed. He was wearing a wedding suit, and his handsome figure complemented his striking features, perfectly embodying charm and elegance, exuding captivating allure. Seeing Lin Xuan's appearance, Li Mengyao smiled with satisfaction. She gently took Lin Xuan's hand and went to the mirror to take a few beautiful photos. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal. Mom and Dad, let's move tomorrow, Lin Xuan suddenly said with a smile. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Apart from Li Mengyao, everyone else at the table was stunned with puzzled expressions on their faces. Move? Move where? Zhang Shulan frowned and asked in confusion. Was it possible that her son had failed in his investment and mortgaged the family property? It's just moving, we're changing places to live, Lin Xuan said, with a slight smile, his tone light. If money is tight, just tell Mom I have a little left here. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Shulan hurried back to the room, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Lin Xuan's hand. Lin Xuan was taken aback as well. Ooh, our mother really has a unique way of thinking. Mom, you misunderstood, we are moving. Li Mengyao looked at this scene and smiled as she explained. Moving to a new home. Where are we going? Zhang Shulan asked with a puzzled expression. Jinghai residence, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Why are you suddenly buying a new house? Lin Zhonghua couldn't help. We've lived in this community for several years, so it's time for a change of environment. Brother, what does the new house look like? Lin Cece couldn't hide her excitement and asked eagerly. You will find out tomorrow. Lin Xuan still maintained his smile. Time quickly passed to the next day, and Lin Xuan's family packed their luggage neatly into the trunk of the car. Lin Xuan and Lin Zhonghua started their vehicles and slowly drove towards Jinghai residence. This time Lin Xuan drove ahead, while his father Lin Zhonghua closely followed behind. Before long, they arrived at the ordinary residential area of Jinghai residence. However, Lin Xuan did not stop here, but continued straight to the more luxurious villa area of Jinghai residence. Aren't we supposed to be at Jinghai residence? Why are we driving further? Zhang Shulan asked in confusion. Looks like we are heading to the villa area. Lin Zhonghua said seriously while driving. Villa area? Zhang Shulan was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the Xiaomi SU7 and BMW 8 series came to a steady stop in front of a seaside villa in the Jinghai residence villa area. As everyone stepped out of the car, Lin Zhonghua and Zhang Shulan were stunned. While Lin Cece rushed ahead without any, brother, you actually bought such a large villa. When the family entered the first floor, they were greeted by a 7-meter-high atrium living room where no matter which corner one stood in, they could easily enjoy the enchanting sea view. Next to the living room is an exceptionally spacious kitchen divided into two distinctly different areas, the left side for Western cuisine and the right side for Chinese cuisine. On the other side of the living room, there was an exquisitely arranged tea room displaying various precious and rare tea sets. On the second floor, there were 5 rooms in total, 4 of which were spacious and bright master bedrooms, each boasting an unbeatable sea view that allowed one to fully enjoy the tranquility and beauty brought by the ocean. The other room was transformed into a delicate and elegant study, filled with various books. Ascending to the third floor via the stairs, the first thing that caught the eye was the extraordinarily large and beautifully decorated. Here there was not only a comfortable and soft large bed, luxurious furniture, but also a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows with the vast and boundless sea visible outside. In addition, this floor also had a spacious and beautiful viewing terrace. Standing on the terrace, one could feel the gentle breeze gazing at the clouds rolling in the distance, and the horizon meeting the sea, bringing a sense of unparalleled comfort. How much did this cost? Zhang Shulan couldn't help but exclaim. 20 million, Lin Xuan casually replied while unloading the luggage from the car. At this moment, Lin Zhengwa suddenly pulled Lin Xuan aside. Son, tell dad the truth. Did you earn all this money for? Lin Zhengwa thought this was unbelievable. Buying a BMW 8 Series for over $1 million was one thing, but now he had actually bought a seaside villa worth over 20 million, which was simply hard to believe. Not entirely, Dad. Actually, I also run a company in Jinghai City, and I get a monthly dividend of 1 million. What company? Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. At this moment, Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd., was working hard in the office, having not seen his boss for several days. I knew you could do it, son, haha. Lin Zhengwa slapped Lin Xuan on the shoulder, hard smiling. Dad, you just doubted me. Lin Xuan rubbed his shoulder, which was sore from the slap, helplessly saying, come on, let's continue moving the luggage. Lin Zhengwa hurriedly changed the subject. After spending the entire morning, Lin Xuan and Lin Zhengwa finally arranged all the luggage. Since the seaside villa had no food prepared, Lin Xuan's family could only return to their original home to solve the lunch problem. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao first went to the mall to buy groceries. When they arrived at the mall, Lin Xuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered that his new home had a dedicated area for Western cuisine. Wife, do you want to eat Western food tonight? Lin Xuan turned to Li Mengyao with a smile. Huh, husband, you can cook what? Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a surprised expression. What can't your husband do? What Western food do you want for dinner? Lin Xuan smiled. I want to eat pasta and steak. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, very happy. Okay, Lin Xuan agreed readily. He thought it would be nice to change flavors occasionally. Before long, Lin Xuan finished purchasing all the necessary ingredients and then drove back to the seaside villa. We're back. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao shouted loudly at the door, carrying various shopping bags. However, the house was quiet. Why was no one responding? Then the two entered the house and looked around for their family members. They found that Dad Lin Zhengwa was completely focused on playing with various tea sets in the exquisite tea room, unable to put them down. And what about Mom? They went to the kitchen and saw Zhang Shulan busying herself with some things in the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Shulan thought that with such a spacious and well-equipped kitchen, she could surely come up with a lot of new recipes. Having such a large villa also has its troubles. It can be a bit hard to find people. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat side by side on the spacious and comfortable sofa in the living room, silently gazing at the vast and boundless sea view outside the window. What about Cici? Lin Xuan suddenly thought he hadn't seen her all afternoon. So he stood up and began to search for his sister in various corners of the villa. He started searching from the third floor, but every room was empty, and he didn't see any trace of Lin Cici. Could she be? Then Lin Xuan took the elevator down to the basement floor. The basement mainly served as an entertainment and leisure area. It had a luxurious home theater, an advanced game room, and a fully equipped gym, etc. When the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xuan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the game room. At this moment, Lin Cici was completely absorbed in staring at the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controller tightly, and continuously shouting, "Sisters, let's go together." Lin Xuan quietly observed Lin Cici from behind, a sense of helplessness surging within him. He gently reached out and unplugged the network cable. Suddenly the screen froze, and the once lively game world fell into silence. Sigh, why isn't it moving? Furious, Lin Cici took off her headphones and angrily turned around, only to be surprised to find her elder brother Lin Xuan standing behind her. A hint of an awkward smile appeared on her face as she tried to mask her inner panic. Big brother, what are you doing here, haha? Lin Cici forced a laugh, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and asked seriously, "Little sister, have you finished your homework?" Lin Cici lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and replied softly, Still a bit left. I was wrong, big brother." Wrong for secretly playing games? Lin Cici's voice became increasingly quiet. Lin Xuan shook his head, his tone resolute, as he said, "No. Do you know where you are truly wrong?" Lin Cici raised her head, looking confused at Lin Xuan. An hour passed, and Li Mengyao was still sitting comfortably on the spacious sofa playing on her phone. Why hasn't my husband come back after an hour? Li Mengyao murmured to herself. Then she put down her phone and got up to search for Lin Xuan. Soon she discovered two familiar figures in the game room on the basement level. Lin Xuan and Lin Cici were both intently staring at the screen, wearing headphones, their hands gripping the game controllers tightly, while shouting, "Little sister, there's an enemy on the left, quickly take him down." Where? So dumb. Big brother took care of it. Seeing the deep bond between the siblings, Li Mengyao revealed a satisfied and pleased smile. "Honey Cici, don't forget to stay hydrated while playing games." She gently picked up two delicate and cute cups and placed them in front of Lin Xuan and Lin Cici. A wife. Lin Xuan turned around, and upon seeing Li Mengyao, he felt a rush of panic and hurriedly put down the game controller. "Why did you stop playing?" Lin Cici also turned around immediately, her gaze meeting her sister-in-law Li Mengyao's, and she unhesitatingly put down the game controller. Why aren't you playing? Li Mengyao asked gently as she sat close to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan quickly reacted, hastily shifting the blame. It's all Cece's fault for insisting on dragging me into the game. Huh, you're talking nonsense. Clearly you insisted on joining. Lin Cece retorted defiantly. I never said you couldn't play games, on the contrary, I find this very heartwarming. Li Mengyao chuckled softly. You two continue playing, Bill just sit here and watch quietly. Her eyes were filled with love and tolerance. Wife, do you want to join us? Lin Xuan asked Li Mengyao with a smile. Can I? But I'm not very good at it. Li Mengyao replied hesitantly. At that moment Lin Cece chimed in with a smile. It's okay, sister-in-law, just let big brother go to the front to draw fire, while we stay back and hold out. Alright, Li Mengyao's face broke into a happy smile. Time passed quickly, and soon it was almost dinner time. Zhang Shulan stared at the Western ingredients Lin Xuan bought, feeling puzzled. How do I prepare this? Son, where are the groceries you bought this afternoon? Zhang Shulan stepped out of the kitchen and found no trace of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao in the living room. So Zhang Shulan started searching the corners of the villa for them. The trouble with a large house is that finding people can be especially difficult. Finally Zhang Shulan saw 3 familiar figures in the game room on the basement level. The 3 were happily engrossed in the game, and Li Mengyao was laughing joyfully. She had never experienced such childhood. However, at that moment Zhang Shulan walked towards Lin Xuan. Son, stop playing. Quickly go prepare dinner. We can't let Mengyao and the kids go hungry. Zhang Shulan said softly. Okay, I'll go right now. Lin Xuan quickly put down the game controller and took the elevator to the kitchen, starting to busily prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao and Lin Cece also stopped playing the game. They looked at Zhang Shulan with expressions of grievance like 2 children who had done something wrong. Mengyao, it's okay, you can continue playing. Wait until Lin Xuan finishes dinner, and then he'll call you back. Zhang Shulan comforted with a smile before turning to leave the room. Lin Cece was instantly stunned. Could this really be her mother? In the past she often got caught and got her bottom spit. Before long an hour passed, and thanks to his 5-star culinary skills Lin Xuan prepared a lavish spread of Western cuisine. Italian spaghetti with meat sauce, French foie gras, pan-seared codfish and chips, and Wellington steak, each dish looking utterly delectable. The family sat at the spacious dining table ready to enjoy dinner. Big brother, you can cook Western food. Lin Cece exclaimed in surprise. I just wanted to change things up a bit, hurry and try it. Lin Xuan smiled. Wow, this is so delicious. Lin Cece cut a piece of Wellington steak and stuffed it into her mouth, her face brimming with happiness. Zhang Shulan took a bite as well and had to admit that her son's culinary skills were indeed top-notch. Lin Zhenghua also ate with great delight. Is it good? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Very delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with happiness. After dinner Lin Cece was urged by her mother Zhang Shulan to go to the study to finish her homework. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the observation terrace on the 3rd floor, gazing out at the vast and endless sea with the gentle sound of waves caressing their ears. Honey, we are taking wedding photos tomorrow. Li Mengyao nestled against Lin Xuan's broad embrace, speaking softly. When do you want to have a rehearsal tonight? Lin Xuan smiled with a hint of indulgence. How do we rehearse tonight? Li Mengyao tilted her head curiously, her bright eyes blinking in confusion. I bought all the wedding dresses you tried on. They are now in our wardrobe. Lin Xuan smiled. Spending money again. Though Li Mengyao pretended to scold him, she was genuinely happy inside. I am willing to spend any amount on my wife. Lin Xuan tenderly kissed Li Mengyao's delicate cheek. Thank you, husband. Li Mengyao felt deeply touched, reaching out her small hand to tightly wrap around Lin Xuan's neck, then quickly planting a sweet kiss on his lips. Then she dashed back to the master bedroom to change. Due to the complex process of putting on a wedding dress, Lin Xuan sat waiting while playing on his phone. He didn't know how long it had been until he heard light footsteps, slowly looking up the sight before him left him dumbfounded. There she stood, dressed in a pure white wedding gown like a dazzling pearl in the night, elegantly poised. The ocean heart adorning her neck and the ocean charm hanging from her ears shimmered with brilliant blue light in the dark, resembling a beautiful fairy that suddenly descended from the night sky, stunning the entire world. Is it beautiful? A gentle sea breeze softly caressed Li Mengyao's silky black hair. She lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, a serene smile gracing her lips. Lin Xuan's gaze was deeply immersed in the breathtaking beauty of his wife, as if time had frozen at that moment. Dear, you should say something. Li Mengyao extended her petite hand and gently pinched Lin Xuan's cheek. Only then did Lin Xuan awaken from his daze, instinctively pulling Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. Wife, you are truly too beautiful. I feel as if everything is just a dream, Li Mengyao softly said, nestled in Lin Xuan's warm embrace. A dream? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Yeah, wearing a beautiful wedding dress and becoming your wife, everything is as wonderful as a dream to me. Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xuan with affectionate eyes, happiness sparkling within them. Do you know why I've liked you since my freshman year? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. Is it not because of my handsome appearance? Lin Xuan cheekily smiled, a hint of pride appearing on his face. Stop being so vain. Although you are indeed handsome, that alone wasn't enough for me to completely fall for you, Li Mengyao playfully retorted. Then why? Lin Xuan curiously pressed on. Do you remember that time in freshman year when a girl was harassed by 2 thugs in that narrow alley? Li Mengyao reminisced, her eyes reflecting a hint of emotion. On a certain night during freshman year, I seemed to have saved a girl by chance. Could it be? Lin Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. That girl was me. Li Mengyao shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. How could it be? Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that time I was wearing a mask, and it was dark at night, so it was completely normal for you not to recognize me, Li Mengyao. I was really terrified back then. Thankfully you saved me. Li Mengyao nestled her small face into Lin Xuan's broad and sturdy chest. Since that moment I began to quietly pay attention to you right until graduation. Li Mengyao continued to murmur. Lin Xuan never imagined that the girl he had randomly saved 4 years ago was none other than Li Mengyao standing before him. Had he arrived just a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, and for meeting you so late. Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, as if wanting to merge her into his very being. Don't say sorry, I'm truly very happy right now. Li Mengyao gently extended her hand, placing her finger on Lin Xuan's lips to stop him from speaking further. Wife, let's walk hand in hand from now on. Lin Xuan gazed deeply into Li Mengyao's eyes, solemnly making a promise. Li Mengyao nodded vigorously, happiness shining in her eyes. Lin Xuan slowly leaned down softly, yet firmly kissing her enticing lips. The silhouettes of the two intertwined with the vast ocean beside them and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, forming a stunningly beautiful picture. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. In the morning, as the sun just rose, golden sunlight sprinkled over the ocean, shimmering beautifully. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao woke up early, preparing to shoot their long-awaited wedding photos. Since the villa was located by the sea, they directly invited the photography team to their home for convenience. First, a professional makeup artist carefully designed makeup looks suitable for Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, enhancing. Once everything was ready, the shooting officially began. The photographers skillfully utilized the natural scenery by the sea, capturing many beautiful moments for the newlyweds. They either held hands strolling along the beach while enjoying the sea breeze, or against the backdrop of surging waves. Li Mengyao elegantly sat on a rock, while Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, passionately proposing to her. There was also a moment when Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, spinning her on the beach, her dress flowing in the wind like a fairy descending to earth. And Li Mengyao stood quietly by the sea with Lin Xuan gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, both admiring the picturesque sunset. After a long day of hard work shooting, they finally completed the wedding photos. Though it was tiring, both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao felt it was entirely worthwhile. All that was left was to wait for the selection of their favorite photos. As night fell, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a simple yet warm dinner. After dinner, Li Mengyao, dragging her exhausted body, lay on her soft, comfortable bed, gazing out at the enchanting sea view, her heart filled with emotions. I'm so tired, finally done shooting. At that moment, Lin Xuan walked to the bedside and gently asked, shall we go to the home theater downstairs to watch a movie and relax? Sure, I want to watch a horror movie. Lin Xuan. Subsequently, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the home theater downstairs. The decor here was exquisite and luxurious, with a top-notch HD projector and a large projection screen complementing each other, along with a first-class sound system, making one feel as if they were immersed in a cinematic world. Li Mengyao wanted to watch a horror movie while Lin Xuan did not. After some arguments, they both made compromises and chose a disaster movie, The End of the World. 3 hours quietly passed, and the movie finally ended with Lin Xuan still immersed in the thrilling plot. This disaster film seemed to remind us to cherish everything we have in the present. Wife, this movie was really. He turned his head only to find Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lin Xuan carefully picked up Li Mengyao, left the home theater, and took the elevator back to their master bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed, and then held her tightly, preparing to fall asleep together. The system's voice sounded once. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the wedding photo shoot. Reward, 3 million yuan in cash, but no critical hit probability was triggered. It has been transferred to the host's bank card. Through legal means, please check. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, granting 1 chance to draw. The current prize pool includes 1. A luxurious Riva 88 yacht, 2. Lamborghini Sion Limited Edition, 3. Future couple technology watch of 4. Thank you for your patronage. Would the host like to draw? Draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning a pair of future couple technology watches, which will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning, please check. The system truly understands human feelings, knowing that Lin Xuan had just spent most of his money and is now sending more. System, could you give me a brief introduction? Certainly. This future couple smartwatch is an upgraded version of the Xiaomi Su 7, utilizing cutting-edge technology from a future era. The system's answer made Lin Xuan increasingly curious. According to the system, once wearing this couple's watch, it not only can monitor various bodily indicators and timely warn of potential diseases, it can also sense external risks in advance, sending danger signals, precise location information, and enabling communication. More surprisingly, in the face of a critical situation, it will automatically trigger a protective mechanism based on the surrounding terrain, though this mechanism can only be used once a day. The system can do all this. Lin Xuan was filled with anticipation for the future couple's smartwatch that would arrive tomorrow. With it, if his wife faced any danger, he would know immediately. With a heart full of joy, Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, and together, they entered a sweet dreamland. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room, while the sea outside lay calm and still. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was Li Mengyao quietly leaning beside him, her clear and innocent eyes like those of a young deer gazing at him. Hubby, you're awake. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Why are you up so early today? Lin Xuan reached out, gently stroking her lovely face. I went to bed quite early last night. Li Mengyao replied. What's that gift box on the nightstand? She asked next. She had noticed the exquisite gift box early on. Its exterior design was unique, made of special metal materials, exuding a mysterious and technological aura. Wife, why don't you open it and take a look? Lin Xuan smiled. I know this is your thing, and it looks very valuable. I'm afraid I might accidentally break it, Li Mengyao said. Li Mengyao murmured softly. Watching his adorable wife, Lin Xuan couldn't help but lean in and kiss her. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Li Mengyao quickly pushed him away, playfully pouting. It's fine, I don't mind, dear. Lin Xuan laughed. I mind. Then Lin Xuan reached out and took the exquisite gift box from the nightstand, gently opening it, and a dazzling light instantly radiated out. A closer look revealed two exceptionally exquisite watches inside. The first watch featured a unique design with a cool metallic texture embedded with mysterious and deep black diamonds shimmering with captivating brilliance, as if it contained endless power, evoking a sense of awe, while the other watch appeared delicate and petite, adorned with charming pink diamonds sparkling like countless stars, emanating a sweet aura, showcasing elegance and nobility. Wife, this is the couple's watch I specially customized for us, Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. Li Mengyao was filled with joy, her eyes shining with surprise as she eagerly put on the delicate pink diamond watch. Lin Xuan also put on the mysterious and cool black diamond watch. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, hubby. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, gently shaking her wrist, admiring the beautiful accessory. Wife, let's quickly wash up, we still have to prepare breakfast later, Lin Xuan gently reminded. Li Mengyao obediently nodded, and then walked into the bathroom with Lin Xuan to wash up. After a while, the two finished washing and joined hands to walk down to the living room on the first floor. Li Mengyao quietly sat on the sofa, her gaze drifting outside the window, patiently waiting. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan dove into the kitchen, busily preparing breakfast. Soon a sumptuous breakfast was served on the dining table, and the family sat together enjoying this delicious meal amidst laughter and joy. After breakfast, everyone began to busy themselves with their own matters. Zhang Shulan went shopping nearby. Lin Jinghua went to work as usual. Lin Sisi was in the study doing homework, while Li Mengyao quietly sat on the observation terrace on the third floor, basking in the warm sunlight and flipping through the book in her hands. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was in the room attending a high-level meeting at Jinghai Technology Co. Ltd. Although Lin Xuan has always prioritized family over the trivial affairs of the company, he still needed to personally participate in certain crucial matters. In this video conference, Lin Xuan saw his good roommate, Zhong Zexing, passionately introducing the latest product developed. Seeing Zhong Zexing's confident and professional demeanor, Lin Xuan felt immensely gratified. Clearly, Zhong Zexing had fully adapted to the new role of department leader and was actively driving the company's development, creating more competitive products. After a long 2 hours, the tedious meeting finally ended. Even as the owner of the company, Lin Xuan disliked meetings. Around noon, Lin Xuan also carefully prepared a lavish lunch. After the family was full, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and Lin Xuan, just waking up, was called by Zhang Shulan to work in the garden outside the villa. Suddenly, a series of urgent phone rings rang out, continuing for several moments. This ringing startled Li Mengyao, who was sound asleep from her sweet dreams. Groggy and still half asleep, she picked up her phone and answered the call. Hello, who is this? Li Mengyao's voice still carried a hint of sleepiness. I'm Lin Xuan's high school classmate. My name is Zhang Huiyan. You must be Lin Xuan's new wife, right? The voice of a woman came from the phone. Yes, may I ask what you need from my husband? Li Mengyao instantly woke up. A strange feeling surged in her heart. A sense of inexplicable alertness arose. There's a high school reunion tonight, and we would like to invite Lin Xuan to attend. Could you please pass on the message to him? Zhang Huiyan said. Sure, I'll ask him about it later. After hanging up, Li Mengyao clearly felt something was off. Why not just send a notification in the group for a high school reunion? Why did she personally call Lin Xuan? Moreover, Li Mengyao also sensed a hint of subtle hostility from the other side. At that moment, Lin Xuan returned and saw his wife sitting dazed on the bed, her eyes hollow, seemingly lost in thought. Wife, are you awake? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xuan stepped forward, asking with concern. Hubby, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Who is Zhang Huiyan? Zhang Huiyan, she was my high school classmate. What's wrong? Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao and asked tenderly. She just called your phone inviting you to the class reunion. Li Mengyao lowered her head and murmured softly. So my dear. Lin Xuan hadn't finished speaking when Li Mengyao interjected. Does she like you? Her eyelids slowly lifted, her gaze locking onto Lin Xuan with quiet intensity. Yes. Back in high school she pursued me persistently, but I never accepted her. Lin Xuan answered truthfully. Then she still hasn't let go of you, Li Mengyao muttered, biting her lip with a faint frown. Lin Xuan quickly reassured her. I won't go to any reunion. I'll stay home and keep you company. Ni's voice was soft and warm, filling her heart with quiet comfort. Honey, you should go. I trust you. Li Mengyao slipped out of his embrace and tilted her face upward to meet his eyes. No, I won't go, Lin Xuan declared firmly. Go anyway. You'll put an end to her hopes once and for all. Let her stop scheming about my husband. A sweet, radiant smile curved Li Mengyao's lips. Lin Xuan chuckled and kissed her forehead, realizing at last that his wife had orchestrated this very trip to sever Zhang Huiyan's lingering affections. Nightfall descended silently, lanterns glowed along the streets, and moonlight spilled like liquid silver across the sea. In the master bedroom, Li Mengyao moved with graceful tenderness as she helped Lin Xuan dress. There, we're done. Honey, how do you look? Handsome enough. She smiled, her eyes shimmering with quiet anticipation. Lin Xuan gazed into the mirror, nodded approvingly, and replied with a grin. When one is handsome, even rags become elegant. Then wear my dress instead. Li Mengyao suddenly teased. Lin Xuan. Fully prepared, he strode toward the garage of their villa. Just as he slid into the driver's seat of his Xiaomi SU7, Li Mengyao approached. Darling, aren't you heading back? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. She glanced left and right, ensuring no one was near. Then swiftly opened the car door, her long, elegant legs stepping lightly over the threshold before settling gracefully onto his lap. In one fluid motion, she reached back and closed the door behind her. My love you. Lin Xuan gasped, startled. But she offered no explanation, no pause for words. Instead, she raised her delicate hands to cradle his neck and pressed her fragrant lips firmly against the curve of his face. A minute later, Li Mengyao hurriedly stepped out of the car, but paused at the door to whisper, "Come home early, darling." Lin Xuan switched on the interior light and checked his reflection in the rearview mirror. A small, vivid strawberry-shaped kiss mark bloomed unmistakably on his neck. When on earth did my wife learn to plant strawberries? A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth as he pressed the ignition button. The Xiaomi SU7 glided smoothly and quietly out of the villa gates. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at Jude Restaurant. He parked with practiced ease and strode confidently through the entrance into a private dining room. The moment he stepped inside, a familiar voice rang out, "Brother Xuan, you're finally here." Huang Xingkai beamed as traffic was heavy. "I'm afraid I'm late," Lin Xuan replied with a courteous smile. Before he could finish, another voice cut in, sharp, discordant. Well, if it isn't our revered brother Lin. And why are you late? What kind of car makes you run behind schedule? And the speaker was Chen Feiyu, who swaggered forward with Lin Xuan ignored the provocation and replied coolly, "The Xiaomi I just drove." Chen Feiyu's sneer deepened. "So it was that battered Xiaomi. No wonder you got stuck in traffic. Look at my brand new Mercedes SL. It never gets caught in jams." And he jingled his keys, deliberately flaunting them. Chen Feiyu was the scion of a minor fortune in Jinghai City. His family's wealth had secured him a place at Jinghai No. 1 high school, where he shared a class with Lin Xuan. And he had long been infatuated with Zhang Huiyan, yet her heart belonged solely to Lin Xuan. Thus jealousy festered within him, driving him to provoke Lin Xuan at every turn. Yet Lin Xuan excelled academically, the school's brightest protege, and each petty scheme of Chen Feiyu's ended in humiliating failure. Now classmates gathered in the private room, eager for drama. They knew well the frost between Lin Xuan and Chen Feiyu. Hey Chen Feiyu, what exactly are you trying to prove here? Brother Xuan just bought a seaside villa at Jinghai Home for 2 million yuan, all cash. What's your little car worth in comparison? Huang Xingkai stepped forward to defend Lin Xuan. A seaside villa at Jinghai Home. Paid in full. Spare us your tall tales. Save the boasting for someone who believes you. Chen Feiyu scoffed dismissively. And though himself a modest heir, parting with several million at once remained beyond even his reach. "Xingkai, there's no need to waste breath on such a man. It's like playing lute to cattle," Lin Xuan said calmly, resting his right hand lightly on Huang Xingkai's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Feiyu's gaze snapped to Lin Xuan's wrist, where a sleek, enigmatic black diamond watch gleamed with quiet authority. Black diamonds, rarer and more valuable than conventional ones, sent a jolt through Chen Feiyu's mind. Could Huang Xingkai's boast be true? Was Lin Xuan truly so wealthy? Determined not to let Chen Feiyu dominate the scene, Huang Xingkai whipped out his phone and pulled up the verified purchase record of Lin Xuan's seaside villa at Jinghai Home, then held it aloft for all to see. He turned to Chen Feiyu with a cold, cutting smile. "Open your eyes wide and shame yourself properly." Whoa. So Brother Xuan really is loaded. Lin Xuan, you're far too low-key. Yeah, Master Lin. Please take me under your wing. Guide me, mentor me. I saw him driving a BMW 8 Series last week, worth over 1 million yuan. Lin Xuan's former classmates swarmed around him, showering him with flattery and eager deference. Nonly Chen Feiyu stood frozen, stunned disbelief etched across his face. Soon after, Lin Xuan and Huang Xingkai retreated to a quiet corner, sitting side by side. Yet from the instant Lin Xuan had entered the room, a pair of eyes had watched him unblinkingly, never once looking away. That gaze belonged to none other than Zhang Huiyan. She wore a form-fitting black dress that traced every elegant contour of her figure, her refined features arresting, unforgettable. With unhurried grace, she glided to Lin Xuan's side and settled beside him, her voice a silken whisper. "Lin Xuan, you finally arrived." It's been a long time," Lin Xuan replied, his tone measured and neutral. Indeed it has," Zhang Huiyan murmured, nodding gently. "How have you been lately?" "Not bad." His reply remained cool, distant. Now that everyone's here, shall we begin serving dinner?" As silence settled between them, class monitor Chen Dong broke the tension with timely intervention. Moments later, waitstaff began gliding in, bearing platters of exquisite delicacies. During the meal, Zhang Huiyin always found various topics to chat with Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan merely responded casually. However, at that moment, Zhang Huiyin suddenly noticed the faint strawberry mark on Lin Xuan's neck. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the once prominent strawberry mark had faded slightly, yet it was still discernible upon closer inspection. Zhang Huiyin tightly clenched her fist. At that moment, someone suggested that a high school reunion without alcohol wouldn't do. Immediately, everyone began to toast one another. Many wanted to drink with Lin Xuan. Come on, Xiangu, I toast you a glass. Xiangu, I want to toast you a glass too. Sorry, I have to drive later, I can't drink. Can't you just call a designated driver? It's rare for classmates to gather, let's celebrate. After saying this, the two of them downed a full glass of liquor in one go. In fact, Lin Xuan was not incapable of drinking, he simply didn't want to return home drunk reeking of alcohol, which might upset. So he softly said, you all drink slowly, I'll step outside for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan walked out of the... As Lin Xuan took a deep breath of the fresh air outdoors, a sound of high heels clicking on the ground suddenly came from behind him. Lin Xuan, are you really married? Zhang Huiyin hurried forward to ask. Lin Xuan slowly turned around and replied calmly, that's right. Why? Zhang Huiyin pressed further. What do you mean why? Lin Xuan looked puzzled. Why, after I liked you for so many years, just as I was preparing to return to find you, did you suddenly get married? Zhang Huiyin finally lost control of her emotions, tears streaming down her face like a flood breaking through a dam, her voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Because I met the right person, Lin Xuan said firmly. This sentence struck Zhang Huiyin's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you really love her? Zhang Huiyin asked. Lin Xuan began to recall the moments spent with his wife. The figure of his wife who always lacked a sense of security yet would rush to protect him unhesitatingly in times of danger, the gentle face that would always embrace him as soon as he returned home, and her adorable habit of tightly hugging him every night to fall asleep peacefully. These beautiful memories caused Lin Xuan's lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Yes, I love my wife very much, Lin Xuan said with conviction. What about me? Am I not as good as her? Where do I fall short? Zhang Huiyin exclaimed, her eyes wide open, unwilling to accept. Lin Xuan looked at her and softly said, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone, you have your unique charm and are not inferior to anyone. It's just that we lacked that fateful connection. Zhang Huiyin gazed into Lin Xuan's steadfast and emotionless eyes, realizing in her heart that this fact could not be changed no matter what. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, fine then. Lin Xuan, I wish you happiness, and from now on I will no longer Thank you, I hope you can find the right partner too, Lin Xuan replied. Then Zhang Huiyin turned and left. At this moment, Lin Xuan thought to himself that she should not come to entangle him anymore. He did not want to upset his wife over this. Lin Xuan stayed outside for a while longer, estimating that it was about time to return home, and then went back to the private room. As he opened the door, he saw Huang Xinkai, already thoroughly drunk. As soon as Huang Xinkai saw Xiangu come in, he immediately stood up unsteadily and stumbled towards Lin Xuan, tightly hugging his thigh. Hi. I'm telling you, Xiangu is super rich. He bought a Seaview villa outright, he's just too low-key. At this moment, Lin Xuan was rather speechless. Lin Xuan, could you please take Huang Xinkai home? Class monitor Qindong said to Lin Xuan. Since Lin Xuan and Huang Xinkai had been good friends since high school, Qindong had no choice but to ask Lin Xuan to take Huang Xinkai home. Okay, leave it to me. Then Lin Xuan struggled to pull Huang Xinkai into the car and drove towards Huang Xingkai's rental apartment. Huang Xingkai's home is in a small county in Jinghai City, so he could only rent a place here. Lin Xuan exerted great effort to bring Huang Xinkai to the bottom of the rental building. Xinkai, which floor do you live on? Lin Xuan asked. 7. Huang Xinkai answered drowsily. Lin Xuan looked up and couldn't help but groan, there was actually no elevator here. If he had known, he would have just found a hotel near. At this point, Lin Xuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and carry Huang Xinkai on his back step by step up the stairs. Finally, Lin Xuan brought Huang Xinkai up to the 7th floor. If it weren't for the 100 enhancement in physical attributes given to him by the system, initially Lin Xuan would have probably collapsed from exhaustion long ago, considering Huang Xinkai weighed 180 pounds. Where's the key? Lin Xuan asked anxiously. However, at this moment, Huang Xinkai had already fallen into a deep slumber, completely unresponsive to Lin Xuan's inquiries. Thus, he could only search Huang Xingkai's body, hoping to find the key. Yet after a thorough search, Lin Xuan still found. Lin Xuan felt quite speechless. He should have never attended this high school reunion. Lin Xuan certainly wouldn't leave Huang Xinkai outside for the night. In desperation, he had to carry Huang Xinkai again and head towards a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mengyao lay alone in bed, her eyes revealing obvious signs of worry. It was already nearly 11 p.m. Why hadn't her husband returned yet? Calling his phone only indicated it was off. Could something have happened? At that moment, she suddenly remembered the pink diamond watch Lin Xuan had given her, and that the black diamond watch he wore had a mutual location function. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up and quickly rummaged through the drawer of her nightstand to find a small, exquisite, sparkling pink diamond watch. Next, she activated the watch's location function and nervously stared at the information displayed on the screen. However, upon seeing the location result, Li Mengyao's face instantly turned pale as paper. The result clearly showed that Lin Xuan was actually in a hotel. How could my husband be at the hotel? Could it be that he was tempted by Zhang Huiyin? No, he wouldn't do that. Lin Xuan is not. Or is it that my husband got drunk with a high school classmate, and then Zhang Huiyin took the opportunity? Li Mengyao became increasingly fearful as her worries deepened. Her gaze remained fixed on the phone's location interface, not daring to relax for a moment. 10 minutes passed, and Li Mengyao noticed that Lin Xian's location was moving towards home, which made her breathe a little easier. After a long 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally returned to the villa and walked into the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, he was caught off guard by the scene before him. Li Mengyao pounced on him like a hungry tiger about to "Husband, where have you been? You're so late coming back. You didn't even answer your phone." Li Mengyao pouted angrily, her small fists raining down on Lin Xian. "Phone," Lin Xian said while enduring the small punches, struggling to pull out his phone from his pocket to check. It turned out that after Lin Xian took care of Huang Xinkai, he drove straight home, without checking his phone, completely unaware that it had run out of battery and shut down. "Wife, my phone is dead," Lin Xian quickly explained. At this moment, Li Mengyao was tightly hugging Lin Xian, her small face pressed against his chest, unwilling to let go. "Wife, can I take a shower, and then explain everything to you?" Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and softly placed her back on the bed. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, lying quietly. Since Lin Xian returned, her anxiety gradually dissipated. Then Lin Xian walked into the bathroom to take a shower. After a brief 10 minutes, he came out. Having lived together for so long, Li Mengyao had gotten used to how quickly her husband showered. Do all boys shower this quickly? At that moment, Lin Xian climbed onto the bed and gently wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao from behind. "Baby, are you still mad? Calling me baby won't help. Then what should I call you to make it better? Call me whatever you want." Li Mengyao still turned her back to Lin Xian, unwilling to acknowledge him. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian continued to hold her. "Get away from me." Li Mengyao turned around, extending her small hand to push against Lin Xian's chest, trying to shove him away. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Xian had been waiting for. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her, pulling Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. "Wife, I was wrong." Lin Xian wore a gentle smile on his face and spoke softly. "What were you doing that you returned so late?" Li Mengyao pouted, asking angrily. "I went to a class reunion," Lin Xian explained. "And then? Was there nothing else?" Li Mengyao continued to probe. "Then when I was about to leave, I saw Huang Xinkai completely drunk, so I took him home." Lin Xian replied. "Where did you take him?" Li Mengyao asked immediately. "I took him home, but I couldn't find his keys, so I had no choice but to find a nearby hotel to settle him in." Lin Xian detailed the entire process. "Oh." Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. "What, wife, did you think I was doing something else?" "Moi." Lin Xian lifted her face, smiling as he asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Li Mengyao's eyes darted around, unable to meet Lin Xian's gaze. "I just saw that your phone's location was at the hotel, and you didn't answer your calls, so I was really worried." Li Mengyao murmured. "What were you worried about?" Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth, asking softly. "I was worried you were seduced by a vixen." Li Mengyao suddenly became a bit angry, knowing her own thin skin, but still insisting on questioning him. Then she raised her small hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian naturally did not dodge. He even willingly offered his waist for her to pinch. After all this time, he did indeed make his wife worry. "Did you make it clear with Zhang Huiyin?" Li Mengyao suddenly thought. "I made it clear. I told her I love my wife very much. She won't bother me anymore," Lin Xian said gently. "Oh." Li Mengyao lowered her head again. "Wife, are you still angry?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently, and a little Lin Xian leaned down and captured her delicate red lips. Soon it was the next morning, and sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Xian was awakened from his dreams by his biological clock. He stretched and quickly got up, preparing to make a hearty breakfast for his family. After breakfast, Lin Xian received a phone call. "Hello, your package has been delivered. I have placed it in the delivery cabinet at your villa door. Please pick it up at your convenience." The voice on the other end was that of a young delivery man. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xian replied politely. "Husband, whose call?" Li Mengyao, who was nearby, leaned over curiously and asked. "The delivery has arrived. I'm just going to get it," Lin Xian said, giving Li Mengyao a kiss and smiling. "I have a few packages too. Husband, could you bring them back with yours?" Li Mengyao said with a smile. "Sure." Lin Xian got up, walked to the door, changed into a comfortable pair of flip-flops, and headed outside. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the delivery cabinet at the villa entrance. He entered the pickup code as instructed and successfully retrieved his package. However, after waiting for a while, why hadn't his wife sent the pickup code? Just as Lin Xian was about to call to inquire, a series of pickup codes suddenly popped up on his phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xian counted and was shocked to find there were more than a dozen packages. Lin Xian's eyes widened, wondering what in the world his wife had bought. Lin Xian, feeling helpless, had no choice but to go to the villa's storage room to find a small cart and bring all the packages. Li Mengyao approached with a radiant smile on her face. She gently tiptoed and left a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's. Then she eagerly began to open the packages one by one. "Wife, what exactly did you buy? How could there be so many?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "I bought new clothes for everyone in our family, 2 sets." Li Mengyao answered gently, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She first picked out the clothes for herself and Lin Xian, and after trying them on, they both looked even more radiant. Then she bought 2 beautiful skirts for Lin Cici, 2 exquisite kipeos for Zhang Shulan, and 2 sets of high-end suits for Lin Zhenghua. "Husband, what about you? What did you buy?" Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xian. "I bought you clothes too," Lin Xian replied with a smile that revealed his signature charming grin. "You bought me clothes, eh?" Li Mengyao was somewhat surprised, wondering if her husband's choice was appropriate. "Yes, didn't I say I would teach you how to swim? So I bought you a swimsuit." Lin Xian's tone carried a hint of mystery. What kind of swimsuit did you buy? Li Mengyao asked curiously. You'll find out when you try it on later. Lin Xian then left the master bedroom and headed to the swimming pool in the garden outside. He took out tools, opened the drainage valve, and watched the clear water slowly flow out. Then he began to carefully clean the pool walls and bottom with a brush. The scene switched back to the master bedroom, where Li Mengyao sat on the edge of the bed holding the package that Lin Xian had just delivered. She opened the package to find a swimsuit, and a blush spread across her delicate face. After Lin Xian busied himself by the pool for half an hour, he finally completed all the preparations. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, he specially adjusted the pool water temperature to 30 degrees. However, after waiting for a while, why hadn't his wife come down yet? Was changing into a swimsuit that difficult? Just as Lin Xian was about to go upstairs to check, Li Mengyao finally slowly came down. Don't look, Li Mengyao said, her face flushed and pouting. Only then did Lin Xian come to his senses and took her hand to lead her to the swimming pool. Lin Xian jumped into the swimming pool first, then spread his arms with a gentle smile on his face, softly calling out, "Wife, come down." Li Mengyao stood by the pool, hesitating slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of fear as she softly said, I'm still a bit scared." She cautiously extended one long, beautiful leg and gently touched the surface of the pool water, discovering It's okay, I'm here with you, Lin Xian hurriedly reassured her. Then you have to catch me, Li Mengyao said playfully. I promise, Lin Xian replied earnestly. Then Li Mengyao gathered her courage, closed her eyes tightly, and leaped into the pool. Lin Xian was quick and tightly embraced Li Mengyao. To her surprise, she didn't sink. She curiously opened her beautiful eyes, and what greeted her was Lin Xian's handsome face. The two of them floated quietly above the pool. At this moment, Li Mengyao could only hold on to Lin Xian tightly, not daring to let go for fear of accidentally sinking to the bottom. Wife, you don't need to hold on so tightly, Lin Xian said softly with a smile. No, Li Mengyao insisted, shaking her cute little head and answering firmly. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and continued to comfort her, saying, Wife, holding on to me like this isn't a solution. I'll go get you a swimming ring. After saying that, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao and swam towards the shore. Why didn't he give himself a swimming ring at the beginning? That silly husband was doing it on purpose. While thinking this, Li Mengyao lowered her head and bit him. Ouch! Why did you bite me again, wife? Lin Xian winced. Just biting you. Li Mengyao pouted. After gently placing Li Mengyao back on the shore, Lin Xian took out a cute swimming ring from the side, handed it to her, and said tenderly, Wife, put it on, and try swimming a little. Li Mengyao took the swimming ring, carefully put it on, and then jumped into the pool. She nervously floated on the water's surface, afraid to make any large movements. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took her hand and encouraged her, saying, Don't be afraid, wife. Try using your calves to kick back and feel the power of the water. Li Mengyao nodded and, following Lin Xian's instructions, made an effort to kick her legs, slowly swimming forward. Since Li Mengyao was currently pregnant, practicing breathing required frequent breath holding, which could affect oxygen supply and lead to oxygen deprivation for both the pregnant woman and the fetus. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian did not recommend that she practice breathing. Instead, he continued to patiently guide Li Mengyao to help her get familiar with the water. Gradually, Li Mengyao's movements became more proficient, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, in the game room on the basement floor of the villa, Lin Cece was sitting at the computer desk, gripping the mouse tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen, her face filled with tension and concentration. However, despite her best efforts, she lost several games in a row, which made her feel very frustrated. I'm done. Lin Cece angrily slapped the table, stood up, and went upstairs to find something to eat to comfort her wounded heart. She entered the villa elevator, pressed the button, and quickly arrived on the first floor. After exiting the elevator, she headed straight for the kitchen and grabbed a big bag of snacks. Just as she was tearing open the package to start eating, she suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. Lin Cece turned around and saw her brother and sister-in-law happily swimming in the villa garden. Her brother didn't even call for her. No wonder he told her this morning to play in the game room as much as she wanted. Lin Cece had loved swimming since she was little. So she put down the snacks in her hand, hurried back to her room to change into a fitted swimsuit, and then quickly jogged to the edge of the garden pool, leaping in. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm joining you. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, having enjoyed a good sleep, received the beach wedding album that the photography company had carefully selected for them. In the spacious and bright hall, a soft and comfortable sofa set was arranged. Zhang Shulan sat gracefully on it, with her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao on her left and her son Lin Xian on her right. Above the sofa, a small and adorable head popped up. It was Lin Cece. So beautiful, Zhang Shulan whispered as she flipped through the album in her hands, her admiration evident. Every page is a classic, she continued. Mom, which one do you like the most? Li Mengyao asked with a smile. This one is simply stunning. Zhang Shulan pointed to a photo. There Li Mengyao sat elegantly like a fairy on a rock, while Lin Xian knelt with one knee, gazing lovingly as he proposed to her. At that moment, Lin Zhenghua paced back and forth behind them, wanting to join in. However, four little heads were tightly huddled together, completely blocking the album from view. Lin Zhenghua could only helplessly return to the opposite sofa. Ding dong. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Zhenghua, son, I want to see too. Lin Xian, wait a moment, Dad, I have the online version. Lin Zhenghua, send it over. Lin Xian then sent the online version of the album images to the family group chat. Lin Zhenghua began to carefully examine the beautiful wedding photos of his son and daughter-in-law by the seaside, and he couldn't help but smile. Lin Xuan selected 9 photos from these perfectly fitting into a 9-grid collage and posted a dynamic update. In the caption, Lin Xuan wrote, "Memories of the sea, traces of love." Soon a series of comments appeared below. Zhou Quan, "Wow Xiange, you're so romantic." Zhang Zixing, "Xiange, you really know how to sprinkle dog food." Chen Jingming, "What about the wedding?" Lin Wanqing, "My sister-in-law is so beautiful." Meanwhile, Li Mengyao also posted the same content on her social media. Her caption read, "Your companionship, the heart, a Yao Yao is simply stunning." Chen Man, "Wow, this is so sweet." Lu Yusin, "My Yao Yao must be happy." After dinner, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao for a walk in the park near Jinghai home. The park was beautifully set, accompanied by the sea and surrounded by green trees, making it a delightful place. There were middle-aged women dancing in the square, children playing on the slide, and some young people jogging to exercise. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked through the park chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixed on the food street, not far ahead. Lin Xuan quickly reacted and blocked her view with his tall figure. He gently said, "Wife, we've walked enough, shall we get ready to head back?" However, Li Mengyao did not respond but smiled brightly and said, "Hubby, I want to eat that." She extended her slender hand, pointing at the food street ahead. Lin Xuan helplessly said, "Wife, I can make anything you want at home. Just worry that the food outside isn't oh, just this once. Hubby, I'm begging you." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao became anxious and hurriedly grabbed Lin Xuan's arm, shaking it. "Although your cooking is delicious, we should also taste the flavors of the world sometimes." Li Mengyao pouted her small lips, looking very cute. Under Li Mengyao's persistent coaxing and charming antics, Lin Xuan finally relented. They then walked hand in hand into a bustling food street. This place was crowded with people, the aromas of various delicious dishes wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Li Mengyao excitedly pulled Lin Xuan to a small stall. "Boss, please give us 2 servings of grilled lamb skewers," she shouted happily. "All right, 10 yuan each, totaling 20 yuan." The boss responded enthusiastically. In no time, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were holding a steaming lamb skewer. Lin Xuan took a bite. Although the meat quality wasn't the best, at least it was fresh. "Hubby, here you go." Li Mengyao handed Lin Xuan the half-eaten lamb skewer. "What? Can't eat anymore." "If you can't, let's go back," he took the opportunity to say. "That's not it. I want to try a bit of everything, and then the rest will be up to you to finish." Li Mengyao mischievously stuck out her cute little tongue, blinking her lively eyes. Lin Xuan chuckled helplessly, and then he was pulled by Li Mengyao to continue exploring the lively food street. "Boss, please give us 2 servings of pan-fried buns." "Boss, please give us 2 servings of grilled squid." "Wow, this looks delicious too, boss, give us 2 servings of takoyaki." At that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar stinky smell, and an excited smile appeared on her face. "Boss, please give us 2 servings of stinky." Lin Xuan quickly reacted, grabbing Li Mengyao and covering her mouth before she could finish her sentence. With an awkward expression, he said to the boss, "Well, skip the stinky tofu." "Wife, stinky tofu is a fermented food. Since you are pregnant, it's better not to eat it, all right?" Lin Xuan gently advised. "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded obediently, though she felt a bit disappointed. Soon they had eaten enough. After Li Mengyao popped the last takoyaki into Lin Xuan's mouth, she contentedly patted her belly, ready to head home. At that moment, Lin Xuan inadvertently glanced over and suddenly spotted a small stall selling candied hawthorn. His eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curved slightly as he turned to his wife and gently asked, "Wife, do you want to eat candied hawthorn?" As he spoke, Lin Xuan wore his signature charming smile. "No." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Huiyin quietly observed all of this. Seeing Lin Xuan and his wife so close and happy, and how beautiful Lin Xuan's wife was, she finally understood why Lin Xuan loved her so much. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stayed in Jinghai City for a few days, they began to prepare for their journey back to Jinghai City today. That noon, the family gathered together for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhang Shulan arrived beside the Xiaomi Su-7 with a large pile of luggage, beginning to stuff it into the trunk. "Mom, that's enough. If you keep stuffing it, it won't fit anymore." Lin Xuan looked at his busy mother with helplessness and advised, "It's okay, trust Mom's abilities." Zhang Shulan replied, without looking up, her hands never stopping. She stuffed bag after bag into the trunk until the entire space was filled. Once the back was full, there was still room in the front. Finally, all the luggage was packed into the car, and Zhang Shulan clapped her hands in satisfaction. "All right, this is With everything ready, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao bid farewell to their parents. "Son Mengyao, don't forget to come back," and Zhang Shulan reminded them with a smile. "Be careful on the road," Lin Zhenghua added. "Big brother, sister-in-law, remember to come back often." Lin Sisi said to Li Mengyao, holding her hand reluctantly. "Sure, Dad and Mom," Lin Xuan smiled. "Sisi, you can come and play in Jinghai City whenever you want." Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Sisi and said, "Sure, I will definitely come." Lin Sisi nodded happily. Then Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got into the Xiaomi Su-7. The intelligent driving system automatically set the destination to Jinwan Mansion in Jinghai City, and the car slowly started leaving the villa of Jinghai home. Lin Xuan looked back through the car window and saw his parents and sister standing at the door waving goodbye. His heart was filled with warmth and emotion, knowing that no matter where he went, family would always be the strongest support. Just as the car was approaching Jinghai City, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's futuristic watches suddenly emitted a warning voice. "Warning! A strong typhoon is expected to hit Jinghai City within the next 4 days. Please take precautions. A strong typhoon. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao both paused slightly. They exchanged glances and looked outside only to find the sun shining harmoniously radiantly bright, as if there was no sign of a strong typhoon. Is this for real, eh? Li Mengyao asked with a frown. It should be true. Lin Xuan replied, still having great faith in the system. Before long, the Xiaomi Su-7 parked steadily in the parking lot of Jinghai Mansion, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finally returned to Jinghai City. After Lin Xuan moved all the luggage back to Jinghai Mansion, he prepared to go out. Honey, where are you going? I'm going to buy some food for the next 4 days and some emergency supplies. I'm worried that we won't be able to go out once the strong typhoon arrives. Lin Xuan smiled. Oh, alright, but you need to come back early, Li Mengyao said, looking at the clear sky outside. She said with some concern, but we just got here and now we're facing a strong typhoon. Isn't that a bit unlucky? It's fine, we can have a good time at home for a few days. Lin Xuan comforted her. Just be careful on the road, Li Mengyao said, nodding slightly. Okay. Lin Xuan lifted Li Mengyao's face, gently kissed her delicate lips, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was simply cleaning the house. Just as she was quietly tidying up, she unintentionally looked up, and to her surprise, the left side of the sky was still sunny while the right side was filled with a massive dark cloud accompanied by lightning approaching at an astonishing speed. The clear blue sky and white clouds vanished in an instant. Before long, the entire Jinghai Mansion was shrouded in dark clouds and fierce winds howled through. Li Mengyao looked anxiously out the window. Although she was very afraid of the thunder, she was even more worried about her husband, who had not yet returned from outside. On the other side, after Lin Xuan bought some food, he was preparing to go purchase other items. Suddenly, the black diamond technology watch on his wrist emitted an alarm again. Alarm. Please pay attention. This super typhoon will strengthen further within 10 minutes, forming a super. It is expected that the eye of the typhoon will land in Jinghai City in 20 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately ran, placing the items he bought into the trunk, and quickly got to the driver's seat, personally driving the Xiaomi Su-7, speeding back home. Back at Jinghai Mansion, Li Mengyao also received the alarm notification from her pink diamond technology watch. At this moment, she was anxious, her hands tightly clasped together, continuously praying for her husband to return safely within 20 minutes. At this time, the sky was filled with dark clouds, fierce winds, and thunder. Li Mengyao was terrified, hiding behind the door, trembling, her eyes fixed on the window, hoping to see that familiar figure appear soon. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside the door. 10 minutes passed, and she couldn't even see a shadow of Lin Xuan. 15 minutes passed, and the super typhoon was about to sweep through Jinghai City. The glass outside was banging loudly as if it would shatter at any moment. The fierce winds raged ruthlessly, tearing at the entire city, making people feel terrified. Li Mengyao's face turned pale, her hands covering her ears, trying to lessen her fear. She trembled as she opened the positioning system on her technology watch to check Lin Xuan's location. The positioning system showed that Lin Xuan was rushing towards home, getting closer and closer to Jinghai Mansion. Seeing this news, Li Mengyao felt a bit relieved. She anxiously stood at the door, observing the situation outside through. Finally, the time reached 20 minutes, and the super typhoon officially made landfall in Jinghai City. The strong winds howled and heavy rain poured, turning the entire world dark. Jinghai City seemed to instantly fall into a terrifying vortex. The city's tall buildings swayed precariously in the fierce wind. Yet Li Mengyao kept her gaze fixed on the positioning system of her watch. Lin Xuan's positioning showed that he had already arrived at Jinghai Mansion, but he did not answer his phone. Why hadn't he come up yet? Could he have encountered some danger downstairs at Jinghai Mansion? Thinking of this, Li Mengyao became very frightened, her eyes gradually reddening. She anxiously stood at the door, pacing back and forth. Just as she decided to go downstairs to look for Lin Xuan and was about to open the door suddenly opened. Lin Xuan walked in drenched, holding a large bag of items in his hand. His hair was soaked from the rain, his clothes completely drenched, making him look disheveled. However, when he saw Li Mengyao, a smile immediately appeared on his face as he softly said, "Honey, I'm back." This call made Li Mengyao burst into tears instantly. Without hesitation, she rushed into Lin Xuan's arms, holding him tightly, as if fearing he would disappear again. "Whoa!" Li Mengyao cried sadly, her tears flowing like a flood that couldn't be stopped. "Honey, I'm sorry for making you." Lin Xuan gently patted her back, comforting her. Li Mengyao lifted her head, looking at Lin Xuan with tearful eyes choked up as she said, No need to apologize. As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Her hands tightly grasped Lin Xuan's clothes, as if only this way could confirm he had truly returned to her side. Outside, the super typhoon continued to rage. Through Jinghai City, fierce winds howled and heavy rain poured. Yet the two inside tightly embraced each other, enjoying the warmth and love they shared. In their world, there was no wind or rain, only the presence of each other. Lin Xuan gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, using his thumb to softly wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and whispered, "Don't cry, I'm fine." Li Mengyao couldn't stop the tears, her eyes misty, as she looked at Lin Xuan. "If the baby keeps crying, it won't look good," she said. Lin Xuan gazed at her with deep concern, softly comforting her. "If it won't look good, then it won't matter as long as I have my husband." Li Mengyao choked out. "Husband will change clothes, otherwise we'll both catch a cold, okay?" Lin Xuan coaxed Li Mengyao tenderly. "He'll go with you." Li Mengyao sniffed, holding onto Lin Xuan's hand. Okay. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, allowing Li Mengyao to grip his hand tightly, as they both made their way to the husband is going to change clothes. Can you let go of one little hand for now? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao with a face full of affection, asking with a smile. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded somewhat shyly, quickly letting go of her little hand, then bashfully, turning her head away, not daring to look at Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Lin Xuan swiftly removed his soaked clothes and tossed them aside. Soon he changed into a set of dry and comfortable pajamas, looking refreshed. Wife, your clothes are wet too. Hurry and change, or you'll catch a cold and get sick. Lin Xuan smiled. Then you turn around first, husband, Li Mengyao said shyly. Okay. Lin Xuan obediently turned around. If it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't be so compliant, and would have been unable to resist teasing Li Mengyao. However, given that his wife had just gone through such a fright, it was better to tease her less. As Lin Xuan thought about this, he suddenly felt a pair of small hands gently wrap around his waist. He smiled slightly, and turned to face the pitiful, tearful Li Mengyao. Husband will always be here. I will never abandon you, and the baby. Don't think too much, let's sleep together, okay? Lin Xuan comforted gently. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, responding with a hint of a spoiled tone. Lin Xuan carefully picked up Li Mengyao, gently placing her on the bed, then lying down closely beside her. Wife, sleep well, everything will be better when you wake up. Lin Xuan softly coaxed her to sleep. Perhaps it was the warmth of Lin Xuan's presence, or maybe she was just tired from crying, but Li Mengyao soon fell into a deep slumber in his embrace. Once Li Mengyao was sound asleep, Lin Xuan carefully got up, leaving the room to properly store the food he had purchased earlier. Then he walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner for Li Mengyao. He knew she would surely be hungry when she woke up. After preparing dinner, Lin Xuan placed the dishes in the warmer and glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. He returned to the room, lying quietly beside Li Mengyao, feeling her breath, his heart filled with tranquility. Perhaps sensing movement nearby, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Wife, are you hungry? Lin Xuan looked at her with tenderness, asking softly. I'm hungry. Husband, carry me. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, extending her hands, a faint smile on her face. Lin Xuan smiled indulgently, then gently picked Li Mengyao up in a horizontal embrace. Before long, they arrived at the dining room, where Lin Xuan gently placed Li Mengyao in a chair, then turned to open the warmer, retrieving the steaming dinner. Husband, when did you make dinner? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Just when you fell asleep, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart, as if enveloped by happiness. Unable to help herself, she leaned in and gently placed a sweet kiss on Lin Xuan's lips. Thank you, husband. Li Mengyao said, her face flushed as she began to eat her dinner in small bites. Lin Xuan sat beside her quietly, watching his wife eat, his eyes filled with affection and happiness. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao snuggled together on the spacious soft sofa, enjoying this warm moment. Outside, the fierce wind continued to howl, but inside, a cozy atmosphere prevailed. Wife, are you still scared? Lin Xuan asked, gently, lightly stroking Li Mengyao's hair. A little. Li Mengyao still clung tightly to Lin Xuan. Wife, let's play a game. Lin Xuan suddenly suggested, wanting to distract her and ease her fears. Sure. What are we playing? Li Mengyao's interest was piqued, and she smiled happily. Honor of Kings. Lin Xuan thought of a game that would be easy for Li Mengyao to pick up. After all, the Summoner's Canyon is still a bit challenging for most girls. Husband, I've played this game before. Li Mengyao spoke quietly. After playing a few ranked matches with Yuxian, I stopped playing. Yuxian, I played 5 ranked matches with Yao Yao. She fed 100 kills, averaging 20 kills per game. I couldn't handle it. Why? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Because every time I just respawned, I would die shortly after. Li Mengyao pouted, her lips looking innocent. Lin Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Li Mengyao pouted angrily, lightly punching Lin. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Lin Xuan quickly reassured her, then looked at her seriously. It's okay. I think it's definitely Yu Xin's fault, not yours, wife. Yuxian, husband will carry you, I promise to help you soar. Lin Xuan said confidently, thumping his chest. Joking aside, Lin Xuan was at least a man at the peak of the canyon. How could he possibly lose to a mere game of Honor of Kings? Even with a teammate disconnecting, he would still win. Really, husband? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan with eager eyes. Of course, wife, log in now. Lin Xuan confidently opened his phone. Li Mengyao followed suit and opened her phone. Timmy. As the game sound effect rang out, the two entered the world of Honor of Kings together. Both of their ranks were platinum. Lin Xuan had dropped to this rank because he hadn't played in a long time, while Li Mengyao had reached the highest rank she could manage. Platinum rank. Isn't that something one hand could easily win? Lin Xuan showed a dismissive expression. Defeat. Lin Xuan looked at the phone screen with a face full of unwillingness. Lost again. My wife really isn't cut out for gaming. Husband, I'm sorry I lost again. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan pitifully, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xuan hurriedly embraced Li Mengyao tightly, gently comforting her. Wife, there's nothing to be sorry about, it's all the fault of the other 3 teammates. Saying this, he gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin and kissed her affectionately. It's getting late, we should go to sleep. Lin Xuan said softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Li Mengyao obediently nodded, allowing Lin Xuan to hold her as they slowly walked towards the bedroom. Lin Xuan thought to himself that if they continued to lose, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Back on the soft and comfortable big bed, the two of them held each other tightly, and quickly fell into a sweet dream. In the past few days, the arrival of a super typhoon had a huge impact on Jinghai City, with many places experiencing disruptions in water and electricity supply. However, the Jinwan mansion where Lin Xuan lived was not greatly affected and continued to supply water and electricity normally. This was entirely thanks to the community's good quality and comprehensive preventive measures. During this special period, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao spent their days watching movies, binge-watching shows, and happily playing games together. After Lin Xuan went through another wave of defeats, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Wife, have you considered switching to—" Lin Xuan smiled at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao really liked playing Bull Demon King rushing at enemies. "Huh. I think Bull Demon King is quite fun." Li Mengyao blinked her big eyes and replied. "Who taught you to play Bull Demon King?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. "Yusin, she said having a big guy in front would make her little egg feel safer." Li Mengyao replied. "That's nonsense. Wife, let me recommend a hero that suits you better, named Yao Mei." Lin Xuan laughed upon hearing this, and then said seriously, "Yao Mei? I don't think I've played that hero." Li Mengyao asked him. "It's very simple. Just go wherever it lights up, and for the ultimate skill, just choose your husband." Lin Xuan smiled. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Li Mengyao nodded, slightly indicating she understood. So they started another game. In this round, Lin Xuan finally won. Time flew by, and the super typhoon gradually left the city. That night, Li Mengyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading, while Lin Xuan lay in bed staring blankly at his wife. Lin Xuan silently counted the days, and suddenly realized that Li Mengyao was already 16 weeks pregnant, about to reach 17 weeks. At this time, the babies in her belly were beginning to develop their hearing, and could feel some sound stimuli from the outside world, making prenatal education possible. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but quietly inch closer to Li Mengyao, and gently lift her shirt. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao was startled, and quickly tossed her book aside, reaching out to grab Lin Xuan's hand. But it was too late, or Lin Xuan had already seen her fair, tender belly. "Wife, look, our baby is already 16 weeks old. From now on, we can start prenatal education for the babies." Lin Xuan wore a happy smile on his face. "Oh, how do you plan to conduct prenatal education?" Li Mengyao blinked in confusion and asked curiously. "I plan to do it this way." Saying this, Lin Xuan lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft belly, which still emitted a faint fragrance. "You naughty husband." Li Mengyao was tickled, and pushed Lin Xuan's head away with both hands. Okay, I was wrong. I'll start the music prenatal education now." Lin Xuan quickly pleaded for mercy. He then took out his phone, found a version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and Li Mengyao lay on the bed quietly listening to the beautiful melody, her face revealing a happy smile, and her whole being felt at ease. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's belly, carefully listening to the sounds from within. Although he knew that at this time he couldn't hear the fetal movements through her belly, he still wanted to try and feel the presence of the baby. After one song finished, Lin Xuan opened his phone again and found another piece, Brahms' Lullaby, to play. This piece had a beautiful melody and a gentle rhythm that made one feel as if they were in a tranquil forest. As Li Mengyao listened, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Looking at her serene, sleeping face, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile, then carefully tucked her in with the blanket. Ding dong! A clear and pleasant sound rang out. "Congratulations, host, for completing the music prenatal education for the baby. Reward top-level music master skill, please check." In an instant, a wave of incredible knowledge surged into Lin Xuan's mind. This knowledge included various music techniques, theories, and playing methods. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, feeling the impact of this knowledge. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with confidence, and at this moment, he possessed unparalleled musical talent. After secretly admiring the power of the system, Lin Xuan turned off the music, lay back on the bed, held Li Mengyao, tightly closed his eyes, and fell into a dream together. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. The typhoon from last night had long since departed. The sky was a deep blue, peaceful and serene. Lin Xuan tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep. He walked into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Xuan placed Li Mengyao's portion in the warming cabinet. Then he returned to the room, gently sat by the bed, and looked at Li Mengyao's sweet sleeping posture, unable to help but chuckle softly. Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair, saying, "Little lazy bug, I'm going to the company for a bit, remember to have breakfast." After saying this, he left a soft kiss on her forehead and turned to leave the room. Lin Xuan arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and found his long-unused Maybach S680. This luxury vehicle had been parked here for quite some time, but still maintained its dazzling shine. Lin Xuan opened the car door, sat down in the driver's seat, and inhaled the familiar scent inside the car. He started the engine, and the Maybach emitted a deep and powerful roar. He then drove out of the parking lot, heading toward Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. After such a long absence, the security guard might not even recognize him. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at the entrance of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. However, just as he expected, as soon as his Maybach was about to enter, it was blocked by a serious-looking security guard. "Young man, who are you?" the security guard asked with a stern expression. "I am the chairman of this company. Please open the door," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Chairman? I have never seen. Which company's chairman is this young?" The security uncle didn't believe Lin Xuan's words at all. Just as the two were in an awkward deadlock, a man in a security uniform hurried over. Captain, you came just in time. This young man claims to be the chairman of the company, and I was just about to make him leave, said the security uncle pointing at Lin Xuan. Really? Let me see. The security captain followed the direction pointed by the security uncle and instantly gasped. He then turned to reprimand the security uncle. This is indeed our company's chairman. Quickly open the door. He quickly put on a flattering smile and cautiously looked at Lin Xuan. Good morning, Chairman Lin. I am very sorry if this person is new and does not recognize you. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him. Lin Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It's all right, he is quite dedicated and deserves praise. With that, Lin Xuan gently waved his hand, indicating that the security uncle should not be nervous, and then drove into the building. Soon he arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. Upon entering the office, Lin Xuan made himself a cup of hot tea and leisurely sat down in the spacious and comfortable office chair, carefully reading the mountain of documents and reports piled on the desk. These are reports on the company's recent operational situation. Although Lu Wendy has managed things very well, he still wanted to. Since Lin Xuan arrived very early, there was still some time before the official work hours. As time passed, other employees began to arrive at the company one after another, starting their busy day. Chairman Lin. As Zhou Siyue just reached the office door, she saw that the chairman's office door was open. Her heart tightened, and she hurried over only to discover that it was the chairman Lin Xuan who had been absent for half a month. I am sorry, Chairman Lin. I am late, Zhou Siyue said, lowering her head. She was 10 minutes late today because she missed the first subway. It's all right, I do not have very strict requirements for work hours. Just eat your breakfast first, Lin Xuan said with a gentle. He always believed that as long as work could be completed on time, a slight tardiness was acceptable. Okay. Zhou Siyue was somewhat surprised, but hurriedly retreated to her office and began to wolf down her breakfast. It was rare for Chairman Lin to come, yet she had arrived late. Thinking of this, Zhou Siyue couldn't help but quicken her chewing speed, hoping to finish soon. In no time, she quickly finished her breakfast and returned to the door of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin, is there anything you need? Zhou Siyue took a deep breath, trying hard to make her tone sound more calm. I wonder how our employees are doing after the super typhoon a few days ago. Have they encountered any difficulties? Lin Xuan asked with a furrowed brow, a hint of worry in his voice. Zhou Siyue nodded and replied, Yes, Chairman Lin. The super typhoon did have some impact on the company's employees, but fortunately everyone has safely evacuated from it. However, some employees' residences and vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage. Additionally, some employees were unable to work normally due to the need to relocate to safe areas. Overall, everyone is quite resilient, and there have been no major issues. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Are there any employees injured? I would like to know the specific situation. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Siyue replied, Actually, there are a few employees who sustained minor injuries. They were injured by objects blown down by the wind and are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctor indicated that their injuries are not serious and they are expected to recover and be discharged soon. Then send out a notice. The company has decided to grant 1,000 yuan in consolation funds to each affected employee, and the company will cover the medical expenses for the injured employees. Lin Xuan said, Okay, Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue returned to her office and started to get busy. Lin Xuan then continued to focus on the documents at hand. At that moment, General Manager Lu Wendy arrived at the chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Lin Xuan raised his head, revealing a warm smile, and got up to greet him at the door, saying affectionately, Manager Lu, please come in. After Lu Wendy walked into the office with a smile, Lin Xuan handed him a cup of hot tea, and the two sat down to chat. The company has been operating quite well recently, Manager Lu. Thanks to your strategic planning, Lin Xuan praised. Wherever it's all thanks to your capable leadership, Chairman Lin. I have merely fulfilled my duties. Lu Wendy smiled in response. Lin Xuan thought to himself, it seems I haven't done much at all. By the way, Chairman Lin, the company recently signed a large project that will bring an additional 30% revenue. How do you plan to allocate this money? I see. How about this, give each employee a 10% salary increase, allocate 5% for bonuses to middle management and above, and continue to invest the rest into the company's daily operations. Lin Xuan said, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Okay, Chairman Lin, Lu Wendy said excitedly. Hearing this, there was a hint of surprise and gratitude in Lu Wendy's eyes. After all, if it were the previous chairman, most of the profits would probably have been hoarded, but Lin Xuan was able to think of giving employees a salary increase at the first opportunity, which deeply impressed him. Then Lu Wendy reported some recent operational situations of the company to Lin Xuan and raised some suggestions and questions. Finally, Lu Wendy said gratefully, Chairman Lin, I will get back to work now. Lin Xuan nodded and smiled in response. Go ahead. Lu Wendy then left the chairman's office. Lin Xuan saw that the work here was almost resolved and thought about his good brother Zhong Zixing, who was still the manager of the RD department, so he decided to go down and check on him. Soon Lin Xuan took the elevator to the 5th floor of the RD department. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he felt a tense and busy atmosphere. Lin Xuan entered the conference room of the RD department and found that a meeting was in progress. He immediately recognized Zhong Zixing sitting in the chairman's seat, who was focused on discussing something with other employees. He observed quietly at the door as Zhong Zixing seriously analyzed various technical issues and proposed solutions, then delegated tasks. In the end, Zhong Zixing said, We guarantee there will be no rest on Saturday. Sunday rest is not guaranteed. This is the situation, let's all work hard during this time. Since Lin Xuan was facing away from Zhong Zhixing, he did not notice, but the employees below all looked at Chairman Lin with astonished faces. This is just temporary, why are you all staring at each other in confusion? Zhong Zhixing turned around in confusion. Zhong Zhixing turned around and saw Lin Xuan smiling at him. Oh, Director Lin, when did you come back? Zhong Zhixing quickly stood up, his face displaying surprise as he hurried over. You all have worked hard, let's end the meeting for now, Lin Xuan said with a smile to the employees below. As his words fell, the employees of the RD department began to rise one after another, gradually leaving the conference room. After everyone had left, Lin Xuan looked at Zhong Zhixing and teasingly said, You little rascal, you've learned to squeeze the employees, but you can't guarantee their rest. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhong Zhixing felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he explained, Brother Xuan, wasn't it, because we signed a big project recently. So we need to hurry and catch up on the progress, and I've already paid for the overtime. Lin Xuan nodded, showing understanding, but still said sternly, That doesn't mean you can let the employees not rest. Under normal circumstances, there should be a guaranteed 2-day weekend. In special situations, there must be at least 1 day off on Saturday or Sunday to maintain the team's combat effectiveness and efficiency. All right, Brother Xuan, I understand now. Zhong Zhixing quickly nodded in agreement. But Zhixing, you've been doing quite well lately. Lin Xuan smiled. That's largely thanks to Lin's promotion. Oh, I really want to make progress. Zhong Zhixing joked, All right, stop talking about those trivial matters. I'm preparing to go home and spend time with my wife. Let's find a time to gather with a few brothers from the dorm another day. Lin Xuan smiled. Sure, no problem. Zhong Zhixing responded with a smile. He then escorted Lin Xuan out of the RD office before turning back to his workstation to continue his busy tasks. Lin Xuan returned to the chairman's office, tidied up briefly, and prepared to take the elevator downstairs. As the elevator slowly ascended from the first floor, the doors gradually opened, revealing a familiar figure in front of Lin Xuan. Lu Yusin. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Lin Xuan. Lu Yusin was equally stunned. The two simultaneously exclaimed, their faces reflecting disbelief. Lin Xuan, how are you here? Lu Yusin asked in surprise, her eyes flickering with puzzled light. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, I work here. What about you? How did you come here? I came to get something from my dad. He is the general manager of this company. So if you need any help, you can find me. Lu Yusin smiled slightly. Seeing that Lin Xuan had taken good care of Li Mengyao during this time, Lu Yusin felt she could help him a little. Your dad is Lu Wendy. Lin Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, so if there's anything, just say it. I'll have my dad help you. Lu Yusin nodded gently, her face beaming with pride. At that moment, Lu Wendy walked out of the general manager's office and immediately spotted his daughter chatting with Director Lin. His eyes brightened, sensing there was potential. Director Lin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Lu Yusin, who graduated from Jinghai University, just like you. Lu Wendy walked up to Lin Xuan with a smile. What? Dad, you mean he's Director Lin? Lu Yusin's eyes widened, looking at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Yes, he is the chairman of our company, Lu Wendy replied. Hearing this, Lu Yusin was completely stunned. She never expected that someone as young as Lin Xuan would be the chairman of the company and also her father's direct superior. What made her feel even more embarrassed was that she had just told Lin Xuan that if he needed any help, he could always come to her. Director Lu, actually Yusin and I have known each other for a long time, as she is my wife's best friend, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. Is that so? I didn't expect Director Lin to get married at such a young age, huh? Lu Wendy chuckled awkwardly. Lu Wendy inwardly scolded his unambitious daughter for not making a move on such a good man sooner. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lin Xuan bid farewell to the two. Wait, Lin Xuan, is Yao Yao home now? Lu Yusin suddenly asked. Yes, she's at home. Lin Xuan nodded in response. Can I go find Yao Yao later? I haven't seen her for a long time, Lu Yusin asked somewhat shyly. Of course, but I need to go buy some groceries to cook first. You can go ahead. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and replied. All right, Lu Yusin said happily. In fact, she had wanted to find Yao Yao to play for a long time, and this was just the opportunity to have a good chat with her, and she could conveniently share a meal with Lin Xuan, making it a win-win situation. Then Lin Xuan went to the company's parking lot, got into his Maybach, and after starting the engine, sped off towards the vegetable market. Meanwhile, Lu Yusin also walked out of her dad's office, driving straight towards Jinghai Mansion. Ding dong. At that moment, Li Mengyao was quietly sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a clear doorbell rang, breaking the tranquility and making her tense up instantly. Since the house was equipped with a smart door lock, no key was needed to open it, so the person ringing the bell was definitely not her husband. So who could it be? Feeling anxious, Li Mengyao cautiously walked to the door and peered through the camera. No one was there. Just as she felt puzzled, a familiar voice reached her ears. Hey, I'm here. Li Mengyao focused her gaze and saw her good friend Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin peeked her head out from the side corridor. Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned, but after confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Yusin, her heart finally relaxed, and she smiled as she opened the door. Hey, Yao Yao didn't expect it to be me. Lu Yusin exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over to Li Mengyao and hugging her. Li Mengyao was startled by Lu Yusin's sudden move, but quickly composed herself, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Xin, aren't you being childish? You're already grown up, yet you're still playing such childish tricks. It's just that I haven't seen Yao Yao for a long time. Let's have a good chat. Then the two went to the sofa in the living room and began to chat. Li Mengyao was also very happy. After all, she hadn't seen her best friend Lu Yusin in a long time. After a while, just as they were enjoying their conversation, Li Mengyao heard the sound of the door unlocking, immediately springing up from the sofa and walking briskly towards the door. She knew it must be her husband returning. Wife, I'm back. Lin Xuan pushed the door open, a happy smile on his face. Welcome home. Li Mengyao as usual rushed into Lin Xuan's embrace. Lu Yusin also watched from the side, but unlike before, a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. She was genuinely happy for her best friend, Li Mengyao, to find happiness. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were affectionate for a while, Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao returned to the soft sofa sitting next to Lu Yusin. Is that enough intimacy? Lu Yusin teased. A blush appeared on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Then it's my turn. I want to sleep with you at noon today, otherwise I won't leave this spot. Lu Yusin said proudly. Then you have to ask my husband. Li Mengyao shyly replied in a low voice. Lu Yusin looked speechless. On the other side, Lin Xuan was preparing lunch, and today he decided to make stir-fried fish. However, considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant and couldn't eat too spicy, he only added a little bit of chili, just a mild flavor for a southerner. After a while, Lin Xuan finished 3 dishes and 1 soup: stir-fried fish, garlic, oysters, oyster sauce, lettuce, and sea. Dinner is ready. Lin Xuan called out as he brought the dishes out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin couldn't wait to. Lin Xuan, your cooking is really amazing. I want to come over for meals every day. Lu Yusin exclaimed as she enjoyed the dishes Lin Xuan made after a long time. Especially the stir-fried fish, which was golden and enticing when served, garnished with red chili and green scallion. As soon as the stir-fried fish entered her mouth, the spicy and fragrant flavor spread instantly in her mouth, making it irresistible. Not bad, just right to accompany Mengyao. Lin Xuan smiled. Hey Mengyao, let me tell you, Lin Xuan is actually the chairman of my dad's company. Lu Yusin suddenly said to Li Mengyao. What a coincidence. Li Mengyao, who was quietly eating, was slightly taken aback. Yes, this world is real. Lu Yusin laughed. Lin Xuan, how did you become the chairman of Jinghai Technology? Lu Yusin asked curiously. She vaguely remembered that the previous chairman was not Lin Xuan. I just acquired it not long ago, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan, you must be really rich. That's a big company. Lu Yusin exclaimed. The 3 of them chatted happily. After finishing their meal, Lu Yusin took the initiative to grab the dishes. She said that since she came here to mooch food and drinks, she had to do something in return. Lin Xuan had no choice but to let her. At noon, Lu Yusin wanted to take a nap with Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan helplessly watched them leave, shook his head, and turned to walk into his own bedroom. He lay on the soft bed, closed his eyes, but the 2 women in the next room continued to chatter, their voices penetrating through the wall into his ears. The 2 of them lay on the bed and continued chatting. Mengyao, let me ask you, after the last time you got drunk, did anything happen? Lu Yusin asked curiously. What? Li Mengyao looked confused, blinking her big eyes as if she didn't understand what was being asked. Oh, I mean the time you drunkenly fell into Lin Xuan's arms. Lu Yusin explained anxiously. No. Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like, really not? Lu Yusin pressed. Really not? Li Mengyao shyly nodded, but thought to herself, it was just that I got kissed a lot. Hee, so you 2 are still in the kissing stage. Lu Yusin showed a sly smile as she continued to probe her best friend's privacy. Li Mengyao gently nodded, not daring to look her in the eye. Ha Mengyao, let me tell you. Lu Yusin suddenly lowered her voice, a mischievous smile on her face. Yusin, don't say. Li Mengyao's face turned bright red as she quickly covered her face with her hands. Ha, feeling shy now. Lu Yusin couldn't help but burst into laughter at Li Mengyao's reaction. Stinky Yusin. Li Mengyao glared at Lu Yusin in anger, then reached out to tickle her waist. Ha, so ticklish, stop it. Lu Yusin laughed and begged for mercy as the 2 of them rolled around on the bed. For Li Mengyao, who was pregnant, she didn't dare to fight back, only being tickled. Lin Xuan heard the joyful laughter from next door. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xuan thought to himself that occasionally letting Lu Yusin come over to keep his wife company was also a good choice. However, without his wife to hold while sleeping, Lin Xuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Time passed second by second, and Lin Xuan endured until past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, finally unable to resist picking up his phone to send a text message to Zhou Quan. Quainer, are you there? At this moment, Zhou Quan was immersed in the game Crash Iron. Upon receiving Lin Xuan's text message, he quickly stopped what he was doing and replied, I'm here, Xian Go. Lin Xuan continued, is the restaurant about to open? I plan to go take a look. Sure, Xian Go, I'll head over right now. After saying that, Zhou Quan happily closed the game, a smile spreading across his face. Recently his luck seemed to be particularly good. He hadn't had a single loss since switching games. Lin Xuan quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and left. Soon he arrived at the Xianming restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinghai. When he arrived, Lin Xuan found that Zhou Quan had not yet arrived, so he waited for a while in place. Xian Go, I'm here. Zhou Quan ran over quickly. At this time, Zhou Quan had already purchased his new car, so he no longer needed Lin Xuan to pick him up. How is the restaurant preparation going lately? When will it open? Lin Xuan asked Zhou Quan. Xian Go, everything is basically ready, and the staff is all in place. We plan to open in a few days on August 1st. Zhou Quan replied with a smile, leading Lin Xuan into the Xianming restaurant. Lin Xuan took a look around the Xianming restaurant, and indeed found everything as Zhou Quan had said, feeling very satisfied. He didn't expect Zhou Quan to be quite capable. Quainer, do you have enough money? Lin Xuan asked. Enough, I still have some left, Zhou Quan replied. That's good, I can rest assured with you managing this. By the way, you're free later, right? Lin Xuan asked. I have no plans, Zhou Quan replied. Perfect, come with me to look at pianos later, Lin Xuan said. Lin Xuan thought about how the system had given him the skill of a top music master, so he planned to buy a piano to take home for music prenatal education for the babies. Xiangu, there is a Steinway piano specialty store downstairs. Zhou Quan was quite familiar with this area, as he often came to Jinghai Plaza. Then let's go. Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan went together to a Steinway piano specialty store on the second floor. The store was located at the corner on the second floor with a simple, yet elegant decor that gave a sense of sophistication. As soon as they walked in, a young, handsome, and charismatic male staff member approached them. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit with a friendly and warm smile. Hello, may I ask if you are here to look at Steinway pianos? The male staff member asked with a gentle and magnetic voice. Yes, may I ask which models of Steinway pianos are available in the store? Lin Xuan asked with a smile, his gaze falling on the pianos displayed in the store. May I ask if you mainly intend to use the Steinway piano for performances? The male staff member continued to inquire. No, it's mainly for home use, Lin Xuan replied. All right, please follow me. The male staff member nodded with a smile, and then led them to a piano. This piano sat quietly, resembling a work of art. Its body had smooth and elegant lines as if it were an artistic piece meticulously sculpted. The black lacquered surface was as smooth as silk, shimmering under the light, emanating a mysterious and noble aura. The curved edges of the piano lid were naturally beautiful, resembling gently raised corners of a smile, while the sturdy and upright legs supported the entire body. The ivory-white keys contrasted sharply and harmoniously with the black body like twinkling stars in the night sky. This model is the Steinway Piano S155, part of our Steinway Piano line series. It has a moderate size, exceptional sound quality, exquisite craftsmanship, and an elegant design, making it perfect for home use. The male staff member introduced. Lin Xuan looked at the beautifully designed Steinway Piano S155 before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned to the male staff and said, "May I try the sound?" The male staff member replied with a polite smile, "Of course." Zhou Quan, hearing Lin Xuan's words, was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Xiangu, you actually understand music?" He originally thought Lin Xuan just wanted to buy a piano for Li Mengyao, but he didn't expect Lin Xuan to know how to test the sound. "I know a little bit." Lin Xuan smiled. He then sat down in front of the Steinway Piano S155, adjusting his posture to maintain a comfortable distance from the piano for playing. Then he extended his hands, gently resting on the keys, starting from the notes, near middle C, playing single notes, one by one, feeling the touch and tone of each key. Zhou Quan watched Lin Xuan play, each key a smile appearing on his face. "If it's just playing one key at a time, I can do that too." However, at that moment, a beautiful melody suddenly rang out, interrupting Zhou Quan's thoughts. Zhou Quan's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was elegantly seated at the piano, his hands dancing lightly over the keys, as if performing a His fingers struck each note with agility and precision, playing a series of beautiful melodies which were the climax of The Wind Rises. Lin Xuan hummed softly, his voice blending with the piano like a clear spring flowing through the air. Both the male staff member and Zhou Quan were utterly stunned. This was the kind of performance only a top pianist could achieve. Lin Xuan's singing was equally enchanting, as if it were heavenly music. After finishing the piece, Lin Xuan slowly stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. He gently caressed the keys, then turned to the male staff member and asked, "Hello, how much is this piano? I would like to buy." The male staff member, clearly still immersed in the wonderful music, seemed to come back to reality only when he widened his eyes and stammered, "This Steinway Piano S155 is priced at 500,000. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitted suit, looking quite elegant. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Xuan and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I am He Ziyuan, the manager of this store. May I ask your name?" Lin Xuan turned to look at He Ziyuan and smiled. "Hello, my name is Lin Xuan." He Ziyuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly extended his hand to shake Lin Xuan's, praising, "Lin Xuan, hello. I just heard you play a piece on the Steinway piano. It was truly wonderful. Your piano playing is impeccable, and I greatly admire it. Would you be willing to be friends with me?" Lin Xuan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "As for the price I mentioned earlier, I can offer you a discount." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's agreement, He Ziyuan felt a surge of, specifically the original price of 500,000 can be reduced by 100,000. After hearing this, Lin Xuan felt that the discount was quite reasonable, so he readily accepted He Ziyuan's proposal. Thus, He Ziyuan immediately instructed the staff to prepare the relevant paperwork while inviting Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to the VIP room for a short rest. In the VIP room, Lin Xuan and He Ziyuan continued their pleasant conversation. They started talking about music, and He Ziyuan was amazed to discover Lin Xuan's impressive knowledge and talent in this area. Before they knew it, time flew by, and it was soon evening. Lin Xuan stood up to bid farewell, thanking He Ziyuan for his hospitality and expressing his hope to meet again in the future. He Ziyuan personally saw Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to the door, exchanging contact information and agreeing to keep in touch. He Ziyuan believed that a young man capable of playing such beautiful melodies would surely achieve great success in the music industry in the future. As they exited the Steinway specialty store, Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask, "Xiangu, when did you learn music?" Lin Xuan replied, "I learned it recently for the sake of providing musical prenatal education for the baby." Lin Xuan smiled. Zhou Quan, perplexed, felt like he was being fed a wave of dog food. Quan Air, how are you going to handle dinner? Lin Xian checked the time, realizing he needed to head back to cook for his wife. Can I go to Xian guest place for a meal? I haven't eaten for a long time. Zhou Quan thought to the point of almost drooling. You can, but my wife's best friend is also there. Do you want to come? Lin Xian smiled. Zhou Quan laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? I, Zhou Quan, have the thickest skin of all. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan quickly arrived at Jinghai Mansion, each driving their own car. As Lin Xian opened the door, Li Mengyao was already standing at the entrance with a bright smile to greet him. I'm back, Lin Xian said with a gentle smile on his face. You worked hard, dear. Li Mengyao responded with. At that moment, Zhou Quan jumped out from the side, grinning widely, and said, Sister-in-law, hello. I'm here to mooch a meal again. Hello, come in quickly, Li Mengyao replied. Li Mengyao answered with a smile. As Zhou Quan stepped into the living room, he immediately noticed Lu Yusin sitting gracefully on the sofa, instantly captivated by her beauty, thinking to himself, so beautiful. Let me introduce you, this is my college roommate Lu Yusin. Li Mengyao continued to introduce Lu Yusin to Zhou Quan. Then Li Mengyao introduced Zhou Quan. This is Lin Xian's college roommate Zhou Quan. Hello. Lu Yusin said softly. You hello. Zhou Quan suddenly became a bit stuttery and nervous for some reason. Alright Zhou Quan, since you came to mooch a meal, come help me a bit, Lin Xian said, looking at Zhou Quan with a smile. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Quan usually so lively and cheerful, showing such a nervous expression. Zhou Quan finally snapped back to reality and responded. Then the two of them walked into the kitchen and began to get busy. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Lu Yusin were happily chatting, while Zhou Quan silently ate, rarely speaking. This surprised Lin Xian. But when he noticed Zhou Quan occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yusin, he instantly understood. Soon everyone finished dinner, and after chatting for a while, Lu Yusin and Zhou Quan left one after another. After Lin Xian finished his shower, he came to the room and saw Li Mengyao preparing to blow-dry her hair. Wife, let me help you, he said gently with a smile. Okay. Li Mengyao smiled, sweetly filled with happiness. Lin Xian held the hairdryer in one hand, and with the other hand he gently lifted her long strands of hair, softly blowing it dry, as a fresh fragrance filled the air. Once her hair was dry, they both lay down on the soft bed together, with Li Mengyao snuggling into Lin Xian's embrace, like a little bird playfully drawing circles on his chest with her small hand. Wife, I have a question for you, Lin Xian said with a smile on his lips, softly asking. What is it? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian with curiosity. Does Lu Yusin have a boyfriend right now? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao blinked, raised her eyebrows playfully, and said, Hubby, why are you asking this? Could it be you have a crush on my best friend? Lin Xian smiled helplessly, gently pinching Li Mengyao's nose, and explained, What are you thinking with that little head of yours? I'm asking for Zhou Quan. Li Mengyao smiled and said, Yusin is currently single. She did have a boyfriend in college, but they broke up a long time ago. Lin Xian nodded, smiling in satisfaction. That's good. I suspect Zhou Quan must have fallen for Lu Yusin at first sight. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise, wondering, How do you know, hubby? Lin Xian smiled and said, Haha, because I understand Zhou Quan. The moment he stiffens up, I know what he's thinking. When I saw him with Lu Yusin today, that nervous and shy look was something I had never seen before. Li Mengyao nodded slightly and said, Then I will ask Yusin about her impression of Zhou Quan another day. Lin Xian smiled and said, Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do some music prenatal education for the baby first. Saying this, he skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's shirt, revealing her charming little belly. Hubby, I heard that music prenatal education doesn't require lifting up the shirt. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart sank. Could it be that I'm going to be found out? In fact, he just wanted to simply press his face against Li Mengyao's belly. Lin Xian feigned calmness and awkwardly fabricated, lifting it up has a better effect. Oh, Li Mengyao nodded in confusion, but she felt something was off. Then Lin Xian continued to find a suitable music piece for prenatal education. However, Li Mengyao was still a bit skeptical about Lin Xian's words, so she secretly took out her phone and searched for related. To her surprise, it clearly stated that prenatal education does not require exposing the belly. Stinky hubby, you tricked me again, Li Mengyao murmured angrily. After listening to a piece of music, Li Mengyao could no longer hold back, quickly pushed Lin Xian away and tightly covered her little belly. Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xian asked innocently. Stinky hubby, prenatal education doesn't require lifting the belly, Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian was dumbfounded, realizing he had been found out. Wife, let me explain. Lin Xian hurriedly tried to defend himself. Big liar. I won't listen to your explanation. Li Mengyao turned around, facing away from Lin Xian. Lin Xian had no choice but to turn off the light and hold Li Mengyao from behind as they prepared to sleep. Wife, I couldn't sleep much at noon. Lin Xian suddenly spoke. Why, oi? Li Mengyao moved slightly and turned to look at Lin Xian, curious. Because I couldn't sleep without my wife by my side, Lin Xian said with a smile, gently replying. After saying this, he followed Li Mengyao's movements, turning her around and holding her in his arms. I didn't sleep much either, Li Mengyao said softly. Then let's sleep now. Saying this, he gently kissed her. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, a happy smile on her lips, responding, With this gentle murmur, they both entered into a sweet dream. Time quickly reached August 1st, 2024. Tonight, the Xianming restaurant at Jinghai Square will have Li Mengyao deliberately dressed up, wearing an elegant dress, her makeup delicate, exuding enchanting charm. She and Lin Xian held hands and arrived at Jinghai Square. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they could see a long line forming at the entrance of Xianming restaurant from afar. Originally Lin Xuan thought of personally trying the food in his restaurant, but faced with such a bustling scene, he could only shake his head helplessly. Hubby, let's go watch a movie first. After the movie we can come back, maybe there will be fewer people, Li Mengyao said with a Li Mengyao thought that she hadn't watched a movie in the cinema with her husband yet. Okay, Lin Xuan said with affectionate eyes. Thus they walked hand in hand towards the Jinghai cinema. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the Jinghai cinema hand in hand searching the large screen before them, but unable to find a satisfactory movie. Suddenly Lin Xuan's gaze caught an animated film that was currently playing, Natsum's Book of Friends the movie. His eyes brightened, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Wife, let's watch this one. As he spoke, Lin Xuan pointed at the screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Mengyao followed the direction of his finger, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Husband, I didn't expect you to be into anime too. Her tone was laced with curiosity and doubt as she had never seen him so enthusiastic about watching anime since I watched it back in high school. Natsum's Book of Friends is a very heartwarming and healing story. You will definitely. Lin Xuan smiled. Let's go, Li Mengyao said, revealing a charming smile. Thus Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the front counter where Lin Xuan smiled at the ticket clerk and said, please give us 2 tickets for Natsum's Book of Friends the movie along with a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice. Thank you. The ticket clerk replied with a smile, sure, please wait a moment. Soon Lin Xuan was holding a bucket of popcorn and Li Mengyao had 2 tickets as they walked into Theater 3. When they entered the screening room, they found it completely empty. Husband, it seems like we have the whole place to ourselves. Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. This film isn't very popular in the country, so it's not surprising that we have it to ourselves, Lin Xuan smiled. They chose a comfortable seat and prepared to enjoy this unique movie experience. As the lights dimmed, the movie began to play and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao immersed themselves in the story, feeling the warmth and emotion it conveyed. A serene and warm atmosphere enveloped the entire theater, as if time had come to a standstill. Natsum's Book of Friends the movie is a work of great charm and value with fresh and natural visuals and soothing music, making the audience feel as if they were in a fantastical and beautiful world. It mainly tells the touching stories of Natsum and the yokai, where he treats them with kindness and sincerity, illuminating the deep-seated desires for goodness, tenderness, and love within people's hearts. The two sat quietly enjoying this warm moment together. Soon 2 hours passed, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out of the cinema hand in hand. Husband, that cat teacher was so cute, so round. Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xuan. Do you like cats, wife? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. I do. Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Then let's visit a pet store sometime, or we can adopt a cat at home. Lin Xuan said. Really? Can I have a cat while pregnant? Li Mengyao asked with a happy yet puzzled expression. It's okay to have a cat while pregnant, but it must be a clean one. Lin Xuan explained with a smile. All right, Li Mengyao showed a sweet smile. It was already 10 p.m. when they exited the cinema, and they returned to the 5th floor of Jinghai Plaza, finding the Xianming restaurant still packed with people. However, just as a customer left, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took the opportunity to walk in. To their surprise, a female, I'm sorry, but due to the grand opening today, we've run out of ingredients and are about to close. It's alright, we just want to take a look inside, Lin Xuan said, taking Li Mengyao's hand as they entered the Xianming restaurant. You can't just go in. The female server was about to continue when she was interrupted by a voice. Xiangu. Zhou Quan came out of the kitchen and spotted Lin Xuan and his sister-in-law Li Mengyao. Zhou Quan, how's the opening of Xianming restaurant going? Lin Xuan asked. It's extremely busy and we can hardly keep up. I thought you the boss wouldn't show up today, Zhou Quan said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. The female server's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that this handsome guy was the owner of the restaurant. Xiangu, I just calculated and our restaurant's revenue today has exceeded 5,000. Zhou Quan said with Lin Xuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Not bad. By the way, Zhou Quan, do you still have ingredients left? Yes, a customer just canceled an order, so we have a fresh flounder available. Zhou Quan replied promptly. Lin Xuan nodded and said with a smile, that's great. How about this, I'll be a customer today as well, can you prepare this dish? Sure, Xiangu, please wait a moment, Zhou Quan said before returning to the kitchen to make arrangements. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and found a quiet corner to sit down. Before long, a plate of fragrant steamed flounder was placed before them. Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao gently and softly said, wife, come and taste how it is. As he spoke, he used chopsticks to pick up a piece of tender juicy fish and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. Even though they had eaten a little before coming here, their stomachs began to rumble after watching the movie. It's quite delicious, but it's still not as good as what my husband makes, Li Mengyao said with a smile, while taking small bites. Lin Xuan also picked up his chopsticks and tried a piece of fish. Although it couldn't compare to his own cooking, it was still far better than most, quite tasty. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had their fill, Zhou Quan gathered all the staff of Xianming restaurant in front of Lin Xuan. Xiangu, this is all of our staff at Xianming restaurant, Zhou Quan introduced. Lin Xuan observed the dozen or so people before him, aside from Zhou Yong and Wang Li, whom he had met before. The rest were all unfamiliar faces. I just tasted the food, and it was very delicious. You all have worked hard, Lin Xuan smiled. Thank you, boss, everyone echoed in unison. Afterwards, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao left Xianming restaurant and prepared to head home. Suddenly Lin Xuan remembered something. Zhou Quan, come here for a moment. Oh, I have a question for you. Lin Xuan called out to Zhou Quan. What is it, Xian go? Zhou Quan walked out puzzled. Lin Xuan wore a mischievous smile. Do you like Lu Yusin? How could that be? I didn't, it never happened. Zhou Quan's face flushed, his eyes darted away, and his speech. Is that so? What a pity, Lin Xuan said, lifting the corner of his mouth and feigning regret. Pity about what? Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. My wife says Yusin has a bit of a thing for you. Such a shame you are not interested, Lin Xuan said to Zhou Quan, a sly glint in his eye. Really? Zhou Quan's eyes widened. He nearly leapt with excitement. What are you getting excited about? Didn't you say you? Lin Xuan stifled his laughter and continued to play along. I do like her a little. Zhou Quan muttered, scratching his head in embarrassment as a rosy flush spread across his cheeks. Ha ha, I knew it, Lin Xuan finally burst into laughter. So was what you just said true? Only then did Zhou Quan realize he might have been toyed with. Mortified and angry, he glared at Lin Xuan. No, it was a lie, Lin Xuan shrugged lightly. Zhou Quan fell silent for a moment. He'll get even with you, he blurted. Afterwards, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked to the parking lot and climbed into the Maybach. Having heard Lin Xuan extract Zhou Quan's words, Li Mengyao could not stop grinning. Husband, you are so mean, she laughed. Wife, when you have a moment, ask Lu Yusin what impression she has of Zhou Quan, Lin Xuan said as he started the car. Sure, Li Mengyao replied, taking out her phone and finding Lu Yusin. Xin, are you there? A moment later the reply came, Xin is dead. Who are you asking, idle? Lu Yusin had just come back from overtime, utterly exhausted, and lying in bed, unwilling to move. Li Mengyao laughed out loud at the message. Haha, Xin, the fact that you can joke means you're still alive. Li Mengyao replied with a laugh. Say it quickly. If there's something to say, I'll spit it out, otherwise I'm going to sleep, Lu Yusin retorted impatiently. All right, I have a question, Li Mengyao hurried. Xin, do you remember that boy Zhou Quan who had dinner at my place a few days ago? Lu Yusin closed her eyes and tried to recall. I remember him. Why? She asked. I just want to know what impression he left. Li Mengyao asked. He was a rather cute young man, Lu Yusin replied. Li Mengyao felt a surge of hope only to have it sink away in the next instant. He looks like a little brother, Lu Yusin added. There was no denying it. Zhou Quan was small, a little shorter than Lu Yusin, but his features were delicate and his skin fine and smooth. Honey, I don't think it will work, Li Mengyao said, looking up at Lin Xuan. Why not? He asked, concentrating on the road. Yusin said, he seems like a cute little brother, Li Mengyao explained. Then it's hopeless. He'll deal Zhou Quan a heavy blow later, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Lin Xuan smiled. Come on, I still think there is hope. Besides, aren't you a little brother too? Li Mengyao teased, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Am not. Lin Xuan protested hastily. You are. Stinky little brother. Li Mengyao teased as she pinched. Lin Xuan was left speechless. After they returned to Jinghai Fu, each of them took a shower, and afterward lay in bed playing on their phones. Suddenly Lin Xuan turned and wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao, wearing his signature smile. You stinky husband, what are you up to now? She teased, trying to turn and pressing her hands to his chest. Who just called me a stinky little brother, huh? Lin Xuan smiled. You are the stinky little brother, and you won't admit it. Li Mengyao mock scolded playfully. Lin Xuan would not relent. He tightened his embrace and gently lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. The next morning Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao rose early and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. They decided to visit a nearby Meow Meow pet shop to choose a kitten of their own. Hand in hand Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered the Meow Meow pet shop, which was exquisitely arranged with walls covered in photographs of cats, a delightful jumble of images. Welcome both of you. A sweet petite girl greeted them. I'm the manager of this Meow Meow shop. Are you here to buy a cat? The manager asked warmly. Yes, we want to keep a cat. What breeds do you have? Li Mengyao asked with curiosity. Please look this way, the manager said, pointing. These are country shorthairs, commonly called American shorthairs. They are lively and gentle, roundhead and soft to the touch, with a wonderful plush feel. Very popular and easy to care for, they adapt well to different environments, she explained. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped forward to look. The American shorthair lay quietly, a fluffy bundle, like a lip. Its round eyes shone brightly with a mischievous glint, utterly endearing. Are there any others? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Yes, over here, the shop assistant replied warmly, leading them to another display area. She pointed to a cat inside, and said this is a silver-shaded, a very popular breed. This cat's coat is distinctive, a white undercoat with lightly silvered tips, creating a soft, elegant gradient of silvery gray, she continued. Their eyes are large and round like bright gemstones with rounded heads and dainty ears. In temperament, they are gentle yet playful, enjoy interacting with people, and are very affectionate toward their owners. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped forward once more to inspect the kitten. They saw a silver shaded with a pair of emerald jewel-like eyes, a delicate face framed by small ears, and a coat, like fine silver frost. Its rounded, charming form was utterly delightful. Perhaps noticing the visitors, the kitten walked forward in graceful little steps, swishing its silvery tail, and coming to the glass to stare with its round eyes. Meow? A crisp meow echoed in the ears of the two. Wow, so adorable. Li Mengyao felt her heart melt upon hearing it. Lin Xuan observed his wife's affection for the little cat, a tender smile gracing his lips. He turned to the female shop owner and gently asked, Boss, how old is this silver tabby? The shop owner smiled and replied, She is just 6 months old, a little female cat. Lin Xuan nodded and asked, Has she received all her vaccinations? My wife is pregnant, so we are concerned about the cat possibly carrying toxoplasmosis. The shop owner quickly explained, This silver tabby has received all her vaccinations. Here is the vaccination record, sir, you can take a look. Lin Xuan carefully checked and confirmed that the information in the vaccination record was complete. It's fine to have a cat while pregnant as long as the cat is regularly dewormed and fully vaccinated. However, it's important to note that pregnant women should not handle cat litter, the shop owner continued. Lin Xuan nodded in reassurance and looked back at the silver tabby, his heart brimming with affection. Then he turned and gently inquired, "How much is this silver tabby?" The shop owner smiled slightly and replied, "This is a purebred silver tabby, so it's a bit more expensive, 8,000 yuan. All right, then we'll take her." Lin Xuan gazed at the adorable kitten, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, I'll prepare the cat carrier for you right away." After that, Lin Xuan also bought some cat food and cat litter along with 2 cat toys. Soon he was holding Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carrying a cat carrier with the other as they exited the Meow Meow pet store. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their Maybach car, where Lin Xuan placed the cat carrier containing the kitten in the back seat before starting the car and driving towards Jinghai Mansion. Before long, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Mansion. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home. Li Mengyao eagerly opened the cat carrier to see how the little kitten was doing. Inside, the little creature was peeking around, too scared to come out. Seeing this, Li Mengyao hurriedly placed some of the freshly bought cat food in her hand to lure the kitten. Sure enough, the little kitten caught the scent of the food, slowly approached, and with its round bright eyes looked at Li Mengyao before lowering its head to lick her palm with its tiny tongue. Li Mengyao was amused by the kitten's actions, finding it incredibly cute. "Honey, let's give her a name." "Sure, dear, what name do you want to give this little one?" Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "Let's call her Yuyu." "Meow." The kitten seemed to understand, looking at the two with its adorable big eyes. "Look, honey, she likes the name." Li Mengyao beamed with a radiant smile. "Then from now on you shall be called Yuyu." Thus the kitten received its name. Lin Xuan then walked into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. He took out fresh ingredients from the refrigerator, skillfully chopping and stir-frying. Before long, a tempting aroma wafted through the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao happily played with Yuyu using a cat toy. Yuyu excitedly chased the toy, occasionally emitting joyful little sounds. Soon Lin Xuan had prepared a sumptuous lunch, perfect in color, aroma, and flavor. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Seeing no one to play with, Yuyu obediently returned to the soft cat bed that Li Mengyao had made for her, curling up and quietly falling asleep. The afternoon sun streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sleeping Li Mengyao beside him, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He reached out to gently brush aside her hair from her forehead, his fingers lightly grazing her cheek, feeling her delicate skin. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. "Hello, Jingming." Lin Xuan picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Xiangu, are you still in Jinghai City?" Chen Jingming asked. "Yes, what's up?" Lin Xuan rubbed his eyes as he spoke. "I have 2 tickets for a piano concert at 4 p.m. at the Jinghai Grand Theater. I originally planned to go with my girlfriend, but her mentor suddenly needs her help, so she can't make it. I figured I'd ask if you and your wife want to go with me." Chen Jingming explained. His girlfriend studied music and the concert was recommended by her mentor. Lin Xuan thought to himself, a piano concert. It would be perfect for giving his wife some musical prenatal education. So he said, "Sounds good, let me check with her." Then Lin Xuan leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ears, softly calling out, "Honey, there's a piano concert at the Jinghai Grand Theater this afternoon. Do you want to go listen together?" His voice was gentle and low, seemingly imbued with a touch of magic. Li Mengyao seemed to have heard Lin Xuan's call. She stirred slightly and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were still a bit dazed, but when she saw Lin Xuan, a sweet smile immediately lit up her face. She sat up from the bed and smiled. "A piano concert. Sounds good, I've never been to one before. Jingming, where are you now?" "I'll come find you in a bit," Lin Xuan said, taking back. "I'm over by the graduate school campus at Jinghai University," Chen Jingming replied. "All right, wait for me," Lin Xuan said as he hung up the phone. The two then got out of bed, tidied themselves up, and prepared to head out. Just as they were about to leave, Yuyu came running over, seemingly wanting to go out too. "Yuyu, you need to behave at home." Then Li Mengyao gently closed the door, leaving only Yuyu's meow behind. A few minutes later, a Maybach smoothly parked in front of a dormitory at the graduate student complex of Jinghai University. Lin Xuan picked up his phone and called Chen Jingming. "Jingming, we've arrived." "Coming," came the reply. Soon Chen Jingming came running down, spotting the sleek black Maybach at a glance. "Xian, long time no see. Here are 2 tickets," Chen Jingming said with a smile as he handed Lin Xuan 2 exquisite tickets along with a red envelope. "I have to leave early because of something with my mentor. Keep this newlywed red envelope," Chen Jingming said, not looking back. Lin Xuan hadn't seen Chen Jingming in a long time. Each time the 4 of them planned a gathering, he had been unable to attend. Lin Xuan smiled, and then started the car, driving toward the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon reaching the theater, Lin Xuan stopped the car and turned to Li Mengyao, saying, "Honey, we've arrived." Li Mengyao opened the car door and stepped out. She wore a light blue dress that flowed with the wind, resembling a fairy descending to earth. Lin Xuan gazed at her, his eyes filled with love. They entered the theater and found their seats. The stage was brightly lit with a black grand piano placed at the center, its body shimmering with a dazzling glow. The audience gradually took their seats, eagerly anticipating the wonderful performance. As the concert began, the melodious piano notes echoed throughout the theater. Li Mengyao immersed herself in the world of music, a beaming smile illuminating her face. Lin Xuan sat quietly beside her, admiring her beautiful profile, his heart brimming with contentment. Wife, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Xuan whispered into Li Mengyao's ear. Go ahead. Li Mengyao smiled. Lin Xuan then gently got up from his seat and walked towards the restroom outside the concert hall, quickly arriving at the nearby restroom. However, just as he stepped out, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. He's Yuan. Mr. Lin, long time no see. He's Yuan greeted him with a smile warmly. Boss, didn't we just meet a few days ago? Lin Xuan replied with some confusion. Ha ha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. He's Yuan laughed heartily. Are you also here to watch the concert, boss? Lin Xuan asked. Lin Xuan and He's Yuan walked towards the concert venue together, choosing to stand a bit farther away instead of returning to their seats to avoid disturbing other audience members. Yes, what do you think about the pianist's performance? He's Yuan asked. Lin Xuan and He's Yuan gazed at the musician playing the piano in the center of the stage, listening to the music attentively. Despite the distance, they could still feel the impact of the beautiful melody. His overall piano performance is outstanding with precise rhythm, although there are occasional slight dissonant notes. Lin Xuan listened intently for a moment and said, with the top-tier music mastery granted by the system, Lin Xuan's hearing was much better than the average person, allowing him to accurately assess the pianist's skill. Haha, you truly are the one I have my eye on. You really have the talent. He's Yuan said, looking at Lin Xuan with admiration. Lin Xuan humbly shook his head. I only know a little, not comparable to professional musicians. In truth, Lin Xuan did not wish to stand out. He only hoped that his wife and baby could enjoy the music he played. He's Yuan patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and laughed, saying, haha, you're too modest. Lin Xuan suddenly thought of his Steinway piano and asked, boss, when will my piano arrive? He's Yuan smiled slightly. It will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Then He's Yuan suddenly became serious and asked earnestly, are you interested in holding your own piano concert there? Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and firmly replied, thank you for the kind offer, boss, but I don't want to perform for others, so let's pass. Alright then, if you change your mind you can tell me at any time. He's Yuan sighed, expressing regret. Boss, can you really allow me to hold a piano concert at the Jinghai Grand Theater? Lin Xuan asked curiously. To be honest, I'm the president of the Jinghai Piano Association. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can arrange it any time. He's Yuan smiled. Let's forget it for now. I should be heading back. Goodbye, boss. Lin Xuan said politely. After finishing, Lin Xuan left and quickly returned to Li Mengyao's side. After Lin Xuan left, He's Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling it was a pity. If Lin Xuan had agreed to hold a piano concert in his hotel, it would surely cause quite a stir. However, he felt that Lin Xuan might change his mind in the future. Thinking of this, He's Yuan revealed a hint of an expectant smile before turning to leave. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished listening to the piano concert, Li Mengyao still felt a bit unsatisfied. She squinted her eyes slightly, seemingly still immersed in that wonderful musical world. After a while she came back to her senses, gently tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve, and whispered, honey, let's go to a music restaurant. Pointing with her little finger at a nearby music restaurant, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sure, let's go. Lin Xuan smiled at her, affectionately ruffled her hair, and said gently. Then he took Li Mengyao's little hand and led her towards the music restaurant. The two quickly arrived at the music restaurant. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the warm and tranquil atmosphere, and soft background music played in the restaurant, with the beautiful melodies flowing like a gentle stream, seemingly transporting people into another world. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao chose a quiet corner to sit down. At that moment, a waiter approached with a menu, enthusiastically asking, hello, may I take your order? Lin Xuan glanced at the menu and then turned to Li Mengyao, saying, wife, go ahead and order. Li Mengyao thought for a moment and replied with a smile, I'd like 2 servings of filet mignon, 1 serving of spaghetti with meat sauce, and 1 margarita pizza. Oh, and 2 fruit salads, please. Lin Xuan nodded, then handed the menu to the waiter, saying, that'll be all, thank you. The waiter smiled politely and turned to leave. Soon the dishes were all served. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao enjoyed the warm atmosphere in the restaurant, listening to the soothing music while savoring their delicious dinner, feeling very content. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove home. As soon as they opened the door, they heard a crisp meow sound. It turned out that Yu was squatting at the door, continuously meowing. Honey, we were so caught up in our meal that we forgot about you. Li Mengyao hurried inside, took out cat food from the cupboard, and started feeding Yu. I forgot to, I'll buy an automatic feeder on some shopping site later. Lin Xuan smiled. Yu seemed to be starving, gobbling up the cat food, but still meowing continuously. As if to say, how could you forget me? Once Yu's belly was full, it happily climbed next to Li Mengyao, rubbing its round head against her, acting all cute. That little round head was extremely adorable. Li Mengyao gently stroked Yu's fur, her face radiating a blissful smile. As the night deepened, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom, embracing tightly together, sharing a goodnight kiss before drifting into sweet dreams. The time has come to the next day. As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, Lin Xuan was awoken early by the meowing sounds from outside. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, stretched lazily, and slowly climbed out of bed. After feeding the greedy Yu breakfast, he playfully stroked its round little head. Then he turned back to the living room and poured himself a glass of water, drinking it all in one go. Next, Lin Xuan walked into the kitchen and skillfully kneaded the flour into dough, cutting it into small pieces, rolling them into thin skins, and wrapping them with a 3-flavor filling, shaping them into delicate little buns. After that, he cooked a pot of fig porridge and boiled a few eggs. Soon the dining table was filled with aromatic dishes that made one's mouth water. At that moment Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes and got up sluggishly from bed, first wandering over to the smart body fat scale, standing on it to weigh herself. To her dismay she found that she had gained weight. This made her feel somewhat down, so after washing up she pouted and walked into the living room with an unhappy expression. Seeing Li Mengyao's expression, Lin Xuan's heart tightened, and he hurried over to her side, gently hugging her and asking with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Li Mengyao turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lin Xuan, pouting as she said, "It's nothing. It's all Lin Xuan's fault. Stinky men are all big pigs. Pregnant women tend to be overly sensitive, and Lin Xuan had long figured it out. Is it because you weighed yourself again?" Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair and said softly. Li Mengyao listened quietly, not saying a word. Gaining weight means the babies are developing normally. Lin Xuan smiled reassuringly. "But I will become ugly," Li Mengyao said with some worry. "No, after the babies are born you will still look as beautiful as before." Lin Xuan tenderly caressed her cheek. "Really?" Li Mengyao turned back, asking hopefully. "Of course it's true, my wife will always be the most beautiful." Lin Xuan answered firmly. Hearing his words, Li Mengyao's face broke into a happy smile. "Thank you, husband." "I'm sorry, husband, I just lost my temper again," Li Mengyao said with some guilt. "It's okay, it's actually very cute when you get angry, my wife." Li Mengyao proudly raised her small face, playfully saying, "Little cutie is out of battery and needs to recharge now. Alright, husband will get you breakfast." Lin Xuan thought Li Mengyao was hungry and was about to turn to the kitchen when she pulled him. "Breakfast can't recharge," Li Mengyao said. "Then what can recharge?" Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Li Mengyao leaned forward, waiting for Lin Xuan's kiss. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, then pulled the beauty into his arms, leaning down to give Li Mengyao a good morning kiss. After the kiss, Li Mengyao began to enjoy Lin Xuan's loving breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao lazily lay on the soft sofa in the living room, holding a delicate cat toy in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yuyu, who was lying on the floor. She gently waved the cat toy in her hand, instantly attracting Yuyu, who excitedly jumped around trying to catch the toy. At that moment, Li Mengyao's phone screen lit up, indicating a new message had arrived. She put down the cat toy and picked up. It turned out to be a group chat from Li Mengyao's university dorm named Rich Women 4. "Chen Man sisters, let's meet up for lunch and shopping at noon. Yang Lin, sure, finally the weekend is here. Lu Yusin working overtime. Please do not disturb." At that moment, Lu Yusin was working overtime at the company, enduring the hardships of society. "Chen Man, poor Xinxin, Yao, do you want to come?" Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xuan, who was leaning nearby. Looking at her phone screen, Li Mengyao turned to Lin Xuan beside her and softly asked, "Husband, my roommates are inviting me to lunch and shopping at noon." Lin Xuan looked at her fondly, smiling gently. "If you want to go, then go. It's nice to occasionally go out and relax." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's face broke into a happy smile as she replied, "And time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was almost noon." At this moment, Li Mengyao was in her room, carefully grooming and dressing up. Moments later, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Mengyao walked out of her room. At this moment, Li Mengyao was wearing a neck-white top paired with a light brown skirt, looking fresh, elegant, and graceful. "Husband, I'm going out." Her beautiful and charming appearance left Lin Xuan dumbfounded, his eyes fixated on her, feeling that in the next moment, he would be unable to resist rushing over and holding her tightly. Li Mengyao clearly anticipated this situation, therefore, she gave Lin Xuan no chance. She quickly dashed to the door, put on her shoes, and rushed out like a gust of wind. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and shout to Lin Xuan, "Goodbye, husband," and then ran away without looking back. Li Mengyao drove her Xiaomi SU7 together with her dorm sisters to a barbecue restaurant. The three of them happily enjoyed a delicious meal. After finishing lunch, the three of them went shopping at a mall. During the shopping process, Li Mengyao deliberately picked out a few outfits suitable for Lin Xuan. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Husband really is like this, but if I don't buy him clothes, he will never buy them for himself." The scene shifted back to the Jinghai mansion. With his wife not around, Lin Xuan was too lazy to cook, so he just ordered takeout to make do. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window into the room as Lin Xuan's ordered Steinway piano S155 finally arrived home. Lin Xuan enthusiastically invited the movers to place the piano in the bright and spacious living room. The living room was large enough to accommodate this elegant instrument. After 2 hours of careful installation, an astonishing Steinway piano S155 was revealed. Its black lacquered surface glimmered, the keys were as white as pearls, and the entire piano exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Lin Xuan sat on the chair in front of the piano, gently touching the keys to feel their texture. Just as he was about to play, the front door was suddenly pushed open. "Husband, I'm back. I brought you some delicious food." Li Mengyao's cheerful voice came through. She walked in with several bags filled with items and headed straight to the living room. Upon entering the living room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite Steinway piano S150. "Husband, did you buy a piano?" Li Mengyao asked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She set down the shopping bags and quickly walked over to sit closely beside Lin Xuan. "Yes, we will use this piano for the baby's music prenatal education in the future," Lin Xuan replied, gently, his face radiating happiness. "Husband, can you still play the piano?" Li Mengyao asked curiously, her eyes filled with doubt. She had never seen Lin Xuan showcase any musical talents. I just learned recently, and now I will play you a piece, Lin Xuan said with a slight smile, gently pressing the keys, and melodious notes flowed out. A piece of castle in the sky flowed like a clear spring filled with warmth and tranquility. The beautiful piano sound filled the air as if transporting people into a dreamlike world, making them feel incredibly relaxed and joyful. Li Mengyao quietly sat beside him, gently resting her little head on Lin Xuan's shoulder, closing her eyes immersed in the wonderful music. As the piece ended, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, lifted her head, and looked at Lin Xuan in astonishment. She never expected that her husband could play the piano so exquisitely, even more impressive than the musicians at yesterday's piano concert. The originally handsome Lin Xuan appeared even more charming in her eyes at this moment. The little baby has listened, but what about the big baby? Li Mengyao playfully pointed at herself with her little finger, indicating that she too needed care as a big baby. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, picking up Li Mengyao and letting her sit on his lap. What song does the big baby want to hear? Lin Xuan asked gently. Li Mengyao wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Xuan's neck, her face beaming with happiness. Whatever you play, I like it, Li Mengyao sweetly replied. Lin Xuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a radiant smile. He first tenderly kissed Li Mengyao's delicate, tempting lips, then his fingers danced across the piano keys once more, accompanied by his gentle singing flowing like a clear spring in the air. By the Seine River, coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup, tasting your beauty, leaving lip prints on the lips. Darling, I've fallen for you since that day, so sweet and easy, darling, don't be willful, your eyes are saying that I'm willing. As the last notes of Jay Cho's confession balloon faded away, Lin Xuan slowly turned his head, gazing affectionately at Li Mengyao, and smiled. Dear, did you enjoy the song? Tears glistened in Li Mengyao's eyes, filled with emotion and happiness. Without hesitation, she leaped into Lin Xuan's arms and kissed him deeply. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Lin Xuan smiled and asked, Dear, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Mengyao replied with a smile, anything is fine. Then Lin Xuan went to the kitchen and began his preparations. Soon he had cooked a sumptuous meal. However, when he brought the dishes to the dining table, he found Li Mengyao sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Let's go eat, the little ones must be starving, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the dining room to enjoy the delicious dinner. Honey, let's go back to Jinghai University tonight and take a look, Li Mengyao said cheerfully while enjoying her meal. Why do you want to go back to school all of a sudden? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Because this afternoon I heard Yang Lin say that a very good dessert shop opened at Jinghai University. Li Mengyao's face lit up with anticipation and joy. Alright, it seems my dear is craving something sweet again, Lin Xuan teased with a smile. You are the one craving it. It's the little ones who want to eat, not me. Li Mengyao feigned anger and pouted. Okay, it's the little ones who want to eat, not my dear wife. Lin Xuan quickly appeased her. After finishing dinner, the two took a short rest before preparing to head to Jinghai University. Once they settled into the Maybach, Lin Xuan started the car and slowly drove towards Jinghai University. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After parking the car, they walked hand in hand onto the campus. The night at Jinghai University was peaceful and beautiful, with moonlight casting a silvery glow over the grounds. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they strolled along the campus path, soaking in the familiar ambience. Soon they arrived at the much-rumored dessert shop. The shop was bustling with people and business was thriving. Lin Xuan carefully guided Li Mengyao inside, searching for a place. Finally, they spotted an empty table and hurried over to sit down. Lin Xuan took out his phone to scan the QR code on the table to place their order. Dear, what do you want to eat? Lin Xuan whispered. I want that starry mirror cake. Li Mengyao pointed with her slender finger at the exquisite starry mirror cake on the menu, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Seeing this cake reminded her of the beautiful starry sky she had seen in Lin Xuan's hometown, Yinshan town. That vast and boundless starry sky had enchanted her. Alright, Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. He then decided to order a pot plant dessert, intrigued by its unique and interesting. Before long, a young waitress brought over their two exquisite desserts. Here you go, enjoy your meal, she said politely as she gently placed the tray down and left. Li Mengyao eagerly picked up her phone to snap pictures of the mouth-watering treats. Then she couldn't wait to take a small spoonful and began to savor it. Each bite filled her with immense satisfaction and joy. Honey, it's really delicious. You should try some too. Li Mengyao happily scooped a spoonful and offered it to Lin Xuan, who obliged by opening his mouth to taste the delightful. Instantly a wave of sweetness enveloped his taste buds and Lin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, It really is delicious. Not wanting to be outdone, he pushed his uniquely shaped pot plant dessert towards Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao looked curiously at the unique dessert and gently scooped a small piece to taste. The sweet cream blended with delicate chocolate, creating a wonderful flavor experience. At that moment, a radiant smile of happiness graced Li Mengyao's face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, dazzling and captivating. After finishing their desserts, the two continued to stroll hand in hand through the Jinghai University campus, unknowingly arriving at the school's playground. The moonlight bathed the lush green grass. A gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. At that moment, some students were exercising and running, while a few others had started a small concert in the center of the playground. Although it was now August and most students had already gone home for the break, some chose to stay at school and continue their studies. Honey, look, there are still people playing guitar and singing over there. Li Mengyao pointed to a nearby crowd with a bright smile. Lin Xuan followed Li Mengyao's gaze and saw a group of young people gathered together with one boy strumming a guitar while the others hummed along to the rhythm. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. It looks quite lively. Your husband can play too. Wanna hear? He suddenly turned to Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with warmth and affection. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly grasped Lin Xuan's hand, exclaiming, I want to. Her face radiated anticipation, as if Lin Xuan was the brightest star in her heart. Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile. Then he'll buy a guitar tomorrow and play it for you. He gently patted Li Mengyao's hand, wanting to lead her forward. But I want to listen now, Li Mengyao pouted, standing still and acting cute. Ever since she learned that her husband was a musical genius, she had longed to hear his singing in person. All right then, Lin Xuan said, reaching out to gently pinch Li Mengyao's little face, a soft smile appearing on his face. Although he had previously said he would only play for his wife and children, he could only reluctantly agree now that his wife requested to listen. So hand in hand, they slowly walked to the small music concert beside the playground, quietly listening. They saw a boy passionately playing the guitar and singing. The sound of the guitar and his voice was incredibly beautiful. Lin Xuan guessed he must be a music major. Finally, after the boy finished playing, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked up to him. Hello classmate, may I borrow your guitar? I would like to play a piece here too, Lin Xuan said to the boy with a smile. The crowd applauded to welcome the handsome young man, with several girls staring at Lin Xuan in amazement. Wow, he's so handsome. The boy looked at Lin Xuan and reminded him, but please don't break my guitar, it's very expensive. Don't worry, if I break it, I will definitely compensate you, Lin Xuan replied, taking the guitar and then sitting down on the soft grass with Li Mengyao. Wife, what kind of song do you want to hear? Lin Xuan gently asked Li Mengyao while tuning the strings. Anything is fine, Li Mengyao said softly, resting her little head on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and began to strum beautiful notes on the guitar. Lin Xuan gently closed his eyes and began to sing passionately. I can accept all of your little tempers. I can take you to eat many wonderful things. I can occasionally bring you little sweetness. I can heal your heartache. My happiness can only be given by you. Let's not be separated anymore. Can we be together? There are too many memories between us. Falling in love with you makes no sense. It was simply a chance meeting when I first fell for you. Lin Xuan's song, Can We, was dedicated to Li Mengyao. His voice flowed like a clear spring through the heart, radiating warmth. Every note seemed to be infused with life, dancing in the air, weaving a beautiful tapestry. At that moment, Li Mengyao also displayed a sweet smile. She felt as if she were immersed in a splendid starry sky, with Lin Xuan's voice shining like the brilliant stars illuminating the entire world. At that moment, their gazes met, and only each other reflected in their eyes. Their love, like this wonderful melody, was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. The crowd was also left in awe. This was no mere performance, it was clearly a serenade just for his wife. The boy was even more shocked, his eyes wide and mouth agape, wearing an expression of disbelief. He never expected to encounter a musical genius in this setting, and he was filled with admiration and awe, completely bowing down to Lin Xuan's talent. After Lin Xuan finished playing, a burst of warm applause erupted from the crowd. People stood up to applaud Lin Xuan. They expressed their love and appreciation for Lin Xuan's music in the most fervent way. A confident and satisfied smile beamed on Lin Xuan's face as he felt the enthusiasm and support from everyone. Hello, may I ask if you also study music? My name is Su Muyang. The boy quickly ran up, excitedly asking. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan. Oh, I studied computer science and just graduated from Jinghai University this year. Lin Xuan smiled. It seems we graduated in the same year. I also just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year and am currently studying for my master's in the music department at Jinghai University, Su Muyang said with a smile. I have never seen such an outstanding guitarist as you. May I ask if I could be your student? Lin Xuan smiled slightly and replied, I'm sorry, I only play occasionally and have no plans to take on students. If you have time, could you teach me? Su Muyang continued to ask. Lin Xuan still smiled and answered, of course. They exchanged contact information. Then Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and turned to leave. At that moment, the small music concert held on the Jinghai University playground was recorded and uploaded online. Especially the video of Lin Xuan serenading Li Mengyao quickly gained widespread attention, going viral on a certain short video platform. Netizens left comments saying, wow, this fairy couple is truly enviable. That guy is so handsome. This guitar performance is absolutely top-notch in the country, so impressive. Some even praised Li Mengyao, saying, that girl is simply a fairy descended to earth. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove home, and after taking a shower lay on the bed scrolling through the short video platform. Suddenly Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, husband, look, it seems you've gone viral. She excitedly handed her phone to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the phone and indeed found that his video had sparked widespread attention online. Well, who told you that your husband is so outstanding? Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Li Mengyao playfully raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, how outstanding? One of a kind, Lin Xuan confidently replied. After saying this, both he and Li Mengyao burst into laughter. Alright, it's time to sleep. Then Lin Xuan got up to turn off the light, kissed Li Mengyao, and the two entered a sweet dreamland. In the following days, Lin Xuan would often visit the company in the mornings when he had nothing to do, and as time passed, Li Mengyao's belly began to show. One day when Lin Xuan just returned home, he saw Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. He hurried to her side and asked with concern, "What's wrong, wife? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking at Lin Xuan with pitiful eyes, and said aggrievedly, "Husband, I feel so ugly now, many of my old clothes don't fit anymore." Lin Xuan looked at the slightly protruding belly of Li Mengyao and calculated the time in his heart, realizing that his wife was already 18 weeks pregnant, which is over 4 months. Now it finally started to show. "Honey, what are you saying? You will always be the most beautiful." Lin Xuan quickly comforted her. "Men's words are deceitful." Li Mengyao raised her head, looking at Lin Xuan with a hint of grievance. "It's fine if I can't wear my old clothes. Let's go shopping for new ones this afternoon to cover my little belly, okay?" Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, speaking softly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, indicating, "All right, dear, I'll go cook. The ingredients I bought today are all your favorites." After kissing Li Mengyao, Lin Xuan hurried back to the kitchen to get busy. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. The aroma of the dishes instantly lifted Li Mengyao's spirits, allowing her to momentarily forget the worries brought by her little pregnancy belly and start enjoying the delicious food. "Honey, let's go for a pregnancy checkup tomorrow morning," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Sure," Li Mengyao replied happily while eating. After finishing their lunch, the two leisurely returned to the bedroom, preparing to enjoy a cozy afternoon nap. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly heard a delicate exclamation. He jerked awake, looking at Li Mengyao with concern, asking, "What's wrong, honey? Is something bothering you?" Li Mengyao, with a bashful and happy expression, gently touched her little belly and said softly, "The baby moved." Lin Xuan's face immediately blossomed with a surprised smile, almost jumping with excitement. "Really?" He eagerly sat up, skillfully lifting Li Mengyao's shirt to reveal her slightly protruding belly, gently pressing his ear against it, trying to listen for the baby's voice. However, despite being 18 weeks pregnant, the movements were still very slight, almost undetectable from the outside. Lin Xuan tried for a long time, but found nothing. Yet he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he lay back down on the bed, happily holding his wife and gently saying, "It's okay, we will definitely feel it in the future." Li Mengyao smiled slightly, softly comforting him. Don't rush, let's get some good sleep first." Then the two embraced and fell asleep, enjoying a beautiful afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to a maternity clothing store. He held her hand as they entered the store, starting to pick out some suitable clothes for her. Although they had already bought some maternity clothes before, Lin Xuan felt that the quantity might not be enough, so he planned to buy some more. After careful selection, Li Mengyao chose several beautiful maternity dresses, comfortable maternity pajamas, and practical maternity support pants. Afterward, they went to other fashion stores to buy some loose-fitting clothes. Li Mengyao had a slender figure, and with her little belly not being too big, yet she looked almost like she didn't have a bump at all in those loose clothes. While Li Mengyao was still trying on clothes in the fitting room, Lin Xuan's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Is this Boss He?" Lin Xuan asked. Ha, it's me, He Yuan laughed. "Is there something you need from me, Boss He?" "Mr. Lin, I just wanted to ask if you would be willing to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater." He Yuan looked at Lin Xuan with anticipation. "I saw you playing the guitar in front of a crowd on a certain platform." He Yuan. Previously, Lin Xuan had said he would only perform for his wife and children, but that reason no longer held. "I'm sorry." Lin Xuan was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered that today was August 7th, 2024, and the day after tomorrow, August 9th, was his wife Li Mengyao's birthday. "Don't rush to refuse, Mr. Lin, or if you have any conditions, I will try my best to meet them," He Yuan hurriedly said, sensing Lin Xuan's readiness to decline. He Yuan really wanted Lin Xuan to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater. With Lin Xuan's talent, it would surely create a nationwide sensation, and he could also recommend him to the National Piano Association, uncovering a musical talent for our country. To be able to say that a musical master like Lin Xuan was discovered by him would be a matter of pride. "All right then, Boss He, but I have 2 conditions." Lin Xuan began to speak. "What conditions? Just say them." He Yuan eagerly pressed. "First, I want to be able to play freely, choosing any pieces I wish to perform." Lin Xuan stated his first condition. "Of course, a musical master like Mr. Lin faces no restrictions." He Yuan quickly agreed. "Second, I want to reserve all the front row seats." Lin Xuan then put forth his second. "No problem. It's decided then. So Mr. Lin, when would be convenient for you to come and perform?" He Yuan asked enthusiastically. "Let's set the time for the night after tomorrow," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "All right, see you then on the night after tomorrow," He Yuan said, grinning from ear to ear. After ending the call, Lin Xuan turned to look at the fitting room, only to find that Li Mengyao had already finished trying on clothes. She looked exceptionally beautiful in her new clothes. "Honey, which one do you think looks better, the one I just tried, or this one?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile. "Both are beautiful, let's buy them both," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. With one hand holding Li Mengyao's hand, and the other carrying a bag full of new clothes, he happily took her home. The time came to the next day, with the sun shining brightly. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived early at the People's Hospital of Jinghai City. They were there for a 4-month pregnancy checkup. Upon entering the hospital, Lin Xuan carefully supported Li Mengyao as they first went to the obstetrics and gynecology department. After completing the procedures, they began to wait in line for the examination. When it was Li Mengyao's turn for the checkup, Lin Xuan accompanied her into the examination room. The doctor asked a series of detailed questions before starting the examination. The first examination was an ultrasound. Through the screen, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao saw two adorable little lives wriggling in their mother's belly, filling their hearts with joy. Next was the Down syndrome screening, general physical examination, as well as blood and urine tests. After the examination, Li Mengyao received a thick report documenting her and the baby's various indicators. Holding the report, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing the report, the doctor smiled and said, "Well, both little ones are developing quite nicely." Hearing this, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with happiness. The doctor then advised you should continue to pay attention to a balanced diet, eating more protein and vitamin-rich foods. At the same time, moderate exercise is important. Taking walks is beneficial for childbirth. Additionally, maintaining a cheerful mood is also very important. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xuan smiled lightly after hearing this, then took Li Mengyao's hand and left the hospital. The couple drove back to Jinghai Mansion. After parking the car, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked into their home together. As soon as they opened the door, Yu was sitting at the entrance, as usual, meowing continuously. It always greeted its owners in this way. "Yu, were you good at home today?" Li Mengyao squatted down and gently stroked Yu's soft fur. Yu seemed to enjoy being petted, closing its eyes and letting out a satisfied meow. Now the house had an automatic feeder installed, so Yu no longer had to worry about going hungry. Lin Xuan went into the kitchen to prepare for lunch. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao continued to play with Yu. Come, let me show you another chubby cat." Li Mengyao picked up a kitten and started playing Natsam's Book of Friends on the TV in the living room. When Yu saw teacher meow, its green eyes widened, and it kept meowing. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but laugh happily. Indeed, having a cute little cat companion really brightened the mood of a pregnant woman. At this moment, Lin Xuan entered the living room with a sumptuous lunch and gently said to Li Mengyao, "Honey, it's time to coming." Li Mengyao immediately turned off the TV, and at the same time the automatic feeder emitted a cheerful sound. "Yu, it's time to eat." With a thud, a pile of cat food tumbled down, and Yu quickly ran to its little bowl, eagerly starting to eat. Li Mengyao first took a bag of dried fish from the cabinet above and gently placed it in Yu's bowl, adding a little extra for Yu. Then with a heart full of joy, Li Mengyao went to the living room to enjoy a delicious lunch with Lin Xuan. After finishing lunch, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to the bedroom to rest. Just as Lin Xuan was holding Li Mengyao preparing to sleep, a sound echoed in his mind again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for another checkup. Reward cash 5 million yuan, and a double critical hit triggered total reward of 10 million yuan. Transferred to your bank card through formal channels, please check. Ding dong! It has been detected that the host has accompanied the babies in healthy development for over 4 months. Reward top-level massage techniques, please check. Immediately a surge of vast information flooded into Lin Xuan's mind. This information contained various advanced massage techniques, allowing him to instantly master this skill. Now, if someone were to select the best technician in the country, it would seem no one would dare to compete with Lin Xuan. Now that Li Mengyao was 4 months pregnant, proper massage was beneficial for the fetus. Just when Lin Xuan thought about giving his wife a massage, Li Mengyao was already sound asleep in his arms. Lin Xuan didn't want to wake her, so he decided to wait until the evening. Soon it was afternoon. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. He was thinking that apart from giving his wife a special piano concert tomorrow, he also needed to prepare a gift. However, he already had rings, diamonds, and necklaces. So what exactly should he give? Just then Lin Xuan suddenly remembered the 10 million that had just been credited at noon. A spark of inspiration struck him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he had thought of a good idea. Then he carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking his sleeping wife beside him. After getting dressed, Lin Xuan quietly left the room and sent a message to his wife telling her that he had to step out for a moment. Lin Xuan arrived at the parking lot downstairs, got into his Maybach, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking space toward the community entrance. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at a Bentley 4S shop located in the center of Jinghai City. "Welcome, sir. Are you here?" A young female sales associate dressed in professional attire approached him enthusiastically. "Yes, I want to buy a convertible sports car suitable for women." Lin Xuan replied. "No problem, sir, please follow me." The young female sales associate smiled and led Lin Xuan to the display area inside the store. Seeing that Lin Xuan had arrived in a Maybach S680, she thought that the car he would buy would surely not be low-end. When they reached a brand new Bentley, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Before him was a Bentley Continental convertible in a deep brilliant blue color. This car's exterior design combined elegance and sportiness with smooth lines and dynamic contours, showcasing Bentley's unique design style. The brilliant blue shimmered under the sunlight, deep and mysterious like the ocean, exuding unique charm and regal. This is our Bentley Continental 2024 GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car. Its appearance is simply a walking work of art with a classic and elegant body line. Moreover, this brilliant blue color is very suitable for women, the young female sales associate explained in detail. Lin Xuan first sat in the car to feel the softness and comfort of the seats, then looked at the various configurations and functions inside the car. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a top luxury car. How much is this car?" Lin Xuan smiled and asked the young female sales associate beside him. This Bentley Continental 2024 GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car is priced at 4.2 million yuan. Alright, I'll buy it, Lin Xuan said casually. Lin Xuan imagined the wonderful scene, he and his wife driving the Bentley Continental convertible along the winding picturesque coastline. Sunlight fell on her, the breeze gently brushed through her hair, bringing a refreshing ocean scent. She smiled, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. Would you prefer installment payments or full payment, sir? The young female sales representative beamed with a radiant smile, her voice brimming with delight. She had just closed a major deal, and a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within her. The young man standing before her was not only strikingly handsome, but also exceptionally generous. Perhaps already in a relationship. He had just mentioned the car was intended for a woman to drive. Perhaps it was for his sister or elder sister. Regardless, she had to find a way to obtain his contact information. Full payment, Lin Xuan replied calmly, his tone serene and unflustered. The young saleswoman blinked faintly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She hadn't expected him to be so magnanimous. Without hesitation, he chose to settle the entire sum at once. Truly, he was extraordinarily wealthy. Can the vehicle be delivered tomorrow morning? Lin Xuan pressed further. Absolutely. We'll prioritize your order as a VIP customer and ensure prompt delivery, the saleswoman responded warmly, her smile unwavering. Very well, thank you. A faint gentle smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. You're most welcome. I'll prepare the contract and related documentation immediately. Please wait just a moment. With that, she turned and hurried back to her office. Before long, Lin Xuan completed the payment process and signed the purchase agreement. Thus, he acquired outright the exquisitely crafted 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible, a vehicle of extraordinary value. Just as Lin Xuan was about to depart, the young saleswoman called out to him. Sir, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Lin Xuan glanced back at her, a subtle flicker of curiosity in his gaze, then replied, oh, certainly. He saw no harm in sharing his contact details. After all, it would facilitate coordination when collecting the vehicle the next day, so he gave it no further thought. After exchanging contacts, Lin Xuan drove off in his Maybach. The young saleswoman stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, her heart stirred by an unexpected ripple of emotion. Her name was Lin Ruoshi. At 23, she had joined this 4S dealership straight after university. Beautiful, statuesque, and kind-hearted, she was deeply cherished by her colleagues. Back inside the showroom, a female receptionist close to her age suddenly called out, Ruoshi, that client you just served? Chi-Chi, you nearly startled me. Lin Ruoshi shot her a playful glare. Ha ha ha, did your heart skip a beat? If I weren't already married, I'd have thrown myself at him long ago. Wei Chi grinned mischievously at Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi shook her head helplessly and smiled. It's not that simple. I don't even know whether he's taken. How will you ever know unless you ask? Just dress beautifully, draw his attention. Wei Chi encouraged. Inspired by her friend's words, Lin Ruoshi felt a quiet surge of courage well up within her. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived home. As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao rushed into his arms without hesitation. Honey, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? She lifted her face, her expression glowing with pure radiant happiness. Whoa, careful, my love. You're already showing. No sudden movements like that, or you might jostle the baby. Lin Xuan gently pinched her tiny nose, his eyes soft with tender adoration. I know. I'll be more careful next time. Li Mengyao blushed faintly and nodded softly. Seeing this, Lin Xuan gently guided her into the living room and settled her onto the plush sofa. You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon. Li Mengyao nestled closer into Lin Xuan's embrace, blinking up at him with wide, curious eyes. In the past, Lin Xuan always shared his whereabouts and plans whenever he stepped out, but this time he merely said he had urgent matters to attend to. This omission stirred quiet suspicion in Li Mengyao's heart. She sensed he was concealing something. Then, recalling that tomorrow was her birthday, a sudden realization dawned upon her. I stopped by the office this afternoon. Some urgent business came up. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, his tone light and natural. He wished to surprise his wife, and thus offered a gentle, well-intentioned untruth. Really? Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Are you hungry, darling? I'll prepare dinner right away, Lin Xuan stammered, flustered under her gaze, and quickly excused himself. Watching her husband flee in mock retreat, Li Mengyao's lips curved upward into a crescent moon. Graceful, luminous, utterly enchanting. Soon afterward, Lin Xuan prepared a delicious dinner. They sat together at the dining table, savoring the meal. Afterward, they reclined side by side on the cozy sofa, watching a show. Just then, Lin Xuan's phone, resting nearby, began vibrating incessantly. 622 Foodie Group Chat. Chun Jingming kids, Dad's finally free tonight. Let's hit the midnight snack spot. Zhongzixing brat, you plotting rebellion. You've ghosted us how many times? Zhou exactly, tonight's on you. Chun Jingming, where's Lin Xuan? An exploding emoji. Only then did Lin Xuan pick up his phone and glance at the screen. Honey, my university dorm mates are gathering for a late-night snack tonight. May I go? Lin Xuan asked, smiling gently. Of course, you'll take care of yourself at home, but don't stay out too late. Li Mengyao nestled her cheek against his neck, nuzzling softly, as she whispered, her voice sweet and tender. Got it. I'll be back early. Bending low, Lin Xuan claimed her lips in a deep, lingering kiss. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to his dorm. Lin Xuan, where are we meeting? He received a reply almost instantly. Chun Jingming, same old spot, the barbecue stall beside campus. Lin Xuan then entered the bedroom, changed into casual attire, and stepped out. He descended to the underground parking garage of Jinghai Mansion, started his Maybach, and eased smoothly out of the residential complex. Before long he arrived at a familiar barbecue stall near Jinghai University. The air here hummed with the vibrant energy of street life, the very place they'd frequented throughout university. As Lin Xuan stepped out of the car, he spotted Zhong Zixing and Zhou Quan already seated at a table chatting animatedly. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with genuine joy. "Brother Xian, you're here?" Zhou Quan leapt up, greeting him enthusiastically and promptly pouring him a glass of cola. Knowing that his sister-in-law Li Mengyao was pregnant, he deliberately avoided offering beer. "Where's Jingming? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. "No idea. He's not ghosting us again, is he?" Zhong Zixing snatched up his phone, ready to call Chen Jingming. "I'm coming. Chen Jingming ran over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. Finally he reached the chair and plopped down slightly out of breath, saying, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." "Jingming, what's up with you? You're late. That calls for 3 drinks as punishment." Zhou Quan teased, quickly grabbing a bottle and filling Chen Jingming's cup to the brim with beer. Without hesitation, Chen Jingming accepted the cup and downed it in one go. Then wiping his mouth in satisfaction, he exclaimed, "I'm so thirsty." It turned out that Chen Jingming had run over, already sweating profusely. Taking a sip of the chilled beer, he immediately felt a wave of coolness wash over him. "I was just about to head out when my mentor suddenly messaged me to revise a document, so I ended up being late," Chen Jingming explained, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Zhong Zixing curiously asked, "Jingming, is graduate school?" Zhong Zixing had initially had the chance to secure a recommendation for graduate school directly, but ultimately chose to forego it, wanting to venture out into society first and see what the corporate world was like. Unexpectedly, he ended up working at Lin Xuan's company. "Yeah, Jingming, continuing in school must be quite enjoyable. I already miss my university days." "What a load of nonsense. I'm envious of your freedom. I'm being squeezed dry by my mentor in the lab every day. Isn't the school on break already? I was even left behind by my mentor to continue doing experiments and crunching numbers. I feel like I'm just cheap labor. Even getting a late-night snack with you guys is a challenge. I'm thinking of dropping out." Chen Jingming said with a bitter expression. "Is it really that serious?" Lin Xuan asked in surprise. "The barbecue is here." At that moment, the barbecue stall owner brought over a large plate of fragrant skewers. "Yes, talking about it just brings tears," Chen Jingming said helplessly while grabbing a skewer of meat to eat. "What about your girlfriend?" "She's quite busy too, but her mentor is more lenient. Mine is quite extreme." Chen Jingming sighed. "I feel like you've chosen a bad mentor," Zhong Zixing chimed in. "Yeah, I must have been blind to choose him back then. Now I can't switch mentors and I don't dare offend him. Offending him means I won't graduate from graduate school." Chen Jingming sighed, helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of frustration. Zhou Quan comforted him, saying, "Just hang in there, Jingming. It'll pass soon enough." Jingming nodded and forced a smile. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and turned to ask them, "By the way, how have you?" Chen Jingming knew that Zhou Quan had started a business managing a restaurant, while Zhong Zixing had gone straight to work at a tech. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Quan's face immediately lit up with a proud smile. He excitedly replied, "Jingming, I'm quite comfortable now. I'm managing a restaurant at Jinwan Plaza, and business is booming. My boss, is really great too. The profits are split 7,030 between us, and I have a guaranteed base salary of 2,000. Zhou Quan glanced at Lin Xuan and said with a smile. Lin Xuan sat nearby, focused on eating barbecue while also chatting with his wife on his phone. "Li Mengyao, honey, when will you be back?" "Just a little longer, sweetheart," Lin Xuan replied. "Is your boss better than mine?" "The boss at Jinwan Technology Co., Ltd. promoted me directly to the RD department manager, calculated on an annual salary basis." Zhong Zixing shot a proud glance at Lin Xuan, unwilling to back down. He secretly rejoiced that he had found the right job working for such a competent and insightful boss with a bright future ahead. "Of course mine is better." Zhou Quan naturally would not back down, immediately responding. He firmly believed his choice was correct. Lin Xuan not only gave him opportunities, but also allowed him to grow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look gratefully at Lin Xuan. "My boss is great," Zhong Zixing rebutted without hesitation. He knew that his current position was hard-won, and Lin Xuan was the benefactor who had given him the opportunity. "Who is your boss?" Chen Jingming asked, confused. "My boss is Xian Gu," both of them answered in unison. Their eyes revealed admiration and respect for Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Jingming was stunned, momentarily unable to react. Zhou Quan and Zhong Zixing exchanged glances and blinked. "Which Xian Gu are you talking about?" Zhong Zixing asked, first his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "It's Lin Xuan, right? Are you also?" Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape, staring at Zhong Zixing in disbelief. "What are you two arguing about?" At that moment, Lin Xuan put down his phone and smiled at them. "Wow, it turns out your boss is the same person, Lin Xuan." Chen Jingming suddenly understood, finally realizing. "Huh, Xian Gu, why didn't you tell me?" Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xuan in astonishment, asking. "You never asked." Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, so Zhou Quan is also working for you." Zhong Zixing couldn't help but laugh, his laughter revealing a hint of surprise and delight. "Xian Gu, when will you take me along too? Don't play favorites." Chen Jingming said enviously from the side, his eyes sparkling with desire. "Wait until you finish your graduate studies," Lin Xuan teased with a smile. "Ah, that will take a long time." Chen Jingming replied helplessly. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was quietly at home watching a drama, snacking on some treats. She glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Why hadn't her husband returned yet? Just as Li Mengyao was about to call Lin Xuan, she suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. Her husband was back. She felt a surge of joy in her heart, immediately putting down her snacks, standing up, and quickly walking to the door. Yu also swiftly got up and hurried to the entrance. Honey, I'm home. Welcome back. Li Mengyao's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she stepped forward to tightly hug Lin Xuan, feeling the warm aura emanating from him. Why are you still awake so late? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Waiting for you to go to sleep together. Then wife, you should go lie down in bed first. Wait for your husband to finish showering and give you a massage. Saying that, he gently took Li Mengyao's hand and walked toward the bedroom. As Li Mengyao walked, she couldn't help but wonder, can my husband really give a massage? Lin Xuan carefully placed Li Mengyao on the bed before turning to the bathroom to take a shower. Li Mengyao heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, her mind wondering if her husband's massage was serious. At the thought of this, her delicate face flushed with a shy redness. Just as Li Mengyao was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xuan had finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom. He gently climbed onto the bed, wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao, and with a tender smile asked, wife, what's wrong? Your face is flushed like a ripe apple. It's nothing, Li Mengyao replied softly, lowering her head slightly. Lin Xuan, seeing his wife's shy demeanor, was puzzled about what she was embarrassed about. Come, let me help you with a massage, Lin Xuan said as he sat up, gently stroking Li Mengyao's shoulders, his voice filled with tenderness and care. A proper massage for pregnant women indeed has many benefits, alleviating fatigue, improving sleep quality, and reducing anxiety and tension. Of course, for pregnant women who are less than 3 months along, it is advisable to avoid massages to prevent any unnecessary impact on the fetus. Now that his wife was already over 4 months pregnant, it was safe to give her occasional massages. How are you going to massage me? Li Mengyao asked. Wife, just lie down comfortably, Lin Xuan smiled. Lin Xuan possessed top-tier massage skills granted by the system. He skillfully used his index, middle, and ring fingers to gently glide and press along Li Mengyao's forehead from her brow. He then used the pads of his thumbs to gently press on her temples, the movement soft and just right. Wife, is this pressure? Lin Xuan asked softly. So comfortable. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, immersing herself in this comfort, her face radiating happiness. After completing the head massage, Lin Xuan prepared to massage his wife's back. Wife, now lie on your side. I'm going to start. Okay, Li Mengyao obediently turned to her side. Lin Xuan gently pressed and kneaded Li Mengyao's back muscles with a soft touch, massaging from her waist up to her shoulders, while carefully avoiding the center of her lower back. He knew that stimulating this area could potentially have adverse effects on the baby in her womb. Throughout the massage, Lin Xuan maintained a high level of focus and attentiveness, ensuring that every movement brought comfort and relaxation to his wife. After the massage, Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao, preparing to drift into a sweet dream together. However, Li Mengyao raised her head, a playful smile on her lips, and softly asked, husband, where did you learn this massage skill? Lin Xuan smiled slightly and replied, I recently learned it outside. Li Mengyao blinked, continuing to probe outside. Where's outside? Could it be that you often go to those places? She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a mischievous glint sparkling in them, seemingly teasing Lin Xuan on purpose. In truth, Li Mengyao knew very well that her husband would never go to such chaotic places. She just wanted to take this opportunity to tease him a bit. Hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a bit nervous and quickly explained, no way. I've been learning at a proper professional massage institute. Seeing Lin Xuan's flustered expression, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I was just asking, why are you so flustered? Lin Xuan finally realized that he had been teased by his wife. His eyes filled with tenderness and care, he said, it's already late, let's go to sleep, okay? Considering the late hour, he didn't want his wife to stay up late, as it could affect the baby's health. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. She understood her husband's worries and care, feeling deeply touched. Thus the two embraced and fell asleep. Time flowed, and soon it was the next morning. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Li Mengyao blinking, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at him. Husband, are you awake? Li Mengyao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and asked with concern, wife, why are you up so early today? What day is it today? Li Mengyao chuckled lightly, answering, husband, do you know what day it is today? Lin Xuan feigned ignorance and asked in confusion, What day is it today? Naughty husband. Li Mengyao frowned, raising her small pink fist and playfully striking Lin. Lin Xuan looked at her lovingly, laughing heartily, of course I know, today is a special day, it's my precious one's birth. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt sweetness in her heart, pouting playfully as she said, You remember, Lin Xuan reached out to hold Li Mengyao's small hand, pulling her tightly into his embrace, smiling gently. How could, my dear, happy birthday. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy, her lips curving up. So, is there a gift? Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair and replied softly, of course, I've prepared it for you long ago. Really? Where is it? Li Mengyao asked, excitedly eager to see her birthday gift. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, it's outside. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao quickly wriggled out of Lin Xuan's embrace, filled with joy as she got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom to search for her gift in the living room. However, after looking around, she discovered that there was no trace of any gifts in the living room. Only the cat raised its head, looking at her with a silly expression. There's nothing at all. She pouted in disappointment, angrily returning to the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to Lin Xuan, not saying a word. Lin Xuan saw this and burst into laughter. Wi-Fi wasn't talking about outside the room, but outside the house. Li Mengyao blinked, her face filled with confusion. Outside the house. Lin Xuan nodded seriously, saying, yes, after we finish breakfast, he'll take you to see your birthday gift. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, revealing a joyful smile. Okay. Thus Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao began to get up and wash up. After finishing breakfast, they walked out of the house together. They held hands and arrived at the entrance of Jinghai Mansion. Li Mengyao suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, honey, aren't we taking the car? Usually they would directly go to the underground parking lot to drive out, but this time Lin Xuan did not take her to the parking lot, instead leading her by the hand to the entrance of Jinghai Mansion. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and explained, today we are taking a taxi. After saying that, he opened his phone and called for a ride. Soon a white ride-sharing car arrived and stopped in front of them. Lin Xuan opened the car door, let Li Mengyao get in first, and then sat down himself. Then the ride-sharing car slowly drove towards their destination. Along the way, Li Mengyao kept asking Lin Xuan where he was taking her, but Lin Xuan only smiled and shook his head, refusing to disclose a word. After a while, the car finally arrived at the destination, a luxury car 4S store. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they got out of the car and walked into the Bentley 4S store. Lin Xuan took out his phone and dialed the number of the female sales representative Lin Ruoshi, who had assisted him yesterday. Hello, this is Mr. Lin, who purchased the Bentley Continental yesterday. We have arrived now. Okay, you'll be right there, Lin Ruoshi replied. Lin Ruoshi checked her appearance in the office mirror. She had dressed up carefully today, applying exquisite makeup and choosing a beautiful outfit, hoping to leave a good impression on Lin Xuan. After all, young and handsome men like Lin Xuan who are generous are rare, and she needed to seize the opportunity. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Xuan standing in the store holding a girl. The girl looked pure and sweet, wearing a light blue dress with long hair cascading down her shoulders, fair skin like snow, and her bright, clear eyes seemed to be able to speak. Lin Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he already has a girlfriend? Mr. Lin, hello? May I ask who this is? Lin Ruoshi greeted Lin Xuan with a smile and politely inquired. Oh, this is my wife, Lin Xuan introduced with a smile. His eyes were filled with tenderness and love as he held the woman's hand. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxi's mood instantly plummeted. She had held a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed she had completely lost. Hello. Can you take us to pick up the car? Lin Xuan looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was standing there in a daze and couldn't help. Okay, please follow me. Lin Ruoshi regained her senses, forced a smile, and turned to lead the way. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand tightly, following behind. Honey, why did you buy another car? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise and curiosity. It's to get you a new car, my dear. You will definitely like it, Lin Xuan said with a smile, displaying a doting expression. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the car pickup area. Li Mengyao's gaze was immediately drawn to the brewer blue Bentley Continental, and her eyes brightened up. The car's body had smooth and elegant lines, and the unique brewer blue color shone like a dazzling sapphire, exuding a captivating luster. Under the sunlight, it appeared particularly eye-catching. Its front design was exquisite and grand, and the iconic Bentley grille and sharp headlights made it easily recognizable. The design of the wheel hub was simple yet stylish, and the rear design was equally exquisite, with rounded lines complementing the overall style. The unique shape of the exhaust pipes exuded an air of luxury. The entire car was like a flawless work of art, surrounded by flowers and balloons resembling a brilliant jewel that captivated everyone's attention. Lin Xuan received a delicate blue Bentley key from Lin Ruoshi and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's palm. Dear, this blue Bentley Continental GT is your birthday gift. Thank you, honey. Li Mengyao extended her small hands to hug Lin Xuan, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Li Mengyao carefully opened the car door, and the interior exuded a faint scent of leather. She carefully examined every detail inside the car, filled with joy. Lin Xuan then walked towards Li Mengyao with a bouquet of blue tulips, smiling as he handed her the flowers. Li Mengyao accepted the flowers with a sweet smile. At that moment, the staff gently pressed the shutter, capturing this beauty. Finally, Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan got into the Bentley Continental together, with Li Mengyao driving the vehicle as they slowly exited the 4S store. Along the way, sunlight poured onto the car windows, creating streaks of golden light. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing fresh air. Li Mengyao happily hummed a song, while Lin Xuan quietly sat in the passenger seat, admiring her beautiful profile. Soon the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinghai Mansion. Li Mengyao parked the car steadily next to a Xiaomi. She turned to glance at the two cars, feeling somewhat conflicted. Which one should I drive? She murmured. Lin Xuan seemed to sense Li Mengyao's thoughts and smiled. You can drive whichever one you want, as long as you are happy. Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan's hand and left the parking lot with him. After returning home, Lin Xuan immediately got busy preparing a sumptuous lunch for Li Mengyao. After lunch, the two returned to the bedroom to rest. Since Li Mengyao got up early in the morning, she quickly fell asleep. Time quickly arrived at 5 in the afternoon. Lin Xuan gently woke Li Mengyao. Honey, wake up, you can't sleep for too long. What time is it? Li Mengyao asked drowsily. It's already 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan replied with a I actually slept for so long. Li Mengyao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide and quickly sat up in bed. Honey, let's go listen to the concert again tonight. Lin Xuan gently suggested. Sure. Li Mengyao readily agreed, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. As night fell, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao enjoyed a lavish dinner. Afterward, they drove the brand-new Bentley Continental towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xuan first guided Li Mengyao to the front row center seats and carefully adjusted the angle of her seat. Then he told Li Mengyao that he was going to the restroom and would be back soon. Li Mengyao sat quietly looking forward to the start of the performance. Have you heard? This piano performance is by a mysterious musician. Yes, the promotion says he is a musical master. I can't wait. The audience behind began to murmur. Just then the spotlight on the stage suddenly brightened, shining. She was surprised to discover that Lin Xuan was dressed in an elegant black suit, sitting gracefully in front of a magnificent piano, gazing at her with deep affection and a warm smile. Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel her heart racing, a blush creeping onto her face. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lin Xuan, as if magnetically attracted. His handsome appearance and charming demeanor captivated her deeply, causing her heart to race. She had never imagined that Lin Xuan would appear before her in such a unique way, leaving her utterly surprised. However, the audience below did not share the same view. They were disappointed and angry to see that the long-awaited mysterious musician turned out to be a young man. Why is there a young man on stage? Wasn't it said there would be a mysterious musician? Can he even play the piano? Isn't he just a pretty boy? Refund. These voices of doubt and condemnation surged forth, and the scene became... At that moment, one audience member stood out, gazing at Lin Xuan on stage with eager anticipation. This person was Su Muyang, who had played guitar at Jinghai University, and he happened to be here for the concert. Faced with the audience's dissatisfaction and skepticism, Lin Xuan remained neither angry nor flustered. On the contrary, a confident and composed smile graced his lips. At this moment, Lin Xuan's fingers gently touched the piano keys, and the clear notes danced in the air like lively little spirits. Immediately, a series of smooth and beautiful melodies began to resonate, like celestial music enveloping the entire theater. The audience, who had been noisy just moments ago, fell silent, captivated by the wonderful music. As Lin Xuan's fingers lightly touched the piano keys, a melodious tune flowed forth like a clear spring, wrapping around the entire theater. Lin Xuan played classic pieces such as Wedding in the Dream, Starry Sky, and Romance of Love. Each piece immersed the listeners, and Li Mengyao felt Lin Xuan's deep confession of love for her. She quietly sat in the audience, her eyes moist, tears welling in her eyes. At the same time, she immersed herself in the beautiful melodies, feeling Lin Xuan's affection for her. As the last note fell, the entire theater plunged into silence. Then thunderous applause erupted. The audience rose to their feet, offering Lin Xuan enthusiastic applause and cheers. Their faces beamed with appreciation and admiration, as any prior dissatisfaction had vanished. After the applause subsided, Lin Xuan stood up and bowed to everyone in gratitude. Thank you all for coming to my concert. The main purpose of this concert is to give my wife a special performance. His voice was low and magnetic, his gaze firmly fixed on the audience. After saying this, he slowly extended his finger towards his wife, Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the front row. At this moment, Li Mengyao was already moved to tears, standing up excitedly, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with happiness and surprise. She then ran onto the stage and jumped into Lin Xuan's arms. Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao, softly stroking her hair and wiping away the tears on her face. Today is my wife's birthday, so I have one final piece to dedicate to her, Lin Xuan said affectionately. He took Li Mengyao's small hand and slowly walked to the piano seat, letting her sit down first before taking a seat beside her. The two of them leaned closely together, as if the whole world had reduced to just the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he lightly touched the piano keys, producing a clear and melodious sound. He then began to play a cheerful and delightful rendition of Happy Birthday. Accompanied by the beautiful notes, he softly sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The audience was touched by the warm atmosphere and began to sing along. Their voices merged into a warm current, filling the entire space. Happy birthday to you. These lyrics conveyed beautiful wishes to everyone present. Li Mengyao quietly leaned against Lin Xuan, feeling the joy and emotion brought by the music. She closed her eyes, listening to the melodious tune as if she were in a dreamlike realm. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. As the concert concluded, the audience members rose from their seats, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy. "Wow, this concert was amazing," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, I feel that the ticket was truly worth it. The music was incredible," another person chimed in. "Though that performer is young, his piano skills are astonishingly high, truly remarkable." Yet another person remarked, "He is simply a genius musician," someone else excitedly commented. And that last heartfelt confession, his wife must be extremely happy. Everyone was enviously discussing. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had already walked out of the concert hall hand in hand, both wearing happy smiles. They arrived at the parking lot of the Jinghai Grand Theater, where Lin Xuan gentlemanly opened the door of the Bentley, inviting Li Mengyao to sit in the passenger seat. Then he walked around to the driver's side, getting in and preparing to start the engine. "Wife, why haven't you said anything all the way here?" Lin Xuan noticed Li Mengyao's silence and asked with concern. "Husband, you are so good to me." Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as she choked out. "I am your husband, of course I will treat you well," Lin Xuan said tenderly, gently, pulling Li Mengyao into his embrace. He smiled, his eyes filled with love and affection. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her gaze shimmering with crystalline tears, as if brimming with endless emotions. She leaned in, offering her soft pink lips. Uncertain of how long the kiss lasted, Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xuan away, and then nestled her little head against Lin Xuan's chest. "Let's go home," Li Mengyao said softly, lowering her head slightly. "All right," Lin Xuan replied, carrying Li Mengyao to the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. He then started the car, leaving the Jinghai Grand Theater and driving towards the direction of Jinghai Mansion. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their doorstep. As soon as Li Mengyao opened the door, a delightful surprise unfolded. Bang! Bang! Happy birthday! Two loud sounds rang out, followed by a shower of colorful streamers that filled her vision with splendor. It turned out that Chun Man and Yang Lin were setting off birthday confetti on either side. Behind them stood Lu Yusin holding a large birthday cake and smiling at Li Mengyao. "Happy birthday, Yao Yao," Lu Yusin said with a smile. "You guys." Li Mengyao covered her mouth in surprise, unable to articulate her thoughts. "This was all your husband's idea, so don't just stand there, come inside." Chun Man pulled Li Mengyao into the house. Inside, the room was decorated with vibrant balloons dancing like a group of cheerful sprites in the air, and the brilliant lights twinkled like stars, illuminating every corner of happiness. Everyone gathered around the dining table as Lin Xuan lit the candles on the cake and turned off the lights. Li Mengyao clasped her hands tightly, closing her beautiful eyes, ready to make a wish on her birthday cake. Under the candlelight, her beautiful face appeared even more enchanting. Lin Xuan watched her quietly, his heart brimming with happiness. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Lu Yusin began to sing softly. Soon everyone joined in the chorus. The song echoed in the room, warm and touching. Li Mengyao opened her eyes, tears shimmering in them. "Thank you everyone, I'm really happy," she said, then blew out the candles, plunging the room into darkness. However, the air was filled with warmth and happiness. Lin Xuan then turned on the lights, took out a cake knife, and prepared to cut into the poor birthday cake. Before long, the large cake was sliced into pieces, distributed to everyone. Li Mengyao and her sisters came to the living room, enjoying delicious cake while watching television. Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen, preparing some snacks for them. "Yao Yao, here you go, this is your birthday gift." Yang Lin handed a beautifully wrapped gift box to Li Mengyao. "And mind the birthday gift for Yao Yao." Chun Man also presented her prepared gift. "This is mine," Lu Yusin said with a slight smile, handing her gift. "Thank you." Li Mengyao accepted the three gifts, carefully placing them aside, and then continued to chat joyfully. Later that evening, after seeing off her three good friends, Li Mengyao returned to the living room and tightly embraced Lin Xuan. "Husband, I had such a wonderful time today. This was the happiest birthday I've ever had," Li Mengyao said with a beaming smile. "Yes, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Lin Xuan gently caressed her hair, speaking tenderly. "By the way, wife, what wish did you make just now?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. "Hee, I won't tell you, if I do it won't come true." Li Mengyao playfully answered, her face adorned with a joyful smile. "I'm going to take a shower now," Li Mengyao said softly, then gently broke free from Lin Xuan's embrace, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before fluttering towards the bathroom like a light butterfly. Lin Xuan watched her retreating figure, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He could roughly guess Li Mengyao's wish to be happily together with Lin Xuan forever. After Li Mengyao finished her shower, she emanated a faint fragrance like a blooming flower. Shortly after, Lin Xuan walked into the bathroom to take a shower. At that moment, Li Mengyao sat on the living room sofa, unwrapping the gifts her sisters had given her one by one. She first opened the gifts from Yang Lin and Chun Man, which contained two exquisite and adorable little presents. With joy in her heart, she took them out to admire and placed them as decorations in the living room. Then when her gaze fell upon the gift from Lu Yusin, her curiosity was piqued. From the appearance, it seemed like a piece of clothing. So she carefully ripped open the wrapping, and upon seeing what was inside, her face instantly turned crimson. She quickly took out her phone, opened the chat window with Lu Yusin, and wrote, "Stinky Shinshin, what is this?" Lu Yusin replied, "Haha, I just sent you a regular piece of clothing." Li Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "A regular piece of clothing." Lu Yusin mischievously laughed. "Yao, I've done my part here. You have work tomorrow, so I'm off to bed. Bye." Li Mengyao looked at the clothing in her hands, her eyes filled with determination, as if she had made a certain decision, and then she hurried back to the bedroom. After Lin Xuan finished his shower and stepped out, towel drying his hair, he walked into the living room. However, he did not see his wife's figure, which sparked a hint of confusion in his heart. He then walked towards the bedroom, gently pushing the door open, only to find it pitch dark inside. "Wife, why isn't the light on?" Lin Xuan asked softly. Just as he was about to reach out to turn on the switch, Li Mengyao's voice suddenly came from the darkness, stopping him. "Husband, don't..." "Huh? Why?" Lin Xuan asked, looking perplexed. "No reason, husband. Just come up here directly." Li Mengyao's voice was shy and nervous, evoking a sense of tenderness. Lin Xuan slowly walked into the bedroom, his steps gentle and cautious. In the dim light, he noticed Li Mengyao tightly wrapped in the blanket, with only her adorable little face peeking out like a well-behaved little kitten. Lin Xuan gently climbed onto the bed and slowly lifted the blanket. When he finally saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. "Wife, what is this?" Lin Xuan was about to continue speaking when Li Mengyao reached out her hands to wrap around his neck, her cherry-like lips sealing his mouth. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains and illuminated the bed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the beautiful face of Li Mengyao nestled in his arms, a blissful smile gracing her lips. At this moment Li Mengyao used Lin Xuan's arm as a pillow, holding it tightly. Time passed minute by minute, and after about an hour her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then those enchanting eyes slowly opened. "Darling, are you awake?" Lin Xuan gazed at Li Mengyao affectionately and asked softly. Li Mengyao raised her little hand and gently rubbed her eyes. After a while, once Li Mengyao had fully woken up, she blinked her big eyes, and in a spoiled tone said to Lin Xuan, "Husband, I'm hungry." "I'll go prepare breakfast right away," Lin Xuan replied gently. After saying that, he quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed, and then left the bedroom. Just as Lin Xuan was preparing a delicious breakfast for Li Mengyao, the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for giving the baby's mother an unforgettable birthday. You have received a cash reward of 4 million yuan, oi, and a triple critical hit has been triggered totaling 12 million yuan. The funds have been transferred to your bank account through legitimate channels, please check." Ding dong, the system has detected that the host has purchased a new car for the baby's mother. To ensure the safety of the little ones, the system will again provide the highest level of intelligent driving technology for free. Congratulations, host, for successfully loading the top-notch intelligent driving system from Future Technology into the Bentley Continental. Just like the previous Xiaomi SU7, the host will not need to drive manually. Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy. Not only had he received another sum of money, but the oil vehicle and intelligent driving had been perfectly integrated. This was simply amazing. With this, he felt at ease about his wife driving. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he quickened his pace in preparing breakfast. In no time, Lin Xuan had prepared a delicious sweet potato and millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and fragrant vegetables. After setting the breakfast on the dining table, he walked back into the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and found Li Mengyao lying back on the bed smiling as she played on her phone. "Baby, get up and wash up, it's time for breakfast," Lin Xuan said softly as he approached Li Mengyao. "I just washed up, but I still feel so tired." Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes and pouted. "What should we do then?" Lin Xuan said with a doting look. "Husband, hug me." Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand, looking adorably at him. "Okay," Lin Xuan replied with a happy smile, gently picking up Li Mengyao like a little princess and slowly walking towards the dining room. Then the two happily enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. After finishing, Lin Xuan took charge of cleaning the dishes, while Li Mengyao began to play with the little kitten using a cat teasing stick. As a result, Yo-Yo ran back and forth panting heavily and lay on the ground sticking out its little tongue. No matter how it was teased, it just wouldn't move again. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao chuckled and shook her head, then took out a can of cat food and placed it in front of Yo-Yo as a reward. Next, she took a book from the study, leisurely laid back on the comfortable sofa, and quietly enjoyed her reading time. 10 minutes later, Lin Xuan walked out of the kitchen and sat down beside Li Mengyao. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang again. "May I ask if this is Mr. Lin?" A deep and steady male voice came from the other end. "Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are?" Lin Xuan replied calmly. "Oh, I am the chief engineer responsible for the renovation work of room A1201 in the Times Garden. Your house has now been completely renovated and is ready for inspection at any time. If you are dissatisfied with any aspect, please feel free to contact me." The voice on the other end replied. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for the notification." Lin Xuan hung up the phone. "Husband, whose call was that?" Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned in. "It was from the renovation company. They said our house in Jinghai City's Times Garden has been completed." "Really? Can we go back and take a look?" Li Mengyao's face was filled with anticipation. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, gently embraced her, and kissed her on those luscious lips, saying, "Wife, not yet." Li Mengyao was slightly dazed by the kiss but still pouted and asked why not. Lin Xuan patiently explained, "Because the newly renovated house still has a lot of formaldehyde that hasn't dissipated completely. If we move in now, it could harm our health, especially since you are carrying a little baby." Li Mengyao's face involuntarily revealed a hint of disappointment. "How long will it take to move in then?" Lin Xuan smiled and said, "Generally it takes 3 to 6 months. However, I can have them hire a professional formaldehyde removal company to help speed things up. It should be done in a month. How about we wait until September to return to Jinghai City?" "Okay." Li Mengyao immediately brightened up, her eyes sparkling with joy. At noon, Lin Xuan brought the carefully prepared chicken soup to the dining table, the aroma wafting through the air. "Wife, come and taste it," he said, gently looking at Li Mengyao, who was sitting at the table. Li Mengyao took the bowl, gently blew away the steam rising from the surface of the soup, and cautiously took a sip. Instantly, a rich flavor spread in her mouth, prompting a satisfied smile to bloom on her face. Delicious. After lunch, the two returned to the bedroom. It was time for Lin Xuan to showcase his skills. With his top-notch massage techniques, he gave Li Mengyao another soothing massage. Li Mengyao lay quietly on the bed, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the moment. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. As the afternoon arrived, Lin Xuan, as usual, held Li Mengyao while sitting at the Steinway piano, his hands playing. The notes danced like fairies in the air, captivating those who listened. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the Piano Association of Jinghai City. In a spacious and bright conference room, a group of well-dressed and focused individuals sat together. On the podium, a large-screen television displayed a video of Lin Xuan performing the piano at the Jinghai Grand Theater. The entire conference room was enveloped in a strong artistic atmosphere, with everyone immersed in the beautiful and moving melodies, entranced and unable to extricate themselves. When the video ended, the conference room fell silent. Deep shock and admiration were evident on everyone's faces. After a moment, Li Xuan broke the silence and smiled, asking, "What does everyone think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd snapped back to reality and began to express their views. "This is simply heavenly music. I have never heard such a wonderful piano piece. This young man's playing skills have reached a master level. His piano skills are among the best in the country. Such a musical genius is truly a once-in-a-century find." Everyone praised Lin Xuan highly, singing his praises. Hearing these words of admiration, Li Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, Lin Xuan was a talent he had discovered. "I encountered such a musical genius purely by chance," he said with a smile. "Since we have such an extraordinarily gifted talent, we absolutely cannot miss out on him," someone suggested. "We should recruit him into our piano association as soon as possible." "Yes, if we don't act quickly we might be snatched by other associations from different regions," another person echoed. However, Li Xuan frowned and sighed. "I would love to recruit him, but I'm afraid he might not want to join," he expressed his concerns. It took quite a bit of persuasion to get Lin Xuan to agree to hold a piano concert in the first place. At night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay together on the lazy chair on the balcony, enjoying the shimmering waves on the river and the gentle breeze. Li Mengyao curled up in Lin Xuan's embrace like a gentle little kitten, sometimes playing with her phone, sometimes quietly reading a book. This was her favorite. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was immersed in the enchanting fragrance of his wife, gazing at the distant river, pondering the day after tomorrow will be the Lunar Qixi festival. What kind of gift should I give my wife? Suddenly he thought of how much his wife loved taking pictures of beautiful scenery with her phone, and an idea sparked in Lin Xuan's mind. Li Mengyao was also thinking about what kind of gift she should prepare for her husband for the upcoming Lunar Qixi festival. Should she give herself to him? It seems like she had already done that yesterday. As she thought of this, Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed instantly. So she shook her little head, trying to regain her composure. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Xuan's fondness for Jay Chou's songs when he played the piano, and an idea formed in her heart. "Husband," Li Mengyao softly called out while raising her head, her elegant eyes fluttering slightly. What is it?" Lin Xuan lowered his head and smiled at Li Mengyao. "It's nothing, just calling you." Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her tongue, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Lin Xuan continued to hold Li Mengyao as his thoughts drifted far away, pondering which camera would be most suitable. Leica Q2 or Sony A7R4. Nikon Z7 II also seems quite good. Just as he was lost in thought, a sweet voice called out again, "Husband." This voice carried a hint of playfulness and cunning, causing Lin Xuan to chuckle. He lowered his head, revealing his signature gentle smile, and softly asked, "What is it now?" Li Mengyao blinked and cheerfully said, "It's nothing." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xuan captured her lips. Seeing his wife being so playful and adorable, Lin Xuan naturally would not spoil her. "The time has come to the day after tomorrow. Today is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, also known as the Qixi festival. For Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, the day they registered their marriage on July 7th corresponds to two special occasions. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains and illuminated the bed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Li Mengyao in his arms, a blissful smile spreading across his face. He carefully climbed out of bed, fearing to wake her. Then he took a beautifully wrapped gift from the nearby cabinet. This gift was the Nikon Z7 II camera he had specially prepared for Li Mengyao as a Qixi gift. This camera features a high-resolution, full-frame mirrorless design, boasting excellent image quality and focusing performance. Moreover, its body is lightweight and portable, making it very suitable for girls to use. As for the price, it's quite reasonable, around 30,000. Lin Xuan gently placed the Nikon Z7 II on the bedside table and left a handwritten note. Then he quietly left the room to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for his wife. Stepping out of the bedroom and into the living room, Lin Xuan immediately spotted a record on the piano stand. Curiously, he walked closer and discovered it was Jay Chou's latest album, The Greatest Work, complete with Jay's autograph. As he picked up the record to examine it closely, he felt a note underneath. "Naughty husband, happy Qixi festival." There was also a heart drawn by Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After a moment of daze, while sitting up in bed, she spotted the exquisite camera on the bedside table. This delighted her, as Li Mengyao had always loved photography, but due to the high price of a good camera, she had only been able to use her phone to capture beautiful moments in life. Now with this Nikon camera, she could better capture beautiful scenery and precious moments. Li Mengyao happily blinked her eyes and began to fiddle with the Nikon camera in her hands. She carefully opened the lens cap, adjusted the focus and aperture, feeling the connection between her fingers and the shutter. Each press of the shutter felt like creating a new world. Immersed in this world full of creativity and art, she lost track of time. After fiddling for a while, Li Mengyao noticed another note on the bedside table. Curiously, she reached out her small hand to take a look, only to find it was a note left by her naughty husband. "Baby, happy Qixi festival, love your husband." There was even a kiss mark drawn behind it. Li Mengyao looked at the note and revealed a sweet smile. Her husband always. At that moment, Lin Xuan gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mengyao sitting up in bed smiling at him. Lin Xuan walked over joyfully and sat next to Li Mengyao, softly asking, "Wife, are you awake?" Li Mengyao nodded with a smile, replying, "Yes, thank you for the gift, I love it." As she spoke, she tightly embraced Lin Xuan and gently planted a sweet kiss on his left cheek. Feeling this warmth, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he teased, "I also really like the gift from my wife." Li Mengyao blushed and smiled shyly, giving Lin Xian another kiss on his right cheek, gently, saying, "There's more this way, it's symmetrical." A playful and adorable expression appeared on her beautiful face. Seeing this, Lin Xian laughed, and said, "Since that's the case, my wife has kissed me enough, shouldn't it be my turn now?" Before he could finish his sentence, he eagerly leaned in towards Li Mengyao's delicate lips, trying to kiss her. "No, I'm going to wash up." Li Mengyao skillfully dodged, quickly breaking free from Lin Xian's embrace, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with his mischievous wife. He could only obediently return to the kitchen and set the already prepared breakfast on the dining table. Before long, Li Mengyao finished washing up and slowly walked to the dining room, where they began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. "Wife, let's go to Jinghai Disneyland later," Lin Xian said softly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Okay. After finishing their meal, the two took a short break before heading back to the bedroom to change clothes. Li Mengyao turned around, facing away from Lin Xian as she began to change. Although she still felt a bit shy, she thought that since he had already seen everything, she wouldn't dwell on it any longer. After all, she couldn't prevent her husband, who always loved to tease, from seeing her. Meanwhile, Lin Xian quickly changed into a stylish outfit and sat quietly on the edge of the bed, admiring his wife's carefully styled appearance. Before long, Li Mengyao had finished her makeup. Her makeup was light, yet exquisite, which added to her natural beauty, enhancing her elegance and innocence. Then Li Mengyao put on a light apricot-colored floral maternity dress, which was both fashionable and comfortable, making it perfect for pregnant women. Next, she donned a sun protective shirt that not only provided UV protection, but also added layers to her overall look. Finally, Li Mengyao wore a cute little hat that added a touch of playfulness to her outfit. She turned around to look at herself in the mirror, revealing a satisfied smile. Now Li Mengyao looked fresh and charming, beautiful as a painting. "Husband, let's go." Once everything was ready, Li Mengyao linked her arm with Lin Xian's, and they walked out of the house together. Arriving at the Jinwanfu parking lot, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat before taking his place in the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental. "Wife, this Bentley Continental can now drive itself," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Huh, isn't it a gas car?" Li Mengyao tilted her head, slightly confused. "It was just upgraded recently, wife. You can drive it like your old Xiaomi SU7 without manual control." Okay. Li Mengyao found it very convenient and no longer questioned why a gas car could drive itself. Lin Xian then started the car, activated the top-tier self-driving mode, and the Bentley Continental began to drive itself toward Jinghai Disneyland. Soon the Bentley Continental came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Disneyland. Lin Xian got out of the car first, and as he prepared to help his wife from the passenger seat, Li Mengyao's adorable little head popped out first. She blinked her eyes in delight, a hint of joy flashing across her face. A gigantic Mickey Mouse sculpture greeted every visitor with a beaming smile. Surrounded by magnificent arches and fluttering ribbons, the dreamlike castle spires shimmered with a mysterious glow under the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling crowd radiated happiness, with charming cartoon characters dancing at the entrance, warmly inviting everyone into this world full of wonders. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's little hand, and together they walked into the world of Jinghai Disneyland. Since it was Li Mengyao's first visit, she kept looking around, capturing everything she liked with the Nikon Z7 II camera that Lin Xian had given her. Following an online guide for Disneyland, Lin Xian began to explore step by step. Li Mengyao, being pregnant, could not experience many thrilling rides. Thus Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the carousel ride. This carousel moved relatively gently, making it quite safe for pregnant women to enjoy without worry. The carousel at Jinghai Disneyland was a dazzling visual feast. The tall and ornate carousel shone with a spectrum of colors, while the intricate carvings on the horses displayed exquisite craftsmanship. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao quietly waited in line at the back. Soon it was their turn. Li Mengyao chose a pink horse. Lin Xian helped her onto the horse, carefully fastening her seatbelt, while she held onto the handrail, waiting for the ride to start. Then Lin Xian sat on a white horse next to Li Mengyao, resembling a prince on a white horse, smiling as he looked at her. As the music began to play, the carousel slowly started to turn, immersing them in a dreamlike fairy tale world. "Wow," Li Mengyao exclaimed in excitement. "It's so beautiful. I feel like a princess." She was as thrilled as a child, her face glowing with a happy smile. "Honey, pass me the Nikon camera. I'll take a picture of you," Lin Xian smiled. "Okay," Li Mengyao replied, handing the camera to Lin Xian from her bag. Lin Xian took the camera and adjusted the focus. As the carousel slowly turned, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a radiant smile, a pure and happy expression. Lin Xian pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. After experiencing the carousel, he took Li Mengyao to this was a place filled with fantastical colors, making one feel as if they had entered a fairy tale world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao boarded the boat for the crystal voyage, embarking on a dreamlike journey. The boat glided leisurely through the shimmering waterway, with the scenery along the banks unfolding like a series of vibrant paintings. Multicolored lights intertwined with wondrous sound effects, creating a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. As the boat slowly passed through a mysterious cave, the colorful lights illuminated the entire space, making one feel as if they were in a magical world. Flowers blooming along the waterway emitted a captivating fragrance, and the gentle breeze brought a refreshing and pleasant sensation. Li Mengyao nestled against Lin Xuan, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery before them. At noon, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to a restaurant at Disneyland called Mickey's Delicious Marketplace for lunch. Lin Xuan ordered their signature dishes, slow-cooked lamb shank seafood laksa German sausages, and pineapple shrimp fried rice. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Li Mengyao's face was all smiles as she happily enjoyed her meal. After finishing lunch, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and strolled to the wonderful memory house. Upon entering, Li Mengyao was immediately captivated by various products. She excitedly pointed at a delicate crystal ornament and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Then she turned and noticed some uniquely shaped badges, her eyes lighting up. "This badge is so cute. Which one do you like?" "They'll buy it for you," Lin Xuan said with a smile, noticing Li Mengyao's happiness. In the end, they chose a cute badge to pin on each other's clothes. After leaving the wonderful memory house, both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao wore a charming badge. They exchanged smiles and continued to wander around Disneyland. As they walked, Lin Xuan noticed that Li Mengyao's forehead was starting to glisten with sweat, and a hint of fatigue appeared on her face. He gently asked, "Honey, are you tired?" Li Mengyao nodded lightly, saying, "It's a bit hot." Lin Xuan knew that the sun was at its peak around noon, making it the hottest part of the day, so he had already booked a hotel for their midday rest. So the two of them went to the hotel. "I'm so tired." Li Mengyao sighed contentedly as she lay down on the sofa. Lin Xuan lay down beside her, holding her tightly, and smiled, saying, "Honey, the weather will be hot in the afternoon, let's go." Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So the two snuggled up together and quickly fell asleep. After the afternoon heat passed, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao left the hotel and continued exploring Jinghai Disneyland. They first visited the Alice in Wonderland maze, traversing through hedges, stone walls, and giant flowers, and even encountered the Cheshire Cat and the White Rabbit. Next, Lin Xuan continued to take Li Mengyao to see Frozen, as if stepping into a pure and magical ice world. After the visit, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao dined at the Disney Old Fig Tree restaurant for dinner. They sat by the window enjoying the night view outside. Then Li Mengyao looked at a nearby table where a brother and sister were eating, her face showing a warm smile. The little brother pitifully said, "Sister, I want to eat some of your portion too." "No way. You didn't order anything yourself," the sister firmly replied. The little brother said, aggrieved, "I just want to eat it." "Well, you can't eat too much," the sister responded somewhat helplessly. Suddenly, the little brother grabbed a hamburger and took a big bite, devouring more than half of it. "Ah, my hamburger," the sister screamed. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle. Then she gently touched her slightly bulging belly, wondering if her future two little babies would also be this cute and mischievous. At 8 p.m., as night fell, a breathtaking fireworks show commenced at Jinghai Disneyland. The brilliant fireworks burst open in the night sky, resembling a myriad of colorful flowers blooming in an instant, and like stars falling to the ground, illuminating the entire park with a kaleidoscope of colors. People looked up in awe, their faces glowing with happiness and joy. "Hubby," Li Mengyao called out, her voice drowned out by the surrounding noise, but Lin Xuan keenly caught her call. He looked down at his beautiful wife, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "What's wrong?" Just then, a gigantic firework soared into the sky, resembling a dazzling dragon soaring into the clouds. Li Mengyao reached out her little hand to wrap around Lin Xuan's neck, standing on her tiptoes to give him a sweet kiss. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback, then reciprocated her warmth as they immersed themselves in a sweet atmosphere. Boom! With a loud bang, the massive fireworks exploded in the sky, resembling a fairy waving her colorful sleeves, showering down countless splendid petals. At the same time, it illuminated the figures of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao embracing and kissing. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting galloping horse, and soon it was the annual Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival or July Half. According to folk traditions, the gates of hell would be thrown wide open, releasing all spirits, allowing the ancestors who have passed away to return home and reunite with their loved ones. I remember that during Zhongyuan Festival, Lin Xuan would often refuse to return home out of playfulness, while his mother Zhang Shulan would frighten him with words like, "Many ghosts will be wandering tonight," and with Lin Wanqing stirring the pot, the young Lin Xuan was too afraid to step outside. Now, as he grew older, Lin Xuan no longer believed in such things. Ghosts were nothing but a figment of imagination. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle breath of his wife Li Mengyao in his arms. At this moment, she snuggled tightly against Lin Xuan, a slight smile of happiness gracing her lips. Lin Xuan gently planted a tender kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead before carefully getting out of bed. After washing up, Lin Xuan entered the kitchen and meticulously prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After eating, he placed his wife's portion in the warmer, and then left the house, heading to the Jinghai Technology Company. An hour later, Li Mengyao also awoke from her sweet dreams. She blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, gazing. Seeing that her husband was no longer in bed, a gentle sense of loss surged in her heart, but she knew he had gone to work. So she lay quietly in bed for a while, savoring the moment of peace and laziness. Then she slowly got out of bed and walked to the bathroom to wash up. After that, she entered the kitchen, opened the warmer, and found a familiar heart-shaped breakfast waiting for her. A smile of happiness spread across Li Mengyao's face as she happily sat at the dining table, slowly enjoying the delicious breakfast. Just then her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a video call from Lu Yusen. Li Mengyao was momentarily taken aback, then clicked the answer button, and Lu Yusin's cheerful face appeared on the screen. Yao, let's go out to play later. Lu Yusin said excitedly. Xian, don't you have to work? Li Mengyao, work? I never want to work again in my life. Lu Yusin's face instantly fell at the mention of work, and she looked very, are you taking a day off? Li Mengyao laughed heartily at Lu Yusin's expression. Yes, I have the day off today, I don't want to discuss work, that's settled. I'm going to take a nap, and when I wake up I'll set off. After Lu Yusin finished speaking, she hung up the video call. Li Mengyao finished her breakfast, and sat down on the sofa in the living room holding a book, while also playing with a cat toy to entertain her cat. Time ticked by, and about an hour later she suddenly received a cute emoji from Lu Yusin indicating that she had woken up and was ready to set off. After another half hour, Li Mengyao finally completed her makeup. She examined herself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the room. Before stepping out, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xuan to keep him updated. Then she opened the door and walked out. Since Lu Yusin's vehicle had broken down not long ago, it was now Li Mengyao who was responsible for driving to pick her up. Li Mengyao approached the Bentley Continental, gently opened the car door, and slid into the spacious and comfortable driver's seat. Then she pressed the start button, activating the top-tier intelligent driving system. With a slight roar, the car slowly drove out of Jinghai Mansion, heading towards its destination. Before long, Li Mengyao arrived at the entrance of the community where Lu Yusin lived. At that moment, Lu Yusin happened to walk out from the entrance. Seeing the brand-new convertible sports car that Li Mengyao drove up, in a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Yusin's eyes. She excitedly strode up to the car, opened the passenger door, and plopped down into the seat. Wow, Yao, when did you buy such a beautiful convertible sports car? Lu Yusin asked curiously. This was a gift from Lin Xuan for my birthday. Tisk, how nice. You've completely turned into a little rich woman, ha, Lu Yusin teased. Don't talk nonsense, you're the rich woman. You're making me feel old. Where are we going now? Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lu Yusin, a slight smile curling at her lips as she asked. Let's go eat first, I haven't had breakfast yet. Lu Yusin extended her little hand, pointing ahead. Li Mengyao looked at Lu Yusin speechlessly, then started the car and slowly drove forward. Yao, aren't you supposed to hold the steering wheel when driving? Lu Yusin looked at Li Mengyao, who had her hands resting on her lap, with a face full of concern. No need, my car has intelligent driving, Li Mengyao replied casually with a smile. How can a gas car have intelligent? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had finished handling some matters at the company and happily returned home. When he opened the door, he was not met with his wife's welcoming embrace. Where's my wife? Lin Xuan mumbled to himself as he walked into the living room, then checked the bedroom, finding no. Strange, where did my wife go? Lin Xuan scratched his head, and then took out his phone only to see a message from Li Mengyao. Hubby, I'm out shopping with Yusin, I'll be back in the afternoon. Lin Xuan sighed helplessly. Alright, my wife has been whisked away by her good friend again. Looks like I'll have to fend for myself. With that, Lin Xuan walked to the kitchen, planning to whip up something simple to eat. Just as he was having lunch, the phone rang suddenly. Lin Xuan picked it up and saw that it was a call from He Ziyuan. He pressed the answer button. Hey Lin Xuan, are you having lunch? He Ziyuan asked kindly from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm eating. What's up, boss? Lin Xuan replied with, that's unfortunate. I was planning to invite you out for a meal. Do you have time tonight? He Ziyuan continued to ask. I have to have dinner with my wife tonight, but if you have something to discuss, feel free to say it, bossy. Lin Xuan replied. Haha, actually it's like this. He Ziyuan chuckled heartily, and then said, I would like to sincerely invite you to be the honorary president of our Jinghai City Piano Association. I wonder how you feel about that. Honorary president. Lin Xuan never expected that He Ziyuan would so directly offer him the position of honorary president of Jinghai City. Yes, the honorary president does not need to be directly involved in the daily management of the association. It is merely a title, and you only need to make occasional appearances. He Ziyuan explained with a smile. Of course, if you have some spare time, you can also provide guidance to the newcomers. Why me? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. With your status as a top-tier pianist, it is only natural for you to hold the highest honorary title of honorary president. He Ziyuan replied with a smile. Moreover, once your child is born, it will also provide more convenience in the field of... Lin Xuan pondered carefully and felt that He Ziyuan indeed had a point. After all, networking could only bring benefit. Their relationship could be described as mutually beneficial. Alright, I am willing to accept the position of honorary president. Lin Xuan finally nodded in agreement, but also emphasized, however, my focus will still be on my family. If there is a scheduling conflict, I will prioritize family matters. Of course. He Ziyuan quickly expressed his understanding. Are you available to come over this afternoon? We will be holding a grand appointment ceremony for the Piano Association. I am free this afternoon, Lin Xuan replied. Great, then we shall see each other in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, He Ziyuan was very happy he had finally brought Lin Xuan into his piano association. On the other side, Li Mengyao and Lu Yuxian arrived at a restaurant, the legendary Xianming restaurant. Yao, let me tell you, this Xianming restaurant is super popular in Jinghai City. I made a reservation several days in advance to secure a table. Lu Yuxian excitedly grabbed Li Mengyao's hand and walked into Xianming restaurant with great anticipation. The two found a comfortable seat, and after sitting down, Lu Yuxian placed their order. Once the waiter left, Lu Yuxian revealed a sly smile, looking at Li Mengyao and asking, Yao, how do you like the clothes? Hearing this, Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she replied, how can you even ask? Haha, that night you guys Lu Yuxian wanted to continue, but Li Mengyao quickly covered her mouth, preventing her. Stop talking. Just then a waiter came over and served all the dishes, releasing an enticing aroma. Here are your dishes. Please enjoy your meal, ladies. The two immediately dropped the previous topic and began to enjoy the delicious food while chatting happily. Wow, this is really delicious. It was worth the wait. Lu Yuxian picked up a tender and juicy piece of meat, savoring it in her mouth and nodding in satisfaction. This flavor is somewhat reminiscent of what your husband cooks, but it's not as good as his. Lu Yuxian often got experience from eating at her friend's house. Upon hearing Lu Yuxin's comment, Li Mengyao merely smiled slightly. This Xianming restaurant was actually opened by her husband. Just as the two were finishing their meal, Zhou Quan walked out from the back. He looked around, and his gaze landed on Li Mengyao. Sister-in-law. Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, and quickly walked towards the front desk. He said to the front desk staff, "Shall we waive the fees for this table?" The front desk girl nodded with a smile, indicating. After giving instructions, Zhou Quan walked to Li Mengyao's table, greeting her warmly. "Sister-in-law, why are you here to eat at the restaurant today? Where's Xiangu?" Zhou Quan asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, "He should be at home eating. I came out to eat with Yuxian today. You've met before." Zhou Quan felt a bit puzzled upon hearing this. He turned to look at Lu Yuxian, who was smiling at him. "Hello, I'm sorry I didn't see you just now." Zhou Quan instantly turned red, feeling a bit shy. "No problem, are you also here to eat?" Lu Yuxian asked with a smile. "No, I'm the manager of this Xianming restaurant. Do you need anything else?" Zhou Quan asked with a smile. "Huh, you're the manager of this restaurant?" Lu Yuxian asked in surprise. "Actually, this restaurant belongs to Lin Xuan. I'm just helping him manage it." Zhou Quan explained. At that moment a voice called from the back, "Manager Zhou. I have something to handle, so I will go take care of it. Please continue enjoying your meal." With that, Zhou Quan turned and left. Watching Zhou Quan's departing figure, Lu Yuxian sighed and said, Yao, this restaurant actually belongs to Lin Xuan." "Yes, but my husband doesn't manage it much. It's all Zhou Quan taking care of everything," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "So what do you think of him?" Li Mengyao suddenly asked. I don't have any particular feelings, but Zhou Quan manages Xianming restaurant quite well. That's impressive." Lu Yuxian replied thoughtfully. After they had their fill, the two continued shopping in the mall. Yao, how about this outfit? What kind of clothes did you find?" In the afternoon, Lin Xuan could not wait to return home after receiving the appointment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association. He pushed the door open, and before he could even set down the appointment certificate in his hand, he was captivated by a familiar fragrance. He knew it was the unique scent of Li Mengyao, and a warmth and sweetness surged in his heart. "Welcome home," Li Mengyao said softly, hugging Lin Xuan, her voice filled with warmth and affection. Lin Xuan couldn't help but kiss her cheek, asking with concern, "Why are you back so soon? How was shopping today?" Li Mengyao squinted her eyes, enjoying her husband's kiss, and smiled as she replied, "I came back right after shopping this afternoon." Lin Xuan nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room with his wife. "Husband, what is this?" Li Mengyao suddenly noticed the small red booklet in Lin Xuan's hand, and curiously pointed to ask. "This is the appointment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association," Lin Xuan smiled and said. Li Mengyao carefully took it and opened it, instantly spotting a line of text on it. Effective immediately, Lin Xuan is officially appointed as the honorary president of the Jinghai City Piano Association. She couldn't help but show a surprised expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Not bad, President Lin." After speaking, she playfully lifted Lin Xuan's chin with her small hand, a smile on her lips. Lin Xuan was captivated by his wife's bold teasing. Thus he embraced Li Mengyao's waist and pulled her into his arms, kissing her deeply. "Husband, the baby is hungry," Li Mengyao said playfully to Lin Xuan, gently touching her slightly bulging belly. Lin Xuan smiled and stood up, walking into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon evening arrived, and after the two had eaten their fill, they sat on the balcony in their lazy chairs, leisurely enjoying the night view by the river. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xuan's embrace, playing with her phone while chatting with him. "Husband, I have a package that arrived." Li Mengyao suddenly lifted her head, her face full of anticipation as she spoke to Lin Xuan. "I happen to have one too, I'll go get it now." Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to kiss Li Mengyao again before smiling and leaving the balcony. After Lin Xuan left, Li Mengyao quickly returned to the room and took out the clothes she had bought while shopping with Lu Yuxin in the afternoon. She felt a bit anxious, thinking, will this really scare my husband? He's so afraid of ghosts, and today is the ghost festival. He should be scared, right? With that thought, Li Mengyao bit her lip and resolutely changed into a little black dress. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan went downstairs to the delivery cabinet at the front door, skillfully entered the pickup code, and hurried home with the package. When he opened the door, he found the inside was completely dark. What's going on? Where did my wife go? Lin Xuan wondered, his footsteps slowing. He cautiously walked into the house, trying to turn on the lights, but it was futile. The entire room was eerily quiet. "Wife, where are you?" Lin Xuan shouted in panic. His heart began to race, a sense of inexplicable fear. He suddenly remembered that today was the Ghost Festival, also known as the Ghost Day. Could it be that his home was really haunted? The more Lin Xuan thought about it, the more frightened he became, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead. But he still gathered his courage and told himself he must find his wife first. Thus Lin Xuan tremblingly turned on the flashlight on his phone, illuminating the path ahead. He took a deep breath and began to step toward the room, preparing to search one by one. At each room's doorway, he gently pushed the door open, nervously looking around, afraid of seeing something terrifying. Just as Lin Xuan slowly ventured into one room, a sudden hurried footstep sounded behind him. Who? Lin Xuan whipped around abruptly, only to find no one there. The sound seemed to have come from the living room. As he cautiously stepped out of the room and into the living room, suddenly the lights in the house turned on. Lin Xuan was startled, his body stiffening, too scared to move. Ha ha ha, the little devil is here. Lin Xuan heard a familiar voice and turned to see Li Mengyao peeking out from the side. Li Mengyao was dressed in a little black dress and wore a cute devil hairpin, her exquisite features and petite ears making her look playful and adorable. She revealed her cute teeth to Lin Xuan at that moment. Lin Xuan stood dumbstruck, his mind blank, and the fear he had just felt vanished in an instant. More than fear, what surprised him more was Li Mengyao's outfit with its contrasting charm. Husband, did I scare you? Li Mengyao saw Lin Xuan still in a daze and hurriedly hugged him, feeling a bit guilty. She had intended to turn off the lights to give her husband a little scare, but worried it might frighten him too much, she decided to turn the lights on. Wife, you're getting more mischievous. You can scare your husband now. Lin Xuan finally reacted and smiled as he looked at Li Mengyao. I originally planned to turn off the lights to scare you, but then I remembered my husband is a coward. Ooh, what if you got too scared? So I turned the lights on for you. Li Mengyao proudly lifted her head, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Lin Xuan lowered his head and gently kissed her tempting lips. A slight blush crept onto Li Mengyao's face as she whispered, turn off the lights. Then followed a scene that words couldn't. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan went to the company every morning to handle affairs, but he also made time to visit the restaurant and the Jinghai Piano Association. Most of the time he spent with Li Mengyao. Time flew by, and soon it was early September. On this day, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao simply organized their luggage together. Li Mengyao beamed with a smile and said, these should be about all we need, husband, we can set off now. All right. Lin Xuan nodded in response, picked up a suitcase, and held Li Mengyao's hand as they walked to the parking lot beneath Jinghai. Lin Xuan carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, and then stuffed the suitcase into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. Once everything was ready, he sat down in the driver's seat. Xiaobin, please set the destination to Jinghai City. Lin Xuan issued a command to the car's top-notch intelligent driving system. Okay. With the voice prompt completed, the Bentley Continental started smoothly heading towards Jinghai City. Throughout the journey, Li Mengyao felt incredibly joyful as she admired the scenery outside the car window, occasionally humming a melodious tune. It was no surprise, after all, she had not seen her mother for a long time. Lin Xuan looked at his delighted wife beside him and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After a lengthy 4-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination, the base of the building where Li Mengyao lived. Lin Xuan parked the car smoothly and got out to open the door for Li Mengyao, taking her hand as they ascended the stairs together. Before long, they reached the door. Li Mengyao took out her key, opened the door, and hurried inside, calling out loudly, Mom, I'm back. Meanwhile, Huang Shifeng was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Upon hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she immediately put down what she was doing and hurried out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao quickly walked up to her mother and gently embraced her, saying, Mom, I missed you so much. Huang Shifeng lovingly stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with joy and relief. Yao Yao, it's just good to have you back. Then she noticed Lin Xuan standing nearby holding a large bag filled with gifts and couldn't help but smile. Lin Xuan, you came, but why did you bring so much stuff? It's not much, Mom. You just sit down and chat with Mengyao for a while, I'll go prepare the food. Lin Xuan said with a smile. Since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had already married, he now addressed Huang Shifeng as Mom instead of Auntie. I can help, Huang Shifeng began to say, but Lin Xuan had already gone into the kitchen to start his work. So Huang Shifeng pulled Li Mengyao to sit on the sofa, looking at her daughter's round belly with a smile of satisfaction. She never imagined that her daughter would soon become a mother, and even a mother of 2. Yao Yao, how many months along are you? 5 months. Li Mengyao gently caressed her belly, her face radiating the glow of motherhood. Time flies, soon my granddaughter will be born. I really want to see what the little one looks like. Huang Shifeng sighed, have you been feeling unwell lately? No, Lin Xuan takes good care of me. Li Mengyao replied gently. It's clear that having a son-in-law like Lin Xuan is a blessing for our family. Your father in heaven would feel comforted too. Huang Shifeng's eyes turned slightly red, her voice quivering as she couldn't help but choke up. Mom, don't cry, or I'll start crying too. Seeing her mother in tears, Li Mengyao felt a pang in her heart and quickly grabbed a tissue to help Huang Shifeng wipe her tears. Huang Shifeng sniffled, forcing back her tears, and smiled through her tears. These are happy tears, I'm not crying anymore. Now tell me how you two have been lately. Hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled and recounted the important events that had happened recently. Just then Lin Xuan came out of the kitchen with the last dish, placing it on the dining table, and called out to the two, dinner is ready. Thus the mother and daughter stood up and moved to the dining table. Lin Xuan had prepared a sumptuous meal, including braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, stewed beef, and winter melon meatball soup. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Huang Shifeng couldn't help but praise Lin Xuan. Your culinary skills have improved so much. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Mom. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, and then picked up a piece of fish to feed it to Li Mengyao. Delicious. Mom, Lin Xuan's cooking is better than that of 5-star chefs outside, Li Mengyao mumbled while chewing on the fish. Huang Shifeng chuckled lightly, her gaze falling on her daughter, and then said, no wonder I've noticed Yao Yao has gained some weight. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's face flushed red, and she pouted, I gained weight because of the baby, not because I overeat. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of rib and put it in her mouth. Lin Xuan and Huang Shifeng exchanged glances, both revealing happy smiles. By the way, Mom, we're planning to move to Sherdai Huayuan this afternoon. Great, the environment there is nice and comfortable to live in. Huang Shifeng nodded, then turned to Lin Xuan and said gratefully, Lin Xuan, thank you. It's all thanks to you that Mengyao and I have been living better. Mom, there's no need to be so polite. We're family now, so please don't say such things to me again. Lin Xuan replied, earnest. Huang Shifeng nodded slightly, a glimmer of emotion in her eyes. All right, Mom understands. After lunch, Huang Shifeng snatched the dishes from Lin Xuan's hands and said with a smile, you two go rest for a bit, I'll clean up here. Lin Xuan smiled helplessly and took Li Mengyao back to their room. Li Mengyao changed into a pink pajamas, eagerly laying back on the familiar big bed, then made some space and waved at Lin Xuan, calling, hubby, come sleep. Seeing this, Lin Xuan's lips curled up slightly as he quickly changed into pajamas and lay down beside Li Mengyao, gently hugging her. We're about to move, won't you feel a bit reluctant? Lin Xuan asked softly. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Li Mengyao's eyes, but she smiled and said, of course I will feel a bit reluctant since this is the place I've lived since I was a child. But thinking that I can come back any time in the future makes it all right. Sweetheart, sleep now. Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek. Li Mengyao happily nodded and closed her eyes. Soon they both fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan woke up, packed all of Li Mengyao's belongings, and took the luggage down one trip at a time, stuffing it into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. When Lin Xuan went upstairs for the last time, he found Huang Shifeng carrying a huge suitcase down from upstairs. Since most of the items were clothes and small daily necessities, the car was filled to the brim. Lin Xuan, did you change cars again? Huang Shifeng looked at the brand new Bentley Continental convertible. In surprise, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Yes, I just changed it recently. This car is for Mengyao. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, took the luggage from Huang Shifeng's hands, and easily stuffed it into the Bentley's trunk. It was just right, the trunk of the Bentley was completely full. At that moment, Huang Shifeng thought to herself that Lin Xuan must be incredibly wealthy. All right, Mom, get in the car quickly. Lin Xuan said gently, looking at Huang Shifeng, who was still in a daze. Huang Shifeng, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly nodded and replied, okay. She hurriedly squeezed into the back seat of the Bentley Continental, feeling the luxurious atmosphere inside the car. Lin Xuan then carefully assisted Li Mengyao, settling her into the passenger seat. Finally, Lin Xuan returned to the driver's seat, ready to set off. He gently pressed the button and the roof of the Bentley Continental slowly opened like a blooming flower. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car slowly pulled out of the parking space, heading towards Sherdai Huayuan. Along the way, Huang Shifeng felt overwhelmed with emotion. She had never imagined that one day she would be sitting in such a luxurious convertible, enjoying the feeling of the breeze on her face. The Bentley Continental wove through the streets of Jinghai City, becoming a beautiful sight. Pedestrians along the road cast envious glances, marveling at the expensive sports car. Soon the Bentley Continental came to a steady stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden community. Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifeng got out of the car and headed towards Building A of Times Garden. Before long, they arrived at the door of apartment 1201 in Building A. Lin Xuan extended his finger and gently pressed the fingerprint lock. With a soft sound, the grand and elegant smart door slowly opened. Huang Shifeng walked in and was stunned, her eyes widened in surprise, unable to close her mouth. The new Chinese-style interior design was filled with artistic flavor, and the luxurious decor alongside the brand-new furniture was truly eye-catching. The renovation costs could easily rival a decent apartment in the city. Honey, did you buy a piano here too? Li Mengyao walked in, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly exclaimed in delight. She quickly made her way to the living room where the piano was placed, her face glowing with excitement. Yes, my wife loves to listen to me play the piano, so we have one in every house, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Li Mengyao and Huang Shifeng began to excitedly explore every corner of the house, carefully appreciating every detail. Lin Xuan followed behind them, checking for any flaws in the renovations. Finally, after they had toured the entire house, all three of them revealed satisfied smiles. Then they all sat on the soft and comfortable wooden sofa, leisurely watching the 200-inch television, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. Mom, can we invite Mengyao's aunt's family over for dinner tonight? Lin Xuan said with a smile to his mother Huang Shifeng. Sure, I'll ask right away. Huang Shifeng happily agreed, and then picked up her phone to call her sister Huang Shizhen, inviting them over for dinner. Huang Shifeng dialed Huang Shizhen's number. Sister, do you and brother-in-law have time tonight? Yes, what's up, sister? Huang Shizhen replied on the other end of the line. Well, Lin Xuan and Mengyao are back and have moved into a new house. We would like to invite you all over for dinner tonight, Huang Shifeng said joyfully. What? You moved into a new house? Huang Shizhen exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we've moved to Times Garden now, Huang Shifeng replied with a smile. Oh my, that's wonderful. Jinghai and I will definitely come, but Jia is still out of town, so she can't make it, Huang Shizhen said regretfully. That's okay, see you tonight. Huang Shifeng then hung up the phone. Mom, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tonight. Lin Xuan stood up to say. No need, Mom can go buy it. Huang Shifeng hurriedly interrupted. Mom, you and Mengyao. After saying that, Lin Xuan walked towards the door. Just as he was changing his shoes and preparing to leave, he suddenly felt a force from behind. It turned out that Li Mengyao had tightly grabbed his big hand with her soft little hand. Honey, I want to go too. Li Mengyao blinked, her bright eyes a radiant smile gracing her lips, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child. Lin Xuan turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's tender cheek, and asked with concern, "Wife, aren't you tired?" "Not tired." Li Mengyao shook her little head and answered happily. Seeing his wife's energetic demeanor, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh, nodding and saying, "All right then, let's go together." Hearing her husband's words, a happy smile spread across Li Mengyao's face. She obediently nodded, allowing Lin Xuan to take her hand as they walked out the door together. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Walmart supermarket. After Lin Xuan parked the car, he and Li Mengyao walked into the supermarket hand in hand. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Xuan pushed a shopping cart and began to carefully select the ingredients he needed. "Honey, what are we planning to cook tonight?" Li Mengyao asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "Let me think. First, we have to have a braised carp, which symbolizes abundance every year, hoping our future life will be prosperous and fulfilling. Then we'll prepare some 4 happiness meatballs, as this dish represents the 4 great joys in life: fortune, official rank, longevity, and happiness, wishing our family happiness and well-being. Of course, we can't do without lobsters, as they symbolize rising success." "Wow, I didn't know you knew all this." Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. "Of course, is there a reward for your husband?" Lin Xuan asked playfully. "Not in public, how shameless." Li Mengyao blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xuan. "Wife, is there anything special you want to eat?" Lin Xuan asked affectionately. "Nothing in particular." Li Mengyao shook her head. "Because I love whatever my husband makes." She continued, her smile radiant like a spring breeze, beautiful as a celestial fairy. Lin Xuan couldn't help himself and embraced Li Mengyao, planting a kiss on her stunning face. Li Mengyao hurriedly broke free, glancing around only to find a few aunties watching her, sporting a knowing smile. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Stinky husband, can't you be a little more discreet in public?" Li Mengyao said angrily. "I just couldn't resist seeing how beautiful my wife is," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "All right, let's quickly buy the ingredients and head home." Li Mengyao shook her head helplessly, pulling Lin Xuan to continue walking. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished shopping for ingredients, they drove away from Walmart supermarket. "Mom, we're back," Lin Xuan said, while holding Li Mengyao's hand as they returned home. Hearing the voice, Huang Shifang came out from the living room and smiled, saying, "Lin Xuan, you worked hard. Put down the stuff and let me cook." Saying this, she reached out to take the bag from Lin Xuan's hands. However, Lin Xuan smiled and said, "No need, you and Mengyao can rest in the living room while I let your aunt and the others taste my cooking." After saying that, he carried the bag into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a crisp doorbell rang. Huang Shifang stood up, walked to the door, and looked outside through the door camera, finding 2 people standing outside, the elder sister Huang Shizhen and brother-in-law Luo Qingchuan. They were holding a beautifully crafted fruit basket and a small, exquisite money tree, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. Huang Shifang quickly opened the door and greeted them with a smile. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're here." Huang Shizhen smiled and said, "Sister, congratulations on your new home." Huang Shifang gratefully accepted the gift, saying, "Thank you, please come in." Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan walked into the house, looking around in admiration, saying, "Sister, your decoration is really exquisite. It must have cost quite a bit, right?" Huang Shifang chuckled and replied, "All thanks to Lin Xuan's efforts." Then she led the 2 into the living room and enthusiastically poured them a cup of hot tea. At that moment, Li Mengyao walked out of the room. Seeing Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan, she greeted them happily, and Li Mengyao sat obediently beside Huang Shizhen, her face glowing with a happy smile. Huang Shizhen looked at her, feeling a surge of emotion. "I never expected our Yao Yao is also preparing to become a mother." Her tone was filled with gratitude and joy. The Huang family shared a deep bond with Li Mengyao, having watched her grow up. Now seeing Li Mengyao about to become a mother, she genuinely felt happy for her. Hearing Huang Shizhen's words, Li Mengyao shyly nodded. She knew all of this was inseparable from Lin Xuan's care and affection, so she sighed and said, "It seems Lin Xuan has taken good care of you. By the way, where is Lin Xuan?" Huang Shizhen asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, "He is cooking in the kitchen. It's really rare to see a man who can cook for his wife Qingchuan, don't you think?" Huang Shizhen praised, then glanced at Luo Qingchuan. "Right." Luo Qingchuan quickly shifted his gaze, pretending to watch television seriously. Luo Qingchuan was the type of man who never entered the kitchen, and being asked this by his wife made him feel quite embarrassed. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Luo Qingchuan's reaction. At that moment, Lin Xuan had prepared all the delicious dishes and was bringing them to the dining table one by one. He enthusiastically called out to everyone, "Dinner is ready." Lin Xuan walked into the living room and politely greeted Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. "Auntie, uncle, you are here. Lin Xuan, you have really worked hard." Huang Shizhen said with a smile. "It's not hard, this is what I should do." "Everyone, let's get ready to eat," Lin Xuan replied with a smile as well. Then everyone gathered around the dining table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes exuding an enticing aroma. There were fragrant braised carp, 2 servings of big 4 happiness meatballs, delicious cheese-baked lobster, garlic-flavored spare ribs, fragrant scallion beef tender chicken stew with mushrooms, and delicious bamboo shoot and crushing carp soup. Just right with 7 dishes. Since Li Mengyao was pregnant and sensitive to the taste of alcohol, everyone chose to drink juice instead. New home, new blessings, new residence, new fortune. I wish you joy in your new home. May laughter always be present, happiness everlasting, and may life become more beautiful. Huang Shizhen raised her glass and sincerely wished. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Then they began to taste the delicious dishes on the table. Lin Xuan, your cooking skills are simply extraordinary. Huang Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this is the first time I've had such delicious food, Luo Qingchuan chimed in. Indeed, I was very surprised at first, Huang Shifeng smiled. If it's good, everyone should eat more. Lin Xuan felt a bit shy from the compliments, but his heart was filled with joy. No wonder I see Yao Yao has gained quite a bit of weight, Huang Shizhen said while eating, looking at Li Mengyao. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao froze the meat she was about to eat, suddenly stopped at her mouth. She widened her eyes, looking at Huang Shizhen in disbelief. Oh, why does Annie say that too? Li Mengyao pouted, showing a hint of displeasure. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Li Mengyao's adorable expression. Laughter echoed in the room, making it feel incredibly warm. After dinner, Huang Shifeng tidied up the dishes to wash them, but Huang Shizhen insisted on helping in the kitchen. Thus only Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Luo Qingchuan remained in the living room. At this time, Luo Qingchuan sat on the sofa looking at the luxurious decoration in the room. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. It was quite surprising for someone as young as Lin Xuan to possess such wealth and status. Thus he couldn't help but ask, Lin Xuan, what do you do in Jinghai City now? He hoped to gain a deeper understanding of Lin Xuan's background and profession through this question. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and replied in a gentle tone, I have opened a technology company in Jinghai. Hearing Lin Xuan's response, Luo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation. He sighed, I didn't expect you to start a company at such a young age. Truly a remarkable achievement. It seems Mengyao did not find the wrong person in every detail. You truly treat Mengyao well. I watched Mengyao grow up, ever since her father passed away. I have regarded her as my second daughter. Luo Qingchuan's voice carried a deep emotion, allowing one to feel his affection for Mengyao. Although it may not be appropriate to say these things on this joyous day of moving, I am a pragmatic person, so I want to tell you that if you do not treat her well in the future, I will come to settle accounts with you right away. His tone was firm and serious, making it impossible to ignore his warning. Lin Xuan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Luo Qingchuan's words. He understood that Luo Qingchuan's words were entirely out of concern and love for Mengyao. Thus Lin Xuan quickly stated, I am very grateful for your family's care for Mengyao. I will definitely treat Mengyao well. His eyes flashed with determination as he expressed his resolve to Luo Qingchuan. Good. Luo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, his face radiating a pleased smile. Come, try the fresh fruit I just washed. At that moment, Huang Shizhen came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of abundance. However, as she stepped into the living room, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit unusual. Old Luo, did you manage to catch Lin Xuan asking this and that again? Huang Shizhen frowned, glaring at Luo Qingchuan reproachfully. I just asked a little. Luo Qingchuan, feeling guilty, lowered his head and spoke softly. You're about to retire. I think you should change this occupational habit of yours. Huang Shizhen sighed helplessly, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Lin Xuan, please don't take it to heart. He has been working in the prosecutor's office for so long, and it's an old habit of his. Huang Shizhen turned to Lin Xuan, her face full of apology as she explained. It's okay, it's all for Mengyao's good. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and gentle. At this moment, Li Mengyao nestled closely beside Lin Xuan, her face radiating a happy smile. Then everyone happily chatted in the living room, the topics ranging from work to life, from the past to the future, free and easy. After a while, Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan got up to say goodbye. At night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay on the... Lin Xuan looked at his wife in his arms, gently stroking her hair, then said tenderly, Baby, good night. He slowly leaned into her cheek, preparing to give her a sweet goodnight kiss. However, at that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly stretched out her small hand, gently blocking Lin Xuan's lips. It's all your fault for making me gain so much weight, no kisses. Li Mengyao pouted. Wife, how can this be blamed on me? Lin Xuan said with a smile, gently removing Li Mengyao's small hand that was covering her mouth. Who else should I blame if not you? Li Mengyao pouted playfully, extending another small hand to block Lin Xuan's. Lin Xuan once again removed Li Mengyao's small hand, tightly grasping both of her hands. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xuan in reproach, trying to reach out to cover her mouth again, but found that both her little hands were firmly locked by Lin Xuan, unable to pull away. Lin Xuan's face drew closer, their breaths intertwining. Finally, Lin Xuan's lips gently touched Li Mengyao. After a long time, Lin Xuan reluctantly released the beauty in his arms, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Gaining weight means our little ones are growing well. Once you give birth, you'll gradually slim down. Lin Xuan spoke softly, his tone filled with tenderness and care. Li Mengyao felt dazed from the kiss. Her earlier little temper vanished without a trace. She leaned in Lin Xuan's embrace, quietly sensing his warmth, and soon fell asleep. Just as Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao ready to drift into sleep, the system's voice rang out again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for helping baby mama complete her housewarming. Reward a boutique shop located downstairs of the Era Garden community, please check it. The system is giving another shop. This shop is currently of no use to me. Well, it's better than nothing, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Thus Lin Xuan gradually entered dreamland. Time moved to the next morning, and Lin Xuan got up early to make breakfast for his family. Before long, tempting aromas wafted from the kitchen. Lin Xuan, why are you up so early? Huang Shifang came out of her room and asked. I couldn't sleep so I got up. Mom, come have breakfast. Lin Xuan smiled, bringing 2 plates of shrimp pasta to the dining table, each topped with a golden fried egg, making it mouth-watering. Okay. Huang Shifang sat at the table and picked up her chopsticks to enjoy the delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, she went off to work. Just as Huang Shifang had left, Lin Xuan's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A crisp and pleasant female voice came from the other end. Yes, may I ask who this is? Lin Xuan curiously inquired. I am the manager responsible for the sales of the boutique shops at Era Garden. You ordered a boutique shop yesterday. When will you be free to come and collect it? The other party politely asked. I live at Era Garden, so we'll stop by when I have time. Lin Xuan replied. Okay. Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Suddenly, he thought this shop would be perfect for Huang Shifang to manage, and it's right downstairs in the community, very convenient. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan felt immensely happy. As time passed, sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows. Lin Xuan was comfortably leaning on a chair on the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Era Garden community. Suddenly, he heard a crisp shout, Husband! Lin Xuan's gaze immediately turned towards the bedroom direction, and he walked into the room with light steps filled with anticipation and excitement. When he entered the room, he found Li Mengyao quietly sitting at the edge of the bed, staring at him with her bright, doe-like eyes. Wife, you're awake. Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready. Lin Xuan sat beside Li Mengyao, speaking gently. Li Mengyao replied softly, her gaze still fixed on Lin Xuan, as if observing something. Lin Xuan sensed his wife's gaze and felt a bit puzzled. He couldn't help but reach up to touch his cheek, curiously asking, Wife, is there something on my face? Yes, right here. Li Mengyao suddenly leaned close to Lin Xuan, her lips gently touching his right cheek, leaving a tender. Lin Xuan's body trembled slightly, a wave of sweetness surged in his heart. Then Li Mengyao quickly left the edge of the bed, heading to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xuan scratched his right cheek, then revealed a happy smile. When Li Mengyao finished washing up, they both went to the dining room, where Lin Xuan watched his wife slurp her noodles slowly. Wife, let's go check out the shop downstairs later. Lin Xuan smiled. A shop? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Yes, I want to have Mom quit her job at the supermarket, but I'm worried she'll be too bored, so I bought a shop for her. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Really? Mom will definitely be very happy. Li Mengyao's face lit up with a smile. After all, Huang Shifang worked hard at the supermarket and earned very little. Look how happy you are, you've got soup on the corner of your mouth. Lin Xuan teased. Where? Li Mengyao tried to reach for a tissue to wipe it. Don't move, let your husband do it. Lin Xuan said, taking a tissue and gently wiping the corner of her mouth clean. After finishing breakfast, they both set off together to the downstairs of Era Garden community. They found the boutique shop. After the sales manager helped Lin Xuan complete the signing procedures, he left. Then the two began to carefully examine the 70 square meter shop. Not too big, not too small, just right, and the position is also centered. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao both felt. Time quickly moved to noon, and Huang Shifang returned home after finishing her work in the morning. As soon as she walked in, she smelled the enticing aroma of the food. Lin Xuan had already prepared a sumptuous lunch and smiled at her, saying, Mom, you've worked hard. Come have a meal. Huang Shifang felt warmth in her heart, and a happy smile spread across her face. She couldn't help but exclaim, having such a thoughtful son-in-law is truly wonderful. Then the three happily gathered around the dining table, enjoying this delicious lunch. During the meal, Lin Xuan suddenly asked, Mom, how long until you retire? Huang Shifang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, more than 2 years. Why? Lin Xuan smiled and said, Mom, why not quit the supermarket job? Upon hearing this, Huang Shifang was a bit surprised and froze. But soon Huang Shifang regained her senses. She looked at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, a faint smile appearing on her face as she said, Lin Xuan, I know you are doing well now, but if I were to suddenly retire and have nothing to do, I would feel quite out of place. Mom, we know you would feel out of place, so Lin Xuan bought a shop for you downstairs at Sherdai, Huayuan, Li Mengyao explained. Upon hearing this, Huang Shifang couldn't help but frown and said, a shop. Lin Xuan, you are wasting money again. Lin Xuan quickly waved his hand and smiled, it's fine, this shop will be managed for you in the future. You can open it when you want and rest when you want, plus it's very close to home. After much persuasion from Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, Huang Shifang finally agreed helplessly. Although she still felt a bit of a waste of money, seeing her 2 children being so filial made her feel quite gratified. So in the afternoon, after finishing her last day of work, Huang Shifang submitted her resignation to the company. Despite the leadership's repeated attempts to persuade her to stay, she had made up her mind to enjoy a leisurely life. In the end, she successfully resigned from her job. Shifang, why did you suddenly resign? Huang Shifang's colleague, Chun-Li, asked in surprise. The kids won't let me continue working. They said I've worked hard for so many years and should take a good rest, Huang Shifang explained. I'm really envious that you have such filial children. What do you plan to do in the future? Chun-Li asked curiously. Well, my kids bought me a shop downstairs at Sherdai Huayuan to open a small store by myself. That's really great. You can earn money and have the freedom to manage your own time, Chun-Li exclaimed in admiration. Then Chun-Li thought of her son, who gradually neglected her after getting married. My rotten son. Forget it, congratulations. As night fell, the whole city was enveloped in tranquility. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out hand in hand, strolling along the shaded path of the community. The Sherdai Huayuan community is very spacious, with lush green trees, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze, bringing refreshing floral scents. Soft lights filtered through the lush branches, casting a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. On this tranquil and beautiful night, everything felt harmonious. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked slowly along the path, seeing many people enjoying this wonderful time. Some elderly people sat in the rest area playing chess and chatting. Some aunties were dancing in the open space, laughter echoing in the air, and a group of innocent and lovely children were playing and chasing in the entertainment area, their laughter endless. The two continued walking and reached a flower bush. Li Mengyao stretched out her hand to gently touch the petals, feeling their softness and delicacy. Lin Xuan stood by quietly admiring Li Mengyao's beauty, his eyes filled with love. Honey, do you think Yo-Yo will feel out of place at the pet shop? Li Mengyao suddenly thought of their little cat and felt a bit worried. Of course not, Yo-Yo was bought from that pet shop and the staff there will definitely take good care of it. Lin Xuan comforted her. Since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were going back to Jinghai City, they could only board Yo-Yo at Meow Meow Pet Shop. Then Li Mengyao's gaze was attracted by a child playing on the slide, not far away. She looked at the innocent and carefree smiles of those children, her heart filled with anticipation. Honey, my child will be able to play happily like them in the future. Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly and smiled. It will be, Lin Xuan said tenderly, holding Li Mengyao's hand and continuing to walk. At this moment, however, a trace of doubt suddenly arose in Li Mengyao's heart. If it weren't for the child, would Lin Xuan still be her husband? This thought made her heart tighten, as if an invisible force was tearing at her insides. She stopped and gazed at Lin Xuan, softly asking, Honey, can I ask you a question? Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xuan sensed Li Mengyao's unusualness and responded gently. Li Mengyao took a deep breath, her eyes becoming exceptionally serious, and even with a hint of tension she asked, if that night hadn't happened, and we didn't have our child, would you still have fallen in love with me? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's body slightly trembled. However, he quickly stepped forward and embraced Li Mengyao, his hand gently caressing her hair. In a low and firm voice, he said, even without that night, we would have met in the future and fallen in love. My dear, you cannot escape from my grasp. Lin Xuan pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, his gentle breath like a spring breeze brushing against her face, making her feel immensely secure. His words flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing Li Mengyao's soul. She looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears, finally understanding that regardless of whether that night happened, their love was death. Even if Lin Xuan hadn't found her, she would have sought him out. Lin Xuan was also right. Even without that night, if he met Li Mengyao in the future, he would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with her. Such a beautiful, gentle, kind, and charming school beauty, who could not love her? Even if the trajectory of fate changed, their love would shine like the stars, never to fade. No more wild thoughts in the future, okay? Lin Xuan gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate nose, smiling indulgently. Li Mengyao shyly nodded, her small face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance and couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Li Mengyao's face instantly flushed red. She shyly lowered her head and playfully said, I know we're still outside. As she spoke, her little hand tried to push Lin Xuan away. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, then released Li Mengyao and continued to hold her hand, strolling through the beautiful garden. After a while, Li Mengyao felt a bit tired, so they returned home. At that time, Huang Shifang had already gone to her room to sleep, leaving only Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao in the living room. They sat quietly on the wooden sofa playing with their phones. Lin Xuan suddenly noticed a photo album under the table. Curiously, he reached out to grab it, but it was quickly snatched away by Li Mengyao. Honey, you can't look, Li Mengyao said in a fluster. Why not? Lin Xuan asked, confused. There's no reason. You just can't look. Li Mengyao pouted. Let me guess, is it an embarrassing photo of you as a child? Lin Xuan said with a mischievous smile. Since you already said it's an embarrassing photo, then you definitely can't see it. Li Mengyao pouted, looking displeased. After saying that, she stood up with the album and hurriedly walked to her room. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly, revealing a faint smile. There will be plenty of opportunities to see it in the future. The time arrived on the second day as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and filled the room. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a warm breath enveloping him. He lowered his head and discovered Li Mengyao snuggled in his embrace, emanating a charming fragrance. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on her pure white forehead. Then Lin Xuan recalled the photo album from last night, a wave of curiosity and anticipation swelling within him. He carefully crawled out of bed, walked to the bedside, crouched down, and felt around until he found the storage box that Li Mengyao had hidden under the bed. He gently opened the lid and indeed found the photo album. A slight smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips, revealing a hint of pride. After all, having lived together with Li Mengyao for a long time, he was well acquainted with the places where she hid things. Lin Xuan carried the album back to the bed, delicately flipping through each page as if stepping into a time tunnel. The photos within the album made Lin Xuan's eyes brighten. They were all images of Li Mengyao during her childhood. Looking at those chubby, adorable photos, Lin Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, girls change dramatically as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Xuan fantasized about his wife's childhood memories, flipping through the album while occasionally chuckling softly. At this moment, the beauty in his arms stirred slightly, but Lin Xuan, focused on admiring the album, completely failed to notice that Li Mengyao was gradually waking up beside him. After a while, Li Mengyao finally opened her beautiful eyes, rubbed them, and stretched lazily. Then she yawned and gradually became fully awake. When she turned her head and saw Lin Xuan flipping through her childhood photo album, a shy expression suddenly appeared on her face. You've woken up, my dear. Lin Xuan noticed Li Mengyao's movement and asked with a smile. Ah, you naughty husband, why are you peeking again? Li Mengyao puffed her cheeks adorably, her face filled with shyness. I accidentally flipped to it, Lin Xuan replied with a cheeky grin. I don't believe you. Give it to me. Li Mengyao extended a small hand, signaling Lin Xuan to hurry and return the album. You were quite cute as a child, Lin Xuan said helplessly as he handed the album to Li Mengyao. Really? Li Mengyao asked with a hint of doubt. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Xuan replied, gently smiling. Aren't you always finding ways to trick me into kissing you? That's just a way to deepen our feelings as a couple. How can you say it's trickery? Lin Xuan said thick-skinned. Oomph. Li Mengyao let out a soft huff but still leaned her little head gently on Lin Xuan's shoulder, flipping through the album page by page for her husband to see, happily swinging her little feet. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished looking at the album, they walked out of the bedroom together and into the hall. At this moment, Huang Shifang had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast. Good morning, Mom, Lin Xuan smiled and said. Good morning. Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, Huang Shifang replied with a smile. Thus Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao began to enjoy their delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took Huang Shifang downstairs to a boutique store. Huang Shifang carefully examined the small shop, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Mom, what kind of store are you planning to open with this shop? Let me think. How about a convenience store? This way we can make it convenient for nearby residents to shop, and also earn some money, Huang Shifang said. That's good, it will allow Mom more flexible time to arrange things, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. The three returned home and began their respective tasks. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat in the lazy chairs on the balcony enjoying the warmth of the sun. The young couple continued to be affectionate, admiring the surrounding environment, while discussing their future plans and dreams. Meanwhile, Huang Shifang started preparing for the store's decoration, carefully considering how to create an appealing convenience. As evening approached, the sun began to set, and the afterglow gradually faded. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hands, reading intently and quietly. However, when she casually lifted her head, her gaze was drawn to the scenery outside the window. The sky was filled with colorful sunset clouds, like a mysterious and magnificent painting unfolding before her. Excited, she got up lightly and walked to the spacious balcony, gazing into the distance. The evening sun gradually sank, casting a charming orange glow, as if a layer of soft gauze gently covered the air. Through the dappled leaves, sunlight spilled onto the community's lawn, resembling scattered fragments of gold shining with warm and brilliant light. Husband, come quickly. It's so beautiful. Li Mengyao excitedly turned her head, calling for Lin Xuan to come and admire the beautiful scene together. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He quickly walked into the bedroom and retrieved his Nikon Z7 II camera. Lin Xuan stepped onto the balcony and aimed the lens at Li Mengyao's profile. At that moment, the evening glow resembled dreamlike gauze gently draping over her side profile, casting a captivating blush that was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xuan pressed the shutter, capturing this stunning image. Why shall we go downstairs to the community for a photo? The scenery there will be even better. Sure. Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy. She quickly turned and returned to the bedroom, changing into a white doll-collar t-shirt paired with a fresh green maternity dress. This outfit showcased her elegance and grace while maintaining youthful vitality. Husband, let's hurry. The sun is going to set soon. Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan's hand and headed outside. Slow down, dear. There's no rush. Lin Xuan carefully supported Li Mengyao, afraid she might trip. Soon Lin Xuan brought Li Mengyao downstairs to the community. They searched for a suitable spot for a photo and finally found a patch of open lawn. The lighting here was the brightest, just right. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a beautiful orange sky that was. Li Mengyao stood with her back to the evening glow, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, a serene smile gracing her face. In that instant, Lin Xuan's heart raced. He quickly took out the Nikon camera, carefully adjusting the angle and lighting before pressing the shutter. With a click, in the photo, Li Mengyao resembled a fairy descended from the heavens, stunningly beautiful. Her smile shone like the sun, warming the hearts of those who beheld it. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished taking pictures, they happily returned home. Once at home, Lin Xuan dove into the kitchen to busy himself with dinner, while Li Mengyao carefully examined the beautiful photos they had just taken with her mother. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Dinner's ready, Lin Xuan shouted. He brought out 4 dishes and a soup, knowing that Li Mengyao was 5 months pregnant with 2 little babies, thus her appetite was quite large. Li Mengyao happily entered the dining room, swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling with delight at all the food she loved. Lin Xuan prepared a plate of braised beef, the meat glistening with a rich red color, tender and juicy. The steamed sea bass was deliciously fresh and smooth. The cumin squid emitted a mouth-watering aroma, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The tomato-stewed eggplant was sweet and sour, vivid and tempting. Oh, and there was a light and flavorful duck and winter melon soup. These dishes were not only nutritious, but also visually appealing and fragrant. Wow, it smells so good, you're amazing, hubby. Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. She leaned in closer to Lin Xuan, standing on her toes to kiss his cheek, seemingly forgetting that her mother Huang Shifang was watching and chuckling nearby. After the kiss, Li Mengyao suddenly realized, and her face turned bright red. Then she quietly sat down and took small bites of her food. Lin Xuan was amused by her actions, laughing heartily, and quickly fed her a piece of fish. Li Mengyao opened her mouth for the fish, savoring it with a blissful expression on her face. Seeing her enjoy the meal so much, Lin Xuan felt particularly joyful. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao comfortably let out a small burp. Noticing that his wife seemed a bit stuffed, Lin Xuan wore a doting smile. "Wife, let's take a break and then go for a walk." Lin Xuan gently patted her shoulder and smiled. "Sure, let's walk by the Jinghai River tonight," Li Mengyao agreed. After a short rest, the two of them walked out of the house together. Lin Xuan drove a Bentley Continental, taking Li Mengyao to the Jinghai River. When they arrived at the riverbank, Lin Xuan parked the car and held Li Mengyao's hand as they strolled along the riverside. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the full moon hung high in the night sky, radiating a bright and gentle glow. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the river, creating shimmering reflections like a dreamy realm. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring Li Mengyao's hair, causing it to dance in the air. Seeing this scene, a warm feeling surged within Lin Xuan. He reached out his finger and gently tucked Li Mengyao's hair behind her ear, his eyes filled with affection and care. Hand in hand, they walked forward step by step, chatting and laughing joyfully. However, just then someone approached them from ahead, catching Li Mengyao's attention. Her face instantly displayed a look of surprise as she cheerfully greeted, "Teacher Wu." Lin Xuan followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged woman approaching. This woman had bright, piercing eyes and a serious expression, exuding a chilling aura. From her appearance, she seemed like a very strict teacher, evoking a sense of respect. But when she recognized who was approaching, her expression did a complete turnaround, breaking into a warm smile. "Oh, isn't this Mengyao? When did you come back?" Wu Qingling asked with a smile. "I just got back not long ago," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. "You're getting prettier and prettier. I almost didn't recognize you." Wu Qingling praised. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. You still look so young and beautiful," Li Mengyao replied politely. "This is my husband, Lin Xuan," Li Mengyao said, pulling Lin Xuan over to introduce to Wu Qingling. "Hello, Teacher Wu," Lin Xuan greeted with a smile. "Hello, Lin Xuan, you're quite handsome," Wu Qingling nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, Mengyao. I didn't expect you to be a soon-to-be mother now. Time really flies," Wu Qingling added with a sigh. Li Mengyao and teacher Wu Qingling then sat side by side on a bench by the river, reminiscing about the past, their laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan quietly leaned against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Soon Li Mengyao said goodbye to Teacher Wu. Li Mengyao then walked over to Lin Xuan, gently patting his shoulder. "Hubby, let's continue our walk." Lin Xuan turned around, looking at his beautiful wife, his face beaming with a happy smile. They walked hand in hand along the riverbank. Lin Xuan curiously asked, "Was that your teacher from high school?" Li Mengyao nodded, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Yes, she was very kind to me in high school and took great care of me." Lin Xuan recalled Wu Qingling from earlier and remarked, "She seemed a bit strict in appearance." Li Mengyao smiled and explained, "Hubby, don't be fooled by Teacher Wu's serious face. She's actually very gentle, but she has to show a strict side to help her students achieve better results." Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully and joked, "Will our future teacher be like that too?" Li Mengyao, after giving birth to the baby's plans to become a teacher. She paused for a moment, then revealed a sweet smile. "Maybe after all, teachers have to enforce discipline on students. However, I believe the kids will definitely like me." Li Mengyao teased, "Hubby, do you think I can intimidate elementary school students?" She intentionally made a fierce expression, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Xuan with a fierce tone. Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh at her demeanor. "Haha, wife, who do you think you can intimidate like this?" He chuckled while pinching her cheek, finding her adorable. Hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a bit deflated, but still stubbornly said, "How can I not intimidate them? I can be very fierce." As she spoke, she tried to put on a serious face to assert her authority. However, Lin Xuan was clearly not buying it, and continued to laugh heartily. Li Mengyao, seeing that he was not afraid of her at all, became a bit angry, and pouted, "No laughing. Ha ha ha." The two continued walking forward, and before long they spotted the old man selling candy hawthorns. Li Mengyao excitedly ran up to greet the candy hawthorn grandpa. The candy hawthorn grandpa asked with a kind smile, "Haha, little girl is back again. What flavor do you want today?" Li Mengyao stood in front of the candy hawthorn stall, gazing at the colorful, crystal-clear candy hawthorns, momentarily at a loss for which one to choose. "Grandpa, please get me a portion of orange candy hawthorn." After some hesitation, Li Mengyao finally made her decision and smiled at the candy hawthorn grandpa. "Sure." As the candy hawthorn grandpa spoke, he took a string of orange candy hawthorns from the shelf and handed it to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao held Lin Xuan's hand and walked while eating. "Wife, why did you only buy one string of candy hawthorns? What about me?" Lin Xuan smiled. No share for you." Li Mengyao laughed proudly. The two arrived at a delicate pavilion by the riverside, surrounded by lush trees and pleasant scenery. "Hubby, let's go sit in that pavilion for a while." Li Mengyao pointed to the pavilion with a radiant smile. Lin Xuan nodded and took Li Mengyao into the pavilion. Li Mengyao found a spot to sit down and patted her legs, seeming a bit tired. Lin Xuan sat beside her with a smile, gently stroking her hair, and asked tenderly, "Do you want me to give you a massage?" Li Mengyao happily nodded and extended her feet to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently massaged her calves, his movements soft and careful, afraid of hurting her. As Li Mengyao enjoyed Lin Xian's massage, she admired the shimmering waves on the river and the surrounding scenery. She relaxed, leaning against Lin Xian and feeling his warmth. Then she picked up the last candy hawthorn and put it in her mouth, savoring the sweet and sour flavor. "Hubby, do you want some?" Li Mengyao suddenly looked up, her face adorned with a sweet smile, gently asking Lin Xian. "I do." Lin Xian swallowed, eyeing the candy hawthorn in Li Mengyao's mouth. "Then here you go." Li Mengyao glanced around to ensure no one was watching them. She then reached out her small hand to wrap around Lin Xian's neck, tilting her head, bringing her fragrant lips to Lin Xian's mouth. Afterward, Li Mengyao nestled her small head tightly against Lin Xian's chest, letting out a light giggle. Lin Xian looked at the beauty in his arms with a smile. One cannot deny that sometimes a wife can be quite alluring. But at that moment, in a distant corner, a figure was intently staring at the two. The figure's eyes revealed a hint of resentment and jealousy, as if it wanted to devour Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. While having breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao discussed their plans for the day. They decided to visit Teacher Wu to thank her for looking after Li Mengyao during high school. However, considering that Teacher Wu had classes during the day, Li Mengyao arranged to visit her in the evening. This way they would have enough time to prepare a gift and ensure they wouldn't disturb Teacher Wu's work. As evening approached, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao found themselves with nothing else to do, so they decided to first visit Li Mengyao's former high school, Jinghai High School. The two could take a tour of the campus, and Li Mengyao had been insisting on eating a fish head soup noodle dish from a nearby restaurant before visiting Teacher Wu. Thus, Lin Xian drove his Bentley Continental, taking Li Mengyao to Jinghai High School. After parking, he took Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the school gate. As expected, they were stopped by the security guard. "Who are you?" the security guard shouted. Li Mengyao walked up to the security booth and smiled at the security guard, saying, "Uncle, I am an alumnus of Jinghai High School. I'd like to visit my alma mater. Can I go in for a tour?" "Oh, an alumnus." The security guard looked them up and down, then asked sternly, "Do you have any proof?" "Yes." Li Mengyao took out her phone and showed her high school diploma to him. "You need to show the original." The security guard glanced at it and shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, uncle. We didn't bring the original certificate," Li Mengyao said awkwardly. Lin Xian stepped forward and smiled, asking, "Is there any other way?" "Well," the security guard scratched his head, thought for a moment, then replied, "Another way is to have a teacher from the school vouch." "Oh, I see." Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she immediately called Wu Qingling, then handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the phone, and upon hearing it was the renowned Teacher Wu, his attitude immediately became warm. "Oh, you are a student of Teacher Wu, please come in." "Thank you." Thus Lin Xian and Li Mengyao entered the school. As they walked, Lin Xian observed the school before him. The school was not large, but the several teaching buildings were neatly arranged. A tense atmosphere enveloped the campus. Perhaps most high schools are like this. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At that moment, Li Mengyao smiled and softly said, "Hubby, follow me." The two then walked side by side to a display board. Li Mengyao pointed at the display board and happily exclaimed, "Look, hubby, this is mine." Lin Xian followed her finger and saw clearly written on the honor board, "Li Mengyao in 2020 achieved an astonishing score of 643 to become the top art student in Jinghai City and successfully enrolled in Jinghai University." Lin Xian carefully examined the text and photos on the display board, which also featured a photo of Li Mengyao from high school. At that time, she wore a blue summer uniform, tied her hair in a ponytail, and smiled at the camera, looking fresh and beautiful. "Wow, it turns out my wife was also a top student." "Wife, I didn't know you were a top student. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Xian smiled. "Well, you never asked." "Huh." Li Mengyao's radiant smile made the heartstrings tremble. "Mengyao." Suddenly a voice called out from behind them. Wu Qingling gracefully approached, holding a delicate handbag. "Mengyao, why did you suddenly come to school this afternoon?" she asked softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she nodded at Lin Xian. I just suddenly wanted to come back and see my alma mater, reminiscing about the past," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Wu Qingling asked with concern, "Have you guys eaten yet?" We have," Li Mengyao stammered, her voice noticeably lacking confidence. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle beside them, thinking that his wife really had no talent for lying. She was probably still thinking about that delicious fish head soup noodle shop near the school. "Lying? Why are you being so polite to the teacher? Come on, let's go eat at the teacher's house." Wu Qingling glanced at the two, and as an experienced teacher, she saw through Li Mengyao's lie at a glance. "Sorry to trouble you, teacher." Li Mengyao sighed helplessly. "Mengyao, do you mean you don't want to go to the teacher's house for dinner?" Wu Qingling deliberately put on a stern face as she looked at her. "No, I really want to go." Li Mengyao hurriedly waved her hands instantly, putting on an expression of great anticipation. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Xian and Wu Qingling exchanged amused glances and then burst into laughter. Thus the three of them headed to the school parking lot. "Mengyao, Lin Xian, get in the car," Wu Qingling said, using her keys to unlock the door of her BYD Han, turning to the two with a smile. She thought that the young couple must have taken a taxi here. After all, it was quite rare for young people of this age to have a car, let alone a luxury vehicle. However, when she noticed that Li Mengyao and Lin Xian were not walking towards her car, she felt a flicker of surprise in her heart. "Teacher, we drove ourselves," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Qingling asked in confusion, "Did you?" She remembered that Li Mengyao didn't come from a wealthy family, but now she was driving a car, which surprised her greatly. Yet, Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Alright then, just follow my car. You can also check the navigation I sent you. With that, she hopped into her car. Shortly after, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to their Bentley Continental following the BYD Han as it slowly drove away from the school. Soon the two cars stopped in the parking lot of a neighborhood. Wu Qingling saw a Bentley Continental closely following her through the rearview mirror, and it had an out-of-town license plate, which left her somewhat puzzled. However, upon further thought, it was also possible that some wealthy individual came to this small fourth-tier city to experience a slice of paradise. So she got out of the car preparing to call Li Mengyao to ask where they were. Hello Mengyao, where are you? Wu Qingling took out her phone and dialed. Teacher, we've arrived. Li Mengyao's voice came from the other end of the line. Wu Qingling looked around in confusion and was stunned to see Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao getting out of that Bentley Continental. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. Mengyao, is this Bentley your car? Wu Qingling widened her eyes incredulously, asking. Yes, it was bought by Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao nodded and replied. Lin Xuan, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Wu Qingling exclaimed. At this moment, she had already labeled Lin Xuan as a rich second generation. How could someone so young have so much money? Would he truly be sincere towards Mengyao? With this thought, Wu Qingling furrowed her brows, feeling the need to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Mengyao. Teacher. Li Mengyao waved her small hand in front of Wu Qingling, interrupting her thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was just distracted. Let's go up. Wu Qingling smiled apologetically, and then led Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao into her home. As soon as she opened the door, a cute little boy flew into her arms like a joyful little bird. With big sparkling eyes and a beaming smile, he exclaimed, Mommy, you're finally back. Wu Qingling instantly shed her strict teacher persona from school, her eyes filled with endless warmth. She gently stroked the child's head and asked softly, Lele, have you been good at home today? The little boy proudly nodded and replied, I was very good, Mommy. Then he curiously stared at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao hiding behind Wu Qingling and pointing at them with his little finger, asking in confusion, Mommy, who are they? Wu Qingling smiled and explained, They are my former students. You should call them older brother and older sister. Lele nodded obediently after hearing this and greeted Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, saying, Hello older brother and older sister. My name is Lele, and I am already 8 years old. Li Mengyao happily patted Lele's little head, praising, Lele, you're really cute. Then everyone walked into the living room. Lin Xuan took out a carefully prepared gift box and handed it to Wu Qingling gratefully, saying, Teacher Wu, this is a gift we specially prepared for you to thank you for taking care of Mengyao during high school. Oh, what is this for? That's what a teacher should do. Please take it back. Wu Qingling quickly declined. Teacher Wu, please accept it. It's not anything expensive, just a small token of our appreciation. Lin Xuan said with a smile, gently placing the gift box on the table. Seeing Lin Xuan's insistence, Wu Qingling no longer refused and nodded in gratitude, saying, All right, then thank you both. At that moment, Wu Qingling couldn't help but feel that this young man Lin Xuan was not only polite, but also very well-mannered, and her impression of him improved greatly. Lele, you play with older brother and older sister in the living room for a while. Mommy is going to make dinner. Wu Qingling said, Okay. Lele obediently nodded. After that, Wu Qingling turned and walked into the kitchen, getting busy preparing. At this time, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat on the sofa in the living room, both smiling softly as they watched Lele. Lele, holding a toy, stood at a distance, staring intently at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, seemingly filled with some. Lele, come play with your sister over here, Li Mengyao said with a bright smile, waving at Lele. However, Lele gently shook his head, his big eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, revealing a hint of fear and apprehension. Honey, could you please sit on the other side? I feel like Lele seems a bit scared of you, Li Mengyao softly said to Lin Xuan. Huh? Do I look scary? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's disgusted expression and couldn't help but touch his face. Clearly he was handsome. Oh, just sit across from me, Li Mengyao said, while pushing Lin Xuan, indicating for him to take a seat across from her. With a helpless shake of his head, Lin Xuan could only get up and walk to the opposite seat. As soon as Lin Xuan sat down, Li Mengyao called out to Lele again, saying, Lele, come over here, I have candy for you. As she spoke, she took out a piece of milk candy from her bag and waved it in the air, trying to attract Lele's attention. Mommy said not to eat candy from strangers. Although Lele said this, his round bright eyes were fixated on the enticing milk candy, and his little mouth slightly opened, as if he were about to drool. Ultimately, Lele's body was honest as he walked over to sit beside Li Mengyao and extended his little hand to take the Lele, didn't you say you shouldn't accept candy from strangers? Li Mengyao beamed with childlike delight, her laughter unrestrained and radiant. But sister is a student of teacher, so she's not a stranger. Lele replied innocently, then eagerly tore open the wrapper of the milk candy and popped it into his mouth, his face glowing with pure satisfaction. Then what about this young man? Li Mengyao gestured toward Lin Xuan with a gentle smile. Lele blinked, thoughtfully scrutinizing Lin Xuan closely before furrowing his brows. He looks a bit like a bad uncle. A bad uncle? Lin Xuan froze, utterly bewildered by the verdict. Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao could no longer contain herself. Her eyes crinkled with mirth as laughter spilled forth. Lele, you're simply too adorable. Li Mengyao laughed softly while gently pinching his cheek. Moments later, Wu Qingling served a sumptuous dinner. Everyone, it's time to eat. The group gathered around the dining table and began their meal. Lin Xuan, how did you two meet? Wu Qingling finally voiced her curiosity over dinner. We met in the university library, Lin Xuan replied. Are you also a student at Jinghai University? Wu Qingling asked, visibly surprised. Jinghai University ranked among the nation's most prestigious institutions, a testament to Lin Xuan's exceptional academic prowess. Yes, Mengyao and I are classmates from the same cohort, Lin Xuan said. Teacher, you didn't know? Lin Xuan was the top-scoring science candidate in Jinghai City that year. Li Mengyao smiled faintly. A provincial science champion. This scion was far more remarkable than he first appeared. Well then you truly are well-matched, one a science champion, the other a humanities champion. Wu Qingling offered a warm smile. After dinner, everyone returned to the living room for conversation. Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling reminisced about their high school days while Lin Xuan listened quietly beside them. An adorable Lele sat wrapped before the television, utterly absorbed in his favorite animated series. Suddenly, a luscious mouth-watering cake appeared on screen, and Lele's eyes lit up instantly, saliva glistening at the corner of his lips. He turned to his mother and pleaded, Mom, I really want cake. You've only just finished dinner. Why on earth would you want cake? Wu Qingling dismissed him flatly. But Mom, I just want it. Lele coaxed, pouting. Where am I supposed to get cake at this? Wu Qingling retorted. We could order delivery. Lele pointed earnestly at his mother's phone with a tiny finger. Delivery food isn't safe, she refused again. Teacher, do you have flour, eggs, milk, and baking soda at home? Seeing Lele's longing, Lin Xuan decided to bake him a cake. We do. Lin Xuan, can you actually bake a cake? Wu Qingling asked, astonished. I know the basics. I'll try making a small one for Lele. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. That would be wonderful. Everything's in the kitchen. Overwhelmed by her son's persistence, Wu Qingling led Lin Xuan into the kitchen to gather the ingredients. Lin Xuan soon immersed himself in the kitchen, moving with practiced ease and quiet concentration. Wu Qingling watched, mildly astonished. This young man bore no resemblance to the pampered scion she'd imagined. Instead, he exuded the calm assurance of a seasoned chef. Nodding approvingly, she returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Just then Li Mengyao asked curiously, Teacher, is Uncle not home tonight? He's working late at the office. He won't be joining. She paused, then added with gentle concern, Mengyao, tell me honestly, how does Lin Xuan treat you? Li Mengyao hesitated briefly before breaking into a luminous smile. He treats me wonderfully. Why do you ask, teacher? A quiet bewilderment stirred within her. Why did everyone around her seem compelled to ask the very same question? Wu Qingling spoke earnestly. Many scions grow fickle. Charmed only by beauty, they discard those they once cherished once novelty fades. I worry for you. Teacher, Lin Xuan isn't a scion. He founded his own company. Li Mengyao replied, her smile serene. Wu Qingling's surprise deepened. Truly? Then my congratulations, and my sincere respect, are long overdue. At that moment, Wu Qingling regarded Lin Xuan with genuine admiration, a man who cherished his wife, cooked with care, and built his own enterprise. Such men were rare indeed. An hour later, Lin Xuan emerged holding an exquisite chocolate cake. Wow, brother is amazing. Lele leapt up, clapping and dancing with unrestrained joy. So, am I still the bad uncle? Lin Xuan teased, smiling. No, you're the handsome brother. Lele seized a spoon, scooped a generous bite, and devoured it with blissful abandon. What a clever, spirited little soul, Lin Xuan murmured affectionately, ruffling Lele's hair. It was nearing night. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao bid farewell to Teacher Wu. Come visit again when you have time, she said warmly. Of course, we'll see you soon, teacher. Li Mengyao replied with a graceful smile. Hand in hand they walked toward the parking lot and approached Lin Xuan's Bentley Continental. He opened the passenger door for Li Mengyao, then slid into the driver's seat. Just as he reached for the ignition, Li Mengyao called out softly, Husband, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Lin Xuan turned. Her gaze met his, tender and playful. He stroked her hair gently. Let's hurry home. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Yet she shook her head, pouting. I want fish head noodle soup. I haven't had it in ages. I'll make it for you at home. Lin Xuan coaxed softly, still reluctant to let her eat outside. We don't have fish heads at home. Just a few bites. I'll share the rest with you. Li Mengyao pursed her lips, insistent. Under her persistent coaxing, sweet, persuasive, irresistible, Lin Xuan relented with a sigh. He drove to a modest, yet bustling fish head noodle soup shop near Jinghai No. 1 middle school, renowned citywide for its rich, fragrant broth. After parking, Lin Xuan guided Li Mengyao inside. They found an empty table and waited as the server prepared their order. Soon a steaming bowl of fish head noodle soup appeared before her. She inhaled deeply, the aroma intoxicating. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she lifted her chopsticks. Lin Xuan watched, heart swelling with quiet, unadulterated joy. Before he could react, half the bowl had vanished. Wife, wasn't it just a few bites? The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room as a new day began. Li Mengyao was still immersed in a beautiful dream when she was awakened by an enticing aroma. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed the scent out of the bedroom. As soon as she reached the dining room, she saw Lin Xuan placing a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles on the table. In the milky white fish soup, the translucent rice noodles were faintly visible, with a tender fish head half submerged, and chopped green onions and cilantro sprinkled about. Staring at the delicious food before her, Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned, even drooling. Wife, look at your drool, Lin Xuan said with a smile, gently using a tissue to wipe away the drool from the corner of her mouth. Hubby, you'll go. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Li Mengyao snapped back to reality and hurried back to the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly after, she eagerly sat at the dining table ready to enjoy the delicious meal. She picked up her chopsticks and gently stirred the fish head soup noodles, coating each noodle with the flavorful fish broth, then took a bite, savoring it. So delicious. Hubby, you're amazing. Li Mengyao couldn't help but exclaim, her face radiating happiness. This is hundreds of times better than the one we had yesterday. Will you make it for me often in the future, hubby? Lin Xuan smiled and asked. Sure, Li Mengyao responded with a sweet smile. He had taken a large portion of the fish head soup noodles yesterday, tasted it, and based on his 5-star chef skills, he had a general idea of how to make it. After breakfast, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they made their way downstairs in the residential complex. They were going to check on the renovation progress of Huang Shifang's shop. When they arrived at the shop's entrance, they found Huang Shifang carefully supervising the construction workers. Despite the hot weather, she still remembered to care for the workers' well-being, bringing in a fan to cool everyone down and thoughtfully purchasing some cold drinks. Additionally, she meticulously guided the workers on the side, ensuring that the renovation was completed according to her ideal vision. Mom, Li Mengyao smiled happily and gently called out. Hey Yao, why did you come here? It's dusty everywhere, which isn't good for your health. Hurry back home. Huang Shifang turned her head and looked at her daughter with concern. It's okay, I'm just watching from a distance, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Mom, what name are you planning to give this shop? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Huang Shifang thought for a moment and said, how about calling it Fangfang Convenience Store? Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao both nodded in agreement with the name. Then Huang Shifang urged, if you have nothing else to do, you should go back and rest. He'll take care of things here. Alright, but Mom, you need to take care of yourself and not overwork yourself, Li Mengyao reminded. Got it, just hurry back. Huang Shifang waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao retraced their steps. Just as they were on their way back, a voice called out to them. Mengyao. They turned around to see Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting, standing not far away looking surprised. Mengyao, when did you come back? You didn't even say a word. Chen Tingting exclaimed happily with a hint of complaint in her tone. I just got back not long ago. Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Chen Tingting quickly walked over, scrutinizing Li Mengyao. Wow, Mengyao, your belly. Are you already pregnant? Her voice was filled with surprise. Li Mengyao gently touched her belly, nodding with a smile. Yes, I've been pregnant for more than 5 months. Wow. Chen Tingting was so excited that she almost jumped up. Congratulations, congratulations. I can be a godmother, huh? She happily took Li Mengyao's hand and said, by the way, come to my house tonight, and let's catch up. Okay, see you tonight, Li Mengyao readily agreed. Chen Tingting nodded happily, then turned to Lin Xuan to politely greet. As night fell, the city's lights gradually brightened. After a simple makeover, Li Mengyao cheerfully headed to Chen Tingting also lived in the Times Garden, so it didn't take long for Li Mengyao to reach her destination after strolling through the community. She arrived in front of building E room 3201A and gently pressed the doorbell. A cheerful voice responded from inside, coming. Soon after, the door opened, revealing Chen Tingting's warm smile. Mengyao, come in. Chen Tingting warmly invited Li Mengyao inside, carefully assisting her into the room. Tingting, are you living here alone? Li Mengyao curiously observed her surroundings, a faint smile on her face. Chen Tingting nodded and replied, yes, I want to live independently and not have to listen to my parents nagging all day. As she spoke, she led Li Mengyao to a spacious and bright living room, making her comfortable on the soft sofa. Then Chen Tingting went to the fridge, took out a glass of ice-cold cola, and handed it to Li Mengyao. Tingting, I can't drink cola now that I'm pregnant. Li Mengyao gently shook her head and said softly. Chen Tingting looked a bit surprised and asked, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But all I have are these carbonated drinks. It's okay, just give me a glass of hot water, Li Mengyao smiled. Chen Tingting nodded and quickly turned to pour a steaming glass of water for Li Mengyao. Mengyao, you're pregnant already. Chen Tingting looked at her in surprise, exclaiming, did you get pregnant in a flash? Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red. I accidentally got pregnant. Is Lin Xuan treating you well? Is he taking good care of you and the baby? Very well. I feel like everyone around me asks the same thing. Li Mengyao chuckled. Chen Tingting sighed enviously, saying, I really envy you for finding your own love. Unlike me, I'm still single now. Then, she began to complain. If I hadn't moved out, my family would be nagging me to go on blind dates every day. They always say, Tingting, you're not young anymore, you should go find someone. It's so annoying. It's already exhausting to work during the day, and then to come home and listen to these repetitive words at night is simply unbearable. Chen Tingting entered full rant mode. Li Mengyao quietly sat next to her, listening, occasionally laughing at the interesting parts. After reminiscing, Li Mengyao prepared to head home. Mengyao, let me walk you back, Chen Tingting said with concern, noticing Li Mengyao's belly. It's okay, we live in the same community, it's very close, Li Mengyao smiled as she declined Chen Tingting's kind offer. Alright, then just be careful, Chen Tingting advised. Li Mengyao nodded, then walked towards the door. She opened the door, left Chen Tingting's house, and headed downstairs. When Li Mengyao arrived at the community garden, the moonlight bathed her in warmth and comfort. She strolled along the path, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze on her cheeks. However, just as she walked halfway, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking her path. Alarm! There is a dangerous individual ahead of the owner, please take precautions. The pink diamond technology watch on Li Mengyao's wrist emitted an alarm. This figure slowly stepped forward, revealing his true identity. Li Jia, how could you be here? Li Mengyao took a slight step back, warily gazing at the man before her. Why can't it be me? He's just a pampered, rich, second-generation heir. What's so great about him? Li Jie shouted, "My husband is not a pampered rich second-generation heir. This has nothing to do with you." Li Mengyao's eyes were icy as she spoke with unwavering conviction. She would never allow anyone to slander her husband. "I am the one who truly cares for you, Mengyao. Don't you understand, I have never had any other thoughts about you. It was like this before, and it is still the same now." Li Jie shouted excitedly. All right. Since I cannot have it, no one else can either." Li Mengyao retorted angrily. Suddenly Li Jie noticed Li Mengyao's protruding belly as if struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he spoke with a quivering voice. Then he pulled a sharp fruit knife from behind. Li Jie calmed down. Upon seeing this, Li Mengyao panicked, but quickly composed herself, quietly reaching into her bag. She knew that if she tried to escape, now she wouldn't outrun Li Jie, especially with her belly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan at home also received an alert from the Haizuan Technology Watch. Seeing his wife in danger, anxiety and worry flashed across Lin Xuan's face. Without hesitation, he stood up from the sofa and rushed towards the door. When Lin Xuan opened the door, a strong sense of urgency surged within him. He rushed towards the elevator, his finger repeatedly pressing the button, yet the elevator remained unresponsive, the display stuck on the 3rd floor. As time ticked away, Lin Xuan grew increasingly anxious. Unable to wait for the elevator, he decided to take the stairs. Utilizing his enhanced physique from the system, he tightly gripped the railing and jumped down without hesitation. Each leap felt like a challenge to his limits as Lin Xuan dashed down the stairs with the speed of a hero from an action movie. Finally, Lin Xuan reached the ground floor and rushed towards his wife. Meanwhile, Li Jie was slowly closing in on Li Mengyao, his eyes glinting with malice. At that moment, Li Mengyao's hand, reaching into her bag, tightly grasped something, seemingly preparing for a final resistance. Suddenly, the pink diamond technology watch on her wrist flashed with light. This flash of light instantly triggered a sudden gust of wind, roaring in like a tempest, swirling the leaves in the air. Damn it, where did this wind come from? Li Jie was caught off guard by the sudden gust, his vision blurred, and unable to see clearly. He desperately shielded his face with his hands, trying to withstand the powerful wind. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mengyao quickly turned to escape. Her steps were unsteady despite her belly. She ran with all her might. However, due to her pregnancy, her movements were significantly restricted, and she was unable to run very fast. Just as the automatic protection mechanism of the pink diamond technology watch failed, Li Jie finally came to his senses and began madly chasing after Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao remained highly alert, and when Li Jie was about to catch up, she quickly pulled out her pepper spray from her bag and aimed. At that moment, Lin Xuan suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes. Up! A scream was heard. Lin Xuan delivered a powerful kick to Li Jie's body, pinning him to the ground. He swiftly moved forward, forcefully pressing Li Jie down. He tightly grasped Li Jie's collar, raising his fist the size of a sandbag, raining down punch after punch on Li Jie's face. Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned. Seeing it was her husband, she instantly sighed in relief. As her anxiety gradually subsided, she realized she had to stop Lin Xuan, otherwise things could get worse. "Husband, stop hitting him," Li Mengyao cried out urgently. However, Lin Xuan seemed not to hear her, continuing to swing his fists relentlessly. His gaze was cold and ruthless. At this point, Li Jie was already bruised and battered, as if Lin Xuan truly intended to beat him to death. "Husband!" Li Mengyao shouted once more. This time Lin Xuan finally heard his wife's voice, his fist frozen mid-air. His eyes remained hollow and devoid of spirit, staring blankly at Li Mengyao, as if he had lost his soul. "Husband, don't. Let's call the police and have them handle it." Li Mengyao tightly embraced Lin Xuan, attempting to awaken his reason. With Lin Xuan's body trembled slightly, the indifference in his eyes gradually fading. He took a deep breath, slowly relaxing his fist and gently holding Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan's voice was a bit hoarse as he struggled to calm himself. He truly couldn't believe that if he had arrived, even a moment later, what could have happened to Li Mengyao. Soon the property staff of the community rushed to the scene and called the police. Ultimately, the police arrived and took Li Jie, Lin Xuan, and Li Mengyao to the police station. After a thorough inquiry and investigation, the police reviewed the relevant surveillance footage and concluded that Li Jie had attempted to commit a crime with a knife, but failed. Next, the police took detailed statements from Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, documenting the entire incident and its details. After completing their statements, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to leave the police station. At this time, a police officer approached Lin Xuan and said, "Fortunately, it was your wife who stopped you in time, otherwise you would have faced trouble for excessive self-defense." "I understand, thank you." Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home. Just as they entered the door, Huang Shifeng hurriedly walked up. Her eyes were filled with concern, her tone laced with tension. "Yao Yao, are you alright? Are you hurt? Let Mom take a look." Li Mengyao revealed a hint of fatigue on her face, but still tried to squeeze out a smile, comforting her mother. "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit startled, don't worry. It's good if you're fine, good if you're fine. You two should go rest now." Huang Shifeng finally sighed in relief, gently patting her chest. After taking a shower, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay together on the soft and comfortable bed. At this moment, Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, feeling her warmth and security. He lowered his head, his voice deep and hoarse. "I'm sorry, my wife." Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, looking gently at Lin Xuan, smiling as she asked, "Husband, why are you saying sorry to me?" Lin Xuan's eyes revealed guilt and self-blame. "I didn't protect you well. If I had come a moment later." He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences, his voice gradually lowering. At that moment, Li Mengyao clearly saw Lin Xuan's eyes reddening. She reached out to caress Lin Xian's face, comforting him. Husband, don't think too much. I'm perfectly fine now, we should be a bit happier. In fact, I wasn't scared at all back then. Li Mengyao continued, her eyes shimmering with determination. Because I knew my husband would definitely come to save me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's deep-set eyes widened in surprise, his heart filled with emotion and astonishment. He never expected his wife to trust him so deeply. Moreover, I still have my pepper spray unused, Li Mengyao said with a slight smile. Lin Xian tightly embraced Li Mengyao and earnestly said, Wife, I will protect you well in the future, and there won't be any more accidents like this one. Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with affection. I believe you. The two exchanged heartfelt gazes, and Lin Xian couldn't help but cup Li Mengyao's face, gently kissing her forehead, then her cheek finally lingering on her enticing lips. In the days that followed, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stayed cozily at home, hardly going out. Lin Xian almost stuck to Li Mengyao's side, going wherever she went. One time Li Mengyao suddenly felt the need to use the restroom, so she stood up and walked toward it. Lin Xian followed her. I need to use the restroom. Li Mengyao glanced back and shot him a glare. Using the restroom requires caution too. Let your husband accompany you, Lin Xian said with concern. No. Saying this, Li Mengyao entered the restroom and locked the door. Just as she sat down on the toilet, she heard a knock on the door from outside. Wife, do you really not need me to accompany you? Don't lock the door, Lin Xian asked. I don't need you, Li Mengyao replied. Wife will call your name every 10 seconds. You need to respond, otherwise I'll have to break the door down. Lin Xian called out. Li Mengyao let out a heavy sigh, wondering if her husband was hopeless. Wife, 10 seconds are up. You're so annoying. Lin Xian stood outside, still feeling somewhat uneasy. He occasionally leaned against the door to listen for any sounds inside, fearing something might happen to Li Mengyao. After a while, Li Mengyao finally came out of the restroom. Wife, are you okay? Lin Xian asked with concern. What could possibly happen to me? It was just using the restroom. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. That's good. From now on you must tell your husband about everything you do, Lin Xian said. Got it, you nagging ghost, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. The sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, marking the beginning of a new day. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early, preparing to go out. Now Li Mengyao was already 23 weeks pregnant, and she needed to return to the Jinghai City People's Hospital for another prenatal checkup. Huang Shifang was struggling to stuff a bulging bag into the trunk of the car. Mom, you don't need to bring so much stuff. We're only going for a day, we'll be back tomorrow. That's gentle of you to say, Li Mengyao softly remarked. Huang Shifang smacked her forehead. Oh dear. How could I forget that? Well then you too must pay attention to safety on the road. After saying this, she went back inside to fetch some fruits. Got it, Mom, don't worry, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he took Li Mengyao's hand and walked down to the Bentley Continental. He opened the car door and helped Li Mengyao into the vehicle. Then he started the engine, activating the top-tier driving system. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley Continental slowly drove toward the Jinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao and gently said, Wife, you can rest in the car for a while. By the time you wake up, we'll be almost at the hospital. Li Mengyao nodded, adjusting the angle of her seat, and soon drifted off to sleep. Time passed second by second, and after nearly 4 hours of driving, the Bentley Continental slowly entered the gates of the Jinghai City People's Hospital. Wife, we're here. Lin Xian gently called to awaken the sleeping beauty in his arms. Are we there? Li Mengyao stirred awake, her beautiful eyes slowly opening. Since Lin Xian had made ample preparations and precisely timed their arrival at the hospital, it wasn't long before it was Li Mengyao's turn. For a pregnant woman who was over 5 months along, this checkup would still mainly involve routine examinations, including ultrasound and Down syndrome screening. Additionally, at this stage, specialized equipment could be used to listen to the fetal heartbeat. A female doctor carefully held a Doppler fetal monitor, searching for the heartbeat of the two little lives in Li Mengyao's abdomen. Finally, the doctor found the weak, yet powerful rhythms of the two little babies' heartbeats. Doctor, can I listen too? Lin Xian couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, no problem. The female doctor smiled and nodded in agreement. Following the doctor's patient guidance, Lin Xian pressed his ear to the monitor and finally heard the baby's heartbeat. The rhythmic thumping sounded like celestial music, melting his heart. Wife, come listen. Lin Xian eagerly handed the monitor to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao then also heard the baby's sounds, breaking into a sweet smile. After a series of examinations, the doctor informed them that the baby's heartbeat's physical structure and other indicators were all normal, and the babies were developing very healthily. After the checkup, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion, and it was close to noon. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen to cook. After finishing their meal, the two lay on the soft big bed. Li Mengyao gently caressed Lin Xian's cheek, while Lin Xian quietly gazed at his wife's beautiful face, his heart full of love. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind once again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 5th month of the baby's prenatal checkup. Considering the host's strong desire to protect Li Mengyao and the baby in recent times, the system will dispatch a future technology female robot as Li Mengyao's personal bodyguard, who will hide in the shadows to protect Li Mengyao at any moment when Lin Xian is not around. The system is quite impressive. With a female robotic bodyguard, Lin Xian no longer has to worry about his wife's safety like before. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth involuntarily lifted. Just then a sudden sharp pain struck him. Hubby, what are you laughing at? You're ignoring me. Li Mengyao pouted and said coquettishly. Lin Xuan then came to his senses, lowering his head to look at his wife in his arms. I was just thinking of something happy. Lin Xuan said gently. Oh, is it because your wife is about to give birth? Li Mengyao teased, raising an eye. Hearing his wife's teasing, Lin Xuan naturally wouldn't let it slide. He then leaned down and captured her delicate red lips, their mouths pressing tightly together. Time passed to the afternoon, and Lin Xuan slowly awoke from his dreams. He opened his eyes and saw Li Mengyao's beautiful face close to his, a sweet smile, gracing her lips, looking utterly content. Lin Xuan gazed closely at Li Mengyao. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her fair oval face was delicate and smooth, and her beauty was truly flawless. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. His wife was simply too beautiful. He could never get enough of looking at her. He couldn't resist lowering his head and leaving a gentle kiss on Li Mengyao's fair forehead. Then he carefully got up and left the bedroom. Lin Xuan went to the living room, turned on the television, and casually watched some videos. After a while, he walked into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Li Mengyao. After Lin Xuan finished dinner, he returned to the living room, quietly sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone, waiting for his wife to wake up. Some time passed. Hubby. A soft call came from the bedroom. Upon hearing it, Lin Xuan immediately stood up from the sofa and quickly walked towards the bedroom. He gently pushed the door open and saw Li Mengyao lazily lying on the bed, her beautiful big eyes gazing at him languidly. Wife, have you woken up? Lin Xuan asked with concern. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her face displaying a hint of fatigue and a playful expression. I'm a bit thirsty, she said softly. Okay. Lin Xuan gently picked up Li Mengyao and then leaned down to kiss her soft lips. He then left the bedroom to go to the kitchen to pour her some water. Li Mengyao sat dazedly on the bed, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion, wondering why she was kissed again. After a while, Lin Xuan returned to the bedroom with a cup of water and handed it to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao took the cup and began to drink eagerly. Wife, are you still tired? Lin Xuan sat quietly beside the bed, watching her, and smiled. While drinking water, Li Mengyao shot Lin Xuan a sideways glance. After finishing the water, she felt much more comfortable in her throat, but still felt a bit sleepy. Lin Xuan then took Li Mengyao to the dining room, and they began to enjoy dinner. After the meal, as usual, they went for a walk in the Jinwanfu community, enjoying the tranquil and beautiful night. They strolled to the children's area, found a clean bench to sit on, and quietly appreciated the joyful scene of children playing. The innocent laughter of the children echoed in the air, uplifting their spirits. As Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao watched those adorable children, they couldn't help but think of the baby that would belong to them in the future, their hearts filled with anticipation. Just then a clear ringtone shattered the tranquility. Li Mengyao pulled out her phone from her pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Hello, Mom. Yao Yao, what are you doing right now? Her mother Huang Shifang spoke gently from the other end of the line. I'm taking a walk downstairs in the community with Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao said, throwing Lin Xuan a sweet smile. Oh, I see. Your aunt invited us to their house for dinner tomorrow noon, Huang Shifang said casually. All right then, we'll go directly to aunt's house tomorrow. Li Mengyao replied without hesitation. She then chatted with her mother for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Turning her head, she looked at Lin Xuan and smiled, saying, Hubby, let's go directly to aunt's house tomorrow. All right. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded in response. Thus that night the two of them washed up and rested early. Time passed to the next morning, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao slowly woke up. After getting up, they had a simple breakfast, and then went downstairs together to the parking lot. This time Lin Xuan planned to drive the Maybach that had not been used for a long time. The Maybach's exterior was understated yet dignified, which better showcased his mature and confident demeanor. Lin Xuan thought to himself that this way he wouldn't be mistaken for a pampered rich kid anymore. However, Li Mengyao beside him giggled mischievously. Hubby, the Maybach isn't cheap. How is this low-key? Ha. Well, Lin Xuan just wanted to drive the Maybach. Of course, luxury cars should be driven in rotation. The two then got into the Maybach. Lin Xuan started the car, and the engine let out a deep rumble. Then he gently pressed the accelerator, and the Maybach slowly pulled out of the parking space, heading towards the direction of Jinghai City. Li Mengyao fell asleep quickly as usual once she got in the car. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan focused on driving, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the road ahead. Suddenly Lin Xuan thought that the Xiaomi SU7 and the Bentley Continental GT at home both had tearfully intelligent driving systems, yet the Maybach did not. It was so unfair. System, are you there? Lin Xuan asked. Yes, host, the system's voice immediately responded. System, can you install the tearfully intelligent driving system of future technology into the Maybach? Lin Xuan asked eagerly. Yes, please wait a moment, host, the system replied. Ding dong, the Maybach has successfully loaded the tearfully intelligent driving system of future technology. The host no longer needs to drive manually. The system's prompt sounded. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xuan was overjoyed. It was truly a good system. System, is it so good that the family knows? Once the Maybach acquired the top-tier intelligent driving system, it was as if it had been granted life, beginning to take control of the vehicle. During this process, Lin Xuan gradually loosened his grip on the steering wheel, allowing his body to relax. He placed his hands behind his head, comfortably leaning back in the seat, savoring this moment of tranquility. His gaze swept through the car interior, and he noticed his wife sleeping beside him, a hint of affection blooming on his face. Li Mengyao's face appeared exceptionally beautiful under the gentle light, her tightly closed eyes slightly trembling, as if she were having sweet dreams. In the blink of an eye 4 hours had quietly passed. A sleek black Maybach steadily parked at the parking lot beneath the building where Huang Shizhen lived. Lin Xuan opened the car door, retrieved a carefully packaged gift box from the trunk, and gently took Li Mengyao's soft hand, walking together towards the entrance. Soon they arrived at the door of Auntie Huang Shizhen's house. Li Mengyao gently pressed the doorbell. However, the one who opened the door was not Luo Qingchuan or Huang Shifeng, but a young woman with neatly trimmed short hair, tall stature, and delicate features. Ijia! Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly, her face radiating joy. Sister, you finally came. Come in. Luo Jiai immediately displayed a delighted smile, warmly guiding Li Mengyao into the house. Lin Xuan followed their footsteps inside. However, he keenly sensed that Luo Jiai had only prepared slippers for Li Mengyao, but none for himself. This left Lin Xuan feeling somewhat puzzled. Surely this must be Huang Shizhen's daughter, yet she seemed to harbor obvious hostility towards him. At that moment, Li Mengyao was being swiftly assisted into the house by Luo Jiai, thus oblivious to these subtle. Lin Xuan could only shake his head, helplessly picking up a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and putting them on before walking into the house. Just then Huang Shifeng also emerged from the kitchen. Annie, these are some small gifts I brought from Jinghai. I hope you like them, Lin Xuan said with a smile, presenting the gift box to Huang. Oh, you silly child, you came here without needing to bring anything. Go sit in the living room for a bit, a lunch will be ready soon. Huang Shizhen's face was beaming with warmth as she hurriedly invited Lin Xuan to sit down. Lin Xuan followed Huang Shizhen into the living room and found Huang Shifeng and Luo Qingchuan already chatting there, while Luo Jiai seemed to have directly taken his wife into another room. He politely greeted them. Mom, Auntie. Lin Xuan, are you tired from driving? It must have been hard on you. Huang Shifeng asked with concern. Lin Xuan, come have a cup of tea. Luo Qingchuan smiled, pouring a steaming cup of tea and handing it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the teacup, gently sipped, and savored the fragrant tea, unable to help but exclaim, this is excellent tea, Guanyin. Ah, I didn't expect you to appreciate tea. Young people who can appreciate tea like you are quite rare these days. That's impressive. Luo Qingchuan was very pleased to hear Lin Xuan's words. I only know a little. I often drank tea with my father before, so I have some understanding of tea leaves. Lin Xuan answered modestly. Meanwhile, Luo Jiai had taken Li Mengyao to her own room, letting her sit on the sofa. Sister, I went on a business trip to another province, and it's only been a few months since I last saw you. How come you? Luo Jiai looked at Li Mengyao's protruding belly, asking in surprise. Li Mengyao lowered her head, her face turning slightly red, as she shyly said, Impregnant. Luo Jiai frowned and pressed on, what exactly happened? You must tell me. Li Mengyao averted her gaze, not daring to look Luo Jiai in the eyes, remaining silent. Since childhood, she had never been good at lying. The more she said, the higher the chance of being exposed, so she simply chose to remain quiet. Upon seeing this, Luo Jiai knew something must have happened, and Li Mengyao was unwilling to tell her. Ever since Li Mengyao's father passed away, Luo Jiai had taken care of her, as if she were her own sister. Suddenly remembering Lin Xuan, Luo Jiai angrily said, Is it that scoundrel Lin Xuan's doing? How dare he? I'll go find him to settle the score. She turned to leave. Li Mengyao hurriedly grabbed Luo Jiai's arm, anxiously explaining, Sister, this isn't my husband's fault. It was my weakness. Her face turned even redder, her voice growing softer. Li Mengyao recalled that Luo Jiai was a black belt in Taekwondo, fierce in fights. If she truly angered her, the consequences would be dire. In the past, the school bully had tried to bully Li Mengyao, but Luo Jiai discovered it in time, and in a fit of anger, had beaten the bully to a pulp. The next morning, this bully knelt before Li Mengyao, begging her for forgiveness. This sudden scene frightened Li Mengyao. From that day on, no one at school dared to bully her anymore. Sister. Sigh. Luo Jiai helplessly rubbed her forehead and sighed. Sister, my husband treats me very well. I truly like Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao said, looking steadfastly at Luo Jiai. Does he have the ability to protect you? Luo Jiai asked. She had heard from her parents that Lin Xuan was quite wealthy, but money does not guarantee protection. Wealth and being strong are two different matters. She leaned towards valuing strength. He does, Li Mengyao answered without hesitation. Luo Jiai was momentarily speechless. After a while, Luo Jiai brought Li Mengyao to sit in the living room, where she saw Lin Xuan and Luo Qingchuan happily discussing. Suddenly Lin Xuan remembered that there was a jar of high-quality Wui Mountain de Hong Pao in the trunk of his Maybach, a gift from He Ziyuan, when he received the honorary president of the Jinghai Piano Association last time. Auntie, I just remembered that there's a jar of good tea in the trunk of the car. He'll go get it for you to try, Lin Xuan said with a smile, then stood up and walked out of the room. At that moment, a pair of eyes was watching him closely. Sister, I forgot that there's a package downstairs that I need to get. He'll go down for a moment, Luo Jiai said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded, continuing to watch TV in a daze. Soon after, Luo Jiai also left the room. Lin Xuan arrived at the underground garage, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and found the jar of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. However, at that moment, the black diamond technology watch on Lin Xuan's wrist suddenly began to vibrate. Alarm. Detected someone attempting to attack the host, please be cautious. Lin Xuan's heart jolted, and he quickly turned his head to see a long, fair leg sweeping toward his shoulder with a fierce gust of wind. Without a moment to think, Lin Xuan swiftly raised his arms to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, he was jolted back a few steps. Your reaction is quite quick. Luo Jiai's lips curled into a charming arc, and she launched another assault. Her movements were swift and fierce with punches and kicks combined. Left hooks, right hooks, high kicks, low sweeps. Various attacks rained down on Lin Xuan like a violent storm. Lin Xuan retreated repeatedly, having no choice but to use his arms and body to fend off the strikes, saying, "Sister, what do you mean by this? It seems I haven't offended you, have I? You're tougher than I expected. But what's the use of just defending? How can you protect Yao Yao like this?" Luo Jia sneered her assault, growing even more ferocious. With a swift turn of her body, she rapidly spun her leg, then kicked out fiercely, executing a whirlwind kick. Lin Xuan dared not be negligent and quickly protected himself with both hands, taking the blow head in. Bang! He was pushed back several steps by the immense force while he took the chance to push Luo Jia away. The two of them created some distance between them. "You've got some strength," Luo Jia said, a hint of surprise on her face, showing increased acknowledgement of Lin Xuan's abilities. "Since Sister wants to test me, then I should show my true skills. You better be careful from now on." Lin Xuan said, a confident smile appearing on his lips. "That's what I wanted." Luo Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she charged forward once more. The two began exchanging blows, with Luo Jia's attacks coming at him like a fierce storm, but Lin Xuan cleverly used her force against her, neutralizing each strike. This left Luo Jia quite astonished. "You actually know Wing Chun?" Lin Xuan smiled slightly, taking a Wing Chun stance, and replied, "I know a little." Just as the two were preparing to engage in another round of intense fighting, a soft, yet resonant voice called out, "Stop." They turned simultaneously to see it was Li Mengyao. At that moment, Li Mengyao stood there, her chest slightly, heaving, her brows furrowed, clearly very angry. "Wife, why?" Lin Xuan hurriedly jogged over, tightly grasping Li Mengyao's small hand, and asked with concern, "Did something happen? If I hadn't come, would you two have kept fighting?" "Not at all, I was just sparring with Sister E, right?" Lin Xuan quickly explained, then looked at Luo Jia. Luo Jia also hurriedly smiled, and said, "Yes, Sister, I saw that my brother-in-law's skills were so good that I got a bit eager to spar with him, ha." Luo Jia knew her sister very well. She understood that when Li Mengyao was docile, she was like a cute little kitten, but once she got angry, she could turn into a fierce lion. So when Li Mengyao angrily questioned them, Luo Jia immediately sensed that things were getting serious. "Do you take me for a Sister E, where's your package?" Li Mengyao asked angrily. Luo Jia quickly explained, "Oh, I just wanted to test Lin Xuan. Don't be angry, Sister, I was wrong." After being exposed, she hurriedly admitted her mistake. Lin Xuan also rushed to comfort Li Mengyao, saying, "Wife, look, we're both fine. Don't be angry, it's not good for the baby." Seeing that the two were indeed unharmed, Li Mengyao let out a helpless sigh and said, "No more of this next time. Let's go back." Earlier, while waiting in the living room, Li Mengyao felt that her husband and sister had been gone for too long, worrying that something might have happened, so she came downstairs to check. Unexpectedly, she found the two of them fighting. The three of them entered the elevator, remaining silent throughout the process, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Lin Xuan and Luo Jia felt Li Mengyao's icy gaze, and none dared to speak, as they could tell that Li Mengyao was still a bit angry. Mainly Lin Xuan was also quite speechless. He had brought this beating upon himself, and had also angered his wife. Not long after, the three of them returned to the house, and entered the living room together. As soon as they sat down, Huang Shizhen asked, "Why did you take so long to come back?" Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "Haha, we were looking for something for quite a while." He then handed the Wu Yi Mountain to Hong Pao to Luo Qingchuan. "Auntie, this is Wu Yi Mountain to Hong Pao." Seeing it, Luo Qingchuan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Oh, this is precious Wu Yi Mountain to Hong Pao. One can sell for tens of thousands on the market." He quickly added, "Such an expensive gift, I cannot accept it. Please take it back." Lin Xuan hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "No need to be polite, uncle, please accept it. I have plenty more in Jinghai City." "Alright then, after lunch let's brew this Wu Yi Mountain to Hong Pao, and enjoy some tea together," Luo Qingchuan said happily. After saying this, he called everyone to the dining room for a meal. The lunch was very rich, and everyone enjoyed it immensely. After lunch, everyone returned to the living room. Some were sitting on the sofa watching TV, while others gathered together to chat. Luo Qingchuan began to prepare tea, pulling out the precious Wu Yi Mountain to Hong Pao, and brewing it carefully. Before long, the fragrance of tea wafted through the living room, and everyone savored the rare De Hong Pao. Of course, Li Mengyao did not drink any. De Hong Pao is a type of black tea that contains a certain amount of caffeine and theine, which could adversely affect the baby, so she was drinking juice. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already afternoon. After bidding farewell to Li Mengyao's family, they prepared. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand, and along with Huang Shifeng walked to the downstairs Maybach. He started the car and drove towards the Times Garden. Soon they arrived home safely. After getting home, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Since Lin Xuan had just sparred with Luo Jia and was covered in sweat, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, Lin Xuan saw Li Mengyao lying quietly on the bed, her lively big eyes staring at him. Lin Xuan slowly walked to the bedside and gently asked, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" Li Mengyao shook her head slightly. He then climbed onto the bed, lay down next to Li Mengyao, and gently embraced her. "Husband, let me see your hand," Li Mengyao said, extending her delicate little hand to gently stroke Lin Xuan's reddened arm, her eyes filled with concern and love. "Sister E really is something. She doesn't know her own strength." Li Mengyao complained, her face full of worry. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and comforted her, saying, "Sister E's intentions were good. She just wanted to test if I have the ability to protect you. But she shouldn't use such force that hurts my heart." Li Mengyao said softly, lifting her head. Next time it won't happen again. Lin Xuan gently cupped Li Mengyao's small face and kissed her softly. Under Lin Xuan's gentle whispers and soothing comforts, Li Mengyao finally closed her eyes, nestling quietly in his warm embrace, drifting into a sweet dream. However, Lin Xuan found it impossible to sleep, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the intense sparring session with Luo Jia. If it weren't for Lin Xuan enhancing his physical attributes, he would have long been unable to withstand it. As for that Wing Chun, let's return to the moment after Luo Jia executed a whirlwind kick when Lin Xuan began to seek help from the system in his heart. System, you only enhanced my physical attributes, but you didn't provide any practical combat techniques. When encountering a true expert, all I can do is take hits. Lin Xuan pleaded inwardly. At that moment, the system's voice responded, keep it up, host. Hearing this, Lin Xuan almost broke down, continuing to lament internally. System, is there really no combat-related rewards? The system replied, there are, but the host has yet to trigger such rewards. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately felt a surge of hope and eagerly asked, then can I borrow it temporarily? My dear system. After a moment's hesitation, the system said, all right, I will temporarily grant you the skills of a top-tier martial artist, valid for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is more than enough, Lin Xuan said with a slight smile brimming with confidence. As his words fell, a mysterious power surged within him, and a plethora of top-tier combat skills flooded into Lin. Every detail, every movement was vividly clear. Thus Lin Xuan began to display Wing Chun. Sigh, how he wished to experience the feeling of being a top-tier martial artist once more. What man wouldn't want to possess such a skill? However, the system said that it would reward him upon triggering it in the future, and it would eventually be his. Lin Xuan sighed softly, his gaze falling upon Li Mengyao in his arms. She lay peacefully asleep, her beautiful face radiating tranquility and tenderness. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, carefully holding her, as they both drifted into sweet dreams. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be gentle, dear. Lin Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, mumbling. Li Mengyao paused her actions, looking at him with confusion. Does it hurt? I wasn't pressing hard at all. Does it still hurt? Li Mengyao asked with concern, easing her grip. Lin Xuan nodded, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Much better. Hubby, if you can't win, just run, okay? Don't always be so strong-willed. Li Mengyao gently advised. Lin Xuan turned his head, his gaze firm and resolute. Do I look like someone who can't hold his own? Ouch. Suddenly Lin Xuan let out a tragic cry. Upon hearing his words, Li Mengyao unconsciously increased her grip, causing Lin Xuan's face to contort in agony. Still being stubborn, Li Mengyao shot him a glare, but her eyes held a hint of amusement. She continued to gently apply medication to the swollen area with her warm little hands. I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xuan finally relented, responding with a smile. After a while, Li Mengyao finished applying the medicine and cautiously tidied up. Thank you, dear, Lin Xuan said softly, his face beaming with a happy smile. At that moment, he lazily lay on the bed, fully enjoying this warmth and sweetness. As evening fell, Huang Shifeng went downstairs to dance, while Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to go out for a walk, savoring the tranquility of the night. Suddenly the doorbell rang, interrupting their plans. Lin Xuan opened the door to find Li Mengyao's childhood friend Chen Tingting standing outside. She looked somewhat nervous, glancing inside the house from time to time. Hello, Lin Xuan, is Mengyao at home? Chen Tingting asked cautiously. Yes, she is, Lin Xuan replied. At that moment, Li Mengyao came out from the bedroom, having changed her clothes. Hubby, who is it? Li Mengyao asked curiously. It's Chen Tingting, Lin Xuan informed her. Upon seeing Li Mengyao, Chen Tingting immediately expressed her apologies, saying, Mengyao, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not seeing you home safely, which almost led to an accident. She bowed deeply as an apology. It turned out that Chen Tingting was scared when she heard that Li Mengyao had almost been attacked by Li Jia. Tingting, it's not your fault at all. Li Mengyao quickly helped Chen Tingting up, comforting her. If I had gone home with you that day, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Chen Tingting said with self-blame. It's alright, don't think too much about it, Li Mengyao reassured her. Come in and sit down, she said, pulling Chen Tingting into the house. Lin Xuan, understanding the situation, returned to the bedroom, leaving the two of them some private space. Li Mengyao and Chen Tingting sat down in the living room. Mengyao, you're pregnant now, and you can't run fast when in danger. I should have seen you home. Chen Tingting said with a face. Tingting, really, it's fine. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine, right? Besides, even if you took me home once, Li Jia would still find opportunities to attack me in the future. Li Mengyao comforted her. Moreover, Li Jia is already in prison now, he won't have the chance to harm me again. Chen Tingting asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Li Mengyao smiled. Hearing this, Chen Tingting's face broke into a radiant smile as she happily chatted with Li Mengyao. The two of them were so engrossed in conversation that they seemed to forget the unpleasantness that had occurred earlier. Wow, Mengyao, your spacious penthouse is just incredible. It's so roomy, the view is fantastic, and the decor is so luxurious. Chen Tingting marveled. Then she began to share amusing stories from her work, while Li Mengyao listened with a smile occasionally. After a while, Chen Tingting happily stood up to bid farewell to Li Mengyao and headed home. Hubby, let's go for a walk, Li Mengyao called out. Coming. Lin Xuan emerged from the bedroom with a smile. He then took Li Mengyao's hand and led her downstairs for a walk. During their walk, Lin Xuan suddenly noticed that his wife seemed to be chewing on something. She occasionally chewed lightly, a satisfied smile on her face. Dear, what are you eating? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Candy, Li Mengyao turned her head smiling. Hubby wants some too. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. I have a few pieces left in my bag. As she spoke, Li Mengyao reached into her bag with her small hand. Lin Xuan grabbed her little hand, revealing his signature smile. Li Mengyao first blushed, then shook her head left and right, confirming there was no one around, and then gently stood on her tiptoes, delivering the candy to Lin Xuan's mouth. Li Mengyao instantly panicked and hastily turned around, only to see a boy of 6 or 7 staring at them with wide, curious eyes, as if studying something fascinating. At that moment, a woman in her 30s approached. Upon witnessing the scene, she immediately covered the boy's eyes with her hand and anxiously exclaimed, "Don't look." Then she swiftly scooped him up and turned away, muttering under her breath, "Can't you wait until you're back home to kiss?" Today's young people, truly. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. She longed desperately to vanish into the ground. Ignoring Lin Xuan's playful grin beside her, she lowered her head and hurried forward. Seeing her retreat, Lin Xuan rushed after her, tenderly saying, "Wife, slow down. No need to rush. Be careful." His face still bore that familiar carefree smile. It's all your fault." Li Mengyao grumbled indignantly, though her pace didn't slacken in the slightest. Together, they continued walking, until cheerful music soon drifted toward them. "You are the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. I'll hold you here with all my heart, keep you here." It was the unmistakable melody of a square dance tune. Hand in hand, Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan followed the music until they found a group of middle-aged women dancing gracefully. They swayed in perfect rhythm with the music, their faces radiant with joy and contentment. "Wife, why did you come here? Do you want to dance too?" Lin Xuan asked, smiling. Li Mengyao responded with an exasperated eye roll. "Look, who?" She extended her slender index finger and gently pointed. Lin Xuan followed her gaze, and there unmistakably stood a familiar figure. "Mom!" he cried out in astonishment. Huang Shifang stood at the center of the crowd, her face alight with happiness as she danced merrily to the beat. "It's been so long since I've seen Mom dance like this, with such pure joy." Li Mengyao smiled tenderly, her gaze soft with quiet reflection. "From now on, Mom can dance like this every day," Lin Xuan said warmly. Li Mengyao replied, beaming bright. Then she pulled out her phone, framed Huang Shifang mid-dance within the lens, and pressed the shutter, capturing this luminous. Afterward, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao slipped away quietly. Regrettably, they hadn't brought the Nikon Z7 II this time. Next visit, they'd bring it specially to photograph Mom. Returning home, the night deepened. Lin Xuan lay upon the soft bed, idly twirling strands of Li Mengyao's silken hair between his fingers, savoring their delicate velvety glide across his skin. "Husband, stop playing." Li Mengyao set aside her phone and lifted her head, feigning irritation, but her eyes held no trace of sternness. Even when a kitten scowls, it remains a kitten. Lin Xuan wasn't the least intimidated. He kept playing. "Husband, could we go to the countryside tomorrow?" Li Mengyao gently pushed him aside, her voice tinged with melancholy. Lin Xuan raised his head, his eyes brimming with tenderness and concern. "Why suddenly to the countryside? Tomorrow is my father's Memorial Day. I'd like to visit him." She nestled her cheek against his chest and whispered softly, "Of course, we must pay our respects to father-in-law." Lin Xuan held her close, his palm soothingly stroking her back with gentle warmth. "We'll return right after." "All right," Lin Xuan murmured tenderly. Slowly, Li Mengyao lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply into his, brimming with love and gratitude. She asked softly, "Husband, why have you never asked about my father's side of the family?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly and answered, "If you don't wish to speak of it, I won't ask." Her heart swelled with warmth at those words, and unbidden tears glistened in her eyes. She bit her lower lip gently and continued, "Actually, my grandparents doted on me dearly, until father passed. Then everything changed. My uncle's family welcomed a son, and grandfather began treating us as burdens, growing distant, withdrawing his affection." Her voice sank heavy with the weight of old sorrow. Lin Xuan listened in silent stillness, sensing the ache and helplessness within her. He reached out and clasped her small hand tightly, offering strength, presence, unwavering support. Li Mengyao went on, "Grandfather believed girls would eventually marry away, so he cherished his grandson above all." Later, mother reached her breaking point. She quarreled fiercely with grandfather and resolved to sever ties completely. From then on, it was just the two of us, mother and daughter, holding each other through life. Tears spilled over as she spoke. She wiped them away, trembling with quiet grief. "Why, from now on, you have me. You need never think of them again." Lin Xuan gazed at her with aching tenderness, gently cradling her face in his palms and brushing away her tears, his eyes resolute, his love absolute. Li Mengyao nodded, tear-bright, yet smiling faintly. Lin Xuan leaned in, pressing their foreheads together, and whispered, "Are you still sad?" She blinked. Then a playful glint shimmered in her eyes, just a little. Lin Xuan smiled and asked, "Then what?" Li Mengyao closed her eyes, lips curving into a soft, knowing smile, "A kiss." Lin Xuan's heart warmed at the sight of her sweet, trusting expression. He gently pressed his lips to hers. The time quickly arrived at the next morning. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished breakfast, they prepared to set off. Li Mengyao's father, Li Qingyang, had been buried in his hometown since his passing. This hometown is located in a remote village called Li Village in Jinghai City, which is quite a distance from the urban area, taking about 3 hours to reach. "Mom, aren't you coming with us?" Li Mengyao asked her mother. "I already visited during the Qingming festival, so you two can go on your own this time," Huang Shifang replied. In truth, Huang Shifang also very much wanted to go, but she preferred to give Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao some private space to face Li Qingyang. Okay then dear, let's go. Li Mengyao nodded, taking Lin Xuan's hand as they walked out of the house. They arrived at the parked Maybach downstairs, and Lin Xuan carefully assisted Li Mengyao into the passenger seat before returning to the driver's seat, starting the car, and slowly driving out of the Times Garden community. On the way they bought some offerings, and headed straight for Li village. Wife, aren't you going to sleep on the way? Lin Xuan said, gently looking at Li Mengyao. Usually Li Mengyao would fall asleep as soon as she got in the car, but today she sat quietly in her seat, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her vitality. Husband, I can't sleep, Li Mengyao said. Hearing this, Lin Xuan looked at his wife with concern and comforted her. Then let's play some music, listening to songs might help lighten the mood. As he spoke, he turned on the car's audio system and selected a few light and cheerful songs. After listening, Li Mengyao gradually lifted her spirits and chatted with Lin Xuan from time to time. Time passed second by second, and after a long 4-hour drive, a sleek black Maybach slowly entered Li. Farmers were busy with their work, and upon seeing the luxurious car driving into the village, they couldn't help but stop their tasks in surprise, closely following the vehicle with their gazes. They recalled that there seemed to be no one in the village who could drive such a luxury car, and they began to murmur about who it might belong to. Whose car is this? It's so beautiful, one villager exclaimed. Yes, I've never seen such a fine car before, another villager echoed. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the Maybach came to a stop, and Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao out of the car. Wow, whose child is this? So good looking, a woman couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, that man is quite handsome, another young girl chimed in. That woman bears some resemblance to Li Qingmin's niece. Someone recognized Li Mengyao. Since Li Qingyang's tombstone was not far from the village entrance, the car could only stop on a village road. They had to walk the rest of the way. Be careful, wife. Lin Xuan cautiously supported Li Mengyao as they walked forward slowly. I'm watching, Li Mengyao replied with a slight smile, speaking gently. The two walked side by side, and soon arrived at Li Qingyang's tombstone. At this moment the tombstone was not covered in much dust, just a few fallen leaves, as if someone often came to clean it. The tombstone bore a photo of Li Qingyang in his youth, his face handsome, with a determined look in his eyes, and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, exuding confidence. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes resembled her father's, clear and bright, revealing a resolute gaze. Lin Xuan took out some tools, and began to carefully clear the fallen leaves around the tombstone, while Li Mengyao gently arranged the offerings she had brought, placing them in front of the tombstone. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, Lin Xuan specially took out a soft mat and laid it on the ground. Then they both gently knelt down, their knees resting on the mat, facing Li Qingyang's tombstone. Dad, I've come to see you. How have you been lately? A kind person like you must be living happily in heaven, Li Mengyao said softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Dad, I want to tell you that I am doing very well now, Li Mengyao continued, a happy smile spreading across her face. I have graduated from university and even got married. My husband takes great care of me and looks after both me and my mother very well. Li Mengyao gently stroked the photo on the tombstone. Also, Dad, you are going to be a grandfather, and it's going to be 2 children. You would definitely be very happy if you were here. As Li Mengyao spoke, her voice gradually choked with emotion and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Xuan looked at his wife with concern and quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears. Dad, the person next to me is your son-in-law. What do you think? Isn't he just as handsome as you were when you were young? Li Mengyao broke into a smile, pointing at Lin Xuan to introduce him to her father. Not only is he handsome, but he also has his own career and he takes meticulous care of me. My daughter's choice is not bad, right? She took Lin Xuan's hand, holding it tightly with her own. Hello, father-in-law. I am Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao's husband. He gazed at the name on the tombstone, feeling a surge of respect. Thank you very much for the love you gave Mengyao when she was young. Rest assured I will take good care of Mengyao from now on, and will not let her suffer any harm. Lin Xuan said firmly. He understood the weight of this responsibility, but he was willing to spend his life protecting Li Mengyao and their family. The two knelt silently, their grief gradually transforming into tranquility. After a while, Lin Xuan gently took Li Mengyao's hand and stood up. He deeply bowed to the tombstone before turning to prepare to leave. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, lifting a flurry of dandelions that danced in the air like light snowflakes. These tiny dandelion seeds twirled gracefully in the sky, resembling a group of little fairies frolicking joyfully. They floated toward the sky, contrasting beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds, as if bravely seeking the unknown distance, creating a stunning scene. Li Mengyao leaned on Lin Xuan's shoulder, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery before them. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao held hands and slowly walked back. As they approached the Maybach, they noticed that the villagers had gathered, their chattering among themselves. They are back, a villager shouted. Other villagers turned back, watching the figures of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued to walk towards the Maybach with expressionless faces. As they got closer, they noticed an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane, standing beside the car. The elderly man's face was etched with the marks of time, yet a warm light sparkled in his eyes. Yao, have you come? The old lady lifted her head and softly inquired. Li Mengyao hurried forward, supporting the old lattice arm, and gently replied, Grandma, it's me, I've returned. Although Grandpa and Uncle's family regarded Li Mengyao as a burden and heartlessly abandoned her, Grandma had always been very kind to her. When the relationship was to be severed, Grandma firmly opposed it, but ultimately could not change that decision. Seeing you live so happily now, Grandma can rest easy. Grandma said gently. Grandma, both Mom and I are doing well, you don't need to worry, Li Mengyao smiled. Grandma's blurry eyes carefully scrutinized Li Mengyao and suddenly noticed that her belly seemed a bit unusual, so she reached out her aged hand to gently stroke it. Oh my Yao Yao, what is this? Grandma asked in surprise. Yes, Grandma, you are going to be a great grandmother, and there are, Li Mengyao excitedly informed Grandma. This is good news, this is good news. Grandma exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, she suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao had long severed ties with the family, and the originally joyous mood instantly dissipated, replaced by a deep sigh. Immediately, Grandma pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Li Mengyao. The fact that you still recognize me as your grandmother is enough for me. Take this red envelope, it is for the two little ones. Grandma smiled. Li Mengyao knew this was originally meant for her grandson. Grandma, I can't accept it, Li Mengyao declared. But Grandma insisted, saying, these past 10 years I owe you this, and since you still recognize me as your grandmother, just take it. Grandma's eyes gradually became moist, and her voice grew firm. Li Mengyao, feeling helpless, had to accept the red envelope. At that moment, Grandma's gaze fell on Lin Xuan, who was standing beside Li Mengyao. She revealed a kind smile and softly asked, this must be my grandson-in-law, right? He looks really handsome. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, yes, Grandma, my name is Lin Xuan. Grandma nodded and praised Lin Xuan, what a good name. Then Grandma suddenly became serious, looking intently at Lin Xuan and saying, Lin Xuan, I ask you one thing, please take good care of my granddaughter. Grandma, I promise you in this life, and the next I will take good care of Mengyao, Lin Xuan said firmly. Good with your word. You should leave quickly. When the old man comes, seeing how rich and noble you are now, he will probably act unreasonable again. Grandma, then we will head back, Li Mengyao said reluctantly. Please send my regards to Shifang, and also say sorry on my behalf, it was our Li family's fault. Grandma choked back her emotions. Then Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the car, returned to the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away amidst the envious gazes of the villagers. Just as they were leaving the village, they happened to encounter Li Qingyang's brother Li Qingmin. He was astonished, his mouth agape and his eyes filled with disbelief, for he saw Li Mengyao, who had once been abandoned, now sitting in a luxury car. However, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao did not glance at him, and the sleek black Maybach drove directly away from Li village. On the way back, Lin Xuan noticed his wife staring out the window, her mood very low. Wife, shall we sit in the back seat? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. Why, oi? Li Mengyao turned her head and quietly asked. The back seat is spacious, I'll let your husband hold you for a while, Lin Xuan said gently. But who will drive the car? Li Mengyao asked with some concern. Don't worry, let the top-notch intelligent driving system handle it, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. After saying that, Lin Xuan parked the car by the roadside, then opened the door and got out, taking Li Mengyao to the back seat. He gently opened the door, carefully helped Li Mengyao sit down, and then sat beside her. In the back seat, Lin Xuan tenderly held Li Mengyao in his arms, allowing her to feel his care and protection. Li Mengyao's fair long legs gently rested on Lin Xuan's lap, her small head leaned against Lin Xuan's chest, as if she had found a tranquil harbor. Xiaohei, activate the top-tier intelligent driving mode. Lin Xuan commanded the Maybach's intelligence system. Understood, the Maybach responded. As the vehicle slowly started, it smoothly drove forward. Wife, if you want to cry, just let it out, but once we get home you can't cry. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, comforting her. He knew that she must be harboring many grievances and pains, and now was the time to release those emotions. Upon hearing these words, Li Mengyao finally could not hold back any longer. Her tears flowed out like a dam breaking, dripping onto Lin Xuan's shirt. She tightly embraced Lin Xuan, crying freely, releasing all her exhaustion and sorrow. Lin Xuan quietly held her, feeling every sob. She made his heart filled with pain. He could only use a tissue to help Li Mengyao wipe her tears. Perhaps exhausted from crying, Li Mengyao leaned on Lin Xuan and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xuan gently rested her head on the back seat, carefully fastened her seatbelt, and then cautiously returned to the driver's seat. He had actually always been afraid to ask Li Mengyao about her father Li Qingyang, fearing it would touch her deep-seated pain. It wasn't until later that he learned the truth from Huang Shifang. It turned out that at that time Jingshui City had been hit by several consecutive days of heavy rain, leading to devastating floods. On his way home from work, Li Qingyang discovered a little girl being swept away by the raging river. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river, and with his excellent swimming skills quickly brought the little girl back to the shore. However, just then the river suddenly intensified, and Li Qingyang's strength was exhausted, ultimately being swept away by the merciless waters. The little girl he saved thereafter vanished without a trace. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. His wife's childhood was indeed very unfortunate. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, after nearly 4 hours of driving, the Maybach came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Sherdai, Huayuan community. Lin Xuan returned to the back seat and gently woke Li Mengyao. Wife, we are home. Li Mengyao gently rubbed her beautiful eyes. Let me see if your eyes are swollen, dear. Lin Xuan cupped Li Mengyao's small face and examined it closely. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like two bright gemstones, blinking at him, as if whispering endless tenderness and love. Even when you cry, my wife, you are still beautiful. Lin Xuan couldn't help but kiss her soft cheek, speaking softly. Don't tease, let's go home. Li Mengyao shyly smiled and extended her small hand to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took her small hand, helping Li Mengyao out of the car, and they headed towards the elevator. Soon they arrived home, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon with sunlight streaming through the window and casting golden patches on the floor. "Mom, I'm back," Li Mengyao joyfully exclaimed as she walked through the door. At that moment, Huang Shifang had already calculated the time, bringing out a large portion of steaming noodles and a bowl of braised dishes from the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's call, a content smile appeared on her face. "You're back? Get ready to eat noodles." Huang Shifang, "Mom, how did you know I was hungry?" Li Mengyao asked in surprise. "Every time you go to see your father, you hardly eat anything, and you come back immediately shouting that you are hungry." Huang Shifang replied with a smile. Husband, come and eat the braised noodles my mom's cooking is delicious." Li Mengyao eagerly pulled Lin Xuan to sit at the dining table, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. She filled a large bowl with noodles, scooped up a big spoonful of aromatic braised dishes, and skillfully mixed them. Then with immense joy she picked up her chopsticks and slurped the noodles, her face glowing with happiness and satisfaction. Lin Xuan tried a bite as well, and had to admit that her mother's cooking was truly remarkable. "Mom, the braised noodles are delicious," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "I'm glad you like it," Huang Shifang said, watching the two with a happy smile. As they had not eaten well during lunch, they quickly finished a large bowl of noodles. After eating, Li Mengyao went back to her room to rest while Huang Shifang went downstairs to check on the progress of the shop's renovation. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan quietly left the house, heading to the underground parking lot, where he started his Maybach and drove out of the Sherdai, Huayuan community. Lin Xuan first visited the largest traditional market in Jinghai City, where he selected 2 exquisite lotus lamps. In ancient times, people would release lotus lamps to express their sorrow and remembrance of deceased loved ones. After purchasing the lotus lamps, he drove to a famous Martin guitar specialty store in Jinghai City. Upon entering the store, a warm young male salesperson approached him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a guitar?" The male salesperson smiled professionally. "Yes, could you tell me which models of Martin guitars you have?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Oh, we have the Martin D28, Martin D41, Martin D45, and so on. These are all very classic models," the male salesperson introduced. At that moment, Lin Xuan's gaze was drawn to a particular guitar. He unconsciously walked up to it and examined it closely. This guitar was stunningly beautiful, with its elegant contours and intricate lines exuding an unparalleled charm that caught the eye. "Sir, you truly have an eye for beauty." The male salesperson immediately stepped forward excitedly, saying, "This model is our Martin D45 Modern Deluxe, crafted from high-quality rosewood and spruce, featuring rich, warm, and balanced tones. Whether for singing or solo play, it showcases its unique charm. Moreover, it feels wonderful in your hands, and the comfortable neck design allows you to press the strings and play effortlessly. This guitar does look quite impressive." Lin Xuan smiled and asked, "Can I try it out?" "Of course." The male salesperson readily agreed, and carefully took the Martin D45 Modern Deluxe off the stand, gently handing it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the Martin D45 guitar, lightly pressed a few strings, appreciating the beautiful sound it produced, and revealed a satisfied smile. He turned to the male salesperson and asked, "How much is this guitar?" The male salesperson replied with a smile, "Due to the rare materials used in this guitar, the price is a bit higher priced, at 100 yuan. All right, I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me." Lin Xuan handed the Martin D45 guitar back to the male salesperson. The male salesperson excitedly accepted it, happily saying, "Thank you very much." Then Lin Xuan went to the front desk to pay and collect his receipt. Just as he was about to leave, the male salesperson approached him again, asking, "Sir, would you like to have this guitar engraved?" Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Yes, please engrave the words Xianmeng on it." The male salesperson nodded in understanding and prepared to turn around to handle the engraving. "By the way, I have something to do later. Could you deliver this guitar to this address around 8 p.m.? Lin Xuan opened his phone and handed the address to the male salesperson for review. "Certainly, since you spent over 100 yuan in our store, we can accommodate some personalized requests. We will ensure timely delivery." The male salesperson smiled. "All right, thank you for your help." After that, Lin Xuan left the Martin instrument store and drove his Maybach home. Soon Lin Xuan returned home, changed into comfortable loungewear, and quietly lay beside Li Mengyao, falling asleep. Time quickly passed to 7 p.m., and Lin Xuan hazily felt a small hand touching his face. Then he grasped it. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's small hand, and slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his mischievous wife. "Husband, you're awake," Li Mengyao said, her little face turning red as she spoke playfully. "Wife, when did you become Lin Xuan smiled, gently pinching her nose. "What do you mean?" Li Mengyao pouted, her little mouth lowering her head, and avoiding his gaze, feeling a bit guilty. "Still saying you didn't. What was your little hand doing just now?" Lin Xuan smiled as he extended a hand, gently turning Li Mengyao's face towards him, forcing her to meet his gaze. "I wasn't doing anything," Li Mengyao replied, puffing up her face innocently. "Are today's little rascals so Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a mischievous grin. "Can this be called mischief?" Li Mengyao stuck out her cute little tongue, blinking her big eyes with an innocent expression. "In that case, I'll give my wife a kiss too." After their intimate moment, they changed clothes in the room and prepared to go downstairs for a stroll. "Wife, let's walk by the lake beside our neighborhood today." Lin Xuan smiled. "All right," Li Mengyao replied with delight. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan led her toward the lakeside adjacent to Sherdai Garden. Jinghai Lake shimmered like a radiant pearl set upon this tranquil land. Its waters were crystal clear, mirror still, reflecting the full moon above and the lush verdant trees encircling its shores, forming a breathtaking, naturally composed masterpiece. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled along the lakeshore, savoring the cool breeze and profound serenity. Laughing and conversing all the way, they soon arrived at a quiet cul-de-sac. Li Mengyao stood at the water's edge, gazing upward at the round moon. Lin Xuan sensed she was still longing for her late father. Gently he retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted lotus lanterns from the grass behind them, prepared in advance. He had purchased them earlier that afternoon and hidden them here. Why shall we release the lotus lanterns? Lin Xuan asked. Lotus lanterns. Li Mengyao turned back, curious. Before her stood 2 exquisite lotus lanterns, each petal carved with lifelike precision, layered and overlapping in graceful symmetry around the central wick, evoking a blooming lotus radiating quiet, sacred beauty. Husband, when did you buy these? A flicker of joy lit up Li Mengyao's face. While you were napping this afternoon, Lin Xuan replied softly, offering one lantern into her hands. Li Mengyao accepted the lantern, examining it closely, a gentle smile lifting the corners of her lips. Lin Xuan murmured, lotus lanterns are traditionally used to convey remembrance and reverence for departed loved ones. He paused briefly, then added, when we float them upon Jinghai Lake, surely Father in heaven will see them too. Li Mengyao nodded gently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, husband. She embraced him tenderly. Lin Xuan returned the embrace, holding her close, feeling the warmth of her presence. After a quiet moment they parted. Lin Xuan produced a lighter and carefully ignited the wick of his lantern. Li Mengyao did the same, and together they lowered both lanterns onto the water's surface with reverent care. Carried by the soft breeze, the lanterns drifted gently across the lake. Moonlight spilled upon the water, casting their delicate reflections, a scene of ethereal, heart-stirring beauty. Side by side, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stood silently at the shore, hands clasped, watching the lanterns recede into the distance, filled with quiet longing, love, and blessings for those no longer with them. Soon the lanterns vanished beyond sight, just as the clock struck 8 o'clock. At that moment footsteps echoed. They turned, and there stood a young man shouldering a large guitar case. It was the male sales representative. Sir, this is your order, the Martin D45 Modern Deluxe. Please confirm receipt. Thank you. Lin Xuan accepted the guitar case. The young man bowed slightly and departed. Inside lay a magnificent Martin D45 Modern Deluxe guitar. Husband, why buy another guitar? Don't we already have a piano at home? Li Mengyao asked, beaming. A guitar is more portable. I can play for you anytime, anywhere, even now. Then what song will you play for me? Warmth bloomed in Li Mengyao's chest, sweet and tender, drawing forth a radiant. This way, Lin Xuan said softly, taking her small hand and guiding her into an elegant pavilion beside the lake. A gentle breeze rippled across the water, carrying a soothing coolness. They sat on the stone benches within the pavilion, surrounded by serene stillness, a tranquil setting that lifted the spirit and calmed the soul. Li Mengyao gently rested her head upon Lin Xuan's shoulder, feeling the steady warmth of his body, then slowly closed her beautiful eyes, savoring this hushed, perfect moment in peaceful contentment. Lin Xuan picked up the guitar beside him, tuned the strings with practiced ease, and began to strum, melody flowing effortlessly from his fingertips like liquid light. The music he played was hauntingly beautiful, like a clear mountain stream winding through her ears, drawing her deep into its gentle current, where time dissolved and only emotion remained. As his fingers danced across the strings, he sang softly. A super idle smile isn't half as sweet as yours. August's midday sun isn't half as bright as you. You don't know how utterly charming you are. Stumbling yet rising with a silly, radiant grin. You never speak lightly of defeat. Your devotion to dreams remains unwavering. I feel safe when you tell me. Don't fear. I'm here. Leave it to me. Bravely chase your dreams. That resolute, unwavering grace. He dedicated the song, Loving You at 105C, by Asa, to Li Mengyao. Wife, what's past is past. From now on I will always be by your side. Lin Xuan leaned forward, gently pressing his forehead to hers. My husband is the finest man under heaven. Li Mengyao whispered, her lips curving into a crescent moon smile, delicate, luminous, utterly enchanting. They drew closer, breaths mingling warm and soft against each other's skin. Slowly, inevitably, their lips neared, drawn together by an invisible, tender gravity. From afar they appeared as a guitar-playing youth and a vision of exquisite grace, locked in a tender, lingering kiss beneath the pavilion, lost together in this luminous, suspended moment. The still lake mirrored the moon, a flawless silver disk suspended in the night sky, bathing them in its gentle, mysterious glow, weaving magic into the very air around them. Late into the night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay side by side upon their plush, spacious bed. Husband, I want to learn. Li Mengyao murmured softly, her delicate fingers tracing the firm contours of his abdomen before lifting her gaze to meet his. Her smile sweet, radiant, and utterly beguiling. Of course, I'll teach you myself, Lin Xuan replied tenderly. When I've learned, well, I'll sing for you too, she added, tucking a strand of long hair behind her ear, revealing a look of serene, quiet affection, as gentle as moonlight on water. The next morning arrived. Dawn's soft light filtered through the curtains and spilled across the bed as Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao rose early to pack their belongings. Today they would journey to Li Mengyao's grandmother's home. Yunxi Village, a quiet remote hamlet nestled in a county beneath Jinghai City. The family planned to stay there for 2 days. The drive from Jinghai City would take over 3 hours. Honey, is everything packed? Lin Xuan asked with a gentle smile, glancing at his wife as he neatly arranged their luggage. Her face glowed with quiet happiness. All set, Li Mengyao replied, cheerfully holding a compact suitcase filled with gifts for her grandmother. Soon after, the two stepped out of the room and found Huang Shifang already packed and preparing a lavish breakfast. The family gathered around the dining table, laughter and warm conversation filling the air. After breakfast, Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifang descended to the underground parking lot of their residential complex and climbed into their luxurious Maybach sedan. Lin Xuan smoothly started the engine and engaged the vehicle's top-tier autonomous driving mode. The Maybach eased forward with serene grace, gliding out of the compound toward Yunxi Village. En route, they chatted and laughed. Time slipped by effortlessly, and before long they arrived at the entrance of Yunxi Village. As the sleek obsidian Maybach rolled slowly into the village, it drew curious glances and a small crowd of onlookers. Villagers murmured among themselves, "Who's come back? Driving such a fine car? Could it be Boss Huang, the wealth? No, doesn't seem like him." All eyes followed the luxury sedan as it passed, then watched in astonishment as it came to a smooth halt before a modest rural house. The driver's door opened, and a young handsome man stepped out first, his gaze calm, self-assured, and resolute. He then moved to the front passenger side and tenderly helped a beautiful woman alight. Finally, a middle-aged woman emerged from the rear seat. Villagers stared in disbelief. Was this truly Huang Shifang's family? Lin Xuan retrieved their luggage from the trunk, took Li Mengyao's hand gently, and led her toward the house. Li Mengyao's grandmother's home was a simple country house, unadorned and unpretentious, yet radiating an understated, heartfelt beauty. Its exterior was plain white walls, slightly weathered and speckled with age, bearing silent witness to decades of quiet life, yet still exuding warmth and comfort. Li Mengyao pushed the gate open and called out, her voice bright with excitement, "Grandmother, I'm home to see you." Her grandmother hurried from the house, her face lit with a kind, tender smile. "Oh, is that Mengyao? You're back." Her grandmother rushed out, her expression soft and radiant. "Yes, grandmother. I've missed you so much." Li Mengyao dashed forward and embraced her grandmother warmly. In that familiar, comforting embrace, her heart swelled with pure joy. "My dear child, I've missed you too." Her grandmother gently patted Li Mengyao's back, her eyes brimming with affection. Just then Huang Shifang stepped forward and said softly, "Mother, we're home." Her grandmother turned, clasped Huang Shifang's hands and smiled. "Good, you've all returned. That's all that matters." Then her gaze shifted curiously toward the young man standing quietly behind her granddaughter. "So this must be my granddaughter's husband," she said, smiling warmly. "Grandmother, hello. I'm Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao." Lin Xuan bowed slightly with a courteous smile. "Ah, how wonderful. So handsome, so refined. Come in, please, come inside." She ushered them warmly into the house. Once inside, Lin Xuan glanced around. Though this rustic home paled beside his own elegant villa, its furniture was arranged with care and its rooms immaculately clean, evidence of a life lived with quiet pride and deep contentment. He followed them into the living room and settled onto a chair. His grandmother-in-law asked warmly, "Were you thirsty on the way?" Then turned to Li Mengyao, "Let me pour you a glass of water." She rose to go to the kitchen, but Li Mengyao quickly interjected, "Grandmother, I'll do it myself." Her grandmother waved her off with a chuckle. "You're expecting now. Let me handle it. Don't worry about my age, I'm still spry and strong." With brisk, confident steps, she strode into the kitchen and soon returned, placing 3 glasses of warm water on the table. "Mengyao, today you're in for a treat. I've prepared your favorite braised fish." Her grandmother smiled fondly. At those words, Li Mengyao's face lit up with delight. Yes. As a child, braised fish had been her most cherished dish. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was laid out. They gathered around the table, savoring each bite with genuine pleasure. "Honey, this is delicious," Li Mengyao said, lifting a piece of braised fish and placing it gently into Lin Xuan's bowl. Lin Xuan took a bite and smiled, genuinely impressed him. "It's absolutely delicious." Huang Shifang added with a grin, "Mother, Lin Xuan's cooking far surpasses ours." Her grandmother laughed heartily. "Truly. Then tonight I simply must taste it." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xuan nodded eagerly. "Of course. I'll take care of it." After lunch, everyone retired to their rooms for an after. There was no air conditioning in the house, only a small fan whirring steadily. Though September marked the onset of autumn, the air remained warm and humid. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay side by side on the bed. "Honey, is it uncomfortable for you here?" she asked, lifting her head with gentle concern. Lin Xuan smiled faintly and answered softly, "It's fine, just a bit warm." He reached up to wipe a bead of sweat. Li Mengyao's expression softened with tenderness. "Then let me fan you." With that, she produced a dainty, charming fan from behind her back and began fanning him gently. In her childhood, whenever she'd grown too hot to sleep, her mother had used this very fan to soothe her. Lin Xuan gently stopped her hand. "No need. I'll do it myself. Don't tire yourself, my love." But Li Mengyao shook her head, insisting with quiet resolve, "I'm not tired." After a pause, she added softly, "Actually, it cools down quite nicely here at night. By the way, why didn't Mother and Auntie bring Grandmother to the city? Life would be more convenient there." Lin Xuan asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. We did try many times, but grandmother simply couldn't adapt to city life. To her it felt alien and profoundly lonely. Each time she visited she'd beg to return to the countryside within days. So in the end we let her stay where her heart belonged. Li Mengyao explained patiently. Lin Xuan sighed thoughtfully, so she truly cherishes rural life. Yes, she says here she has neighbors she knows well people to chat with freely to visit anytime she wishes. Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. Alright honey, you're cool now. Let's rest. Lin Xuan whispered tenderly gently taking the fan from her hand. Li Mengyao settled quietly onto the pillow her body relaxing completely, soon slipping into a deep peaceful slumber. Watching her breathe evenly Lin Xuan lifted the fan once more and began fanning her with infinite gentleness. His movements so soft they stirred barely a whisper. A delicate breeze brushed across Li Mengyao's cheeks bringing soothing coolness. A serene blissful smile graced her exquisite face, as Lin Xuan remained steadfast beside her a silent guardian of her dreams. In the evening Li Mengyao held Lin Xuan's hand while strolling through Yunqi village. The setting sun bathed the entire Yunqi village in a golden hue as if draping the small village in a layer of golden silk, making it exceptionally beautiful. At this moment some diligent farmers were still working in the fields, their silhouettes appearing tall and majestic in the afterglow of the sunset. Isn't that Mr. Huang's granddaughter? A middle-aged woman looked up from the field smiling as she spoke to Lin Xuan. Aunt Huang, it's me, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Oh my, I didn't expect the little girl to have grown up so much. She's becoming more and more beautiful. How is your mother? Aunt Huang asked with concern. She's well, she came back with me, Li Mengyao answered. Aunt Huang, this is my husband Lin Xuan. Then Li Mengyao introduced Lin Xuan to Aunt Huang. Your husband has quite the charm, he matches the little girl very well, Aunt Huang said looking closely at Lin Xuan and smiling contentedly. By the way, that luxury car is yours, right? Aunt Huang suddenly pointed at the Maybach parked by the roadside, asking curiously. Yes, Aunt Huang, Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. That's impressive. The little girl's life has finally improved, I'm truly happy for you. Aunt Huang said with a cheerful laugh. Thank you, Aunt Huang, Li Mengyao smiled and thanked her. Now that you have money, don't forget, Aunt Huang, I even changed your diapers when you were little. Aunt Huang recalled the past with a smile. Let's not talk about the past, I won't forget, Aunt Huang. Li Mengyao's little face turned slightly red. Ha! Lin Xuan and Aunt Huang exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Then Li Mengyao continued holding Lin Xuan's hand, and soon arrived at the only small shop in the village. As they entered the shop they saw a middle-aged man leisurely sitting inside, blowing a fan while watching television. Uncle Huang, I'm here to buy candy again, Li Mengyao smiled at Uncle Huang. Isn't this the little girl? When did you come back? Uncle Huang looked up with a smile at Li Mengyao. I just got back this morning, Li Mengyao replied. Do you still want milk candy? Uncle Huang asked with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded happily. Is this little girl's boyfriend? Uncle Huang curiously looked Lin Xuan up and down. No, he is my husband, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Uncle Huang looked at Lin Xuan in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Young man, you must treat the little girl well, she is the joy of our village. After saying that his expression turned serious. Uncle Huang, I will, Lin Xuan said firmly. Li Mengyao hurriedly interjected saying, Uncle Huang, he treats me very well, you can rest assured. Her face beamed with a happy smile. Uncle Huang nodded slightly indicating his satisfaction, then smiled, and said, That's good, this box of white rabbit milk candy is a gift for you too. After saying this, he handed the candy to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao quickly shook her head, and declined saying, No way, Uncle Huang has it tough too. Then she quickly took out her phone preparing to scan the payment code. However, Lin Xuan was quicker and completed the payment first. Upon seeing this, Uncle Huang couldn't help but laugh heartily. You used to come here often to snag candy, and never acted so distant, ha. His laughter was hearty and friendly. Li Mengyao smiled slightly a bit shyly saying, I was just a kid back then, thank you Uncle Huang, we are leaving now. Then she pulled Lin Xuan's hand, and turned to leave. On the way back Li Mengyao eagerly opened the packaging of the milk candy, took one out, and put it in her mouth savoring the sweet taste. Husband, open your mouth, Li Mengyao turned to Lin Xuan, and said with a smile. Lin Xuan was taken aback thinking, are we really doing this here? Does my wife want to kiss me now? How embarrassing. Lin Xuan opened his mouth in anticipation, waiting for Li Mengyao's soft lips. What greeted him was a milk candy. Husband, did you think too much? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan's dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xuan, a bit disappointed, said, I thought my wife would feed me. Dream on. Now you have your own milk candy, so you can't eat mine, Li Mengyao said proudly. We can trade them. Lin Xuan flashed his signature smile. Li Mengyao shot Lin Xuan a teasing glare. As night fell, Lin Xuan walked into the kitchen preparing to cook a sumptuous dinner himself. He skillfully chopped vegetables stir-fried, and simmered gradually, presenting a variety of delicious dishes on the dining table. Stir-fried beef with chili emitted an enticing aroma. Carrot stew with lamb was rich and hearty. Steamed base was tender and juicy, and shiitake chicken soup was nourishing. Lin Xuan, your cooking skills are amazing. Grandma exclaimed after tasting the food. Mom, I told you that Lin Xuan's cooking is much better than ours. Huang Shifang said with a beaming smile. If you like it, come back often to cook for Grandma, Lin Xuan smiled. It seems I am in for a treat, haha, Grandma laughed happily. The family gathered around the dining table enjoying this warm moment. After dinner, Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan to a small pond. The two sat on a stone bench looking at the pond and the distant rice fields, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the countryside at night. The moonlight spilled down, illuminating the water surface and creating a silvery glow. A gentle breeze passed, causing the rice ears in the fields to sway softly, making a faint rustling sound. Lin Xuan gently asked, "Wife, why did Aunt Huang say you are Mr. Huang's granddaughter this afternoon? According to common sense, shouldn't she directly call out specific names?" Li Mengyao sighed slightly and explained, "Because my grandfather was the teacher in the village. In the past, all the village children were taught by my grandfather, so everyone respected him and habitually called him teacher." Her voice carried a faint sadness. Lin Xuan softly asked, "Then your grandfather?" He wanted to ask further, but seeing a flicker of sadness in Li Mengyao's eyes, he refrained from pressing on. After a moment of silence, Li Mengyao slowly said, "My grandfather, like my father, passed away at a young age. After leaving behind 2 aunts and my mother, he suddenly fell ill, leaving 3 women to rely on each other." Her eyes revealed deep sorrow. Lin Xuan silently held Li Mengyao's hand. Li Mengyao continued, "Because of this, our family shares a particularly deep bond with my aunts." Lin Xuan never expected that his wife's family would be so tragic. "Wife, I will always be by your side from now on." Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao and said tenderly, "You've said this before, and I've always believed in you." Li Mengyao replied with a slight smile. "Wife, would you like to listen to a song?" Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she happily replied, "Yes, then wait a moment, I will be right back." Lin Xuan immediately got up and left the small pond. Soon he returned with a Martin D45 guitar. Li Mengyao asked in surprise, "Honey, how did you bring the guitar?" Lin Xuan explained with a smile, "The guitar is in the trunk of the Maybach, making it easy to play music for you at any time." This small gesture made Li Mengyao feel Lin Xuan's thoughtfulness and care for her. "So what song are you going to sing, dear?" Li Mengyao looked up smiling at Lin Xuan with eyes full of anticipation. Lin Xuan did not answer, but focused on strumming the guitar. As his fingers danced across the strings, a beautiful guitar melody resonated like a heavenly sound. Then Lin Xuan, "If you have too many complaints about this world, if you fall down and dare not move forward, why must people be so weak and degenerate? Please turn on the TV and take a look. How many people are bravely moving forward for their lives? Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything even if we don't possess it. Do you still remember when you said home is the only castle? Continue to run with the flowing rice fragrance. A faint smile, I know the dreams of my childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies take you away. The countryside songs are a forever reliance. Let's go home, back to the initial beauty." The performance of Jay Cho's Rice Aroma came to an end. His voice was clear and compelling, and the emotions in the lyrics were vividly expressed. The entire small pond was immersed in this wonderful music as if time had stopped. At this moment, Li Mengyao quietly leaned on Lin Xuan's shoulder, gently closing her beautiful eyes, lost in the enchanting music. Her face was radiant with a blissful smile, as if the entire world had become beautiful. Lin Xuan smiled gently and asked, "Wife, does it sound good?" Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes, sparkling with joy, and replied with a smile, "It sounds great. So is there a Lin Xuan looked at her and smiled. "There is." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao mischievously blinked and glanced around, confirming there was no one and no kids before feeling relieved. She reached into her pocket and took out 2 milk candies. Then she gently opened the packaging of 1 candy and handed it to Lin Xuan before taking one for herself. "Is this the reward?" Lin Xuan felt a bit disappointed. "There's more." After saying this, she tightly hugged Lin Xuan's neck with her small hands, tilted her head, and offered her soft, fragrant lips. Unknowingly, the two exchanged milk candies. Time quickly passed to the next day at noon. After having lunch at her grandmother's house, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to return to Jinghai City. "Mom, you really don't need to bring so much." Huang Shifeng hurriedly stopped her mother as she began to load more bags into the "These chickens, ducks, and geese are all raised at home, so they are safer to eat, and these vegetables are all grown by me, definitely uncontaminated. You all should take them back and help Yao Yao replenish her health." As her grandmother spoke, she handed the bag to her daughter. Huang Shifeng helplessly took the bag, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, and said, "I got it, Mom. Is this enough?" "Not enough, not enough. How can this be sufficient?" Her grandmother completely ignored the advice and continued to stuff various agricultural products into the trunk of the Maybach. "Alright, it's finally full." Her grandmother looked at the trunk stuffed to the brim, nodding in satisfaction. Then Lin Xuan assisted Li Mengyao into the car, and Huang Shifeng also sat in the back seat. "Safe travels." Her grandmother shouted loudly from the doorway. "Got it, Mom, we're leaving." Huang Shifeng replied as she rolled down the car window. "Grandma, we will come to visit you next time." Li Mengyao showed a sweet smile and waved out the window. "Grandma, we're leaving." Lin Xuan also smiled and said goodbye to his grandmother. "Alright, take care on the road." Her grandmother waved her hand, her face full of a kind smile. As Lin Xuan pressed the start button, the Maybach slowly drove out of his grandmother's house, heading towards Jinghai City. In the days that followed, Li Mengyao bought a yoga mat and maternity yoga clothes online, learning yoga at home while watching. She felt her body becoming heavier, so she decided to practice yoga to maintain her health. Now her weight was starting to increase, and she could clearly feel the fetal movements along with frequent urination. These were all common symptoms during pregnancy. Lin Xuan meticulously took care of Li Mengyao at home, helping her massage her legs and waist every day to alleviate her discomfort. He also prepared various nutritious foods to ensure both she and the baby received enough nourishment. One time Lin Xuan cooked with a little chili, just a slight spiciness. After Li Mengyao took a bite, she exclaimed. Startled, Lin Xuan hurriedly stood up. Worried, he asked what happened. Are you feeling unwell? No, just now the baby kicked me, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Then dear, don't eat this plate of beef. Ooh, I put a little chili in it. Lin Xuan quickly took the dish away, fearing that Li Mengyao would feel uncomfortable after eating. It seems the baby doesn't like spicy food. Li Mengyao smiled and gently touched her belly. At night before sleeping, Lin Xuan gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's belly, listening carefully, trying to see if he could hear the baby's sounds. Suddenly a faint puff-puff sound came from Li Mengyao's belly. Honey, did you hear that? The baby just moved. Li Mengyao exclaimed in delight, her face radiating happiness. I heard it. I really heard it. Lin Xuan laughed joyfully like a child. Lin Xuan continued to listen to Li Mengyao's belly for a while, but this time, he heard no sound. However, this did not affect his excited mood as he happily lay back on the bed tightly, holding Li Mengyao with one hand, while the other rested leisurely behind his head, gazing at the ceiling and falling into contemplation. It was almost time to give the babies a lovely name. What should we name our son? And our daughter? Lin Xuan, wife, what do you think our babies should be named? Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked tenderly. Isn't it a bit early to consider this question now? Li Mengyao lifted her head and said gently. It's not too early, we need to prepare in advance. All right, Lin Xuan said indulgently. But I haven't thought of anything yet. Why not wait a bit longer? Li Mengyao replied. Okay. Lin Xuan responded affectionately. The next day Lin Xuan went to the market to buy vegetables, and unexpectedly saw a stall selling northeastern ingredients which reminded him of the geese his grandmother once brought. With a sudden idea, he decided to buy some ingredients to cook a sumptuous northeastern meal for his wife. Lin Xuan enthusiastically selected various northeastern specialty ingredients such as vermicelli and hazel mushrooms, then happily returned home with a full load. At noon, as mealtime approached, Li Mengyao was quietly reading on the balcony when she suddenly caught a whiff of an inviting aroma. She closed her book and followed the scent to the dining room. At that moment, Lin Xuan walked out of the kitchen holding a large iron pot filled with food, releasing a series of mouth-watering fragrances. He placed the pot on the dining table, lifted the lid, and revealed tender, juicy goose meat along with chunks of potatoes, golden corn, delicious hazel mushrooms, and soft vermicelli. Wow, it smells amazing! Li Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the pot of iron-braised goose. This is a northeastern specialty dish I specially made for you. Iron-braised goose. Lin Xuan said proudly. Husband, can you also make northeastern dishes? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. Of course, your husband is capable of anything. Lin Xuan answered confidently, then pecked her on her slightly parted lips. Li Mengyao let out a soft sound, then turned around in a panic, only to find Huang Shifeng emerging from the room, smiling at them. She immediately felt shy, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and glared at Lin Xuan in annoyance. Thus Lin Xuan quickly received a hard pinch. Then Lin Xuan brought out a plate of beautifully fragrant decent xian and a plate of richly flavored braised ribs. In this way, a sumptuous northeastern feast was laid out on the dining table, and the family gathered around to enjoy the meal. Husband, it's so delicious. Li Mengyao picked up a piece of goose meat soaked in sauce, and after savoring it revealed a blissful smile. Lin Xuan, have you been to the Northeast before? The taste is very authentic. Huang Shifeng also took a bite and praised it. I haven't been. I learned all of this online, so eat more if it's delicious. After saying that, Lin Xuan picked up a tempting piece of goose meat for Huang Shifeng and Li Mengyao. These braised ribs also smell great, and this decent xian is very tasty too. Li Mengyao's mouth couldn't stop moving. Slow down. Lin Xuan smiled as he watched Li Mengyao. As night fell, twinkling stars scattered over the calm surface of the Yinghua Lake, and Lin Xuan strolled leisurely by the lake, holding Li Mengyao's hand. While listening to her murmured words, he admired the beautiful night view of the lake. Under the moonlight, their figures appeared particularly warm. Help! Someone save my grandson! Suddenly a hurried cry for help echoed along the lakeside, breaking the tranquility. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao exchanged a glance, and immediately hurried toward the direction from which the voice came. They traversed through the dense woods and arrived at a delicate pavilion where they saw an elegantly dressed old lady anxiously calling out. Her face was filled with terror and despair, and helplessness shone in her eyes. Elderly lady, what happened? Lin Xuan asked with concern. The old lady trembled as she pointed to the lake beside the pavilion, her voice choked with emotion. My grandson fell into the lake. I can't swim. Lin Xuan followed her gaze and saw a small figure struggling desperately in the distance on the lake's surface, soon sinking out of sight. By now a crowd had gathered around, with some calling the police, others watching the commotion, and yet others searching for a life buoy, but no one dared to go and rescue. Wife, I will be back soon. Lin Xuan quickly took off his shirt and handed it to Li Mengyao. Husband, be careful. Before Li Mengyao could finish her words, Lin Xuan had already leaped into the lake. The lake water was icy cold, but he couldn't afford to think about that. He swam with all his might toward the location of the little. Li Mengyao anxiously stood by the lake, her hands clasped tightly together, her gaze fixed on the spot where Lin Xuan had plunged into the water, silently praying for everything to go smoothly. As time ticked by, Lin Xuan still hadn't resurfaced. 30 seconds passed, and he was still nowhere to be seen. Li Mengyao furrowed her brows, her heart beginning to feel uneasy. 1 minute passed, and Lin Xuan still did not come up. Li Mengyao anxiously paced back and forth, her eyes glued to the lake's surface, hoping to catch sight of Lin Xuan. 2 minutes passed, and still no sign of Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao's face turned pale, her lips quivering slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't help but let her mind wander. Was Lin Xuan in danger? Was he tangled in weeds? Would he? Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, after another 30 seconds, ripples suddenly appeared on the lake's surface, and Lin Xuan's head emerged from the water, tightly holding the child in his arms. He paddled with all his strength toward the shore. Li Mengyao waited anxiously on the bank, not daring to take her out. When she saw Lin Xuan surface, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, but more was the worry. Li Mengyao clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks once again. Quickly, Lin Xuan successfully brought the little boy back to the shore. At this moment, the boy was completely unconscious, his face frighteningly pale. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan immediately began to perform first aid on the child. Following the knowledge he had learned, he rhythmically pressed down on the boy's chest before initiating CPR. Again and again, Lin Xuan repeated the motions, hoping to revive this poor life. However, despite his utmost effort, the little boy remained unresponsive. "Junior, wake up, don't scare Grandma." The old lady beside him was already in tears, trembling as she called out her grandson's name, hoping for a miracle. Lin Xuan continued CPR, but the boy still showed no signs of life. Just as he was about to give up, a miracle happened. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the boy's mouth, and his body began to twitch slightly. Lin Xuan was overjoyed and hurriedly continued the rescue efforts. The little boy coughed while expelling a lot of lake water, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. At this moment, police cars and ambulances arrived on the scene. The medical staff quickly got out of the vehicle, immediately examining the little boy and promptly taking him to the hospital for further treatment. Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief, the heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. Li Mengyao ran over excitedly and threw herself into Lin Xuan's embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Wife, it's all right now." Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. But Li Mengyao simply held on to Lin Xuan tightly without speaking. Then Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly left the scene. At the People's Hospital of Jinghai City, a doctor in a white coat carefully conducted a thorough examination of the little boy, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh. What a blessing! The child is now out of danger, and his condition is stable. However, it was fortunate that the first aid after the drowning was very timely. If it had been any later, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Hearing the doctor's words, the old lady, who had been waiting by the side, was so moved that tears almost fell from her eyes. She tightly grasped the doctor's hand, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." However, at that moment, the old lady suddenly realized something. In her haste to follow the ambulance, she had completely forgotten about the young man who had saved her grandson's life. At that moment, he had already vanished without a trace. That night, when they returned home, Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao into the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower. However, throughout the process, Li Mengyao remained silent, her eyes slightly red, seemingly still immersed in the recently perilous events and unable to let go. After showering, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao changed into comfortable pajamas and lay down on the soft bed. Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, asking with concern, "Wife, are you still angry at me?" "Oh." Li Mengyao softly responded, her voice mixed with a hint of grievance and worry. "I'm sorry, wife, I shouldn't have." Lin Xuan lowered his head, gazing deeply at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. "Husband, I don't want you to be a great hero, nor do I want you to be a savior in the eyes of others. I just hope you can always stay by my side safe and sound." Li Mengyao's voice trembled slightly, tears slipping down her fair cheeks, leaving behind translucent tear streaks. The thrilling 3 minutes earlier made her deeply feel the fear of losing Lin Xuan. "Wife, I grew up by the sea, so I am a strong swimmer. In that kind of situation earlier, I was confident I could save him. Even if I reached my limits, I would still be able to retreat safely." As Lin Xuan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Li Mengyao's eyes, he patiently explained. In fact, Lin Xuan was already a very good swimmer, and after systematic enhancement, his physical abilities surpassed those of ordinary people. Thus, he could endure for a long time in the water. Even if he couldn't successfully save the person, he had confidence in his ability to retreat safely. "Then why didn't you tell me from the beginning?" Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan, feeling aggrieved. "It was an emergency earlier, and I didn't have time to explain to you. But in the future, if something similar happens, I will definitely inform you in advance." Lin Xuan replied gently. "I only take action when I am certain. If I am not confident, I won't take risks lightly." Then Lin Xuan firmly said, "Husband, am I a bad woman?" Li Mengyao lowered her head and asked softly, "How could that be? You are simply worried about me. You are the best wife in the world." Lin Xuan comforted her and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. "If my husband is fully confident, I certainly hope you would go save someone. After all, saving lives is a great thing." Li Mengyao raised her delicate head, revealing a faint smile. The time had come to the next day as the morning light seeped through the curtains into the room. Lin Xuan slowly awakened, and when he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was the serene little face of Li Mengyao gently resting on his chest, a faint smile, grace. A wave of warmth and happiness surged within Lin Xuan as he couldn't help but lean down and place a soft kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead. Then he carefully prepared to rise, fearing to disturb the beauty in his arms. However, just as he attempted to remove Li Mengyao's small hand that was hooked around his waist, her brows slightly furrowed. Soon after, her beautiful eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of confusion and drowsiness. As soon as Li Mengyao opened her eyes, she saw Lin Xuan preparing to leave. "Husband, where are you going?" She hurriedly grasped Lin Xuan's hand and asked in a soft voice. After last night's thrilling events, she was afraid Lin Xuan would disappear from her sight again. "Sweetheart, I just want to get up and make breakfast for you. You can sleep a little longer, okay?" Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's little face again, tenderly comforting her to lie back down. Looking at Li Mengyao's enchanting features, Lin Xuan couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful his wife was. "Husband, from now on you must tell me before doing anything." Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful big eyes and said serious, "Off." Lin Xuan was somewhat puzzled. "If you don't promise me you'll follow you everywhere you go," Li Mengyao pouted. "Then if husband takes a shower, will you follow?" Lin Xuan said with a mischievous smile, staring directly at Li Mengyao. "Yes." Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she spoke softly. Compared to her husband disappearing from her sight, she could temporarily sacrifice a little for herself. Lin Xuan looked at his wife's adorable appearance and felt a surge of impulse. He leaned down gently to cup Li Mengyao's little face and planted a flurry of kisses on her cherry-like lips. "I haven't washed up yet," Li Mengyao mumbled. However, Lin Xuan paid no heed. He lifted his head grinning and said, "Husband doesn't mind." After saying that, he prepared to kiss her again. Seeing this, Li Mengyao hurriedly covered her small mouth and said in a playful tone, "Husband, go make breakfast, I'm hungry." "All right." Lin Xuan then got up and went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Soon 2 bowls of steaming fish head noodles were placed on the dining table. Huang Shifeng had left early to oversee work, leaving only Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao at home. "Wife, come eat breakfast." Lin Xuan gently pushed open the bedroom door and called softly. Coming, Li Mengyao had already gotten up, washed up, and was walking out from the wash basin. Her face was radiant with a fresh smile, looking very charming. Then Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand, and together they headed to the dining room. "Wow, it's my favorite noodles again," Li Mengyao exclaimed happily upon seeing the breakfast laid out on the table. The two enjoyed their delicious breakfast, chatting and relishing the warm moment. After finishing breakfast, they went to the living room, sitting on the comfortable solid wood sofa, and each picking up their phones to play. Time passed, and Lin Xuan suddenly seemed to remember something, standing up to prepare to leave. "Husband, didn't you forget what I just said?" Seeing Lin Xuan about to leave, Li Mengyao pouted slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Hearing her words, Lin Xuan suddenly realized, "Oh right, husband is going out to buy groceries. He'll go too." Li Mengyao tilted her head, looking at Lin Xuan with a proud expression. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, then let's go change clothes together." After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to the bedroom. The two had long been open with each other, so there was no need to be shy while changing clothes. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had changed into comfortable outfits and walked out of the house hand in hand. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a refreshing sensation. Nearby the Times Garden was a dedicated vegetable market bustling with life. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled along the path in the community, enjoying this tranquil and beautiful time. Before long, they arrived at the vegetable market. Lin Xuan smiled and asked Li Mengyao, "Wife, do you want to eat Northeast cuisine today?" Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, breaking into a sweet smile, nodding, "Yes. Then today husband will make something different for you." After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's little hand and walked into the vegetable market. The market was bustling with voices, with various stalls displaying fresh vegetables, fruits, meats, and seafood. Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao through the stalls, selecting the necessary ingredients. He carefully picked each item, ensuring they were the freshest and highest quality. Before long, Lin Xuan had gathered all the ingredients, and he and Li Mengyao returned along the same route. Back at home, they continued to sit on the solid wood sofa in the living room, watching television. On the television, the anime Natsume's Book of Friends was playing, with heartwarming scenes and touching stories that stirred emotions. Li Mengyao nestled quietly in Lin Xuan's embrace, focused on the program, her face beaming with a look of happiness. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Xuan and said, "Husband, seeing Nyanko Sensei, makes me miss Yuyo." Lin Xuan casually replied, "Yuyo might not miss you." Li Mengyao shot him an annoyed glance, but said nothing more. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was almost mealtime. Lin Xuan glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and then stood up, preparing to head to the kitchen to cook. "You don't need to come into the kitchen, just listen to me." Lin Xuan turned to tell his wife, who was about to follow him, smiling. "Okay," Li Mengyao reluctantly agreed. Then Lin Xuan entered the kitchen and began to get busy. After a while, Huang Shifeng returned. As soon as she entered, she smelled the aroma of the food, and her mood instantly lifted. "Mom, you've worked hard," Li Mengyao greeted her happily. "It's nothing much easier than working at the supermarket," Huang Shifeng replied with a smile. Just then Lin Xuan brought out dish after dish, each more appetizing than the last. Dinner is ready. There were tender and juicy chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms, soft and flavorful catfish stewed with eggplant crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside, stir-fried meat pieces, and tender ribs stewed with green beans. Each dish emitted a rich aroma. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the family returned to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued watching the anime Natsume's Book of Friends in the living room. After finishing the second season, Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and said, "Honey, it seems like the piano at home hasn't been used yet." Lin Xuan smiled gently and replied, "Do you want to hear a song, dear?" Li Mengyao's face blossomed with a happy smile as she nodded. Then I'll play the piano and sing for you, dear. Lin Xuan stood up, turned off the television, and took Li Mengyao's hand, leading her to the piano and letting her sit beside him. What song is my dear preparing to sing for me? Li Mengyao blinked, her bright pure eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll find out soon." Saying this, he gently kissed Li Mengyao's delicate red lips. Then Lin Xuan's fingers gracefully danced over the piano keys, resembling butterflies in flight. The melodious sound of the piano arose like a clear spring flowing through the air. At the same time, he began to sing with deep emotion. I can't explain why I've become so proactive. If I fall in love with someone, everything will be worth doing. I want to declare loudly that I can't bear to part with you. Even the neighbors can guess how I feel now. I want to hold your hand and never let go. Can love remain simple and free of sorrow? I want to take you biking. I want to watch baseball with you, to live without worries, singing as we go on. I want to hold your hand and never let go. Can love be uncomplicated and free of hurt? You lean on my shoulder, you sleep on my chest. A life like this, I love you, you love me, wanting a simple love. A song by Jay Cho, Simple Love, was dedicated to Li Mengyao. How does it sound, dear? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's beautiful. Li Mengyao lifted her head, looking at Lin Xuan with deep affection. Their gazes locked, their faces drew closer until they soon collided. Lin Xuan tenderly kissed her soft lips. Time had moved to the evening, the sun gradually setting, painting the sky with a brilliant sunset glow. Huang Shifang returned from overseeing the shop, and upon opening the door saw her daughter, Li Mengyao, sitting on the living room sofa, her cheeks flushed. "Yao, I'm back," Huang Shifang smiled. "Mom, welcome back," Li Mengyao replied. "Yao, why are your cheeks so red?" Huang Shifang inquired. It's nothing, probably just the heat," Li Mengyao flustered explained. Huang Shifang did not dwell on it. After all, the weather in Jinghai City, though it was September and autumn had begun, was still quite warm. Just then Lin Xuan emerged from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready again." The family then happily enjoyed their dinner. In the evening, Lin Xuan sat leisurely in the living room watching television. At this moment, the phone screen lit up, displaying a new group message notification. Upon opening it, he found a conversation in the 622 Rice Bucket group. Chen Jingming excitedly messaged, "Kid's dad has fully revived. Can I log in tonight?" Zhou Quan replied, "Aren't you supposed to be a mentor now?" Chen Jingming sternly warned, "This is a warning, don't mention the word mentor to me." Zhong Zixing then asked, "Did your mentor approve of you playing games?" Chen Jingming warned again, "I'll warn you one more time, don't bring up the word mentor. If you say it too many times, I won't be able." He then urged, "Log in quickly, stop dawdling." Zhou Quan replied impatiently, "Why are you rushing? The emperor isn't as anxious as the eunuch." Zhong Zixing stated, "I'm already logged in." Finally, Chen Jingming called out to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, we're missing one. Lin Xuan chuckled upon reading these messages. He turned to Li Mengyao beside him and said with a smile, "Honey, my college roommate wants to play games with me." Go ahead." Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Lin Xuan happily replied in the group, "I'm coming, let Dad lead you all." Then he quickly stood up, walked to his computer room powered on the Dell Alienware Aurora R15, opened the League of Legends, ready to dominate the valley with his roommates. "Lin Xuan, what the heck, it's me. I'm coming down the middle to support. Why did you use your ultimate right up close to me?" Zhou Quan, "Haha, sorry, when I saw Yasuo, I just wanted to unleash my ultimate." Lin Xuan. Time flew by, and soon it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. On that morning, the sun shone brightly. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got up early, dressed up carefully, and prepared to take Huang Shifang to Jinghai City to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The group arrived at the parking lot under the Times Garden, climbed into the Maybach together. Lin Xuan skillfully activated the top-tier intelligent driving system, and the Maybach smoothly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards Jinghai City along the spacious road. All the while, the car was filled with laughter and joy. About an hour and a half later, the Maybach finally arrived at its destination, the villa parking lot of Jinghai home. Huang Shifang stared in awe at the luxurious villa before her, her heart secretly marveling at how wealthy Lin Xuan's family was. "We have arrived," Lin Xuan smiled. The three then got out of the car and walked into the villa of Jinghai home. At this time, Zhang Shulan, Lin Jinghua, and Lin Cici had already been waiting at the door. When they saw their figures appear, Zhang Shulan broke into a delighted smile and hurriedly came forward, saying, "Welcome, dear." Huang Shifang also smiled in response, "Sorry to trouble you again." Zhang Shulan waved her hand. "Not at all, come in quickly." Lin Cici's gaze fell on her elder brother and sister-in-law, particularly on that Maybach. She excitedly ran forward and curiously asked, "Brother, when did you buy a new car? It's so impressive." "Your older brother's first car is this Maybach," Lin Xuan said, gently patting Lin Ci's little head with a smile. "What about that Xiaomi SU7 from last time?" Lin Cici asked, puzzled. "That one is for your sister-in-law," Lin Xuan explained. "Oh." Lin Cici nodded, but then realized something. "That's not fair, brother. You drive a luxury car worth millions, and you give your sister-in-law one worth only hundreds of thousands." Lin Cici ran over to Li Mengyao, linking her arm, playfully saying, "Sister-in-law, this isn't fair." Lin Xuan was momentarily dumbfounded. How could his little sister, whom he had raised with great effort, turn against him so quickly? "Cici, you misunderstood. Lin Xuan later bought me a new sports car." "Ah, so that means a Xiaomi SU7 is now free." Lin Cici's eyes lit up, secretly delighted. Now that she was in her senior year, she would soon graduate and get her driver's license. Once she had her license, she could drive out for thinking of this. Lin Cici's mind began to imagine herself driving, and a smile of anticipation emerged on her. Little sister, what are you thinking about? Lin Xuan asked, noticing Lin Cici lost in her thoughts and couldn't help but, Lin Cici was abruptly brought back to reality, turning to Lin Xuan and asking, brother, is that Xiaomi SU7 still available? Can I drive it after I graduate? No, Lin Xuan decisively refused. My dear brother. Lin Cici immediately ran back to Lin Xuan, grabbing his arm and acting cute. Did you just report me to your sister-in-law? Lin Xuan questioned. No, I just said it casually. Lin Cici scratched her head, hastily explaining. I'm punishing you to help your brother prepare lunch, Lin Xuan said, playfully tapping Lin Cici's little nose before taking Li Mengyao back into the villa. Oh, Lin Cici touched her nose, though a bit reluctant in her heart. She still obediently nodded. Back home, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengguo were chatting with Huang Shifeng and Li Mengyao in the living room. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Lin Cici were busy in the kitchen preparing to eat dumplings for lunch today, and a big feast for dinner. Yao, your belly is finally showing. How are the babies doing? Zhang Shulan asked with concern, staring at Li Mengyao's slightly bulging belly. I just had a checkup recently, and the doctor said the babies are developing well, Li Mengyao replied with a smile, gently stroking her belly. That's great. You've been pregnant for over 5 months now. You need to take good care of yourself, Zhang Shulan advised. I will be careful. Li Mengyao nodded, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Zhang Shulan began discussing with Huang Shifeng about the preparations needed before Li Mengyao gives birth. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, occasionally glancing towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Xuan was handling the meat filling, skillfully cutting the meat into small pieces and chopping it finely. Lin Cici, on the other hand, was rolling out dough. Her movements were lively, and the dough quickly transformed into thin dumpling wrappers in her hands. Little sister, make the dumpling skins thinner. I know you, old brother. Lin Cici pouted, grumbling unhappily, but her hands didn't stop moving. Honey, I want to help too. Li Mengyao suddenly peeked her cute little head from the kitchen door, smiling at Lin Xuan. Wife, what are you doing here? Let me handle this, go back and rest. Lin Xuan immediately put down his work, walked to the kitchen door, and said gently, I'm not tired. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, looking at Lin Xuan with determination. There's oil smoke here, I'm worried you'll have morning sickness. Lin Xuan looked at her with concern, his brows slightly furrowed. No, I feel fine now. I can help wrap the dumplings. I'll go back when you start steaming them. Li Mengyao smiled and reassured him, her tone light and natural. Okay then. Lin Xuan couldn't refuse Li Mengyao, so he nodded helplessly, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Then Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went into the kitchen together. This was Li Mengyao's first time in the kitchen since her morning sickness. Everything around felt a bit unfamiliar. See, the dumpling skins you rolled are beautiful. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Cici, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she praised. Really? My brother just complained about the skins I rolled. Lin Cici pouted, dissatisfied. Cici, you're actually doing very well. If you pay attention to some details, you can roll them even better, Li Mengyao said, taking the rolling pin and skillfully rolling out a uniformly thin and round dumpling skin. Wow, amazing. Lin Cici's eyes lit up, unable to hold back her admiration. Honey, you're quite skilled. Lin Xuan also exclaimed upon seeing this. Don't underestimate me. I used to be in the kitchen often. Li Mengyao proudly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with confidence. The three of them happily busied themselves in the kitchen, making dumplings while laughing, enjoying this warm moment together. Soon noon arrived, and Lin Xuan brought out 3 large plates of steaming dumplings. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, it was already noon. Lin Xuan set 3 large plates of dumplings on the table, placing them in front of everyone. These dumplings came in various flavors: shrimp and 3 delicacies, filling corn and pork, filling lamb and carrot, filling its. Each filling exuded an enticing aroma that made one salivate. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling, lightly dipped it in vinegar and soy sauce, and slowly chewed. The delicious taste of the dumplings spread across their tongues, intoxicating them. The family sat around the table eating and chatting, laughter echoing in the air. After lunch, Zhang Shulan tidied up the room for Huang Shifeng, and everyone returned to their rooms for a nap. Honey, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good. The dumplings you made were delicious. Lin Xuan gently wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao, speaking tenderly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her face radiating a blissful smile. Of course. When my mom was working, I used to cook for myself. Once the baby is born, I have to taste the dishes my wife makes, Lin Xuan said with a smile, revealing an expression. Sure. Li Mengyao smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. However, she mischievously added, but it definitely won't be as delicious as what my husband makes. In the afternoon, sunlight bathed the coast in golden warmth, while a gentle sea breeze whispered across the air. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng had gone out together for shopping, whereas Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao remained in bed, nestled closely in each other's arms, leisurely gazing at the breathtaking ocean view beyond the window. Honey, I want to go play in the game room. Li Mengyao murmured softly, her cheek pressed tenderly against Lin Xuan's. Lin Xuan turned to look at her, her expression sweet and endearing, and couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek as he smiled and asked, sure. What game would you like to play? Li Mengyao blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'd love to try that kitchen management game. Would that be alright? Isn't that just a pretend play game? Lin Xuan paused momentarily, taken aback. I don't care. I want you to play with me, she cooed, pouting playfully. Lin Xuan nodded, took her hand in his and grinned. All right then, let's go. Your husband will keep you company. Hand in hand, they stepped out of the bedroom and descended to the game room on the villa's second basement level. A vibrant space brimming with consoles and entertainment systems dazzling the eye. After adjusting the seating, Lin Xuan watched as Li Mengyao happily settled beside him, controller in hand, brimming with anticipation. He launched a kitchen management simulation, and the two dove into spirited, joyful gameplay. Meanwhile, Lin Cece emerged from the study, exhausted, muttering under her breath, "I'm utterly drained. Even during the mid-autumn holiday, there's still so much homework to finish." Grumbling all the while, she made her way toward the villa's kitchen. Inside, she selected an elegantly crafted small cake and carried it back to the spacious sunlit living room with quiet delight. She sank onto the sofa and savored the delicate confection slowly. As she relished the treat, it suddenly occurred to her that her parents were likely away, and her brother Lin Xuan and sister-in-law were probably still sequestered in their room, wrapped in tender intimacy. A mischievous thought flickered across her mind. If no one's watching, could I sneak in and play for just a little while? A sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. She finished the cake in haste, wiped her hands clean, and hurried to the elevator, eagerly descending to the game room on the second basement level. Yet the moment she pushed open the game room door, she collided, quite literally, with Lin Xuan, who was heading out to fetch drinks. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze upon her and demanded, "Cece, what are you doing here?" A flustered grin spread across her face as she scratched her head. "Big brother, sister-in-law. What are you two doing here?" Lin Xuan shot her an exasperated glance, lightly tapped her forehead with his knuckle, and retorted, "What makes you think I shouldn't be here? If I weren't, would you have snuck in to play on the computer?" With that, he planted his hands on his hips and delivered a stern lecture. "You're already in your final year of high school, yet instead of studying diligently, you're obsessed with games." Lin Cece rubbed her forehead, standing meekly beside him as he spoke. "Honey, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, such a rare chance to rest. Why not let Cece join us for a little fun?" Li Mengyao stepped forward with a warm smile. "Oh, you're the best, sister-in-law." Lin Cece instantly clung to Li Mengyao's arm, beaming. "Fine, go ahead and spoil her." Lin Xuan sighed, rubbing his temples in mock despair before conceding. Li Mengyao then gently led Lin Cece into the game room and seated her beside them. "Cece, would you like that Xiaomi SU7? Li Mengyao asked tenderly, her eyes soft with affection. At those words, Lin Cece's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, I'd love it." Li Mengyao laughed warmly. "Then when you graduate, your sister-in-law will gift it to you." Overjoyed, Lin Cece nearly leapt into the air, throwing her arms around Li Mengyao and crying, "Really? That's amazing. You're absolutely the best sister-in-law." Just then Li Mengyao added with a playful wink, "Though only as a transitional vehicle, mind you." "Huh, transitional?" Lin Cece tilted her head, puzzled. Li Mengyao smiled patiently. "Have you forgotten? Didn't your big brother promise to buy you a brand new car? This Xiaomi SU7 is simply for you to drive while you gain experience. Then we'll upgrade once you're ready." Lin Cece nodded, comprehension dawning. Of course, that was just like her brother and sister-in-law, always thoughtful, always looking out for her. "But only if you were in excellent grades," Li Mengyao added gently. She hoped this gentle incentive would kindle Lin Cece's determination to strive for academic excellence. "Absolutely," Lin Cece replied without hesitation. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I may not match my big brother's brilliance, but I'm still ranked among the top students in my grade." "At least you've got some self-awareness," Lin Xuan remarked dryly. By then he'd already placed 3 bottles of drinks and an assortment of snacks on the table. "Ugh, annoying big brother," Lin Cece muttered under her breath. And so the three settled in, laughing and playing together, bathed in the radiant warmth of family joy. Their laughter echoed, their teasing flowed freely, filling the game room with infectious mirth and heartfelt tenderness. Time slipped by swiftly. Before long, dusk had arrived. The horizon blazed with amber-hued twilight, its reflection shimmering across the sea in molten gold, as though draping the entire world in a luminous gilded veil. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng returned home, arms laden with shopping bags, their faces alight with cheerful satisfaction. Lin Xuan then joined Lin Zhenghua in the kitchen to begin preparing the grand mid-autumn feast. Before long, the dining table overflowed with sumptuous delicacies, each dish more tempting than the last. Steamed hairy crabs, braised lion's head meatballs, stir-fried prawns, and soy-glazed lotus root stuffed with glutinous rice, tomato-braised beef shank, all graced the table alongside a fragrant, earthy mushroom and free-range chicken soup. The family gathered around the table, sharing smiles and stories as they savored the rich, festive meal. Afterwards, they ascended to the panoramic terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa. There, sipping fragrant tea and nibbling mooncakes, they gazed upward at the full moon, serene and luminous, suspended high in the velvet night sky. Its silvery light cascaded down like liquid pearl, bathing both the seaside and the terrace in tranquil, ethereal radiance. "Wife, let's take a walk by the sea," Lin Xuan said gently with a smile at Li Mengyao. "Cece, are you coming along?" Lin Xuan turned to Lin Cece, who was eating mooncakes nearby. "I don't want to go. You just want me to eat your dog food," Lin Cece mumbled while chewing on her mooncake. Under the night sky, the seaside looked particularly tranquil and beautiful. The stars twinkled in the deep sky, reflecting upon the shimmering waves. A bright full moon hung high on the distant horizon, illuminating the entire sea, a sight to behold. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's small hand as they reached the beach by the villa. They walked along the shoreline, feeling the cool sea water beneath their feet. Suddenly, a gentle sea breeze blew in, carrying the scent of the ocean. Li Mengyao's hair danced in the wind, a few strands lightly falling across Lin Xian's face. She turned her head, her gaze meeting Lin Xian's, revealing her exquisite beauty. He gazed at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with deep affection. "What's wrong, dear?" Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's fiery gaze and couldn't help but smile shyly. She gently adjusted her hair, revealing a sweet smile. "It's nothing, I just think you're really beautiful, my wife." "Since I'm so beautiful, why did you only notice me now, husband?" Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian playfully. Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Indeed, it was Li Mengyao who had fallen for him. "Wife, do you want to hear me sing?" Lin Xian quickly changed the subject with a smile. "Sure." Li Mengyao nodded joyfully. She especially loved hearing Lin Xian sing. "Then wait a moment, dear," Lin Xian said with a smile. He then dialed his sister Lin Cici's number. "Cici, are the mooncakes tasty?" Lin Xian asked. "Just get to the point, brother," Lin Cici replied bluntly. "Go to my room, find the key to the Maybach, then go to the parking lot downstairs, open the trunk of the Maybach, and bring me the guitar." Can't you just get it yourself?" "I won't go." Lin Cici flatly refused. "Not going. Then we'll have to have a serious talk." Lin Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "This afternoon someone wanted to secretly play on the computer, and I caught them red-handed. If mom finds out, I wonder if her backside will—" "Just wait, brother. When you buy me a car, see if I don't take a big bite out of you." Reluctantly, Lin Cici took the car key to the parking lot, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and finally found the Martin D4. She carried the guitar on her back, slowly walking towards her brother. Meanwhile, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao in his arms, sitting on a sturdy rock, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery around them. "Stinky brother." Suddenly a crisp voice came from behind Lin Xian. He turned around to see Lin Cici walking briskly toward them with the guitar on her back. "Thank you, little sister. If you want a midnight snack later, brother will make it for you." Lin Xian took the Martin D45 guitar from his sister, a gentle smile on his face. "If you only know how to bully your adorable little sister. At least you have a bit of conscience." Lin Cici pouted, looking to say, "I'm leaving if there's nothing else," Lin Cici said. "Go ahead," Lin Xian replied without turning his head. Lin Cici watched her brother and sister-in-law interact sweetly on the beach, feeling a bit puzzled about when her brother had learned to play the guitar. As she slowly walked back, she pondered this question, but didn't want to directly consume dog food in front of her brother and sister-in-law, so she jogged back to the villa. Upon returning to her room, she quickly took out a pair of binoculars and hid behind the window to secretly observe the situation on the beach. On the other side, Li Mengyao quietly leaned against Lin Xian, feeling his warm presence. Lin Xian held a beautiful Martin D45 guitar and began to play passionately. As the strings were plucked, the melodious tune echoed through the air, like heavenly music intertwining with the gentle sea breeze, creating a beautiful picture. "It feels like it's going to rain in the sky. I really want to live next door to you, just standing downstairs at your house looking up and counting the clouds. Summer is almost over, please buy less ice cream, don't wear short skirts when the sun rises, and don't be so naughty anymore." Singing this song for you, it has no particular style, it simply represents my desire to bring you joy, to thaw the ice, to be a moth drawn to your flame. Nothing is unworthy of it. A song, what's wrong with that, dedicated to Li Mengyao. As Li Mengyao listened to Lin Xian sing, a happy and satisfied smile appeared on her face. At the end of the song, she couldn't help but give Lin Xian a deep kiss, which he eagerly reciprocated. When she saw Lin Xian playing the guitar, she felt surprised. It turned out her brother really could play the guitar. However, when she saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao kissing, her eyes widened and her face turned bright red. She quickly put down the binoculars and rushed back to her bed, tightly covering herself with the blanket. Half an hour later, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to the Jinghai house villa. Lin Xian entered the kitchen to start preparing a midnight snack for Lin Cici. Although he often teased his sister, he never broke his promises. Whatever he promised Lin Cici, Lin Xian always fulfilled. This is also why Lin Cici listened to her brother so well. Soon the sound of frying filled the kitchen. After preparing the midnight snack, Lin Xian gently knocked on Lin Cici's door. He softly said, "Little sister, come out for a midnight snack. I made your favorite fried chicken. Coming." Upon hearing about her favorite fried chicken, Lin Cici immediately forgot about everything else and excitedly ran out of her room. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huang Shifeng stayed in Jinghai City for a few days before preparing to return to Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose to stay in Jinghai City because they needed to return to their hometown in Yunshan Town for the National Day holiday. Originally, Zhang Shulan wanted to stay a few more days, but Huang Shifeng said that the shops in Jinghai City were almost done with renovations and needed to go back to take a look. So this morning, Zhang Shulan was packing a large bag of local specialties from Jinghai City into the trunk of the Maybach. "In-law, that's enough. Oh, I can't eat so much by myself." Huang Shifeng hurriedly stopped her. She knew that these specialties were carefully selected by Zhang Shulan, but she truly couldn't eat so much. "Take your time eating, it's no problem. Next time let Lin Xian bring some specialties from Yunshan Town for you," Zhang Shulan said. After everything was ready, Zhang Shulan held Huang Shifeng's hand and said, "In-law, let's celebrate the holidays together from now on." Now that Li Mengyao had married into their family, it would be very lonely for Huang Shifeng to celebrate the holidays alone. "Okay, thank you, in-law," Huang Shifeng smiled. She felt Zhang Shulan's sincerity and care, and her heart was touched. "Mom, husband, please be safe on the road." "Got it, we're setting off now," Li Mengyao reminded. Then Lin Xian and Huang Shifeng got into the Maybach. Lin Xian started the car, and they slowly drove towards Jinghai City. Now that Chef Lin had left and Lin Jinghua had gone to work, only Zhang Shulan and Li Mengyao were left at home. Thus the glorious yet arduous task of preparing lunch fell to Zhang Shulan. She began bustling in the kitchen early, meticulously preparing the lunch dishes, tasting each dish to ensure the flavors were worried that it might not suit her daughter-in-law's taste. Li Mengyao tried to help several times, but was gently pushed away by Zhang Shulan, who insisted that she could handle it. Before long the dining table was set with 3 dishes and a soup. "Mengyao, are you hungry? Come taste my cooking. You don't have to wait for Lin Xian's dad," Zhang Shulan said with a beaming smile. "Dad should be back soon. Let's wait a bit longer," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. He might have already resolved his lunch at the cafeteria. Just as Zhang Shulan finished speaking, Lin Jinghua called. "Wife, I can't come back for lunch today. There are urgent matters at the office." Lin Jinghua said. "Okay, then you won't have the pleasure. I'm cooking lunch myself today," Zhang Shulan replied. After hanging up the phone, she thought cooking by herself. While Lin Jinghua was eating in the cafeteria, he suddenly felt that the food there had become more delicious. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan served a bowl of delicious fish soup to Li Mengyao. "Mengyao, hurry and try it," she said with eager anticipation. Li Mengyao carefully picked up the small bowl, gently blew on it, and then cautiously took a small sip. "How is it?" Zhang Shulan asked eagerly. Li Mengyao revealed a happy smile and softly replied, "Mom, it's..." Hearing her daughter-in-law's praise, Zhang Shulan was as happy as a child, excitedly saying, "Really? That's great. I knew my cooking wouldn't be bad. Really, Mom should try some too." Then Li Mengyao also served Zhang Shulan a bowl of fish soup. This is the fish soup I carefully simmered. Oh, I really want that brat to try it too, and see if he dares to doubt my cooking skills again," Zhang Shulan said proudly. "Mom, it's really good," Li Mengyao said, while taking a piece of meat and tasting it with a smile. "Then eat more in the future for every holiday. Let Lin Xian bring your mom over, so we can all celebrate together," Zhang Shulan said with great anticipation. Li Mengyao looked up at Zhang Shulan, her eyes shimmering with emotion, and she said with a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you, Mom." "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Zhang Shulan hurriedly took a tissue and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears. "I'm just moved," Li Mengyao smiled. With such a caring mother-in-law, she truly felt very happy. After lunch, Li Mengyao and Zhang Shulan returned to their rooms to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. Lin Xian returned home, quietly came to the master bedroom of the villa, gently pushed open the door, and saw Li Mengyao quietly lying on the bed like a sleeping angel. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up his clothes, and walked towards the bathroom. After taking a shower, he gently climbed into bed and held Li Mengyao tenderly. Just as he was about to prepare to sleep, he noticed the beauty in his arms, shivering slightly. Li Mengyao slowly turned over, her beautiful big eyes blinking, sparkling with a gentle light. "Husband, you're back," Li Mengyao said softly, her voice revealing a hint of surprise. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "You just got back." Li Mengyao's little face rubbed against Lin Xian's chest, resembling a gentle little cat. She softly said, "You've worked hard, husband." In the following period, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lived in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao woke up every morning to see the beautiful sea view, feeling very pleased. She also started practicing yoga every day to maintain her health and vitality. In the evenings, she would take walks along the beach with Lin Xian, enjoying the sea breeze and the sound of the waves, experiencing the beauty of nature. Life was so pleasant. One day, Li Mengyao suggested going to school to bring lunch to Lin Cici, who was in her senior year and needed extra nutrition. Lin Xian readily agreed. That afternoon, he prepared a bento of Lin Cici's favorite food in the kitchen. Then he drove the Maybach with Li Mengyao to Jinghai City No. 1 high school. When they arrived at the school, they first went to visit Lin Xian's former high school teacher Chiu Ruishua. While waiting for Lin Cici, from their conversation, they learned that Lin Cici's current senior class teacher was Chiu Ruishua. Since the last class was a study period, teacher Chiu arranged for someone to call Lin Cici. Meanwhile, Lin Cici, who was in the classroom, had just finished a set of math simulation questions. She let out a sigh of relief and thought she should reward herself. However, her phone had long been confiscated by Zhang Shulan, so she had to borrow a comic book from her deskmate and started reading it with great interest. At that moment, a voice came from beside her ear. "Cici, the class teacher is looking for you." Huh? Lin Cici was startled. Could it be that she had only just opened the comic book for a short while before being discovered? She had heard that the school classrooms were equipped with surveillance cameras. This is bad. Oh, she would definitely be called in for a talk. Lin Cici hurriedly stuffed the comic book back to her deskmate, then walked out of the classroom with heavy steps, her heart filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xian was conversing with Lin Cici's homeroom, teacher Chiu Ruishua. "Teacher Chiu, how is Cici performing in school?" "Well, she tends to be a bit mischievous in class, unlike you, but her grades reflect you. She has consistently ranked in the top." Chiu Ruishua replied with a smile. At that moment, Lin Cici cautiously peeked her head out, glancing towards the teacher. She immediately spotted her older brother sitting there chatting happily with her homeroom teacher. No way could it be that her parents were notified so soon. Although this wasn't her first offense, she had only been reading the comic book for a short while. "No, I must find a way to sneak away. Yes, right now, immediately." Just as Lin Cici was about to turn and run, she was gently tapped on the shoulder from behind. "Cici, what are you doing leaning against the wall? Are you looking for the teacher?" A female teacher asked gently. No, I was just..." Lin Cici stammered, unsure of how to respond. "Cici." Li Mengyao spotted her immediately upon hearing the voice. Then Lin Xian and Chiu Ruishua also turned to look towards the door. "Cici, come here for a moment," Chiu Ruishua said with a smile. Lin Cece reluctantly walked over to them thinking this, is it I'm